Chapter 111. Chu Xi's joy had barely subsided when she looked up and met Ji Xian's death stare. Fortunately, he recovered in time. Her injury wasn't Chu Xi's fault, but it seemed she wouldn't be allowed to go out with the hunting party from now on. Chu Xi's luck was like a double-edged sword, and she was testing its sharpness with her own life. Thinking of today's thrills, Chu Xi nodded obediently in agreement with Ji Xian's opinion. She was also terrified. She wondered if that abnormal boar would leave a psychological scar on her, affecting her sleep quality. Fortunately, today's harvest was quite good, a mutant boar and 11 large bags of cotton. She was supposed to get 9 bags, but Lei Ming later traded 2 bags of cotton for the cart. She wasn't sure if it was a loss, but they probably wouldn't have any use for the cart after they took it back, right? Ji Xian saw Chu Xi's expression, and knew what she was thinking, so he began to explain. Sure, Dao said. Lei Ming was kind enough to do us a favor today. He deliberately arrived before the scavengers returned. He was worried that if his vehicle was delayed too long outside our door, it would attract attention, so he deliberately traded 2 bags of cotton for the cart. Chu Xi understood. The uncle looked menacing, but he was actually quite approachable. Of course, she had some self-awareness. He probably did this to save Ji Xian's face. Looking at the pile of things on the floor, Ji Xian frowned and instructed Chu Xi to move the sacks of cotton to the drying room and stack them. It just so happened that since their family had recently, with the newly added dryer, Ji Xian processed all the food that needed to be dried at home, so the air drying room originally used for drying food was vacant, and now it could be used as a storage room. He took over the job of dissecting the wild boar. The hair of the mutant wild boar was very coarse and hard, and the tip was relatively sharp. Although it would not prick people, it was not very comfortable to touch. He directly prepared to burn the hair on the surface of the pig skin. After this treatment, the pig skin could be used. Ji Xian turned on the air filter device, and then found the flame spray gun from his toolbox. The main filling inside was methane. Even in the Wasteland age, it wasn't a precious energy source. Burning a wild boar like this was still within their tolerance. As the flame scorched, a charred aroma wafted out. Chu Xi couldn't help but put down the leather coat he was sewing, wiped his saliva, and ran to Ji Xian. Oh, there's something we must discuss in advance. You can take the lean meat of this mutant wild boar, and dry it, so we can eat it in winter, but I need to use the fat to make lard. Oh, and save some of the offal too. We eat it now. If it's all dried out, it won't taste fresh. Ji Xian glanced up at Chu Xi, seeing her nervously clutching the corners of her clothes. A slight smile crossed his lips. Seeing Chu Xi nearly collapse, he slowly replied, Okay. You're injured, so don't go out scavenging for the next 2 days. Come with me to Old Lee's tomorrow, and we buy some seasonings to stew the meat. Chu Xi was so excited to hear they could stew the meat that she almost burst into tears. This was truly a difficult undertaking. Of course, they had to buy the chemically synthesized seasonings. It couldn't be helped, having no points was just miserable. A little flavor would be fine, as long as it didn't cause too much damage to the body. Truly, Chu Xi had no other requests now. Of course, it would be best if it was cheap. With this delicious meal for tomorrow, the two of them made do with a simple dinner, half a nutritional supplement each. After Ji Xian finally opened up the mutant boar's stomach, he hesitated as he was about to open the blind box. He glanced at his hands, then slowly lowered them. Then she scooted Chu Xi, who was sewing, over. Seeing such a significant event, Chu Xi immediately went through the day's sacrificial rituals again. Ji Xian, watching from the side, couldn't help but hold his forehead. Seeing Chu Xi even offer a small cup of nutrient solution, he nearly lost control of himself. Fortunately, thinking of Chu Xi's gains, he suppressed his emotions. After completing the formalities, Chu Xi squatted down next to the pig's belly and reached in, digging. 1. After a while, she finally found another one. She searched for over half an hour, finding 2 energy stones in total. One was the size of a fist, and the other was about the size of a red date. The term red date was used because the surface of this energy stone had a slight red tint. Chu Xi was certain it was also an energy stone because her body absorbed its energy and felt very comfortable. She figured it must be of a high grade, at least D. She searched for a while longer, but couldn't find anything else, so she called it a day. While the quantity was a little less than she expected, the quality was likely acceptable, and she was quite satisfied. She handed 2 energy stones to Ji Xian. These are the only 2 I found. Be careful when you're cleaning up the pig's offal. Ji Xian hummed a faint nod, but his hand trembled as he took the energy stone. Chu Xi, startled, quickly shook his hand. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Ji Xian took a deep breath, pointed at the faintly reddish energy stone in his hand, and said to Chu Si, "This is the first time I've seen a colored energy stone like this. I heard that energy stones, like this, can be used to repair damage caused by genetic breakdown." Chu Si, She was now speechless, her heart paralyzed by the sheer joy and shock. It took her a moment to react, and she asked Ji Xian, "How do I treat it?" Ji Xian held a pale red energy stone in his palm, carefully sensing it, and then replied, "Skin contact should be enough to absorb the energy. It's slow, but I can definitely feel a subtle flow of energy through my body." Chu Si was thrilled. The body cleanser Ji Xian had received earlier could only address the surface of his problem, not the underlying cause. Ji Xian still wouldn't live long, and could be struck down by one illness or another at any moment. But now, things were different. She saw hope for a complete cure. Chapter 112. Ji Xian tested the energy stones, and found both to be D-grade. The fist-sized stone had an energy value of 698, while the little red date had an energy value of 832. As expected, the amount of energy contained in an energy stone had nothing to do with its size. The value of the little red date was so high, especially for Ji Xian, its preciousness was immeasurable. Chu Si wanted to make a necklace out of it for Ji Xian to wear at all times. However, she had just picked up the hemp rope made from the red leaf vine, and then silently put it down. She was worried that the rope was not strong enough. If it accidentally fell, she would regret it to death. She turned around and prepared to pick up the animal skin scraps. She searched over and over for the right braiding material, but couldn't find one she liked. It was either too thin, worrying about the quality, or too stiff, making it too obtrusive and potentially inconspicuous. Just as Chu Si was struggling with her dilemma, Ji Xian silently handed her a piece of soft wire. Chu Si, It seemed she had underestimated the importance of this energy stone to Ji Xian. But wire was certainly a good option. She remembered a silk wrapping technique that was perfectly suited for wrapping exposed gemstones like this. Furthermore, the soft wire could be adjusted to fit the body. While it might feel a bit chilly at first, it was definitely safer and more discreet. After selecting the materials, Chu Si got down to business. To prevent the energy in the little red dates from being accidentally absorbed by her, she even put on homemade gloves. Her hands, busy knitting, suddenly stopped. A question occurred to her. Ji Xian's absorption of the little red date's energy was so similar to her use of her superpowers. So wouldn't the healing effect of the little red dates be linked to its energy value? Chu Si quickly used her watch to test its current energy level, 830. 2 energy points missing. Ji Xian had been holding it for quite some time, which meant his energy absorption efficiency was somewhat lower than hers. However, in less than 20 minutes, 2 energy points had been consumed. In other words, 1 energy point would be consumed every 10 minutes. Chu Si pulled out his calculator and ran some calculations. Shit, doesn't this mean this energy stone can only help Ji Xian for less than 6 days? But it's definitely impossible to cure Ji Xian in just a few days. The test just now. Ji Xian said that he felt something, but it was not obvious. This was the result of consuming 2 points of energy. Chu Si raised his head and glanced at Ji Xian carefully, but happened to meet his intense gaze. This thing was so important to him, and his attention to it was conceivable. He had also seen Chu Si's actions just now. When he saw Chu Si retest the energy content of the energy stone, he had a general idea in his mind. However, he didn't know how much energy he had just consumed, so he was not too clear about the effective use time of this energy stone. He took a deep breath and simply asked directly, "How long will it last?" Chu Si opened his mouth, but finally decided to tell Ji Xian the truth. He knew how to test it himself, so there was no way he could hide it. Less than 6 days. Ji Xian hadn't expected it to last so long. He visibly stuttered before recovering. He stretched lazily in his wheelchair. "Hurry up and braid the rope and bring it to me." While a single energy stone couldn't cure his illness, it could at least stabilize it and prevent it from getting worse. He glanced up at Chu Si. This way. At least he could stay with her for a few more years. With any luck. It might take more than a decade. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Si didn't waste any time, suppressing her excess emotions. The wire in her hand danced up and down. Soon, a fairly delicate silk necklace was complete. The necklace was very plain, but with the red energy stone in the center, it had a simple and elegant beauty. She handed it to Ji Xian, who took it in his hands, examined it carefully for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Why did you think of testing the energy value of the energy stone again?" Chu Si, shock. "What's going on?" How did you get yourself into this mess? Ji Xian, are you a dog? Chapter 113. Ji Xian looked up at Chu Xi. He had sensed something was amiss earlier, and now that Chu Xi hadn't responded, he knew she was hiding something. Chu Xi swallowed. Didn't you just say you felt energy entering your body? I thought it must be consuming the energy stone, so I thought I'd test it. Ji Xian's slender white fingers tapped the armrest of the wheelchair, his eyebrows raised slightly, and the corners of his eyes quirked upward. Chu Xi was startled. Sure enough, he heard Ji Xian say, tell me the truth, if that's the reason, you wouldn't be so trying to make excuses. Chu Xi smiled broadly, reflecting on the fact that Ji Xian could now absorb the energy from the energy stone. It should be easier for him to accept that she could absorb it too. After all, the absorbed energy was only for her, and wouldn't be of much use to anyone else. Ji Xian wouldn't be so mad as to report her as a guinea pig, would he? After hearing Chu Xi's words, Ji Xian remained calm. Without saying anything else, he reminded Chu Xi, this special energy stone can heal my injuries. You can try to see if the energy stone can heal yours today. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Yes, the energy stone should improve her bodily functions, so it should also be effective against internal injuries like this. Thinking of this, she quickly took out the fist-sized energy stone and held it in her hand, carefully sensing the changes in her body. Chu Xi could clearly feel a surge of energy flowing from the energy stone in her palm, coursing through her limbs and bones. It lingered longer on her chest, where the hidden injury was, and the energy consumed should be. It should be more. After a while, she emerged from her trance state and took a few deep breaths. Great. Her chest felt much better. Afterward, she stretched comfortably and clicked on the energy monitoring module on her watch. 678. Chu Xi nearly fainted. A full 20 energy points were missing. She immediately dropped the energy stone in her hand and clutched her chest tightly. Ji Xian, startled, quickly reached out to support her. What's wrong? Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Chu Xi leaned forward on the wheelchair armrest, extending 2 fingers after a moment. Ji Xian, Chu Xi was heartbroken. 20 energy points. 20 energy points. More importantly, she didn't feel any magical cure's effect. Still desperate, she asked Ji Xian, how many points would it cost to buy the potion I drank today? After waiting for a moment, Ji Xian decided to tell her the truth. 20 energy points buys about 3 bottles. Perhaps there's still some left over. Chu Xi couldn't hold it back, tears welling in her eyes. The injuries that had just begun to improve felt like they were being revived. She felt a mouthful of blood rushing up her throat. Honestly, she felt the energy stone's healing effect wasn't even as good as the potion she'd taken that time. That was a huge loss, a complete loss. This crappy superpower was just a way to screw you over. Ji Xian wasn't as pessimistic as Chu Xi. He looked at Chu Xi, who was leaning on his armrest and sighing, and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and stroked her hair. You're wrong. Your superpower is actually very useful. Not only does it enhance your physique, but most importantly, it allows you to use ordinary energy stones to treat genetic damage caused by high radiation. To be honest, he didn't want Chu Xi to risk anything anymore, but having an extra layer of life support was naturally something he was extremely grateful for. And Chu Xi's life-saving methods are invaluable in the Wasteland world. They protect Chu Xi's bottom line, not her upper limit. Improving physical fitness can be achieved through eating more food and exercising more, something everyone can achieve with effort. Taking medicine for illness or injury isn't difficult for many people, but drugs to treat genetic damage aren't something the average person can access. Chu Xi's ability can provide a safety net for her. High radiation areas abound in the Wasteland, and she could easily find herself in the same situation again. After hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi felt as if the clouds had parted and the moon had brightened, and she felt refreshed. Furthermore, this thing could also. This was her universal first aid plan. Even if she were venomous and couldn't find an antidote, the mitigating effects of the energy stone would allow her to return safely to base. Even without an antidote, as long as she was willing to risk it and had a sufficient supply of energy stones, she could consume the venom. Of course, this method would inevitably involve significant blood loss, so she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Chu Xi's heart swelled with joy at the thought. What was this? This was the famous life-saving trump card. Furthermore, with this golden finger, would she dare to go out with the hunting team in the future and find that special energy stone for Ji Xian? At the thought, she immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling, and her smile formed a crescent shape. Chapter 114. Chu Xi fantasized that in the near future, once she had cured Ji Xian, The two of them would be able to join forces and become an invincible scavenging duo. Ha ha ha. And with the addition of a great Ji Xian, they could even moderately engage in wilderness hunting activities. Before she could finish her fantasy, a bony hand struck her on the forehead. Don't even think about taking this risk. The dangers out there are far greater than you can imagine. Take that giant mutant boar you encountered today, for example. Do you think you have a chance to use the energy stone if it targeted you? Thinking of the rumbling truck that had passed, Chu Xi paused. Chu Xi shuddered, feeling as if a basin of cold water had been poured over her head, chilling her to the bone. The wild boar was so lethal that if it had truly chopped her in the face, she had preferred not to struggle, and perhaps avoid being torn to pieces. Ji Xian coughed lightly, signaling Chu Xi to return to her thoughts. You go back and make some clothes. I still have to deal with the mutant boar. This pork needs to be dried tonight to prevent it from spoiling. Chu Xi nodded quickly. This was a serious matter. Although the weather was getting colder, the pork wouldn't likely spoil if left out overnight, but Chu Xi and the others wouldn't try. They had the necessary conditions. If they took shortcuts and let something go wrong with the pork, they would be in tears. Dead? Suddenly Chu Xi thought of something. This mutant boar had been dead for so long, and he wasn't sure if its blood could be released. Ji Xian frowned. He didn't know. Back when he was in the mercenary group, he hunted mutant beasts with moderate radiation exposure, but they always been handled by the kitchen. He hadn't really studied how long it took to release the blood. If Chu Xi hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. Edible mutant meat was so precious that not even a drop of blood should be wasted. After a moment's thought, he went to the storage room and pulled out a bamboo bucket. Ji Xian wheeled his wheelchair to the pig's rear end, and with both hands, he gripped the hind leg. He lifted the wild boar's entire rear end. Chu Xi was startled. She hadn't expected him to actually lift it. Ji Xian glanced over, and she immediately humbly placed the bamboo bucket under the wild boar's rear end. This way, the wild boar's entire body had a slanted slope, head down, rear end up. Ji Xian found the right spot on the pig's neck and made a cut in its aorta. Chu Xi hurriedly took over with another bamboo bucket, and a stream of slightly darker blood flowed out. Ji Xian leaned in to smell it. It's okay, it's not spoiled. It's just that now that there's no hard pumping blood, the blood flow will definitely slow down. We can only create this slope and see how much blood we can control. Chu Xi nodded. She couldn't ask for anything else now. She just wanted to save as much as she could. A big wild boar only shed half a bucket of blood in the end. It was a little less, but the whole blood tofu was enough for the two of them to eat for several days. With this half bucket of pig blood, Chu Xi didn't go back to make clothes. Ji Xian continued to clean up the pork, and she started to make blood tofu. Fortunately, she had seen her grandmother make it before, so it was not difficult. Fresh pig blood could be coagulated by adding salt. Then she cut it into large pieces with a knife, boiled water in the pot, and after the water boiled, put in the raw materials. There was no need to stir, and it could be cooked on low heat. Hey, the smell came out. She smacked her lips. To be honest, the smell was not very pleasant, nor was it good. Perhaps it was because of the mutant wild boar. The wafting smell was quite fishy. Chu Xi rubbed her face. Was it necessary? While this stuff might not taste great, its nutritional value was definitely top-notch. At least, it couldn't compare to those nutritional supplements. After letting it cool slightly, she scooped a small spoonful into her mouth. Oh, it was so smooth, just like egg custard, and the fishy smell seemed less pronounced after tasting it. She immediately scooped a large spoonful into a bowl and presented it to Ji Xian. Look at my skills. With this, you can no longer call me a kitchen killer, right? Ji Xian was very polite. After eating the pig's blood, he gave her a thumbs up. Delicious. He looked up at Chu Xi's pot and said, leave a piece for us to eat now, and dry the rest so we can use it later for nutritional supplements. Chu Xi's smile froze. She continued, unwilling to give up. We have so much pork now, as well as mantis meat and dried fish. Oh, and a few mutant grasshoppers. We also have some yam beans and caryopsis at home. Do we need to be so frugal forever? After hearing Chu Xi's words, Ji Xian didn't even frown as he continued to work. Yes, Chu Xi. During the 3 months of winter and the 2 months after spring, we basically can't go out to scavenge. The mutant beasts are very active then, so we need to minimize our outings. We need at least 5 months worth of food for the two of us, not counting any special emergencies. Understand? Chu Xi nodded. 5 months? What they prepared now probably won't last even half that long. She glanced at the remaining half spoonful of pig's blood in Ji Xian's bowl. She didn't disdain it, but took it back. Prepare it for a while, then dry it all. Ji Xian smiled helplessly, and went back to his work. He told her to put the pig's blood in the drying box, and went back to sleep. He'd clean it up when the time came, and then he could move on to drying the pork. Chu Xi didn't refuse. She patted her chest. She was still a patient, and needed to rest. Chapter 115. Due to her injuries, Chu Xi didn't train the next morning. Even though she had cancelled her alarm the night before, she still woke up at 3:30 the next morning. Strangely, Ji Xian was still asleep. Normally, he would have been up by this time, preparing breakfast. Firstly, he wanted to watch Chu Xi train, and secondly, he was a very light sleeper, waking at the slightest movement. Ever since his illness began, he'd been constantly tormented by pain. Although his body had gradually grown accustomed to these ailments, some after-effects were inevitable, such as sleep disturbances. But today, his sleep was excellent, his breathing smooth, his mood stable. Perhaps it was the soothing effect of the little red date. Chu Xi didn't rush out of bed, fearing any noise would wake Ji Xian. She laid bored in bed, gazing through the translucent ceiling at the blurry starlight. If it weren't for the high radiation damage, this world would truly be. It was beautiful, white clouds, blue sky, lush trees, and vibrant flowers. It was a beautiful sight year-round. Well, the animals were a bit too nimble and large. Chu Xi spent half an hour in bed, lost in thought. Around 4 o'clock, the neighbors began to get up. In the shantytown, every home was a makeshift house, and the soundproofing was terrible. Not to mention the sounds of washing and cooking. Even the yawns of the neighbors just waking up were clearly audible. Chu Xi turned around and looked. Sure enough, Ji Xian had been woken up. He rubbed his brows in a daze, and picked up his watch from the bedside to check. It was unexpectedly 4 o'clock. Usually he would wake up before 3:10, but today he had slept almost an hour longer. He looked up at Chu Xi, and saw her lifting the bed guard and looking at him. Under the bed guard, Chu Xi grinned at him, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Ji Xian frowned and took his coat from the side. As he put on his clothes, he asked, "How is your injury?" Chu Xi reached out and stroked his chest. "It seems fine. The stinging sensation has barely subsided. It should be completely gone in a couple of days." Ji Xian nodded, and with that, he felt much more relieved. Chu Xi quickly put on his coat, pulled the bed curtains, and rushed to Ji Xian's side. "How about you? You've been wearing the energy stone all night. How do you feel?" Ji Xian felt the necklace through his clothes, a flicker of delight on his face, then quickly suppressed it. "It feels fine. Okay, I have to get up and make breakfast. Where did you put the pig's blood from last night?" "I heated up." Chu Xi's smile faltered for a moment. Yesterday, she was so preoccupied with lamenting the hardships of life that she seemed to have forgotten all about this matter. She had taken all the pig blood to dry. But it didn't matter. Trying the taste of dried pig blood was also a good choice. She took out a piece of the finished product from the storage room, which had been dried yesterday. It was a small piece of dark red honeycomb solid. It was very light and crisp to the touch. Chu Xi took out a knife and cut it in the middle. Inevitably, almost the entire piece of pig blood was crushed into slag. She stretched out a finger, dipped a little powder, and tasted it carefully. The taste was okay. After drying, the fishy smell of the pig blood was not so strong, and it had a more mellow fragrance. She couldn't help but. She stole a couple more bites. Ji Xian had made a simple meat porridge today, using nutrient solution, water, and a little mutant mantis meat. Breakfast was simple, the ingredients were readily available, and Ji Xian prepared it very quickly. By the time Chu Xi had processed the pig blood clots, he had finished his own. He poured 2 bowls of meat porridge for the 2 of them, each with a small dish of chopped pig blood as a side dish. Before eating, Ji Xian gazed at Chu Xi's bloody mouth and fell into deep thought. Chu Xi, oblivious, gave him a wide grin. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. "Eat. Remember to rinse your mouth afterward." Chu Xi nodded, then realized belatedly that he was in a bad mood. "It looks a little bit fishy, but it doesn't matter. It's a little ugly, so what? There are no outsiders at home anyway. Although pig's blood tastes a little dirty, it is rich in nutrients and can prevent anemia, which is just right for their weak bodies. It seems that pig's blood is really a good thing for them to eat as a tonic. It's a pity that I came back a little late yesterday, and there wasn't much pig's blood to release. Otherwise, eating a small piece every day would definitely improve Chu Xi's current pale and thin state." After breakfast, the 2 set out early to go to Lao Li's grocery store to buy seasonings. This was what Ji Xian promised Chu Xi yesterday. Coincidentally, he also needed to replenish some basic daily necessities. Chapter 116. When Ji Xian and Chu Xi left, they happened upon a large group of scavengers. They made their way through the throng, heading towards the safe zone. The scavengers continued their march toward the shantytown. Chu Xi watched the crowds of people leaving, feeling not much joy at the holiday, but rather a sense of emptiness and unease. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Maybe my family's financial situation is too limited. Even my days off are filled with anxiety. She glanced up at the nearby safe zone, where houses stood in a crisscross of buildings. When would they earn enough to buy a house? They now had a total of 5 energy stones. They had obtained 3 from the snake, 1 each of D, E, and F grades, and 2 D grade stones from the mutant wild boar they had hunted yesterday. Ji Xian's little red date definitely couldn't be touched, and she also had to keep a regular energy stone as a backup. Well, if she wanted to buy a house, she need more than a few. She tugged at Ji Xian's sleeve and whispered, "How many points do we have left?" Ji Xian opened his watch and showed it to her. 232. I recently spent quite a bit on a dryer, air filter, heater, and other equipment. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Chu Xi checked her balance. 218 points. She sighed. It's okay. Look at our current assets. How far away are we from even the cheapest house in the safe zone? Ji Xian paused, pushing the wheelchair, pondered for a moment, and replied, "It's just the difference between you and the mutant boar." Chu Xi, What a broken metaphor. But it does vividly express how out of reach the properties in the safe zone are for them. In fact, Ji Xian has already left her with 2 hopes. It is almost impossible for people in the shantytowns to change their fate by themselves. Of course, Chu Xi is an exception. Her luck is indeed good, but this is also what Ji Xian is most afraid of. There is almost no exception. Every time she goes out to scavenge, the greater the profit, the greater the risk. He can't help but believe it. The facts have proved it. What's more terrible is that the value of Chu Xi's harvest is already. The upward trend had recently prompted him to pause her land reclamation efforts, aiming to first boost her combat effectiveness before gradually expanding the scope of her development. Soon, the two arrived at Old Lee's grocery store. They weren't selling anything today, only coming to buy a few seasonings and daily necessities. At Chu Xi's request, Old Lee pulled out a long sealed box from the cabinet. Inside, 3 reagents were sealed. Chu Xi took them and examined them. They were a sweetener, and a sigilant, and a spice. Seeing Chu Xi didn't nod in agreement, Old Lee assumed. Dissatisfied with the liquid seasoning, she added, "Besides this, old man also has powdered ones. Do you want that?" Chu Xi's mind flashed back to the time she drugged Wu Daoang, and she quickly shook her head. She'd just been a little unconvinced. Looking at these seasonings, she couldn't imagine cooking with them. It was all she could say, technology and hard work. After Chu Xi finalized her purchases, Old Man Li went to take care of Ji Xian. The needles and wire in the house needed some restocking. Suddenly, Chu Xi remembered the hoe. After a while, she also wanted to dig bamboo shoots, but she couldn't do without the right tools, so she quickly asked Ji Xian to add a hoe to the shopping list. After they had chosen everything, they started bargaining. Unexpectedly, Old Li was surprisingly easy to talk to this time. Not only did he take the initiative to round up the difference, but he also offered very favorable prices on several items. After paying, the old man smiled and said to Ji Xian, "In a few days, the base will have to harvest potatoes. I heard that there are still many mutant bean worms there that haven't been cleared out this year. What do you think? Do you want to buy your sister some self-defense armor? The price is absolutely fair. No one will be cheated." Oh, so they were waiting for them here. Self-defense soft armor is at least a mid to high-end consumer product, so the price is naturally very attractive. Ji Xian shook his head. It was not because the price was too expensive. He remembered that Chu Xi brought back a whole snake skin before, which was more than enough to make a set of soft armor. Old Li felt a little regretful. Others might not know, but he still knew that Ji Xian had bought several big items from him during this period of time. In his heart, he had already classified him as a high-quality customer of the small shop. He was definitely able to buy soft armor, but it was a pity that he didn't sell it. It seemed that they hid it very well. Alas, today's bait was thrown in vain. The old man squinted his eyes and laughed. Forget it. It wasn't a loss, anyway. I could just make it back later. The two of them left Old Lee's grocery store, Chu Xi feeling a bit excited. In 2 days, she could go out to dig potatoes. It was another big autumn harvest for everyone. Last time, She found a bag of yam beans and 2 mutant rat pups while digging sweet potatoes. This time, she was definitely going to come back with a full haul. Chu Si was brimming with confidence. Thinking of her last sweet potato harvest, she couldn't help but think of that treacherous human. Never mind, she had to avoid her this time. Her kindness was too much to bear. She could have Ji Xian ask Fu Bowen in advance which day's team he was in charge of so she could line up at a convenient time. She didn't ask him to take extra care of her, just that he wouldn't give her the special treatment he'd given Yuman. Chapter 117. Ji Xian was too burdened to push the cart, so Chu Si had to push him back home. When they reached home, the sun was just rising above the horizon. A little later, the solar radiation would be intense. Their timing was perfect. Looking at the empty shantytown, Chu Si felt a bit bored. It was a crucial time to stock up on winter food, and anyone who could get up had gone out to find food. Chu Si touched her chest, which didn't seem to hurt much. She couldn't help but wonder if she was being too sentimental. Her current physical condition meant she couldn't do heavy work, but she could still manage picking bracken nearby. Chu Si smacked her chest. Sure enough, compared to the locals, she still couldn't match her volume skills. Setting her things down, Ji Xian saw Chu Si's lack of interest and a listless expression, and realized she was suffering from a bit of scavenging anxiety. This symptom was shared by nearly every Wastelander in the shantytown. The reason was simple: her family. With insufficient food supplies, they naturally had no right to rest. So they preferred the repetitive, exhausting daily grind to be idle at home, where even a busy day yielded little in the end. To be honest, let alone Chu Si, he also had a severe anxiety disorder, especially when his genes had just broken down. He was distracted and anxious all day, worried about everything. It was precisely because of his previous experience that he paid special attention to Chu Si's physical condition. She could go out scavenging without any problems, but with her special koi physique, he had no idea if Chu Si would encounter any emergencies while out, or if she might be injured. A person's agility could be greatly affected in a critical moment, so he didn't support her going out injured. Furthermore, Chu Si's staying home didn't mean she was completely idle. She had plenty of chores to do. Thinking of the fat he sliced yesterday, he said, "Don't you want to fry lard? Last night, I put all the sliced fat in the drying room. We bought some seasoning today, so you can fry it with some oil." Sure enough, Chu Si's eyes lit up after hearing this, and her previous dejection vanished. She put her things on the ground and immediately ran to the drying room. Ji Xian smiled helplessly and sorted out the things she had bought today. Chu Si opened the bamboo door and was greeted by a large plate of white fat. In modern times, she had hated it, but now she felt a kind of warmth. She was afraid she wasn't good enough to deserve this white pork. Chu Si wiped her saliva and carried the tray of fat out. It felt much lighter than she had expected. She couldn't help but weigh it up and down. Oh, it was a wild boar after all, so it was mostly lean meat, not fat enough. No wonder they were so anxious to find something to eat. It turned out they were desperate to gain weight for the winter. When Chu Si left with the fat, Ji Xian had already set up the small pot for her and turned on the air filter. Although most of the people in the shantytowns had already left, there might still be some, like them, recovering from their injuries. He didn't want the aroma to spread and cause trouble. Chu Si cut the fat into pieces the size of mahjong tiles. However, the pot at home was too small for so much fat, so she had to take her time. Chu Si added half a spoonful of water to the pot, sprinkled some salt, and then put the mahjong tiles in. She turned on the solar converter underneath and, once the pot heated up, began stirring the fat with a spatula. Initially, the broth was a murky white. As the water slowly drained away, clear golden lard was distinctly drawn from the fat, and the fishy smell of raw pork was immediately replaced by a rich, alluring aroma. Chu Si drooled as he diligently went about his work. Once the water was gone, the lard frying progressed much faster. As the spatula stirred, the mahjong pieces became smaller and thinner, each one hard and golden. Seeing they were almost done, Chu Si turned off the heat and used a slotted spoon to drain the oil. The oil was sizzled out, and the remaining oil in the wok was poured into a clean, empty bamboo tube that had been prepared long ago. Watching the golden oil sizzle, Chu Si didn't care about the heat. As soon as it came out of the wok, she put it into her mouth. It was a bit hot, but the taste was truly delicious, especially in these oil-free times. She would call it a delicacy. She wiped the oil from her mouth. Good things shouldn't be enjoyed alone. She immediately brought the small plate of oil to Ji Xian. Ji Xian was making snakeskin soft armor for her at the moment, and she didn't want to disappoint his meritorious servant. Ji Xian only tasted a small piece symbolically. It was indeed delicious. He hadn't tasted the explosion of oil in his mouth for a long time. Chapter 118. Although Ji Xian didn't specifically discipline her this time, Chu Xi was very self-disciplined. She only ate 2 or 3 pieces to satisfy her craving, and then he took the small plate of sizzling oil 2 miles away from her, trying to protect her from the temptation of delicious food. Compared to satisfying her cravings today, she preferred to take things slow and steady. Chu Xi smacked her lips, feeling a little regretful. At this moment, if she could just nibble on a large white flour steamed bun, it would be complete. Unfortunately, let alone steamed buns, she didn't even know where the wheat was. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shift her gaze to the young foxtail grass seedlings she had just transplanted at home. After all, this was also a kind of the staple food. I just hope that they can be more powerful in the future and can give her more edible seeds. Unfortunately, Chu Xi looked at their current small bodies, and could only sigh that the road ahead was long and arduous. Chu Xi boiled 2 more pots of the remaining pork. The oil filled a small basin, and the lard almost filled a bamboo bucket. The bamboo bucket was about the size of a normal bamboo bucket for fetching water at home. If they only asked for a little oil when eating vegetables, it should be enough for this winter. Chu Xi was happy. She found a bamboo bucket as thick as a palm from the storage room, poured the oil into it, sealed it, and hung it in the drying room. She could take it out whenever she wanted to eat it in the future. She squeezed out a spoonful of lard. They were placed in the kitchen area for later use. The others were also sealed and placed in the storage room. Seeing Chu Xi finish her work, Ji Xian called her over to mark the measurements on the snakeskin, so he could cut it more easily. The mutant snakeskin was very flexible, making it quite difficult to cut. He had just spent so much time dividing the skin into several large pieces. This would make cutting easier later. However, this also had its advantages. At least it meant that the snakeskin would provide good protection when made into clothing. Upon hearing that this touched upon her area of expertise, Chu Xi immediately pulled out the set of ropes she had used to measure Ji Xian last time and marked her measurements on the snakeskin. By the way, she designed a shape for this dress. She was very afraid of death, and according to her observation, the mutant beasts in this world like to attack vulnerable parts such as the neck. Therefore, she had to prepare a high-neck protective suit. Unfortunately, the elasticity of snake skin was not very great, so she could only design a style with a front opening. Fortunately, the surface of the snake's skin was large enough for her to make a double-layer protection for the position of the tether. Ji Xian looked at the messy design draft on the snake's skin and didn't know where to start. Chu Xi's design looked very complicated. Some places were solid lines, some places were dotted lines, some areas were blank, and some places were based on diagonal lines. How much is the project? It's a bit complicated, Chu Xi pouted, with a little smugness in her smile. Although her hobby is amateur, her skills are indeed professional. Fortunately, she is not ready to throw all the things to Ji Xian. With her assistance, Ji Xian completed the cutting. Originally, he thought that as long as he put a few pieces of cloth together, he could make armor for Chu Xi, but now looking at the pile of snakeskin cloth at his feet, he was not so confident. He simply gave up the job and started to help Chu Xi. Chu Xi overlapped the pieces of cloth that needed to be joined together and asked Ji Xian to punch holes for her. She took the nylon thread to sew. Although it was just making a piece of clothing, the meticulousness of this work was very important. This was far more complex than the animal skin quilted jacket he made for Ji Xian, with numerous processing steps and even finer details. After nearly a day's work, the two of them finally completed the outlines of the garment and pants. Yes, Chu Xi hadn't simply crafted a protective garment, but had also built the lower body defense. This was the advantage of hunting mutant beasts on your own. With plenty of skins, you could do whatever you wanted with it. When they were finished, Ji Xian placed the garment Chu Xi had made for him next to the quilted jacket he made for him. It wasn't intentional, the difference between the two garments was immediately apparent when they were put together. Chu Xi looked at. She felt a little embarrassed. She didn't really think that her soft armor was well made, but after such a comparison, Ji Xian's clothes instantly looked like beggars' clothes. Chu Xi touched her nose. She didn't mean it. The two clothes had different functions, and naturally different styles. Her armor needed to be worn close to the body, so the design had to fit the body shape. Ji Xian's was a winter coat, designed to be loose, so when it was cold, he could wear another set of clothes inside. Ji Xian nodded silently. He didn't care about these things, but Chu Xi kept it in mind. In her opinion, no one doesn't care about appearance, especially young people their age, who are at the prime of their flamboyant life. Think about Lei Ming, whom she seen yesterday. His attire was practically indistinguishable from that of a pre-modern elite. Meanwhile, she and Ji Xian were still living in the self-sufficient agricultural age. Their social status was similar. Ji Xian's treatment before that must have been similar to his. After meeting him this time, she wondered if he felt a bit inferior. Ji Xian, no, he's too busy trying to make a living to be melancholic. But Chu Xi didn't know Ji Xian's thoughts. She secretly resolved to raise him into a respectable gigolo. Chapter 119. Today, there was some extra lard at home, allowing her to finally add some oil when cooking. Chu Xi was particularly looking forward to dinner. Of course, she had a plan in mind. Since they were both staying home today and not doing any heavy physical labor, having Ji Xian cook for her was a no-brainer. So, her expectations weren't high. A simple dumpling soup would be fine, but unfortunately, I was overthinking it. When she saw Ji Xian emerge from the storage room with only 3 ingwa, a type of ingwa fruit, she knew her plans for today were dashed. Her ideal feast was gone. Well, thinking about Ji Xian's stunning actions, even a little lard in her ordinary rice porridge would have fulfilled her sense of ritual. Chu Xi sighed. She had originally wanted to come over and help, but now she regretted it. Ingwa rice. The process was incredibly simple. What was there for her to do? She wasn't going to rush to add water to the pot, was she? If she had that much time, she might as well go back and refine her snakeskin armor, which would reduce her workload for the evening. Ji Xian, who was grinding the ingwa powder, heard Chu Xi sigh loudly, only glanced up politely, then returned to his work without any reaction. Chu Xi's eyes welled up. Alas, it seemed there was no turning back. She had deliberately created this state of discontent, but Ji Xian ignored her. It seemed that the few grains of fat she had eaten today were already a celebration for Ji Xian. If she wanted to upgrade tonight's meal, it seemed her chances were slim. Chu Xi tossed and turned for a while, but when she saw Ji Xian remained indifferent, she finally calmed down. How could she wake someone who was pretending to be asleep? I hadn't felt that way before, but the more I look at Ji Xian, the more he seems like an unscrupulous capitalist. With food in his hands, getting more out of it is incredibly difficult. Of course, Chu Xi was just complaining like that. Honestly, she had to thank Ji Xian for his unkind personality. She knew her own shortcomings, a greedy heart and poor self-control. If it weren't for Ji Xian keeping a close eye on things, their living standards would have been severely polarized. On good days, they eat and drink their fill, but on bad days, they just lie down on the side of the road. Of course, once they lay down, they'd probably never get up again. After all, the environment here is so harsh that even a small lucky charm, like her, can't guarantee a daily income. If they didn't have one, they'd undoubtedly be doomed. Not to mention they had to survive the winter. Besides, although Ji Xian was a bit of a Zhou Ba Pai, he exploited more than just Chu Xi. He was even more ruthless towards himself. Breakfast and dinner, of course, were shared, consisting of a simple, thin soup, water, and every time Chu Xi went out to scavenge, in addition to the nutritional supplements, she basically had a staple food at noon, such as a small piece of meat, or a piece of yam, but Ji Xian didn't have these things. He was very clear about the difference. Chu Xi needed sufficient physical strength to be active outside during the day, so her lunch was naturally good. He was at home all day and basically didn't have any dangerous situations to deal with, so he still had to make do with soup and water at noon. Therefore, when it came to improving the food, it seemed more appropriate for Ji Xian. Thinking of this, Chu Xi's mood was relieved. She decided to go over and teach him a lesson for the sake of Ji Xian's quality of life. After changing her mind, Chu Xi felt that she walked with the wind. Her back was very straight. However, after walking over, she saw Ji Xian's eyes that were as sharp as fire, and her arrogance suddenly dissipated. Her momentum instantly plummeted, and her words were all flattering. Well, we finally caught such a big wild boar yesterday. Should we have a small celebration? Chu Xi despised such servility, but she was unaware of it, still thinking she was acting like a superior, speaking amiably. Ji Xian almost couldn't help but laugh. Was it really that serious? Hadn't they already eaten some fat residue today? But seeing Chu Xi's pitiful appearance, he still let her go into the storage room and take out 1/5 of a yam. Their current food reserves were still insufficient, but they had a few energy stones to back them up, which naturally gave them a lot more confidence. If they included these energy stones in their reserves, they would have everything they needed for the winter. And there would be a surplus, but he didn't do it because, firstly, they had to keep a certain amount of working capital on hand to deal with emergencies, and secondly, Chusi's real estate dream was to buy a house in a safe zone, which was a large sum of money, so he must not be extravagant in his daily life. When Chusi heard Ji Xian's instructions, she was as happy as a fool and immediately ran to the storage room to take out the yam. Fearing that things would change, she took the initiative to peel the yam, then cut the pieces and put them on the plate for later use. Looking at the snow-white yam slices, her heart was filled with anger. Chusi bravely took 2 more pieces of oily yam from the drying room and placed them beside the plate. Seeing Ji Xian merely glance up without any reaction, Chusi knew he agreed. He immediately and happily minced the 2 pieces of fat, adding them to the dish to enhance its flavor. Seeing Chusi was almost done, Ji Xian immediately sent her away. Asking her to help was too much of a burden, and who knew if she would try to add other ingredients if she stayed any longer? Forget it. It seems she's definitely not allowed to do the cooking from now on. 1/5 of a yam isn't much, actually. At most, it was less than the amount of 3 eggs, so Ji Xian did not use it to stir-fry, but made some vegetable porridge by stir-frying yam and fat residue. Really, after going around in circles, today's dinner still had to be Chusi's dumpling soup, but it didn't matter. Chusi slurped the fragrant vegetable porridge, feeling extremely satisfied. As long as she had something delicious, she didn't care about the form. It was just that there seemed to be no vegetables suitable for stir-frying at home. In the storage room, apart from meat, there were only high-starch foods such as yam and beans. Not to mention that Ji Xian was reluctant to give it up. Even Chusi, who was always greedy, couldn't bear to take it out and eat it. Chapter 120. Chusi touched her chest. It didn't seem to hurt much all day. It looked like she could go to the fern collection site tomorrow. In fact, the place she wanted to go most was the collection site in the purple bamboo forest. If she could dig up some bamboo shoots, that would be perfect. Bamboo shoots are a wonderful thing, both freshly eaten and dried. Unfortunately, she had never been there before, and the journey was very far. Given her current physical condition, she doubted Ji Xian would agree to let her go. Sure enough, she tried to ask during dinner, but was flatly rejected by Ji Xian. As a second choice, she chose the fern-picking spot. Ji Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Chusi silently gave a silent yeah in his heart. She had figured out her second-choice trick. The next morning, Chusi woke up early, and turned to see that Ji Xian was still asleep. Thanks to the little red dates these past few days, it looked like he'd be able to get a good night's sleep. Not wanting to wake him, Chusi turned off the alarm on her watch and quietly took the leftover vegetable porridge from last night to the small living room to heat it up. While she was heating it up, she squatted on the floor grinning. This was the first time she grabbed the chance to make breakfast. No. It was the chance to heat up breakfast. She didn't have to train today, so she had plenty of time. After breakfast, Chusi still had time to go back to bed and lie down for a while. When everyone started to get up around 4 o'clock, Ji Xian was woken up as expected. Chusi drowsily poked her head out and told him that breakfast was already heated up, so he could just go back to sleep. She had set the alarm clock herself, and would leave at the appointed time. Ji Xian was indeed still very sleepy. He had thought yesterday that sleep could be more conducive to the recovery of body functions, so today he didn't wake up. Not forcing herself, she lay back on the bed, ready to catch up on some sleep. At 4:30, the alarm rang on time, and Chusi immediately woke up from her sleep. She quickly cancelled the alarm on her watch and glanced at Ji Xian silently. Fortunately, perhaps because they had made it clear before, he slept exceptionally deeply this time, and even the alarm didn't wake him up. Chusi quietly walked out of the bedroom, picked up her small bag, took her water bottle and nutritional supplements, and went out. When she reached the door, she was in a dilemma. Should she lock the door directly, or wake Ji Xian up and lock it from the inside? Anyway, just walking away was out of the question. After all, she was rich. But before she could come up with a plan, the door was already slammed from the inside, followed by the sound of it being locked. Chusi, What else could she say? Even after sleeping like that, she still remembered her duties. Truly a big shot. Such self-control, Chusi couldn't compare. If she were in his shoes, someone wouldn't be able to pull her out of bed. She smacked her lips, and leisurely followed the group of scavengers ahead. She was a latecomer today, so not many people were left behind. She reached the foxtail grass gathering site. Sure enough, the rush to find Ingwe had passed, and there was no one there. Chusi turned off there, and took the path to the mutant fern gathering site. Unexpectedly, someone had already discovered this place. By the time Chusi got there, 2 children, a boy and a girl, about 7 years old, had already passed. The boy, about 8 years old, was dressed in thin, threadbare clothes. He was frail, and had a sallow face. He looked at Chusi warily, his dagger tightly gripped in his hand, as if ready for battle at any moment. The girl's clothes were thicker than his, with several patches on them. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Chusi glanced at them, and didn't rashly approach them. Instead, he began testing the bracken on the other side of them. The other two breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Chusi had no intention of starting a conflict. It was truly a blessing from heaven that they had found this place. The wild vegetables collected at this wild vegetable collection site were not only fresh and tender, but also large in size. 2 days ago, Enon had found a plant here that was half a meter long, enough for them to eat for several days. They had been hanging out here all day, but unfortunately they hadn't found any new harvest, and now a competitor had arrived. Chapter 121. The two children were wary of Chusi. They stared at each other for a moment. Seeing she had no intention of approaching, they quietly began testing the bracken they had. Ding! Low-level radiation mutation, edible. It was actually a low-level radiation mutation, and Enon hurriedly covered her watch, but the sound still came through. Muse regretted it deeply. He had just thought of turning off the sound on the watch, but he was a step too slow. Just as he finished his own operation, Enon had already found a harvest. Today was truly bizarre. They hadn't found any edible mutant ingredients in the past few days, but today, as soon as that woman arrived, they had already found a harvest. And it was a very rare low-level radiation mutation. This thing was precious. If you take it back to the safe zone, you could exchange it for nutrients. The two of them held the tender bracken they had just picked. Looked in the direction of Chusi with vigilance. Chusi had good hearing, so she had naturally heard it just now, but she believed that her professional ethics were good, and she did not have any inappropriate thoughts. In her opinion, the two children seemed to be having a hard time, and it was definitely impossible for her to help. There was no reason for her to use her own rations to subsidize others. But she didn't think she was a bad person. Since they could find food, she was also quite happy, so she pretended not to hear it, and deliberately did not join in the fun. Instead, she turned off the voice reminder function on her watch, to avoid the same embarrassing situation later. Seeing that Chusi had no reaction and was still testing the fern at hand, the girl quietly pulled the boy's clothes and whispered, "Brother Muse," that big sister didn't seem to hear. Muse pursed his lips. He didn't trust Chusi. It was not like they hadn't encountered those hypocritical villains before. On the contrary, when they weren't prepared at first, they suffered greatly. Logically, with such a good harvest today, leaving immediately would have been the best option. However, this fern forest was the best place they had found recently. It was secluded, less crowded, and the probability of a good harvest was higher than other places. Now that winter was about to set in, the food he and Enon had found was too little to sustain them for long. So how could he bear to leave this gathering spot? He observed Chusi carefully for a moment, and saw that she seemed to have not heard the previous instruction. She was calmly testing the wild vegetables in her area, and showed no intention of coming to steal. Moreover, Chusi looked thin and petite, not much stronger than them. Even though she was older, it was still uncertain who would win in a 2-on-1 fight. With this in mind, he finally felt a little relieved and put the food he had just collected into the ground. After carefully putting away the fern sprouts she had obtained, she took Anne's hand and walked towards a place farther away from Chusi. This time, the two of them walked directly to the other side of the fern forest, which showed their determination to keep a safe distance from Chusi. Chusi looked up and was very satisfied with their tactful behavior. Not only did the two little guys not want to get close to her, she also really didn't like it when others got too close to her when scavenging. Of course, places like the mulberry leaf collection area didn't count. There, having more people was a symbol of safety, while here it was the opposite. However, she really wanted a low-radiation mutated fern. The last time Ji Xian used the body purifier, Oldie reminded them to let Ji Xian eat more low-radiation mutated food, but the probability of this thing appearing was really too low. In all the time she had been here, she seemed to have only harvested low-radiation mutated food twice, and that time was in this fern forest. And today, the two children actually found another low-radiation mutated food here. What did this mean? It could only be said that this was really a feng shui treasure land. Chapter 122. Chusi's hands quickened their pace, testing with increasing fervor. A moment later, a flash of yellow light flickered on the watch. Chusi, delighted, brought it closer to examine. Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Moderate radiation mutation was fine. it was good enough to eat. However, this one was shorter than the one the little girl had just picked, only about 40 centimeters. But Chusi was already quite satisfied. It could make a plate of pickles. She cut the bracken in half and stuffed it into her backpack. Just as she was about to test the next one, she heard a child's terrified scream. Chusi quickly looked up and saw a dark figure the size of a hound lunging towards the little girl. Fortunately, a nearby boy tackled her in time, preventing her from sustaining any harm. Chusi was too far away to see the mutant beast. She fished out her armor-piercing hammer from her bag, ready to engage at any moment. She hadn't expected mutants to appear so close to the base. Could it be that winter was approaching, and they were trying to gather more food for the winter? Chusi didn't dare to rush forward, but the two children were unfazed, running towards her at full speed. Oh, diverting the blame, Chusi sneered. It seemed even children shouldn't be underestimated. The mutant beast chasing them looked like a large mutant rat. Chusi didn't rush to flee. She had donned her soft armor when she came out today. With it, she felt she should be able to fight. After all, Ji Xian had trained her for so long. Now it was time to test the sharpness of the sword. With a push of its hind legs, the mutant rat charged at the children in front at astonishing speed. And then screamed in terror, trying to escape the mutant rat's attack range, but it was too fast and had already pounced on the child in the blink of an eye. Sharp teeth shredded her clothes, leaving bloody marks on her back. And then screamed in agony, and blood instantly soaked the surrounding clothes. Muze stopped in fear, clenching the dagger in his hand. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but was knocked aside by the mutant rat's leap. Then, the mutant rat tried to return to bite the little girl. Chusi's eyes condensed as she saw the mutant rat enter her range. She seized the opportunity, and immediately fired 3 needles in a row. 2 of them luckily hit the mutant rat, but 1 missed and hit the little boy. Seeing the target of hatred shift. Move! The mutant rat rushed towards her. Chusi didn't want to fight anymore and immediately turned and ran towards the fern forest behind her. She wasn't stupid. Ji Xian hadn't taught her any proper fighting techniques yet. Was she just going to stay there and get beaten? Though these ferns weren't strong, it would take time to knock them over, right? And Chusi wanted that moment of pause. With each impact, she injected a few silver needles into the rat. Sure enough, with the increased dosage, the anesthetic effect immediately took effect. Its body gradually stiffened, and the mutant rat gradually went limp, no longer showing any signs of struggle or resistance. Chusi waited until its eyes gradually lost their spirit before she dared to hold the armor-piercing hammer, and went over to check the situation. After a few hammer blows, the mutant mouse still did not move, so Chusi was relieved. However, she had used such a large dose at one time, it would be strange if it could still bloom. Chusi took a little blood and put it on the watch for testing. Unfortunately, it was a mutant beast with a high degree of radiation mutation. Looking at the two children supporting each other in the distance, well, good, the distance was still far, and they should not be able to see the situation here clearly, so she directly dissected the mutant mouse's body on the spot. This mutant. The mouse was as big as a hound, and its skin was quite large. It couldn't be wasted, because the meat couldn't be eaten. Chusi didn't bother to eat it, and directly emptied its stomach. After searching for a long time, he only found a pea-sized energy stone, with a detection level of F and an energy value of only 32. Well, although it was little, it was better than nothing. Chusi put the energy stone close to his body, and prepared to go, and settle the score with the 2 brats. Whether she helped or not was one thing, but you took the initiative to harm me was another. And then hugged her brother nervously, and Muze was also suffering now. He knew that they had provoked a tough guy. He even thought that the anesthetic needle Chusi shot into him was intentional, just to prevent them from escaping in the chaos, but he didn't regret it. At least that way, there was still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they would only end up being eaten by mutant rats. It was just that they had offended the wrong person today. This was fate. Seeing Chusi coming, the girl seemed to have seen a demon. She could only cry and hug her brother and shrink back. She really didn't dare to say a word of excuse. Chusi stood and watched for a long time. She wanted to kill the 2 bastards quickly. Who dared to lead the mutant beasts to her? But she seemed unable to do it. After all, she would usually make the same choice in the same situation. Of course, this is not a good thing to promote. If you do this, you must be prepared to be liquidated afterwards. But she wanted to let them go now. Maybe she would have to suffer a loss in the future before her heart would become cold and hard, but at least her heart was still soft now. Oh, forget it, Chusi smiled helplessly. She gave them a lucky break. She kicked the boy who fell to the ground. Alright, stop pretending to be dead. Give me the money I paid for your life. Muze was stunned. He quickly had his sister take the low-radiation mutant fern from his backpack and hand it to Chu Ci. Chu Ci was naturally dissatisfied with such a small amount, but these two were broke, and it seemed like they wouldn't be able to squeeze anything out of him. Chu Ci checked their watches. Oh, and there were also points. This was cash, so he couldn't let it go. In the end, the two of them only had a total of 12 points. Oh well. Chu Ci threw the watch back and left. He didn't forget to give the boy a kick. She noticed that he was the meanest of the two, but it seemed like he couldn't protect his innocent and timid sister without being a bit mean. Honestly, she wanted a brother like him who had no moral boundaries, haha. After thinking for a moment, she warned him, "You were injected with an anesthetic. The effects should wear off in a few hours. Just stay here." With that, she went back to her work. It was still early, so she needed to get some bracken to make pickles or stir-fries. Chapter 123. After Chu Ci returned to his spot and began testing the bracken as planned, the sobbing little girl soon began working. This time, however, she clearly didn't dare return to the other side of the bracken forest. Instead, she chose a spot not too far from Chu Ci. The wound on her back must have been painful. Every time she raised her arm, it would tug at the wound, causing her face to turn pale with pain. Even so, the little girl persevered. Her eyes were red, but she stopped crying, revealing a resilient side to her character. However, she kept stealing glances at Chu Ci as she worked, fearing that their collection points would be so close and cause her to resent him. Chu Ci, growing annoyed by the stares, said directly, "Little girl, just focus on your testing. Can you please stop looking at me? Or take your brother and stay away from me." And then shrank back, though she was quite. Her sister's tone wasn't pleasant, but she was nonetheless delighted. This at least meant her older sister had given her permission to gather nearby. With a sense of security in her heart, the little girl stopped looking around and quickly began scavenging. Her brother wasn't going to be very useful today, so the burden of scavenging fell solely on her. She had to move even faster. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed on her watch. It was a moderately radioactively mutated plant. She was thrilled. She already gathered her second edible ingredient so quickly today, and then immediately glanced nervously at Chu Ci. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, she quickly turned her gaze back to her brother. Although Muze was paralyzed, his attention was fixed on Anin, and he naturally didn't miss the flash of yellow on her screen. A flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed Muze's eyes. Of course, he wanted the edible wild vegetables, but would that woman let them take them? He signaled with his eyes, urging Anin to tribute the newly gathered bracken directly to Chu Ci. This was also a test. Judging from her recent behavior, Chu Ci wasn't a wicked person, but rather possessed a certain amount of kindness. She had clearly taken both of their watches, but she hadn't transferred their points, clearly leaving them a way out. So he wanted to gamble, betting that Chu Ci wouldn't have the heart to take all their haul. Besides, even if Chu Ci truly was interested in their haul, wouldn't she come and search it herself when they left? Going there now was just a way to show her goodwill early on. It wouldn't hurt them anyway. Chu Ci was still diligently inspecting the bracken sprouts, unaware of Muze's scheming. If she knew what he was thinking, she would surely scoff. Didn't he dare to consider that she had already drawn a line between them and each other? Everyone should go their own way, take their own harvest, and no one should come to interfere. But now the situation is different. Anin actually brought freshly gathered bracken as tribute. In this wasteland age, who could possibly refuse to eat food they already gathered? The others didn't know, but Chu Ci certainly couldn't. Chu Ci hadn't thought that the low-radiation mutant bracken wasn't enough to save their lives, but now the girl was making up the difference. Chu Ci excitedly took it, sliced it in half with his knife, and was about to put the mutant bracken into his backpack. He looked up and met An's expression, one of intense self-control. Her hands unconsciously clenched tightly. After some thought, Chu Ci decided to give her half. But then he looked at the bracken head. It was extra crisp and tender, and tasted even better. Then he looked at the stem. It was so thick, it looked genuine. Honestly, she couldn't bear to give either one away. But now Anin had sensed Chu Ci's intentions, and her eyes, filled with hope, looked at her. Chu Ci, If her brother, that jerk, had come along, how could all this have happened? Thinking that if the little girl hadn't come and fallen into the trap, she wouldn't have gotten this unexpected windfall, she hardened her heart and cut the fern stem and head in half, giving each of them half, so no one would take advantage of the other. She tossed her half into An's arms. "Go away. Leave me alone." After a moment's thought, she added, and don't bother me anymore. And then happily embraced the two fern halves, her heart filled with the joy of having found something she had lost. She nodded obediently, clutching her things, and ran to her brother's side. She carefully wrapped the two fern halves and placed them in Muse's backpack. Muse, too, was feeling a mix of emotions. Chusi's reaction was somewhat different from what he expected. She wasn't that mercenary, but she wasn't that kind either. Instead, she chose a middle-of-the-road approach. He admitted that he wasn't a good person. If their identities were reversed, he would definitely let Chusi do the hard labor for a day, and all the gains would definitely fall into his hands. If it was his sister, he would definitely not take even half of that. Compared to Anne's current innocence and kindness, he actually wanted to raise her to be like Chusi. Unfortunately, this world was too cruel. He was afraid that letting go would be a price he couldn't bear. But people always have to grow up, and no one can guarantee that they can live forever, just like today. So for some things, it seems he has to let go and try. Chapter 124. Busy time always flies by, and in the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Chusi took her lunch and sat down at the edge of the field, preparing to refuel. Having worked up a lot of sweat while working that morning, she felt incredibly thirsty. She set the nutrient solution aside, and took a half-full gulp from her water bottle. Gudon gulp, her stomach rumbled. Chusi burped, and took the nutrient solution next to her. Truly, she felt full just by drinking water. This was exactly what she meant. She had also brought a small piece of mutant wild boar meat with her today, but after drinking the nutrient solution, she wasn't very hungry anymore. She saved the wild boar meat for a late afternoon snack. After finishing her meal, Chusi rested against a tree for a while. She leaned against the trunk, gazing at the busy siblings in the distance. The boy's anesthesia should have worn off by now, though movement was still a bit difficult. Even so, he persisted in gathering wild vegetables. Due to the aftereffects of the anesthetic, he couldn't even hold his knife steady. Each step seemed arduous, and he couldn't even finish inspecting a single fern before he had to rest for a while. Chusi sighed silently at this. Troubled times are full of miserable people. Everyone is so insignificant, yet everyone strives so hard to survive. Chusi stretched her back and limbs, then turned and joined the gathering team. With these two people working so hard, she couldn't rest any longer. Otherwise, they would finish their inspection soon, and what would she be left with? This continued until around 3:30 p.m., and Chusi was also. By the time they got there, they had just harvested the second moderately radioactive mutant plant of the day, while Muse and Anan had not harvested a single thing. Muse was a little anxious. Although they had harvested half a plant of edible fern today, Anan was injured today, and needed to buy some prickly lettuce to apply medicine. It would definitely not work if they just left it untreated. The scratches or bites from mutant animals would easily rot and fester if not treated. Some serious injuries would even cause infection and high fever. In the shanty towns, there were also people who died from being scratched by mutant beasts. Therefore, people with a little points paid close attention to this issue. In this way, today's trip was a complete loss. What's more, they had limited points, and the dried vegetables left at home and the moderately radioactive mutant plant they harvested today were all worth the money. Even if they were to sell the bracken, they probably wouldn't be able to fetch a good price. Rich people wouldn't like it, and poor people wouldn't be able to afford it. What's more, they themselves still had to survive, and it was impossible for them to sell all their stock. After much thought, Muse couldn't come up with a foolproof plan. Finally, he turned his attention to Chusi. Of course, he didn't dare to think of any bad ideas, but he had a secret. Maybe he could get some medicine to treat the wound from Chusi. So, when he saw Chusi preparing to pack up and leave, he immediately asked his sister to support him, and quickly rushed over. Chusi put on her backpack and saw the brother and sister coming over. She couldn't help but become alert and silently took out the armor-breaking hammer from her backpack and held it tightly in her hand. Chusi looked at the two of them warily. They were two half-crippled. Were they going to team up two against one? If that was their plan, she wouldn't have the guts to kill them. Chusi's eyes grew sharp. Although she was confident of victory, no enemy should be underestimated. She didn't want to stumble into a trap. Anan saw Chusi's battle-ready demeanor, and she felt terrified. She feared she'd strike her head with a hammer. It looked like something formidable, its sharp end stained with blood. Terrified, she ducked behind Muse. Fortunately, she didn't have to ask for a word this time. Muse said directly, "I'd like to trade you some information for some prickly ash. Just enough to treat the wounds on Anan's back." Chusi frowned. She didn't trust this guy. Was he trying to trick her? She didn't want to hear any secrets. As the saying goes, the more you know, the faster you die. So she simply refused them. Buy medicine? You won't just go to a safe place? Is it from the district or the market? Do I look like someone with medicine? For a moment, Muse's face flushed crimson. Chusi was clearly rejecting him. He wanted to show some nerve and just drag his sister away, but he couldn't. They didn't have any points, and his sister's life was 10,000 times more important than his reputation. You can listen to this news first. If you don't think it's worth it, just leave. I hope you can give me some medicine. Without giving Chusi a chance to interrupt, he said directly, I know a spot where mutant peanuts can be harvested. It's very secluded, but there's a small flock of pheasants nearby, making it difficult to collect. Chusi's eyes widened. Mutated peanuts? She slapped Muse on the shoulder. Are you serious? Muse nodded. I have photos and the location. I can send them to you first. Chapter 125. Annan hadn't expected her brother to reveal the story of the mutant peanuts. She was filled with anxiety. Those had been the foundation of their lives for so many years. If it weren't for those mutant peanuts, they would have starved to death together the year their mother passed away. How could they have lived to this day in peace? I still remember how they were so young back then, unable to figure out how to scavenge. A neighboring ant kindly took them along a few times, but at the scavenging sites, they couldn't compete with the equally hungry adults. After several days out, not only did they not harvest anything, but they also suffered numerous injuries. The neighboring ant's efforts to protect them inevitably led to arguments with others. During that time, she was often excluded while scavenging. Muse was precocious and knew she couldn't be a burden to others. So he separated from his aunt and went on his own with his sister, specifically looking for collection points with few people for testing. But this kind of thing is not that simple. Under desperation, they could only extend their scavenging front again and again. Although the harvest was still not much, they could at least survive. The first year was particularly difficult. In the autumn of the second year, his brother was fortunate to discover the mutant peanut field. Coupled with the care of the base for the shantytown, their lives finally got a little better. Although they still often went hungry, fortunately they never faced the dying situation again. But this year, a group of mutant pheasants unexpectedly came there. They went there secretly several times, and could always hear the clucking sound of the pheasants from a distance. His brother ventured to take a closer look and found that it was a small mutant pheasant. Actually, that place was still within the safe zone's jurisdiction. As long as they reported the location, the base would send someone there to deal with it. But the brother and sister were reluctant. They wanted to see if the mutant pheasants would leave on their own after a while, perhaps after the new year. That way, the mutant peanut patch would still belong to them. Unexpectedly, her brother actually told Chusi this as a deal. Sensing his sister's uneasiness, he gently squeezed her hand to offer some comfort. There was nothing else to do now. Annan needed medicine, and if the mutant peanut collection point wasn't a serious problem, he was willing to give their remaining points a try. But there was one thing he hadn't told Annan before. The last time he went to take pictures, he noticed that some hens had already started sitting there, indicating that the pheasants were almost established there. Their chances of finding a bargain were slim, so they might as well trade this information for something tangible. He hadn't lied to Chusi. He already told her everything about the pheasants. Now it depended on whether she had the guts to take the plunge. Chusi was tempted, but she didn't impulsively accept the deal. Instead, she asked Muse to send her photos to see the details. From the photos, she could see that the peanut field was right next to a small river. The leaves were already turning yellow, and it was almost harvest time. Besides the tempting peanuts, the photo also featured two tall mutant pheasants. Judging from the vibrant color of their feathers, they were probably roosters. She couldn't help but frown. Aren't pheasant flocks usually composed of one male and many females? Two roosters suddenly appeared. Could this not be the flock of pheasants Muse had described? Chusi looked at him with a certain scrutiny. Was he trying to push her into trouble just to buy medicine? Muse knew something was wrong from the look on Chusi's face. He had no idea what was wrong, and after much thought, he couldn't find a solution. He told Chusi everything he had learned. This mutant peanut field is about 40 square meters. While it doesn't look particularly large, we harvested over 60 kilograms of peanuts there last year. Chusi nodded, but his heart remained calm. It wasn't that 60 kilograms of food was too little, but that the amount was too variable. With peanut vines that large, the flowers below must be. The size of the fruit will not be too small, about 60 kilograms, maybe just 20 or 30 peanuts. The radiation value of each fruit is uncontrollable. It is very likely that we could harvest more than 30 peanuts last year, but less than 10 this year. This is actually very common in the Wasteland world. It is truly God's gift. Seeing that Chusi did not react much, Muze immediately realized that the problem should be with the mutant pheasant. It was just that when he saw Chusi fighting with the mutant mouse, she was very brave, so he guessed that Chusi might be a member of a hunting team. When the time comes, he can ask his teammates to hunt a few pheasants. It should not be a problem. Besides, she has an anesthetic needle, which is a powerful weapon for sneak attacks. Chapter 126. Muze suddenly realized he'd forgotten to mention something crucial, so he quickly added, there were only 4 pheasants in that small flock, 1 rooster and 3 hens. Chusi nearly laughed in anger. She enlarged the photo in front of Muze's eyes. Before you start talking, would you like to take a look at the photo you sent me? There are clearly 2 roosters here, and you're telling me there's only 1? Muze was speechless at Chusi's question. How could he explain it? He had never expected Chusi to be unable to distinguish between a rooster and a hen's. Muze pointed at the photo and, after a long pause, said, these 2 are females. Chusi was momentarily stumped. She could actually tell a rooster from a hen. The simplest way was to look at their feathers. Roosters had vibrant feathers and long, flowing tails. Compared to them, hens were, in general, plain. She reopened the photo and looked at it. The alluring blue reflected a precious glint in the sunlight, and a circle of beautiful red eyeshadow was incredibly vibrant. You're telling me this is a hen, but it didn't seem impossible. This was the Wasteland era, after all, and pheasants were mutated. What if the hen had become intelligent and wanted to leave the rooster alone for beauty? Chusi silently cleared her mind. Since she couldn't confirm it herself, she could only send it to Ji Xian to ask. Suddenly, oh, won't she be despised to death? Luckily, Ji Xian was reserved and didn't send any unnecessary messages to tease her. He simply replied with 2 words, hen. Chusi felt relieved. At least for now, it seemed unlikely that Muze was deceiving her. However, she would need to observe the situation on the spot. If she wanted to make this deal, she would have to pay something up front. And Anne's situation couldn't be delayed. If she wanted to trade, she would have to provide the herbs first, while Muze would only need to send his location. But this was also a big gamble. If it was really as he said, then the price of the mutant pheasant and peanuts would definitely be high. It was nothing compared to that mere spinach. She first sent a message to Ji Xian, asking him to test the spinach they had transplanted a while ago to see if there were any leaves that met the radiation standards. Unfortunately, they didn't have any that met the requirements. This was actually within Chusi's expectations. After all, the spinach had just been transplanted, and it was uncertain whether it had sprouted new leaves yet, so the probability of it having edible leaves was naturally low. However, EP111, who had sold her the leaves, should have some in stock at home. Sure enough, after sending her a message, she quickly gave a positive reply, I have some dried ones at home. Grinding them into powder would have the same effect. Chusi, how many do you want? Chusi spotted an around and took a photo of her back, using one of her hands for comparison near the wound. It'd be enough to treat these wounds. The message went through, and soon after, EP111 replied, then half a leaf will do. 8 points is okay? She didn't know the price, so she asked Muze, who was standing beside her, how many points do you need to buy a leaf of prickly lettuce in the safe zone or at the market? Muze thought for a moment. It depends on the size of the leaf. A finished leaf costs around 20 points. We usually don't buy a whole leaf at once, but in batches. Chusi understood. Sure. Have your brother meet me at the entrance to the shantytown with half a finished leaf. I'll be back in a bit. EP111 quickly gave him an okay sign, and Chusi nodded to Muze and his sister. Okay, let's go back together. Okay, I give you the prickly lettuce leaves in the shantytown. Hearing Chusi finally agree, Muze breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Chusi turn and leave, he quickly had Annan support him and chase after him. The bracken collection point wasn't far from the safe zone, and even with 2 sick people in tow, it wasn't long before the 3 of them reached the shantytown entrance. From a distance, Chusi spotted the frail Chin Tang guarding the roadside, his eyes scanning the road. However, the boy was clearly face-blind, and it wasn't until Chusi approached and spoke to him that he recognized him. The young man was quite cautious. After 8 points were scanned, Chusi successfully obtained the herbs and handed them to Muze, who then sent her a picture with the location. Great, the 3-party transaction was complete, and they each went their separate ways. Chusi's profit today was quite good, 3.5 bracken roots, a rat skin, and a small F-level energy stone. When she got home, Ji Xian wasn't in the front hall. She unpacked her backpack and placed it against the living room wall. She closed the outer door and went into the inner room, where she found Ji Xian tending to his crops. Seeing his concentration, Chu Xi joined him in taking a look. The mutant foxtail grass was growing rapidly, now nearly 20 centimeters tall. It was shocking to see it so young, and how could it be about to bloom? It had only been planted for a short time. Unconvinced, Chu Xi was about to touch it, but Ji Xian slapped his hand away. Just look at it, don't touch it. If you touch it, it won't bloom. It's grown. Chu Xi, I don't think you should be superstitious, but I can't say it. Since Ji Xian wouldn't let her move, she could only keep glancing left and right. It seemed like this one had matured prematurely. Are the others like this too? Ji Xian shook his head. No, only this one. I guess I have to give it more fertilizer from now on. Chu Xi nodded quickly in agreement. By the way, don't we have some lobster shells at home? Crush them all, and let them decompose, so we can feed them to it. Ji Xian nodded. They could just feed it, and see how it goes. If it doesn't work, they have to buy some specialized fertilizer. Chapter 127. After dinner, Chu Xi prepared to process the day's harvest. She took out the 3.5 bracken ferns, the one with a low-level radiation mutation, and prepared to leave it for Ji Xian to eat immediately. She prepared to make the remaining 2.5 bracken ferns into pickles. After blanching the bracken, she cut it into small pieces and salted them. Since her family had specially bought seasonings, she naturally wanted to ensure the pickles had the best taste. Chu Xi went to the storage room and took out 3 bottles of seasoning. The bottles were small, each thin, only palm high. All 3 bottles contained. There was some transparent liquid, thick and sticky, that clung to the wall when shaken. The label had 3 names: sweetener, acidulant, and spiciness. Chu Xi reached out and gently shook the bottle. It felt like she was being poisoned. She glanced up at Ji Xian, who was dusting cotton, and said, as if by some strange force, "De Lang, take your medicine." Ji Xian looked up blankly, frowning at her, his face full of questioning. Chu Xi chuckled to herself, and quickly waved him off to his business, while she leisurely began to mix the pickles. Ji Xian sighed helplessly, and continued with his work. Chu Xi's last cotton harvest was plentiful, and the drying room was packed. They needed to be dealt with quickly. This would free up space and make it easier to make quilts and cotton-padded clothes. Chu Xi wanted to make the pickles spicy and sour, so she used a bit more acidulant and spiciness, and added a little sweetener for flavor. She stirred it with chopsticks, then took a bite and tasted a small piece. After carefully smacking her lips, the taste was still a bit lacking. After all, the onions, ginger, and garlic. There was nothing, and she was also a good cook who could not cook without rice, but the taste was at least much better than simply salting. Chu Xi was still very satisfied with this. She sealed the bamboo tube and moved it to the storage room. After leaving it for another half a month, it could be eaten. After Chu Xi finished her own work, she also came to sit next to Ji Xian, ready to help pick cotton seeds. Ji Xian's movements were very fast. The cotton he picked was piled aside, and the cotton seeds were thrown into the bamboo tube beside him. Chu Xi looked at the cotton seeds, and suddenly thought of a question. It seems that this thing can be used to extract oil for consumption? Thinking of this, she decided not to add to Ji Xian's trouble any longer. She hurried to his toolbox, pulled out a small file, reached into a bamboo tube, and pulled out a cotton seed. After making a small cut, she placed the seed on her watch testing table. Ding! Highly radioactive and mutated. Contains gossipol toxins. Not recommended for consumption. After hearing the sound of the test, Ji Xian said to Chu Xi, "Cotton seeds are toxic. We can't handle them ourselves, and sending them to a safe zone for processing is expensive. If you detect seeds with low to medium radiation levels, you could try planting them. The cotton flowers are edible. When the cotton matures, you can harvest the cotton balls, which would be quite nice." Chu Xi's eyes lit up at this. This is a guaranteed cash crop. The flowers, of course, but the cotton balls you harvest don't need to worry about radiation levels. They can all be used. No, she suddenly realized. Didn't the base forbid people from privately growing cotton? They say it attracts mutant animals, and several people have died because of it before. Ji Xian shook his head. Growing it around houses or elsewhere on the base isn't allowed, but if you just plant 1 or 2 in your own home, no one will bother. The reason other people don't plant much is because it thrives in the sun, and few people in the shantytowns have natural sunroofs, so naturally, there aren't suitable growing conditions. Chu Xi nodded, but ultimately rejected the idea. Chapter 128. The cotton plants were too large to plant at home, fearing they would block sunlight for other crops. After all, They weren't high-carb foods, so they were destined to be discarded. With this in mind, Chu Xi lost interest in testing the cottonseeds. After all, they couldn't be eaten or used, so why bother? She might as well just go and pick cotton nearby. Bending down, she felt a small stone hit her waist. Chu Xi reached into her clothes and pulled out a small energy stone. Oh, she had forgotten to hand it in. She handed it to Jixian, F level, 32 energy points. Jixian, did you encounter a mutant beast outside today? Chu Xi nodded. A mutant rat, not very powerful. I killed him in no time. Oh, I used a lot of silver needles. I need to replenish them tomorrow. After saying that, she took off the hidden weapon box and handed it to Jixian. Jixian took a deep breath, took the box, and pressed a button. The ammunition storage popped out. He took a quick look and found that 1/3 of the needles were missing. It was clear that the situation was definitely not as simple as Chu Xi said. He felt a slight headache. The fern collection point, if you walked further, would lead directly to the shantytown, but Chu Xi would still encounter mutant beasts there. Thinking of her previous injuries, he had originally gone out to scavenge today just to stretch her legs, but he didn't expect to fight a mutant beast again. Jixian looked at Chu Xi and asked, "How are your injuries? Did you get injured again during the fight today?" Chu Xi quickly shook her head. She had fled in a flash, so there was no real fight involved. By the way, she showed Jixian the photo Muse had sent her today. This is the location of the peanut collection site I exchanged with today. There's a small flock of mutant pheasants there, 1 male and 3 females. I'm planning to work with Fu Bowen and the others to take down this den. Jixian frowned. Do you know the person you're exchanging information with? What's the exchange? It's no wonder Jixian was skeptical. With this kind of information, it would be most cost-effective to find a familiar hunting team himself. Why would he just give away the benefits for nothing? Give it to Chu Xi? Never expect pie in the sky to fall. If it does, it's always a trap. Chu Xi hurriedly told Jixian what had happened that day. It was the siblings who had told her about the mutant peanut field, and it was they who had lured the mutant rat there. Chu Xi carefully chose her words, making sure to show her cautious side. She wasn't stupid. She could see clearly that Jixian disapproved of her hunting behavior, but wasn't that just being forced into a trap? The arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. Fortunately, she successfully completed the mission, suffering no injuries, and even obtaining a hound-sized piece of paper. Jixian looked at the yellow and black leather lying on the ground, his eyes narrowed slightly, and nodded to let Chu Xi put the mutant animal skin away first. Chu Xi did not die, but only because her physical condition has improved a little recently, and she happened to have some self-defense weapons in her hands. But if Chu Xi had just come back to scavenge, many people would have died today. It must be that mutant rat. Jixian sighed. Chu Xi's approach didn't matter. In this world, if you didn't have enough strength, you always be used as a bedrock. Especially with Chu Xi's accident-prone constitution, it seemed she had to be more rigorous in her training. As for the siblings, we have to wait and see how they performed. If they truly harbored evil intentions, he wouldn't care if they were children. Chu Xi, sitting next to him, saw that he hadn't said anything, so he nudged his arm and asked, "How's it going? Is it working?" Jixian glanced at the marked location and nodded. "This location is quite far. Wait a few days. After you recovered, we contact Bowen and have him bring Zheng Sikin and Tian Hao. If there are really only 4 mutant pheasants, the combined strength of the 3 of them, combined with your hidden weapon and sneak attacks, should be no problem." Hearing Jixian's words, Chu Xi was delighted. She had long coveted peanuts. It just so happened that the base would be harvesting potatoes in a couple of days. Once she finished there, she would surely be fully recovered, and then she could immediately return here. Jixian nodded. He had been able to walk about 10 meters with a cane these past few days, and after a while, he might be able to walk independently without the cane. Unfortunately, his legs' recovery was still too slow. His muscles had already atrophied from the long-term paralysis, and regaining normal mobility would likely take quite some time. Otherwise, he could have gone out with Chu Xi. After everything that had happened, he felt uneasy leaving her scavenging alone. The 2 of them picked cotton until 10 o'clock in the evening. Jixian simply decided not to let Chu Xi go out the next day. She had to finish her chores first. At least she could be safe under his watch. Chu Xi was always well behaved. As long as it didn't involve food, she rarely objected to Jixian's words. The 2 of them collected 4 sacks of cotton at night, and the rest could be finished by tomorrow morning. After packing up their belongings and washing up, they prepared for bed. Chapter 129. The mutant rat skin couldn't be kept for too long. Ji Xian had soaked it in cold water last night. Now it was time to move on. After breakfast, he moved the mutant rat skin into alkaline water and scrubbed it. This step was mainly to remove the grease from the fur. He scrubbed it for about 2 hours. After rinsing it with clean water, it was ready for nitration. Fortunately, the materials for nitration of the snake skin from last time were still available, so he didn't have to spend money to buy them this time. Ji Xian simply mixed the nitrate powder into the water and waited for it to completely dissolve before immersing the entire skin. However, the initial soaking time would be slightly longer, at least a day and a half before further operations could be carried out. The work of nitration of the mutant rat skin had to end here for today. Ji Xian washed his hands and pushed. She wheeled herself to Chu Xi, who was picking cotton seeds. This was their main task today. While Ji Xian was nitrifying the skins, Chu Xi had already picked more than a sack. Her family had 11 sacks of cotton in total. 4 sacks had been picked last night, plus the one Chu Xi had picked today, so there were 6 sacks left. This amount was more than enough to finish today. This work was undoubtedly boring. It was okay at first, but as time went on, she felt more and more tired. She almost fell into the cotton pile without paying attention. Ji Xian held her up, but the skin he touched was burning hot. He was startled and hurriedly reached out to test the temperature of Chu Xi's forehead. She was obviously in good spirits when she woke up this morning, but she had a fever in the afternoon. Ji Xian patted Chu Xi's cheek and said anxiously, "You have a fever. How are you feeling now?" Chu Xi opened his eyes and took a moment to react before replying, "I'm fine, I'm just feeling sleepy. I want to sleep." After that, he drowsily got up and climbed onto his crib. Before falling asleep, he pulled his own blanket over him and fell into a deep sleep. Ji Xian wasn't so careless. His watch had a temperature checker. He pressed his wrist against Chu Xi's forehead. Ding! 39.8 degrees Celsius, please note, your temperature is too high. Could he have caught a cold? Yesterday's weather was actually quite warm for autumn, and there wasn't a strong wind. Suddenly, he noticed a few scars on Chu Xi's exposed forearm. The wounds were small, so he hadn't noticed them yesterday. Today, he noticed them. There were obvious signs of swelling and inflammation. Ji Xian couldn't help but gasp. Such a small wound shouldn't have caused this, but now that it had resulted in this, it could only mean that Chu Xi's wound had been infected by some virus or bacteria. Besides picking bracken yesterday, she had only hunted a single mutant rat, and her arm was injured. When she dissected the prey, the wound must have been contaminated by the mutant rat's blood. Ji Xian could only think of 2 words for a rat-related infectious disease: plague. He sighed deeply. Perhaps not. After all, Chu Xi's symptoms so far were limited to a high fever. She hadn't experienced any cough, headache, chest pain, or hemoptysis. Appeared, or maybe not, but he didn't dare to be careless. Regardless of the cause of Chu Xi's fever, the first priority was to get Chu Xi to the hospital. As for whether it was the plague, only testing would reveal it. Ji Xian quickly called Fu Bowen, asking him to take precautions and come help get the patient to the hospital in a safe zone. As for himself, he had already been with Chu Xi for so long without any safe isolation. If there was a problem, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. While Fu Bowen was rushing over, he took out all the energy stones in his house, mentally preparing for the worst. They now had a total of 6 energy stones, 3 D level and 1 E level. There were still 2 F grade ones, which should be enough to cover one person's medical expenses. If he was unfortunately infected, then he was just a person who deserved to die anyway. He didn't need to waste that resource. Thinking of the little red dates hanging around his neck, Ji Xian suddenly remembered what Chu Xi had mentioned before. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he immediately picked out a D-grade energy stone and placed it in Chu Xi's hand. Chu Xi, who was still drowsy, subconsciously clenched the stone in her hand. After a while, sweat broke out on her forehead. Ji Xian was delighted to see this. Sweating meant that Chu Xi's temperature was starting to drop. He tested it with his watch. Ding! 37.9 degrees Celsius, please note, the body temperature is too high. Seeing this result, Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Xi's temperature dropped from 39.8 degrees Celsius to 37.9 degrees Celsius. It seemed that the energy stone was indeed very useful for her to fight the disease. After a while, Ji Xian tested Chu Xi's temperature again. It had now dropped to the normal range, and Chu Xi slept more and more peacefully. The breathing sound that had originally become turbid and heavy gradually became smoother. He also turned over with a small snore, and kicked the quilt directly. It was obvious that he was sweating too much and felt too hot. Ji Xian quickly covered her with the quilt. If she caught a cold again, she would be in great trouble. Things went smoothly, which was beyond Ji Xian's expectations. At this moment, he realized that his palms were already covered with cold sweat. Ji Xian reached out and touched the little red dates hanging around his neck. He knew his own physical condition. He was probably not as strong as Chu Xi. He had also touched animal skins last night, but he had not fallen ill until now. There were only two possibilities. First, Chu Xi did not have the plague, and the rat skin was also contagious. He couldn't spread the virus, and secondly, was it because he'd been wearing that little red date, so the plague hadn't conquered him yet? Ji Xian didn't know the reason yet, but he wasn't going to investigate. At least the result was good, wasn't it? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It must have been Fu Bowen. Sure enough, he heard him knocking and shouting, "Boss, I'm coming. Open the door." Ji Xian pinched his brow. Chu Xi's condition had stabilized, so he gave up on sending him to the hospital. Chu Xi's condition was somewhat unique, and as long as his life wasn't in danger, he naturally wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. So he told Bowen that Chu Xi's condition had improved. He also specifically mentioned that the plague might have recently spread in the shantytowns, and asked him to report it to the base office, and that he should also pay attention to protective measures. After hearing Ji Xian's words, Fu Bowen felt a sense of relief. In fact, he had already had a general idea in mind when he received Brother Xian's message. Chapter 130. The plague is a frequent occurrence in the Wasteland, occurring several times a year. Whenever it does occur, the people living in the shantytowns undoubtedly suffer the most. Fortunately, the base has methods to prevent the spread of the epidemic. Therefore, aside from the high death toll among the first group of people infected, the situation remains under control. Ji Xian didn't even open the door before letting Fu Bowen leave. On the way back, he happened to see someone carrying a patient with a fever and cough toward the safe zone. The symptoms were very similar to those of the plague. It seemed that what Brother Xian said was almost certainly true. Fortunately, he had been wearing a mask when he arrived, which effectively blocked the spread of droplets. He thought it shouldn't be a major problem. Fu Bowen quickened his pace, and quickly passed the two people heading to the hospital. He relayed the message first. Chu Xi slept soundly. Ji Xian fed her some water and nutrient solution during her sleep. She waited until noon the next day. She woke up hungry and looked. Seeing Ji Xian napping beside her, Chu Xi pulled a small blanket over him. Although she hadn't been feeling well yesterday, she'd been conscious the entire time, just groggy and too tired to speak. Naturally, she knew about the plague. Ji Xian had barely slept the entire night, caring for her, so getting some sleep was naturally good. Looking at his face, Chu Xi felt his forehead with a trembling hand. Fortunately, his temperature was normal. He seemed to be truly sleepy. Hopefully, she hadn't infected him. As Chu Xi stood up, the energy stone in her hand rolled off. Had she held it all night? Suddenly, a deafening boom went off in Chu Xi's head. She calmed herself and checked the energy stone on her watch. Energy level, E, energy value, 587. Chu Xi's hand trembled as she held the energy stone. This stone had a lasting impression on her. The last time she saw it, it was a D-level energy stone with an energy value of 862. Last night, she consumed 275 energy points. Wow! What the hell was going on? Chu Xi carefully put the energy stone away and quietly got out of bed. She was going to make a hearty lunch. She needed to keep them both well nourished for the next few days. It might have been okay before, but now was a special time. She had to improve her family's health. Any illness would be disastrous. Take this time, for example. How long would it take her to get back the 275 energy points? Of course. Chicken. The situation of flying eggs and beating eggs does exist, so Chu Xi is still very restrained, trying to have a balanced diet, providing the body with the most nutrition with the least amount. Chu Xi does not understand nutritional matching, but there is always a stupid way. If she does not know nutritional matching, then she will try to increase the types of food. She takes a small fish, roasts it, and each of them takes half. She takes a mutant mantis egg, dices it and makes soup, adds 3 Caryopsis powders, and food nutrient solution to make porridge, and finally sprinkles some chopped fern on it. Then she generously steams half a yam bean, preparing to share it between the two of them. Looking at the mutant wild boar meat and mutant mantis meat, Chu Xi did not dare to cut a piece and fry it directly. She will wait for next time, if there is still a chance. Chapter 131. Ji Xian awoke to the scent of food. When he opened his eyes, he found Chu Si no longer in bed. Just then, a subtle noise reached him from outside, prompting him to push his wheelchair outside. The moment he opened the door, a burst of hot air erupted, and the already enticing aroma of food intensified. The outer door had been ajar, and Ji Xian's entrance made no noise. Chu Si was oblivious. At that moment, with her back to him, she was preparing nutritious porridge, adding seasonings, testing the saltiness, then testing it again, then testing it again. Ah, it was so delicious with the meat, especially with the fern leaves at the end to enhance the flavor. It was absolutely delicious. It was definitely the best meal she had had since arriving. Oh, and she needed some salt. No wonder she felt like something was missing. Chu Si flipped over the simple chopping board in front of her and discovered that salt seemed to be. After finishing her meal, she was about to turn around and get some more from the pantry. But when she turned around, she saw Ji Xian sitting in a wheelchair, his head propped up with one hand as he looked at her. His expression was a bit playful, yet also a bit profound. Their eyes met, and Chu Si gave an awkward smile. Ji Xian chuckled and said to Chu Si, "Why don't you try it again? Let me see how long it will take you to finish that whole pot." Chu Si, It's tough, and I just got sick. Can't you be a little gentle and hold back? Truly, Ji Xian was actually in a pretty good mood right now. Seeing Chu Si acting so cheerful was better than seeing her lying listlessly in bed. That's why he felt like arguing with her. So, Chu Si's unprovoked misfortune had come from this. Chu Si was now deeply regretful. Tell me, when you do something wrong, why can't you be more careful? If she had noticed Ji Xian's entrance, she wouldn't have had to witness such a spectacle for free, putting herself in such an awkward position. Seeing the food was almost cooked, Ji Xian pointed at the empty salt shaker in Chu Si's hand. Are you going to add more salt? Chu Si nodded frantically and fled to the pantry. This time, not daring to delay, she fetched salt, quickly seasoned the porridge, and prepared to eat. She wanted to silence Ji Xian with delicious food. Ji Xian sat at the table, waiting for the dishes to arrive. He had decided never to let Chu Si cook again. He had thought this porridge was the limit, but each person got half a fish and a huge piece of yam. Chu Si poured everyone a bowl of porridge. This time, they didn't have to count the meat grains as they served the rice. Otherwise, if they were not careful, someone would get nothing. Now, with one spoonful, the minimum was 3 or 4 yuan. Chu Si slurped it up with relish. Oh, a delicacy. She looked at Ji Xian expectantly. Try it, try it. It's been a while since I cooked. How does it taste? Ji Xian brushed his chest, picked up the bowl, and took a bite. It was definitely delicious, but he just wanted to know, with so many ingredients, how could it possibly taste so bad? Seeing Ji Xian's affirmative answer, Chu Si didn't care how awkward his expression was. A sense of accomplishment filled her heart. She excitedly said to Ji Xian, if it's delicious, eat more. I make it for you later. Ji Xian silently swallowed the food in his mouth and ignored Chu Si. Making her happy once was enough. As for cooking, forget it. His family wasn't well off. He had just decided that once the situation outside stabilized, he would go to Old Lee's and buy another lock. He felt being sick might have caused some heart problems, and he wouldn't be able to withstand such a shock from her. After lunch, Ji Xian went to clean the pots and pans. He decided to give both of them a couple of days off to rest at home. Chu Si, in particular, had only just recovered, so she wasn't suited to the physical labor of scavenging. If she exhausted herself, it would be counterproductive. He, on the other hand, needed more rest and protection to prevent the virus from taking advantage. He only had one special energy stone at home, the one on his neck. After forming a suspicion, he had taken it out last night and retested it. The results were as he expected. The energy in the little red dates had been abnormally depleted. The energy stone, which should have lasted another 2 days, was completely depleted this morning. In other words, he was completely powerless. He's life-saving trump card, so he must pay special attention to the prevention and control of the plague. This is no joke. If he is unfortunately infected with the plague, the mortality rate is still very high for someone of his physique. Fortunately, the base has always responded quickly to such things. There was a loudspeaker reminder this morning, urging everyone not to go out for the time being. They have already sent people to start disinfection work. The plague is notorious. Those who have a little food at home will not run out rashly, but there are always some families who can hardly maintain their livelihood for a few days, so they can only risk their lives to go out and find food. Anyway, they may not die if they go out. Avoid crowded places. I believe that the plague will not necessarily find them. But if you really stay at home, you can really starve to death. Moreover, if you go out now, there are fewer people competing for scavenging, and maybe you can get more edible things back. Chapter 132. After the plague broke out, each family had their own plans. Some, like Chu Si and his friends, remained quietly at home, while others, disregarding life and death, seized the opportunity to venture out and seek wealth. The plague quickly reached its peak. In just 3 days, nearly everyone who was susceptible had been infected. During those 2 days, cooped up at home, Chu Si could often hear violent coughs, which made her feel a little depressed. Ji Xian, on the other hand, had adapted very well. The physique of a Wastelander is, for modern people, somewhat immune to all poisons. As long as they survived the first, most dangerous wave, there would be little danger. Chu Si was unaware of this. She spent her days cooped up at home, trembling with fear at the mere sound of a cough, constantly estimating the death toll in the shantytown. Ji Xian didn't see the point, thinking she had some problems from being idle. He feared if she continued calculating like this, they'd be crowned kings in a matter of days, since everyone else would be dead. Chu Si and Ji Xian rested at home for 3 days. To quell Chu Si's wild speculation, they gradually began doing light chores around the house, like picking cotton seeds and weaving coarse cloth. Not only had they picked all the remaining cotton, they also used their spare time to weave 4 large pieces of cloth, now providing a quilt cover. Rather than weaving, the process was more like knitting. Ji Xian first built a square frame out of bamboo strips, the same size as the quilt cover. He then evenly cut the long sides with a knife. Evenly carved grooves, the width of the grooves was just enough for a thread to pass through, and a knot was tied at both ends to fix the thread. After the horizontal lines were fixed, they only needed to take a thin bamboo stick and shuttle it up and down. Fortunately, the spinning thread was ready at home. Ji Xian used the fiber sorted by red leaf vines at home during his free time on weekdays, so this work was done very quickly. When the cloth was woven, it was taken off the frame, and Chu Si just had to tidy up the edges. This was not a problem for her, a master of handicrafts. After another 5 days, the base announced that the plague was over and everyone could resume their normal scavenging work. To be honest, Chu Si was actually a little confused. She always felt that the plague had ended too hastily. Of course, who doesn't like a life of freedom? But Chu Si still found it incredible that the base had managed to control the plague in just 10 days. Ji Xian, on the other hand, was much calmer. After all, they'd been through this kind of thing countless times. As the saying goes, those who made it through should have mostly recovered by now, and those who couldn't were no longer a threat to others. Life had suddenly returned to normal. She began her daily routine of waking up at 3:30 to train, eating at 4 o'clock, and scavenging before 4:30. The base's originally scheduled potato harvesting time had been postponed due to the plague, which served as a perfect opportunity to boost everyone's morale. When she finally lined up, Chu Si expected a bleak scene. However, when she did, she discovered that the plague wasn't as deadly to the Wastelanders as she imagined. The square was still bustling with people, and it wasn't uncommon to see elderly and children lining up. The lines were packed. Still unable to see the end, Chu Si found the line ahead of the Tomorrow mercenary group and quietly took her place at the end. Quite a few people were already standing in front of her. On the first day, she'd probably have a hard time getting a spot. She wasn't angry, but rather happy. More people are always better than fewer. So was Ji Xian right? She previously thought it was just a comforting remark, but now it seemed she'd been narrow-minded. The only thing that could defeat the Wastelanders was high radiation, right? The other swarms of flirts were merely minor incidents, not to be worried about. The main reason Chu Si's condition was so severe was that she was a first-hand victim of the plague, and the base's prevention and control measures were very effective. Although the base had issued clear instructions, Chu Si still wore a double mask when she went out. After all, the plague was spread through droplets, in addition to direct contact. With the protection of these 2 masks, she felt particularly at ease standing among the crowd. Chapter 133. On the first day, Chu Si had already planned to wait in line the entire time. Who could possibly stop her from doing it, but it wasn't a big deal. If it didn't work out, she could just ask Ji Xian to bring her some easy-to-do work. That way, it wouldn't be a waste of time. Everyone did it anyway. Those who didn't have some work were the exception. After this epidemic, Chu Si finally understood Ji Xian's good intentions in working so hard to build up his family's wealth. Take the plague, for example. Suddenly, they couldn't go out to find food for over 10 days. If it weren't for the food they stored, they would have had to forage like those who ventured out. This wasn't what Chu Si had hoped for. Life was already incredibly difficult, And with the added pressure of harsh weather, she would have been truly crushed. Chu Si touched the nutrient solution in her backpack and felt a much better mood. It was good now, life had a little bit of a safety net. Chu Si tapped on her watch. After a brief moment, Chu Si contacted Ji Xian to send her something. After a quick glance, she decided to follow the crowd and ask him to bring her a red leaf vine. At times like these, splitting thread was the perfect activity. It not only killed time, but the red leaf vine was also inexpensive, so no one would want to use it. Furthermore, thread had no expiration date and was a household staple, so naturally no one would want to waste too much. Therefore, splitting thread became the preferred method for most people. After sending the message, Chu Si sat down cross-legged, leisurely waiting for someone to deliver the items. But a short while later, Ji Xian sent her a reply. She opened it, and was pleasantly surprised. Fu Bowen would also be at the potato gathering site today, and from what Ji Xian said, it seemed he could even add her to the group. She was delighted. The last time she went to gather sweet potatoes, she had taken the back door of the Tomorrow mercenary group, but back then, the convoy had only selected the group in advance. The family members of the 4 mercenary groups entered first. It seemed that even if they had to cut in line, they had to control the number of people. She didn't know if this would cause trouble for Fu Bowen. But now was not the time to be polite. As long as he could squeeze her into the car, she would be happy even if there was no seat. But the situation was much better than she thought. Since the potato collection point was located in an open area and there was no place suitable for shade, the team needed to transport some parasols for everyone to rest on the way. Fu Bowen was the driver of the freight, which was a good job. Apart from anything else, it was an easy thing to take someone with you, and there was no need to use other people's connections. Fu Bowen's mount was a tricycle, and there was only one driving seat in the front, so Chu Si could only stay in the cargo bed at the back. Fortunately, the car was covered with a roof, so she didn't have to worry too much about the problem of sunlight radiation. Moreover, when she was tired of sitting, she could lie down on the ground. It was really nice. It was very comfortable. Although there was a window connecting Fu Bowen's cab and the rear bed where she was, there was too much noise during driving, and Fu Bowen had to concentrate on driving. The Wasteland was not like the modern world, and danger could appear at any time. The driver had to concentrate highly when driving in the Wasteland. Chu Si did not dare to go over and talk to her, otherwise it would be extremely irresponsible to the lives of both of them. Of course, even if she said something, Fu Bowen probably would not pay any attention to her. Otherwise, she could listen to Fu Bowen explain the situation of the collection point to her, so that she could make some preparations in advance. Chu Si put her hands behind her head, lay flat in the bed, crossed her legs, and shook them a few times when she had nothing to do. She rarely had this opportunity to go out and appreciate the beautiful scenery. Everything outside was incomparably new to her. The roadside was full of towering trees, tall and majestic, with very dense branches and leaves. The treetops were connected to each other, forming a green sky. Chu Si held her hand out to shield her eyes, sunlight streaming through her fingers, creating patches of warm light. The scenery outside the car rapidly receded, and she squinted comfortably. But the others weren't so relaxed. Although each car was equipped with a mutant beast repellent, it was only effective against weak mutant beasts. If a large group of them arrived, it would undoubtedly be a tough battle. This vibrant Wizard of Oz, however, harbored an endless stream of murderous intent. Chu Si, we're almost there. Just when she was half asleep, Fu Bowen finally called to remind her of the arrival. Chu Si quickly wiped her face and quickly adjusted herself. She remembered that the last time she and Ji Xian went to buy something from Old Li, he had said that there were many mutant bean worms at the potato harvesting site, and they liked to attack people. Chu Si sat up and took out the full coverage gloves she had made 2 days ago from her backpack and put them on. She had suffered a loss at the hands of the mutant rats last time, so this time she was fully prepared. Chu Si had specially picked up the remaining skin of a mutant snake to make these gloves, and the protection of the hands must also be in place. As the bus in front slowly stopped, Fu Bowen's 3-wheeled truck also stopped at the spot. All the scavengers were on standby in the car. The members of each mercenary group got off first. After making sure that there were no large mutant beasts nearby, they called on the scavengers on the car to get off one after another. The preparations for potato collection here were far less complete than those at the sweet potato collection point. At least, the land had not been divided in advance. Chapter 134. It seems the plague has had a significant impact on the base. Judging by the situation, Chu Si felt that this place was likely just a rough reclamation, and there were certainly still many dangers. She touched her protective suit, feeling a sense of security. Those who had such a suspicion would certainly not stop Chu Si alone. In fact, as soon as everyone got off the bus and saw the potato fields, which had not been divided beforehand, most people already had an idea. As people gradually disembarked, the guards began measuring the land and dividing it up, giving each person 1 square meter. If they encountered a blind mutant being worm, the team would kill it. After confirming that it was not a food with medium or low radiation, they would simply stomp on its stomach to reveal whether it contained energy stones. The mutant being worm was not a reptile, but a winged insect similar to a grasshopper, only larger and mottled yellow, a natural camouflage. It hid extremely stealthily in the potato fields. It was about the size of a palm, and even if it bit a person, it wouldn't cause any fatal wounds. The only fear was that it would be like the mutant rat. If it carried a viral infectious disease, it would be enough to put them in a terrible situation. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was afraid before that the mutant bean worm would be a reptile, and then she would be somewhat restricted in her work. There was no way. That was the fear from her genes. On the contrary, the grasshopper, which should have been more difficult to deal with, was not so scary to her. However, her preparation was still a little insufficient. If she had prepared something like a beat-proof device, with the hood on her head and the upper and lower armaments, these mutant bean worms should not be able to hurt her. But now she does not have enough equipment, so she can only try her best to avoid being attacked by the mutant bean worms on the face. Fu Bowen personally sent Chu Si over, and the two looked at each other. The members of the guard team who were dividing the land understood each other, and tacitly gave Chu Si an extra half square meter of space. In other words, the area Chu Si could collect was 1.5 square meters, which was actually only enough space for 4 potatoes. Most of the others could only get about 2 potatoes, and a few people were luckier, and even those with the most unlucky allotments were given 3. A very few people, even those with the most unlucky, only had 1 potato plant in their allotment. It was a difficult situation. The potato vines only reached Chu Si's waist, much shorter than she expected. It seemed the potatoes here weren't evolving entirely towards gigantism. Those who'd been allocated plots had already begun to work, and Chu Si was no exception. She quickly finished her work, so she could explore the surrounding area for other edible ingredients. To dig the ground, Chu Si brought the hoe she bought last time. This was prepared for digging bamboo shoots. Unexpectedly, she had not been able to go to the bamboo shoot collection site once, so now it was just right for digging potatoes. Chu Si directly dug away the potato vines that were in the way outside. After reserving the position, she concentrated on digging the potatoes below. With one hoe, she brought out a large piece of soil, but did not even see a shadow. It can be seen that the mutant potatoes grew in a relatively deep position. After digging another layer, Chu Si finally saw the shadow of a potato. She struggled to pick out one, held it in her hand, and looked at it carefully. It was only the size of a palm. Small, perhaps modern potatoes, when grown, could grow to that size? Chu Si silenced her watch, picked up a knife, scratched it, and began testing the potato's radiation level. This was the first potato she harvested today, so naturally she wanted a good start. Unfortunately, ding! Highly radioactive and mutated, not recommended for consumption. She tossed the potato aside, not feeling disappointed. She shrugged off her emotions, determined to be a tool, emotionless, a tool for digging potatoes. But just from doing this, she couldn't hold herself back. She dug. She piled the potatoes aside, thinking of testing them later. So what surprised her at this moment was not the amount of harvest, but the output of the potatoes. In fact, there were too many fruits. She had dug out more than 20 potatoes from one plant. Looking down, it seemed that there were still some left. These were not potatoes at all. Chu Si would rather call them underground grapes. Such a high yield made Chu Si very happy. She decided that after returning home, she would select some of the potatoes she collected today to save for seeds. She wanted to develop a potato planting industry. Chapter 135. The potatoes were all quite close together. As Chu Si dug, she discovered that the roots were tangled together. The 1.5 square meter harvesting area was an ironclad rule. Each person could only harvest potatoes within their assigned area. Chu Si's plot contained not only her own potatoes, but also those from other families. Of course, she wasn't taking advantage. Of the 4 potatoes in Chu Si's assigned area, 3 were within her control, but one was growing closer to the edge. She dug deeper, and compared it to the one she had just dug. She discovered that a third of the harvest from the potato plant she had planted had probably spread to the next door. It was truly. Smiling at the chance to find a bargain, then crying at the chance to be found. Thankfully, there were some solaces sent to her from other sources. A rough calculation showed there was still a slight surplus. Chusi wasn't demanding, so she was quite satisfied with that. Under the sun, everyone toiled furiously, not even a moment to chat or joke. The potato field was a flat, open space, and there was no time to rest or cool off. Everyone worked furiously to finish as quickly as possible to minimize their exposure to the sun. Only those who really couldn't stand it would stop by the awning to take a break, and they would not dare to take their eyes away from their assigned area, for fear of being taken advantage of by others. After they recovered a little, they would immediately turn back. After all, no one was willing to put their food under the eyes of others. Chusi stood up and stretched himself. All he saw were figures bending over and digging the soil. From time to time, someone would exclaim, presumably because someone had been attacked by the mutant bean worms again. Chusi also threw 5 mutant bean worm corpses at his feet, but unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Suddenly, another mutant bean worm flew over from the left front, and suddenly, it landed on Chusi's arm, and with a bite of its 2 large teeth, a hole was torn in her coat. Unfortunately, the mutant beanworm's lethality could only be limited there. Under the coat was a protective soft armor made of mutant snake skin. The beanworm's lethality could not cause her any harm at all. Chusi simply grasped the mutant beanworm's body with one hand and pulled it off her arm, not afraid of the sharp spikes on its 2 large hind legs. With the other hand, she grasped the head and twisted. Crunch. Excellent, a perfect kill. Chusi took a little blood from the corpse and dripped it onto the test table. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Sigh, Chusi smiled bitterly to herself. It's hard to go from frugality to extravagance, and vice versa. After a few good days, she was starting to feel a bit uncomfortable with such a low yield. She tossed the mutant beanworm's corpse aside and crushed its belly with her foot. There seems to be a small stone, an energy stone? Chusi pretended to have finished her rest and continued to dig the ground. Her eyes swept over the beanworm's corpse. Her left hand casually picked up a rice-sized energy stone. She didn't dare test it on the spot, fearing others would see it. Instead, while adjusting her clothes, she stuffed it directly into her front. Although she didn't test it, Chusi could tell at a glance that the energy stone was definitely not of high quality. The color was very pale, and the size was small. An energy value of over 30 would be good. Although this harvest was not much, it greatly piqued Chusi's interest in hunting mutant beanworms. Even if it only had an energy value of 30, it could be exchanged for something else. Several tubes of nutrients were enough for her. This was already a much better deal than selling them. If only she could get the insect trap today and place it in the nearby grass. Seeing how dense the mutant beanworms were, she'd be able to catch at least 7 or 8 by the time she finished work tonight. Suddenly, someone nearby cried out in surprise, but this time, the sound was noticeably different. Others attacked by mutant beanworms had a hint of panic in their voices, but this one was more filled with surprise. Hearing the noise, many looked in the direction of the sound. The man didn't hide his joy, his face beaming. There's a rat hole. When the people around heard the news, they stopped digging their potatoes and immediately ran to him to investigate. It was common practice to find rat holes while gathering food. Whoever dug a rat hole past under their assigned area would be eligible for a share. So Joe. The people on the edge were so excited, but that person's position was originally close to the border. The entrance of the mutant rat hole was the easiest to be discovered, but everyone had been here for so long. But no one had said anything, so it was very likely that the hole was not in the potato field at all. The person dug down again and determined the direction of the tunnel. After digging to the next family would take over, and so on, until they dug to the rat's food storage room. Naturally, when digging, everyone was very careful. Although the guards would deliberately open up this place before they came, everyone obviously saw the situation this time. If 1 or 2 mutant rats were missed, it seemed very normal. It was not entirely a bad thing. Now there were people from the guards to cover it. If there were really mutant rats in the hole, they would kill them themselves, and they could distribute the prey themselves. If they couldn't deal with it, they could also. Wouldn't it be wonderful to call the guards over to cover the damage? Normally, the people in the shantytown didn't like encountering mutant animals, but today was clearly different. As the digging progressed, more and more people joined in. Chusi roughly counted over a dozen people, and they hadn't even reached the bottom. Judging from the direction, the rat hole wouldn't reach her even if the mountain road twisted 18 times. Chusi gave up hope and calmly began digging her potatoes. After nearly 20 minutes, she finally heard the joyful sounds of a harvest. Chusi looked up and said, "We found it. We found the warehouse." The people around her chattered, "Hurry, dig it out. Hurry, 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 who among you guys can come over and lend a hand? Look, potatoes. Hurry, there must be other grain storage areas nearby. Dig them all out." What is this? Red dates? Chapter 136. Upon hearing the news of red dates, those still working nearby couldn't wait any longer. They shouldered their own tested grain and rushed over to watch the spectacle. Digging rat holes had become a grand spectacle. Those digging were working with passion, those watching were thrilled, and some were even tempted to steal. Chusi's mouth watered at the sight. Red dates. She wanted them too. Just as everyone was getting excited, someone suddenly cried out, "Snake! There's a snake in this hole!" At the sound, everyone around immediately recoiled in fear. There's a fundamental difference between a mutant rat and a mutant snake. Who knew if it was poisonous? Many snakes have horrific toxins. A bite wouldn't guarantee medical attention. Those around retreated hastily, some even tripping over pits in the ground. It was probably a young snake, about the thickness of a fist, but with a red crown on its head, it looked like it was formidable. Fortunately, the mutant snake didn't attack anyone recklessly, but quickly slithered away. The people in the shantytown had long since given up on hunting it, but they couldn't just let it go. They'd be out for several days. What if it went into hiding and waited for an opportunity to attack again? So, naturally, they had to ask the guards for help. Upon hearing the cries for help, 2 members of the patrolling guards immediately broke away and came over. These men were equipped far better than the people in the shantytown. Soft armor was standard equipment for everyone, and they weren't afraid of small snakes like this. One of them blocked the snake's path and, with a single blow, severed it with hissing sword. The 2 halves of the snake twisted on the ground, hissing in pain. The man wiped the blood from the blade onto the testing table, and a dripping sound rang out. Highly radioactive mutation. Contains a strong neurotoxin. Not recommended for consumption. Everyone gasped upon hearing this. It really was poisonous, and a neurotoxin that was the most difficult to treat. Luckily, they killed it quickly. If it had escaped, the consequences would have been endless. Before anyone could recover from their wounds, someone let out a scream. Someone who had been digging the mutant rat's hole had collapsed to the side, a brightly colored snake wrapped around their leg. And that wasn't the scariest thing. Before the guards could even reach them, small snakes began crawling out of the mutant rat hole one after another. Everyone fled in terror, their lives in utter ruin. They'd clearly been digging a mutant rat's nest, but now it looked like they stumbled upon a snake's den. Chusi didn't dare stay there any longer. Unfortunately, she hadn't yet tested the potatoes she dug. She had to make sure they didn't end up in someone else's territory. Everyone hid under the parasols, while the members of tomorrow's mercenary group began to take the initiative to catch snakes. There were a total of 8 members in their escort team, and now there were no less than 30 mutant snakes running out of the cave. They moved one by one at a very fast speed and quickly spread out in all directions. Moreover, the tempers of these snakes were obviously not as good as the first one. They were very aggressive and seemed to be ready to fight the guards to a standstill. Unfortunately, they were smaller in size. Even if they jumped, they could only bite the waist of the guards. But they had soft armor, so if they encountered them, they would only be cut in half. But the problem was that there were too many snakes. The guards could kill them, but they couldn't stop them from spreading. This was undoubtedly bad news for those who still had to scavenger here. Chapter 137. To control the snake's range, the Tomorrow mercenary group urgently erected an electric fence around the edge of their assigned area, preventing any damage to other collection areas. Chusi, sheltered in a roadside awning, watched as they skillfully cleaned the area and connected the electric fence. She was somewhat taken aback, her mind racing. Is this the professionalism of a mercenary group? Out on escort duty, they actually brought something like an electric fence. Chusi couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with these people? And they actually let them bring it. Compared to Chusi's surprise, the others were much calmer. Actually, the electric fence. The grid was standard equipment for each escort team during collective scavenging. During the autumn harvest, each mercenary group had separate areas to manage. If a problem arose on their side, forcing members of other mercenary groups to help clean up the mess, it would undoubtedly be a huge humiliation for any mercenary group, a denial of their own abilities. Therefore, even though they knew the grid would be extremely costly, the members of the Tomorrow mercenary group had to do it anyway. If the snakes spread, their reputation would be ruined, and they would inevitably be ridiculed and ostracized by their peers when accepting future missions. After the grid was put up, all the escort teams of the Tomorrow mercenary group became. The members all entered the inner area and started to act. Even now, small snakes still swam out of the mutant rat's cave from time to time, but compared with just now, the density of their appearance was obviously much lower. It took 8 people nearly half an hour to kill all the snakes in the open. The ground was full of chopped corpses, scattered here and there, and some could still move a few times without thinking. They didn't expect that there were so many mutant snakes hidden in the rat hole. Looking at the corpses on the ground, to be honest, the guards were actually quite happy. This was their income-generating project. Although these mutant snakes were poisonous, their small fangs could not break their defenses. The mutant snakes were meant to be hacked to pieces. It had been ages since I killed a mutant beast so heartily, it felt like I'd gotten them for free. 2 members of the escort team cleared the carcasses aside. These were the spoils of war. They had to inspect them later. The flesh of the venomous snakes was edible, as long as it met radiation standards. And most importantly, they had to find energy stones. The autumn harvest was a voluntary activity initiated by the base. The entire trip was completely unprofitable. Since everyone participated voluntarily, the only fee they could collect was the round-trip fare, a price that was strictly controlled by the base. They all drove large trucks, so the round-trip gas wasn't even covered. Moreover, this time they also pulled the power grid, and the consumption was even greater. All of these had to be paid for by the mercenary group themselves, so seeing so many mutant beasts, from the perspective of the mercenary group, they were naturally happy. Of course, they were also quite picky. Mutant beasts like mutant bean worms were not very popular. Their economic value was really low. First, they could not produce much meat. Second, because of their own size, the probability of them swallowing energy stones was also very low. Even if they did, the quality was basically not that high. But these mutant snakes were different. They were almost the best value for money. They were easy to kill, and could eat meat. The probability of producing energy stones is also higher, so whether or not they can profit depends on this one move today. After killing all the snakes on the surface, the guards arrived at the newly dug cave. Although no more snakes had emerged, no one could be sure if there were still some hiding inside. Chu Ci saw someone bend down and toss a silver metal ball into the cave. Soon, thick smoke billowed from the cave entrance. After waiting for about 3 or 2 minutes, 4 or 5 more mutant snakes crawled out. As soon as they emerged, they were immediately dispatched by the guards guarding the cave entrance. They had been at the cave entrance for a total of. After waiting for about 10 minutes, and confirming that no more snakes had emerged from the hole, the alert was lifted and everyone was free to return to digging potatoes. However, the residents of the shantytown felt uneasy, looking at the pile of mutant snake carcasses. They were afraid of the dead snakes, but with so many mutant snakes emerging, could the guards have definitely hunted them all down? Everyone knew perfectly well. Clearly, that was impossible. Furthermore, the potato fields had been dug up with holes, and the soil had become quite loose. It would be easy for a small snake to hide in the soil. Therefore, many people hesitated, not daring to go. Going back, some people don't care about so much. Compared with life, food is equally important. If they are bitten by a snake, they will die, and without food, their whole family will die. What's more, they may not be so unlucky. As the number of people going back increases, those who are waiting and watching become more restless, especially those who stay in the awning after their neighbors have gone back. They are particularly afraid that the tower will be stolen. But not long after they started, there were more snake bites here, and 3 at once. Even though the guards immediately dealt with the mutant snakes, everyone was still scared, and the crowd suddenly rushed back to the awning. Chapter 138. Under an awning, 7 or 8 snake-bitten patients sat huddled together. The wealthier among them had already purchased anti-venom from the guards, and were taking it. Therefore, their current condition appeared relatively good, almost like that of ordinary people. However, the anti-venom was not cheap, costing nearly 200 points per tube. Most people in the shantytown were reluctant to buy it. After all, everyone's points were limited. With a large family to support, they could barely afford to spend them, so how could they afford to waste them? So they decided to gamble on the snake's venom, but this time, they clearly lost. As their breathing grew increasingly difficult, they finally exchanged for the anti-venom. After all, when life was at stake, everything was forced to give in. But there were also those who were truly broke. The snake's venom had taken its toll, and his face had turned purple and black. It was obvious he was dying. Everyone was heartbroken, yet they all stayed away. No one dared to help. Even those with a little extra money wanted to leave themselves a way out. Who knew if they would be the next unlucky victim? Suddenly, a thin, middle-aged man walked directly to a patient with a purple and black face. Everyone's attention quickly focused on him, and Chu Si also turned her gaze. She clenched her fists, her expression expressionless, but her heart was turbulent. She even offered a helping hand to the locals. Was she too cruel? However, before she could finish her sigh, she heard the middle-aged man say to the patient, "You're about to die. How about I trade 10 points for the collection rights to your area?" The critically ill patient glanced at him twice, then nodded feebly. The deal was done. Chu Si and the onlookers, Another unexpected development. Since someone offered a new idea, there would be no shortage of people following suit, even if it meant profiting from the dead. For those who were clearly doomed, the price was relatively easy to negotiate, typically a flat price of 10 points. But the remaining few who had taken the antidote weren't so easy to fool. They couldn't dig today, but they had plenty of time to waste. Moreover, they also wanted to earn back some points from this deal. Several patients exchanged glances, one of them suggesting. He said, "I have 3 potatoes in there, and 45 points is the lowest price." The person bargaining with him lost his composure when he heard that the price was 4.5 times higher than those offered. Others are charging 10 points for 2 plants, but you're asking for 45 for 3. That's a pretty good calculation. Besides, you already tested so many potatoes, so 15 points is a good deal. The patient from before was clearly not in a rush. If this person didn't buy, there were always others. 10 points for those people was already a low value to begin with, but they were dying, so they couldn't say anything. What? But the rest of us need to unite, and not let anyone take advantage of us so much. A potato yields so much, so with a bit of luck, earning 10 points is quite possible. With even better luck, over 30 points wouldn't be a problem. The patient's idea was sound, but he forgot to consider one crucial factor. If there were no mutant snakes in the field, many people would probably be willing to give it a try. But now, everyone is risking their lives to dig potatoes. The price is clearly beyond everyone's expectations. After some bargaining, the final price is 10 points per potato. Chu Si also wanted to trade for a collection area. After all, she was wearing soft armor, which would definitely increase her safety. Unfortunately, the patients had already made connections with others, and she couldn't get involved. Chu Si was about to accept the outcome, but a few scavengers, perhaps sensing their own precarious position, were also willing to exchange 10 points per potato for the right to collect the area. Chu Si finally got her act together and immediately signed 2 people up, spending a total of 50 points. Another 2 square meters of space. This seemed like a great opportunity to Chu Si. Aside from today, he probably wouldn't encounter something like this again. This was a high-starch food. Chapter 139. There were snakes in the field. Everyone panicked, but after the panic wore off, they had to face reality and return to digging potatoes. People began to leave, starting with only 3 or 2. Gradually more and more people returned, but Chu Si hadn't made any move yet. This was mainly because she valued her life and wanted to be more fully protected. She had snakeskin armor and snakeskin gloves on her hands, which protected at least 80% of her body. However, her head, feet, and ankles were relatively weaker. Her head and ankles, needless to say, were exposed to the elements, and her ankles were a prime target for snake attacks. Protection must be added here. As for the head, since she needs to squat on the ground most of the time when digging potatoes and picking potatoes, it is very likely that a snake will attack her face, so the head must be protected. Chu Si looked down at her feet. The shoes on her feet were made by herself. The material used was coarse cloth woven from ordinary red leaf vine fibers. For the sake of walking comfort, Chu Si especially added several layers of soles. The thickness is okay, but the strength of the upper is very worrying. After wearing it for a while, it will be broken by the thumb, let alone using it to resist the bite of mutant snakes. No! Chu Si had a solution for the foot issue. She planned to open one of the sacks she brought and tie a large sandbag to each foot, making it larger enough to cover her ankles. She doubted the snakes would be able to bite through the sandbags. However, she was a bit troubled about protecting her head. She couldn't just cover her face with a bag of dirt. The only thing she could think of was to wrap it with more clothes. If she wrapped it thickly, the snakes wouldn't be able to bite through it. However, when she looked at her clothes, she felt a little worried. She definitely couldn't take off her coat, otherwise it would expose the snakeskin armor underneath. But when Fu Bowen, who was maintaining the power grid not far away, saw her, she immediately felt that this was not a problem. There was already a ready-made candidate. She walked out of the shed and went straight to Fu Bowen. Many of the people in Lei Ming's team knew Chu Xi. As soon as they saw her coming, they all knew who she was looking for. After notifying Fu Bowen, he temporarily handed over the work at hand to his teammates and walked over. In fact, even if Chu Xi didn't come now, he would go to find her later. When he went to pick her up, he noticed a little snakeskin soft armor exposed on Chu Xi's wrist, and knew that her safety should be fine. He also saw the business opportunity just now. Who cannot be tempted by high-starch food? Unfortunately, as a member of the security team, he wasn't allowed to personally participate. Therefore, he immediately thought of collaborating with Chu Xi. He would provide the points, Chu Xi would provide the effort, and the profits would be split 50-50. However, he hadn't expected her to actually come to borrow his jacket. When he heard her say she was planning to use it as a head covering, Fu Bowen was stunned for a moment. Then, he fetched a helmet from the car and handed it to Chu Xi, saying, "This is a helmet that can be used to reduce radiation intensity during missions. When the power is turned off, it can be used as a normal helmet. The protection is definitely much better than your clothes." Chu Xi reached out to take it, gently stroking the transparent visor, a sense of surprise welling up in his heart. It was incredibly convenient. Wearing this thing was definitely more convenient than wearing clothing around her head. It didn't obstruct her vision, and it was much lighter, taking a lot of the pressure off her. As for the neck, she didn't have to worry about it. Anyway, when she crafted the snakeskin armor, she had specifically made it with a foldable, long collar to protect her throat. Now it was convenient, she could just stand the collar up. After Chu Xi put the helmet away, Fu Bowen approached her about collaborating on the harvest. Chu Xi hesitated. After all, she had already paid the points for the 2 plots of land. But after some deliberation, she was ready to agree, just to repay the favor for the helmet. But Fu Bowen clearly didn't mean that. Seeing Chu Xi's hesitation, he immediately retorted. He responded, believing he hadn't expressed himself clearly enough. Looking around, Fu Bowen saw no one paying attention to them, so he lowered his voice and said to Chu Xi, "The ones you bought earlier don't count. Those who were selling land collection rights just now are definitely just the first wave. There are definitely more mutant snakes that have escaped from that land, but they all hidden now. Our guards won't be able to catch them all in a short time. But if you keep moving around near them, you're almost certain to be attacked. So, someone will definitely be bitten soon. When the time comes, we can go over and buy back the land collection rights from them. I pay the points, so others won't dare to have any bad intentions, and I can also help you keep the peace." Chu Xi understood, but her 3.5 square meter harvesting area was practically her limit. Mutated potatoes require deep digging, and no matter how much land she covers, she still wouldn't be able to harvest them all today. Fu Bowen calmly shook his head. "Don't worry. I enclose all the land you redeemed for harvesting rights with red ropes. I personally watch over it, so no one dares to steal it. As for not being able to harvest all the potatoes today, that's not a big deal. I'd be accompanying the team on this potato harvest, delivering umbrellas. You won't have to wait in line then. You can just follow my car every day. If we can't finish digging today, we can continue tomorrow. We all come together in the morning and leave together in the evening, so you don't have to worry about the safety of the potato fields at night." Chapter 140. Sure enough, before Chu Xi and Fu Bowen could finish their discussion, another incident occurred in their area. Although only one person was bitten this time, everyone was suddenly on edge, and many people considered withdrawing. After all, one anti-venom potion required nearly 200 points, which was too much of a risk for most people. Even if the potato yield could reach 5%, digging up every square meter of potatoes probably wouldn't even yield enough to buy one anti-venom potion. Furthermore, they could still go back in line, and the chances of catching the second wave of gatherings were very high. By then, they definitely wouldn't be assigned to this area again, so many people were choosing this safety net plan. Chu Xi and Fu Bowen exchanged a glance, and he personally negotiated. With a wave of his hand, he secured another 5 square meters. 4 of those square meters contained 2 potato plants, and 1 square meter contained 3. Adding to Chu Xi's existing 9, the total was exactly 20 plants. Wow, he was truly rich. The kids next door were crying with envy. Chu Xi, wearing his helmet, stood out in the crowd. Luckily, it was Fu Bowen who showed up. His Tomorrow Mercenary Corps uniform certainly helped to deter many nefarious individuals. Chu Xi propped open the mouth of the sack beside her and dropped the potatoes in. She had just dug out all the potatoes from her own pit. One vine could hold about 30 potatoes. Chu Xi had dug out a total of 112 potatoes from her pit, and she had found 15 edible ones. The probability of a good harvest was already very high. For food like this, a 7% yield was considered good, and Chusi's yield was only slightly higher than 10%. After finishing her part, Chusi climbed out of the hole she had dug, stretched, and prepared to continue to the next collection area. After spending so much time in her own trap, she was attacked by a mutant snake the moment she entered someone else's territory. Unfortunately, her bite wasn't enough to penetrate. Chusi swiftly struck the snake, inflicting a severe wound to its vitals. It died within moments. Chusi dug another sack from her backpack and placed the snake inside. She wasn't going to dissect it here. She had a car anyway, and Fu Bowen wouldn't care how much she brought up there. With no travel expenses, it was more cost-effective to take it home and dissect it. Firstly, she wouldn't waste precious time digging potatoes, and secondly, she could hide her harvest. The highly radioactive mutant snake meat could be fed directly to the fire ants, eliminating any waste. Perhaps this place was closer to the mutant rat's hole, but moments later, 2 more little snakes approached Chusi. One, unsportsmanlike, tried to attack her face, but was blocked by the transparent mask. The other snake wasn't idle either, stealthily taking advantage of the opportunity to bite her ankle. Chusi, one in each hand, grabbed them so tightly that they couldn't even get around. Haha, you're still showing off. This frightened everyone nearby, and they ran away screaming. They hadn't expected there to be so many venomous snakes there. Several of them gave up, and Fu Bowen took over. She secretly gave Chusi a thumbs up. Our collection area has increased by another 3 square meters. Perfect. Chusi, clutching snakes in both hands, felt a bit overwhelmed. After a moment's thought, she stepped on one, then pinned the other to the ground with her left hand, and chopped off its head with her dagger. She also handled the one under her feet quite skillfully, bagging it afterward. Chusi squatted down, finally able to concentrate on digging potatoes. Apart from anything else, the person who had exchanged this place for her must have been a great benefactor. If he had been digging here himself, he'd probably be meeting his ancestors today. Chapter 141. The remaining 2 plots of land yielded a total of 26 potatoes to Chusi, a yield probability even higher than her own plot. Chusi tied the bag tightly, and checked the time on her watch. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. Since the potato collection point was quite far from the base, the harvesting teams would soon be gathering and returning. Chusi stood up and looked around in the potato field. The fields were now mostly deserted. The only ones left were the landlords from the past. The others had already hurriedly finished testing their own areas and rushed off to find new targets. Not all of the remaining people shared Chusi's relaxed expression. Several of them were carrying sacks only half as high as Chusi's, clearly losing money. It would be strange if they looked happy. Not only had they wasted a lot of work that day, but they had also lost points. But there was nothing they could do. Testing food was a bit of a gamble. No one could be sure which plant would be the best. There's bound to be edible parts, especially after spending points to redeem land collection rights like today. Every potato tested is like gambling on a stone. Of course, some have bad luck, and some have good. This afternoon, someone detected 2 edible mutant snakes in quick succession. Wow, he only killed 2 snakes, and both were edible. Everyone around them was envious. Chusi was envious too. Her bag of snake carcasses must have held 7, but not a single one was edible. She hadn't been impressed at first, but when she met the real Empress O, she realized her own little koi fish attributes were instantly outmatched. Seeing others starting to leave the field and head towards the vehicles, Chusi hefted both sacks onto her back and headed towards Fu Bowen's tricycle. Emperor O exclaimed in surprise at the 2 large bags Chusi was carrying. He approached and spoke to Chusi. Everyone says I'm lucky, but I think you're the luckiest person. You got at least 5 or 6 snake carcasses in this bag. Chusi glanced up at him in surprise. Were they familiar? In the wilderness, casually asking about someone else's catch seemed disrespectful. Furthermore, he was so loud, even the attention gathered around the car was drawn in. Chusi stopped and squinted at the man before him. He wore a simple, innocent smile, appearing at first glance to be quite unpretentious, as if his words truly unaware of the trouble they might cause Chusi. But this honest face was marred by his eyes, which subconsciously glanced downward, clearly aware of his own guilt. Apparently, he realized he'd been too high profile before, and was now looking for a scapegoat. Unfortunately, if Chusi had indeed claimed 5 or 6 edible ones were fine, but her sack was filled with highly radioactive, mutated little snakes. She turned on the watch's speaker, cranking it up to full volume. Then, She set the sack down and casually pulled out a dead snake. Slicing it with a dagger, she smeared its blood on the watch's test bench. Ding! Highly radioactive, mutated, contains strong neurotoxins. Not recommended for consumption. The young man's innocent smile faltered upon hearing the beep. He was still unwilling to give up, and wanted to continue. But he couldn't have all the good things to himself. Chu Si, with an innocent expression on his face, lowered his head as if embarrassed. We happen to have a few mutant animals at home. These snakes are good to take back and feed them. Oh Huang hadn't expected this, but he immediately spotted a flaw in Chu Si's argument. We have to pay for transportation back home based on our harvest. Bringing so many highly radioactive mutant snakes will cost you a lot of points. It's probably not worth it. It would be better to have the hunting team bring you some of their daily kills. The price will definitely be cheaper than the transportation fee. Chu Si's lips curled up. Oh, this was forcing her to throw away this bag of mutant snakes. If Chu Si didn't, it would mean the mutant snake she picked out was just a cover. He didn't believe it. Chu Si even dared to test them all. But Chu Si really had the nerve to do it. She looked at the time on her watch. It was almost 3 o'clock. Everyone should be done with the show, right? She simply poured out all the mutant snakes in the sack and tested them one by one. Without exception, all were highly radioactive mutations. After the tests, she spread her hands and gave a final stab at the European Emperor. I don't have to pay for the round trip. I just follow my brother on a tricycle. As she spoke, she pointed to her luxurious single-seater scooter. The parasols outside had been retracted. Everyone understood. It turned out to be a connection. Chu Si looked up in confusion, gazing at the large sack behind the European Emperor with envy. Is everything in your sack edible? With so much, how long will it last? Apparently, I didn't even pick up half of yours today. Most of it is filled with highly radioactive items, destined for the mutant fire ants back home. I wish I had your luck, big brother. My brother would be so happy. Fu Bowen, Thank you. Good things never come to me. Chapter 142. Chu Si's words were filled with sincerity, and the others' gazes toward Oh Huang grew increasingly intense, especially those who glanced at the sack on his back with ill intent. Chu Si successfully redirected his attention. Meanwhile, Fu Bowen had just finished his work. Seeing her tripped and the mutant snake's corpse lying on the ground, he knew someone was deliberately plotting something treacherous. Thinking of her delicate constitution, he felt a pang of guilt. If anything happened to Chu Si while he was watching over her, the boss would chop him up. Thinking of this, he pulled out his 3. The door of the wheelbarrow swung open with a swagger, and he strode over to support Chu Si. The slamming of the door was so loud that many people were startled. Seeing the man coming their way, Oh Huang didn't dare to argue with Chu Si anymore and immediately ran away with his sack on his back. Chu Si watched him go after her mind racing. Does this guy look down on her? He doesn't dare to say a word to Fu Bowen, but uses threats and inducements when speaking to her. He has so many underhanded tactics. She secretly wondered, could I just show my knife next time? Chu Si looked at Fu Bowen's burly figure. She looked at her body shape, then looked at her own small body, and silently rejected this answer in her heart. Forget it, she climbed up the pole, but she was ungrateful. When Fu Bowen walked over, Chu Si had already cleaned up the mutant snake corpses on the ground and tied the 2 pockets tightly. Since the culprit was gone, there was no need for the 2 to say anything more. Fu Bowen stood in place, glanced around, and made sure to deepen everyone's impression of Chu Si's identity, so as to prevent such blind people from coming up to cause trouble in the future. Seeing that the shock was almost enough, he directly picked up With the 2 packages, they walked towards the tricycle. Chu Si followed closely behind, maintaining her innocent persona to the fullest. Soon, the whistle sounded for the team to assemble. After Fu Bowen settled Chu Si, he went to help. Chu Si glanced over. It would probably take a while to weigh everyone's haul. She lay back on the parasol, head facing outward. It was wonderful to see such a beautiful blue sky. A bird flew by in the distance. They weren't so afraid of radiation. So wouldn't this wasteland be a paradise for them? There wasn't just one bird in heaven. A few more tiny black dots appeared in the distance. Their figures rapidly grew larger in Chu Si's vision, and she sat up abruptly. The mutant birds were coming. She didn't even need to warn him. The alarm blared immediately. Apparently, the flock had been spotted by others. When Chu Si looked up again, the giant bird, still quite a distance away, was already the size of a rural iron pot. She nervously gripped her armor-piercing hammer. This head was even more terrifying than a mutant boar. It seemed like a tough battle was coming today. By now, most people had noticed the anomaly in the sky, and the crowd began to riot. Chu Si didn't dare stay in the car, fearing it would become an attacking force. If she wanted to hit the target, it would be better to run to the potato sky next to her and lie down instead of staying in the car. Especially today, they had dug a lot of big holes in it, which was just the right time to hide. Chu Si was very self-aware. She didn't want to show off to an opponent of this level. Now she could only rely on the high-tech attacks of the various mercenary groups. As a result, she just stuck her head out and was yelled back by Fu Bowen. Chu Si then realized that 80% of the people who were busy weighing had already got on the car, and Fu Bowen was running towards this side. Chu Si immediately retreated into the car. After a while, Fu Bowen ran to the front of the car, opened the door, got in the car swiftly, and closed the door. He started the engine, and when he started the car, a large truck had already started to return, and their electric tricycle quickly caught up. The speed of the convoy was very fast, which was completely different from when they came in the morning. Chu Si clung to the railings around him nervously, and his face was deformed by the shaking. Following behind them was also a large truck. The current formation of the convoy was completely different from when they came in the morning. In the morning, there was a jeep followed by a large truck. The people in the jeep were the members of the mercenary group's guard team, and the large truck behind was the escort target of their trip. Now, the large trucks were all running in the front, and all the escort vehicles were collectively following behind. It seemed that they really encountered a tough opponent. Entering the straight road, Chu Si could no longer see what was happening behind her. A moment later, she could hear the sounds of fierce gunfire and birdsong from behind. She huddled in a corner, quietly clutching her self-defense weapon, her heart pounding with nervousness. 10 minutes later, the convoy entered the dense forest, and things seemed to ease. The sounds of fighting gradually died down. Chu Si crawled back, and saw that the driver behind her didn't seem so serious or tense anymore. Only then did she slowly relax. It was unlikely that she could kill all the mutant birds at this point. That was basically because they had entered the dense forest, making it difficult for the mutant birds to track them. Chapter 143. After entering the dense forest, Chu Si thought the mutant bird incident was over. However, upon exiting the trees, the convoy was attacked again by the giant mutant bird. This time, the bird circled ahead of the convoy, forcing the scavengers, already weak in combat, into the front lines. Fu Bowen, concentrating on driving the speeding tricycle, had a sullen expression. Even as a mercenary with a strong mental constitution, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly about this extremely unfavorable and absurd situation. What the hell was going on? The mercenary group's combat power had been transferred to the rear of the convoy. Now, the giant bird's firepower was directed at the trucks transporting people in front. It would take some time for the convoy to adjust. Just now, a message came over the intercom, asking the leading vehicle to slow down to facilitate the rear vehicles to come to support. Fu Bowen narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help cursing. But before he could finish his complaints, a large gray bird swooped down from the sky, and directly found the car in front of him. The entire bird's wingspan was dozens of meters wide, and its head was huge. Its pair of dark red eyes revealed a desire for flesh and blood. Chu Si gasped as he watched from behind. It was so big! So big! At that glance, it was as if he saw a prehistoric monster. Its claws were extremely sharp, and it scratched several holes in the truck's compartment in an instant. The people were frightened and screamed, struggling to hold on to the front seats. Fortunately, the iron sheet was not torn off directly. The giant bird's first attack seemed to be a lot of thunder, but little rain. It just came down to dig a few holes, and flew up again. But Chu Si's heart was not at ease at all. It must not turn its attention to their broken car, because it couldn't bite the hard bones. The protection measures on the electric tricycle were not as good as those of the big truck. The anti-radiation cloth covering the bed was not enough for it to scratch with one claw. Fu Bowen was now extremely nervous. He wanted to drive the car back to the woods directly, but fortunately, his reason was still online. He knew that the worst thing to do at this moment was to leave the team, otherwise it would definitely be a crime. A selfless act of kindness. Disregarding his and Chu Si's own lives, they distracted others from the pursuit of the giant mutant birds. Of course, they were completely unaware of this, so the two compact tricycles were determined to hide behind the truck. Fortunately, Fu Bowen's driving skills were excellent, otherwise, with such a challenging maneuver, their cars would likely have been crushed by the truck before the giant mutant birds descended to attack. Chu Si had been nervously watching the movement above when she suddenly saw the same mutant bird that had just taken action fly down again. Her heart leaped into her throat. Oh my god, my current abilities are no match for a giant like this. Please spare me, Chu Si wailed inwardly. Her biggest fear now was that her unreliable koi-like physique would suddenly flare up, bringing upon her a super boss. She couldn't afford to offend him, truly. A gust of wind whistled past, blowing the radiation shield above Chu Si's head away. For a moment, the sun shone brightly, blinding her. Then, a sea of gray wings appeared. The feathers on the mutant giant bird's wings seemed to brush against her face before it soared away. Chu Si felt her breath catch. A sharp bird cry quickly brought her back to reality. Fortunately, their electric tricycle wasn't the bird's target. This time, it had chosen to attack. The vehicle was the one they had just chosen, the truck that Chu Si and the others had been following closely. Its sharp claws dug into the roof of the car. Chu Si lay in the convertible and nervously observed the battle situation ahead. The claws of this big bird must be very sharp, because Chu Si found that it was very easy to grab the iron sheet, without trying many times or increasing the strength. It was like grabbing a tree trunk, and its claws sank in easily. I thought it would just tear the car apart, but it didn't. I had heard Ji Xian say before that mutant animals don't have high IQs, and now it seems to be true. Sure enough. Damn, Chu Si I concluded that it had a low IQ, and then I saw it flapping its wings to gain leverage and directly lift the truck. Maybe it didn't control the power well the first time, and it only lifted one side of the vehicle for about half a meter before falling down again. But even so, the damage to the people in the car was huge. Even though they were well prepared, some people were still thrown out and then hit others. They were wailing and screaming in pain, but this was not the worst. After a while, the big bird's claws grabbed the car body again. This time it chose the middle part of the car. After a few exertions of its wings, the truck was shaken. Chu Si gasped as she was lifted up. She could already predict what the giant bird would do next. The car beneath her suddenly accelerated. It was obvious that she was not the only one who had anticipated the giant bird's next move. At this moment, Fu Bowen was fully prepared to escape. They had to get away from the giant bird's range as soon as possible to avoid being hit by the truck that dropped from it. Fortunately, the horsepower of this electric three-wheeled vehicle was still good, and it could even achieve overtaking in such a situation. If the conditions did not allow it, Chu Si would really want to present its R&D team with a banner after returning. They really took the safety of people's lives and property seriously. Chapter 144. Chu Si and Fu Bowen successfully dodged the truck bomb dropped from the sky. With a loud bang, Chu Si looked back. Oh my god, a giant mutant bird had smashed one truck into another. Could this be what Ji Xian meant by mutant animals having low IQs? She begs to differ. They're clearly quite smart, alright. Suddenly, the convoy behind them descended into chaos, with many vehicles swerving to avoid collisions. Fortunately, all the drivers were well-trained mercenaries, and they were. She adjusted her state immediately, bypassed the collision site, and immediately chased the vehicle in front, and the escort vehicle behind finally caught up at this time. The dense sound of wooden guns rang out, and the heads of Chu Si and the others were full of giant birds circling, and countless bullets flew over their heads. Chu Si, who had never seen such a big scene, felt her legs and feet weak, and she was really scared to death. Moreover, she was really not complaining without reason. The claws of the mutant giant bird were extremely hard. When the bullet hit it, it actually rebounded. With the help of the rebound of the bird's claws, the bullet directly grazed Chu Si's head. The bullets hit the parasol she was sitting under. Really, she was stunned for a moment. Her mind was blank. Chu Si, who was still lying in the truck bed at the moment, felt that she was not safe anywhere. She really wanted to hide under the car, but she didn't have the ability to do so. Therefore, she could only hide under the parasol desperately. Fortunately, the rebound bullets were very few. After she successfully dodged 3 times, the big bird flew high. The battle had to be fierce for the time being. It was really speechless. She fired so many bullets, but didn't hit it. The next thing was a giant mutant bird. Its feathers were so thick that bullets could only scratch the skin. Even if someone hit it in the head, the bird wasn't affected at all. Quite a few feathers did fall off, and Chu Si and his companion's convertible caught quite a few of them because of its geographical advantage. The matter came to a temporary end. Chu Si struggled to crawl out from under the layers of parasols. He didn't expect to see such a pleasant surprise in this car. He immediately opened the sack he brought with him and collected all the feathers in it. Was this compensation for the shock? Although Chu Si was truly grateful for the reward, she didn't want this kind of emotional compensation a second time. Returning safely was the most important thing. But looking at the giant mutant bird still circling overhead, Chu Si knew that this possibility was highly unlikely. They were already exhausted, but the birds had only just made a start. Worst of all, they couldn't effectively inflict any damage on the birds. Suddenly, the convoy turned and headed east. Chu Xi was startled. She remembered clearly that this wasn't the way they come. Were they taking a detour? But after a moment's reflection, Chu Xi understood the deeper meaning. They definitely couldn't bring these terrifying creatures back to base. If they did, the people in the safe zone wouldn't be affected, but for those living in the shantytowns, it would undoubtedly be a disaster. While understanding was understandable, fear was genuine. Many people thought, wait until you escape. They'd be safe once they got back to the base. They hadn't expected the convoy to turn around. Fortunately, the giant birds didn't catch up with them this time. After everyone had left, several of the mutated birds landed beside the two wrecked trucks. One bird dug its head into the back of the truck, snatched a person from inside, and swallowed him whole. Chu Xi silently lowered her head. There was definitely someone alive inside, but none of the escort vehicles had stopped. How many families in the shantytown would be shattered? Fu Bowen, driving ahead, fearing Chu Xi would worry, rolled down the rear window and said, "Don't worry. Boss Lei Ming has already requested support from the base. It's not too far from here, and they'd be here soon." Chu Xi nodded, her heart growing colder. She had no ability, these were things she had to adapt to. She instinctively clutched the sack beside her. No matter what, she had to survive. Fortunately, the efficiency of the base was quite good. After the convoy drove east for about 15 minutes, the two groups reconciled. Several military jeeps quickly drove past Chu Xi and the others and rushed towards the giant birds following them. She saw the small rocket launchers they had mounted on the roofs of the cars. Chu Xi only heard two loud booms, and a mutant giant bird that was hit by a bullet fell from the sky. The situation was reversed. Now it was the turn of the humans to chase and fight. A total of 3 giant birds were shot down by the base. Seeing that there was no way out, the remaining ones all fled back. The haze that had been weighing on everyone's heads finally dissipated. Chapter 145. With the arrival of the rescue team, Chu Xi and his group finally escaped death. The convoy was finally able to return to base, and the military jeeps that had arrived from the base headed directly for the accident site. They had previously been unable to rescue anyone, so to save the majority, they had to send the main force away. Now that they had combat power, their first priority after driving the enemy away was naturally to rescue the survivors. The large convoy returned to base first. Outside the shantytown, a number of anxious people were already gathered. Seeing the chaotic situation, Chu Xi, without caring about anything else, buried all his supplies under a parasol, waiting for the vehicle. After driving into the shantytown, Chu Xi discovered that Ji Xian was also waiting for them outside. He was leaning on a crutch, guarding next to the lamppost in the square. That was the gathering place for all the vehicles going out to collect information. Everyone would get off there in a while, and Chu Xi and his friends would definitely pass by there when they came back. So as long as he stayed here, he would be able to find them at the first time. When he saw the electric tricycle without a roof, his heart couldn't help but rise. When he saw Fu Bowen greeting him heartlessly in the cab, his heart relaxed a little. It seemed that Chu Xi should not be in any danger. Chu Xi, who was staying in the back of the truck, heard Fu Bowen shouting and looked through the car in the cab. The window just happened to face Ji Xian. Now that was good, Ji Xian could finally rest assured. Chu Xi remembered that she was so busy running all the way that she forgot to report her safety to Ji Xian. It was just that she forgot, but Fu Bowen did not forget. As soon as he was sure that they were out of danger, he sent a message to Brother Xian. But Ji Xian still came here now. He wanted to see the two of them return safely. Staying at home, he always felt uneasy, afraid that something would happen later. Seeing the two of them looking here, he stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of home, motioning them to go back and talk first. Fu Bowen drove the car directly to the vicinity of Ji Xian, assisted him to climb into the back of the car, and sat next to Chu Xi. In view of Fu Bowen's formal attire, the mercenaries were dressed in uniform, so no one around dared to cause trouble. Chu Xi looked over and saw that suddenly, a heated argument broke out on the truck in front of him, and the noisy atmosphere around him was hushed. Chu Xi looked up and saw that the truck had returned. The crowd rushed over to see if their own people were still on board. However, the mercenaries did not let the scavengers get off directly. Because they had boarded the bus in a critical situation, many people had not paid their fares. Now they needed to check the payment records. Only those with records could get off. Those without records would have to pay the fare. This caused an uproar. "We were almost swallowed by the giant bird, and you still have the nerve to ask us to pay the fare?" Hearing someone take the lead, the others all chimed in, But the mercenaries were stubborn. I dragged you out, then dragged you back again. On the way back, I wasted so many bullets. If it weren't for the base's clear rules, you still want to leave just by paying a few points? What are you dreaming of? The speaker, a burly man, was now filled with discontent, his eyes blazing with anger, his face ferocious and terrifying. The wooden pike tucked into his waist instantly silenced the previously shouting crowd, forcing them to immediately line up to pay their points. Once the man had left, someone else came up with a shady idea, insisting they already paid their points, but due to the emergency, their identification wasn't recorded. The point collector grew impatient, and as soon as the boss left, they started making a scene again. What a mess. Are you taking advantage of my good temper? Well, his temper was actually a bit better than the boss's. He grabbed the watch in front of him and scanned it against his device. Look, the information is synchronized. The money came in, and the number came in too. So there's no chance of just scanning the previous one. Okay, next one. The young man froze in his tracks. This development wasn't what he imagined, but there seemed no point in struggling any further. The points had already been allocated, and no matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare try to get them back. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to get out of this car today. He shouldered the sack and listlessly stepped out of the car. He was quickly jostled by the people below who were trying to gather information. Of course, most of them were there to gather information, but there were also those who were definitely trying to take advantage of the situation and make some extra money. Chapter 146. When the young man finally managed to free himself from the crowd, he discovered a rip in his sack. He immediately shouted in anger, "Which **** dared to steal from me?" His furious shout earned him a glance from the people around him, and then everyone went back to their business. The crowd was too dense. Even if the young man had considered starting a fight, the thief would surely not wait for him. In the end, he could only carry the sack home, filled with resentment. However, after his outburst, the others were extremely cautious when getting out of the car. Some even wrapped the sack in their coats and scrambled through the crowded area as quickly as possible. A ripped shirt wasn't a big deal, they could just get it mended at home. After all, it was just thread spun from red leaf vines, not precious goods. It was nothing compared to the hard-earned autumn grain. Chu Ci and his companion's vehicle slowly pushed its way through the crowded crowd. They were forced to watch the farce unfold. Once they finally reached the main road, Fu Bowen immediately accelerated, heading towards Chu Ci's home. Just halfway through, they heard deafening cries from the small square, the cries of many people. Chu Ci stared blankly back. Ji Xian sighed, "Looks like the rescue team has returned." This was a life-or-death moment. Those who survived would be brought back, while those who didn't were likely mauled to death by the mutated giant birds. Chu Ci felt a chill, her breath icy and heart-wrenching. Living in such an environment, it felt like there was no such thing as life safety. She was lost. Ji Xian turned to look at Chu Ci, noticing her empty eyes and a somewhat vacant expression. He sighed again. Was Chu Ci afraid? He raised his hand and stroked her dog's head, saying calmly, "Don't worry. Go back and follow my training plan carefully. Once all the tests are completed, I can't guarantee you can defeat today's giant mutant bird. After all, even if I said so, you wouldn't believe it. But I can guarantee you can easily survive an attack like today. Besides, once he's recovered a little, he can go scavenging with Chu Ci. With his care, Chu Ci won't be in danger." Of course, Ji Xian's face was swollen countless times because of this challenge. After all, his recovery rate couldn't keep up with Chu Ci's growth. Chu Ci looked up at Ji Xian, who still had a cold expression. His inner trust in him overwhelmed all other evildoers. Chu Ci nodded firmly. He nodded. "From now on, as long as I don't die from practicing, I practice to death." After that, they drove in silence, the only sound being the creaking of the tricycle hauling goods. They drove all the way to Chu Ci's door. After Fu Bowen helped them put their belongings in the front hall, he immediately drove back to the mercenary group to report. They might be called in to maintain order in the square. Ji Xian, leaning on his crutches, opened the inner door. Chu Ci followed and carried the potatoes inside. The mutant snake's corpse would be placed in the outer room for dissection. Ji Xian asked Chu Ci to put down everything he was holding. He pointed to a small, upside-down bamboo basin on the table. "I just made this before I left. Come and eat it quickly. It calm you down." Chu Ci didn't really want to eat right now. Was the impression she had left on Ji Xian a little different from her true self? Could she be so heartless? But she didn't want to worry Ji Xian, figuring she could just eat a few bites to pretend. She removed the bamboo basin, revealing a small plate of golden fried pork belly. Next to it was a bowl of rice porridge, dotted with greenery. Chusi picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork belly, and placed it in her mouth. Because the meat had been dried, the overall texture was a bit tough, but the fat and tender part perfectly balanced the texture. The fried pork belly was golden and crispy on the outside, and rich and juicy on the inside. In this wasteland, it was a unique treat. Chusi, I'm still sad, but I'm also really hungry. This finally brought tears to her eyes. She cried as she ate. Thinking of the 2 trucks full of people today, she felt so sad. They were all ordinary people. Helpless at her fate, it wasn't long before most people began returning home, their cries rising and falling. Chusi's emotions finally settled. She finished her bowl of rice porridge in one gulp, put down her chopsticks, and left her seat. Jixian looked at the half-eaten plate of meat on the table, knowing Chusi had left it for him. Seeing Chusi already washing her face nearby, he stopped talking and went to get himself a bowl of rice porridge to eat. Looking at the 4 pieces of pork belly left in the bowl, he felt a momentary uneasiness. She had cried so hard, yet she still counted the pieces of meat as she ate. Sigh. Chusi's eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying so hard, and her hoarse voice was no longer able to speak. She didn't want to see anyone now. She silently dragged the potatoes over. She wanted to select the ones with the most buds for seeds. Chapter 147. After Jixian quickly finished his meal, he took over the potato-picking job from Chusi. He was supposed to be out dissecting the mutant snake, but handling mutant animals was no problem for him. He could forget about the corpse. He couldn't let his curiosity ruin the fruits of his labor. Chusi naturally had no objections. She had always been the financial provider for the family. While the bag of snakes looked like a lot, there were only 7 in total, making them very easy to handle. The skins of these mutant snakes were obviously not as thick as the one they had caught last time. The snakes were sturdy, and there were several of them. When she brought them back, they had already been beheaded. She simply peeled the skin along the gaps. Chusi placed the skin separately in a bucket. Jixian was responsible for tanning the leather. She just had to pile it up there. Then came the most tense part, searching the bodies. Even as a small koi, she felt nervous. She cut open the snake's bellies. First, no harvest, no problem, continue. Second, still no harvest. Chusi was a little uneasy. The mutant snakes. There were only 7 snakes in total, and 2 of them were scrapped in a moment. It seemed that her good luck today had probably run out when she was escaping. However, this was understandable. After all, the wings of the mutant bird were almost hitting her face, and the missiles had almost hit the target several times. Imagine, if it weren't for the fragile little koi that always protected her from disaster, whether she could come back alive this time would not be discussed for the time being. Even if she could survive, she probably wouldn't be as healthy as she is now. She looked at the remaining snake corpses, and put them back into the bag nimbly. Forget it, today. She decided not to do it today. Her luck wasn't running low. She better wait and see tomorrow. She simply carried the sacks and moved all the snake carcasses into the drying room. The 2 that had already shed their skin were simply hung up on hooks. They were going to be eaten by the mutant fire ants anyway, so there was no need to bother separating the flesh and bones. Jixian saw Chusi's serious expression and immediately carried everything to the drying room. A moment later, she came out empty-handed. She understood what was going on. Seeing Chusi still looking a little glum, she wanted to comfort her, but what was there to comfort her about? Not a single energy stone was found among the 7 mutant snakes. This seemed perfectly normal to him. What was there to comfort him about? You have to understand that when mercenaries go out hunting for energy stones, it's not as if they can just kill a few mutants and a new one will appear. They usually choose an area bordering a high radiation zone and sweep back and forth to kill any mutants passing nearby. This increases the chances of finding a new one. At the very least, they just go and kill a herd of mutants, just like Lei Ming's team did today, surrounding the entire area. They slaughtered most of the mutant snakes in the swarm. Only in this way could they ensure a reasonable shipment. How much would be shipped depended entirely on fate. Who would be like Chusi? They only killed a few snakes, and they were already thinking about shipping. If this happened to anyone else, it would be a sign that they'd been less vulnerable to society's harsh treatment. Thinking of this, Jixian quickly lowered his head and calmly returned to sorting potatoes. Better not to make a fool of himself. The only person who could comfort Chusi was probably the lucky one, and he clearly wasn't up to the task. Chusi, even the luckiest of us can't win, we're already down. Truly, Chusi wasn't that fragile. She felt a slight tinge of disappointment, but she was more grateful for her escape. After putting the snake carcass away, she took the initiative to process the mutant bird feathers she collected today. They couldn't be used directly yet. They had to be placed in a large, sealed plastic bag and shielded from radiation. She used the radiation-blocking spray she bought when remodeling the house, and first injected a small amount of the feathers into the bag. After spraying the chemicals on the large plastic bag, she tied the bag tightly and shook it vigorously, making sure that a plastic film could be formed on each feather. Only then was it considered a success. She repeated this several times. It took her 7 or 8 times to finish the whole sack of feathers. It was almost winter now, and she shook herself into a sweat. When she was done, she felt as if her arms were not her own. She had seen Jixian handle cotton before, and it didn't seem so tiring. Chu Xi wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but think to herself, could it be that shaking a big ball is not enough? Any other tips? Just then, Jixian had finished picking potatoes. He already cut up the ones with more sprouts and set them aside. He was thinking of carrying the rest to the small living room, slicing them and drying them. When he came out, he saw Chu Xi painfully rubbing the muscles in her upper arms. The after effects had set in too quickly. She only just stopped working, and now she felt like she couldn't even lift her arms. It was worse than if she'd been digging the ground all day. Jixian frowned and asked, "Did you deal with those mutant feathers?" Chu Xi nodded. "Not very good. Can't you see how exhausted you are?" Jixian held his forehead helplessly, just cranking it by hand. Chu Xi, we don't have any other equipment at home. Jixian, actually you could try. Tie the plastic bag tightly, then roll it back and forth on the ground. Finally, shake it up and down a few times to even it out. Chu Xi was devastated. She thought maybe her brain had fallen into the potato patch, and she forgot to take it. Jixian, you're so smart, but you're just saying it after the fact. What's the point of saying this now? She's decided she'd never do this job again. It's for people with brains, not her. Chapter 148. Jixian saw Chu Xi's face grow longer and longer, and belatedly realized, wondering if he had said something wrong. But it seemed he hadn't. Chu Xi quietly rolled her eyes at him, and returned to her inner room. Although her arms were aching, she still had things to do. She couldn't keep wearing Fu Bowen's helmet. It was someone else's armor, and it would be a bit ungrateful to keep taking too much of it. After making the protective suit for the mutant snake, there was still a lot of scrap left over. Although she later made a pair of gloves, the remaining material was not enough to make a headgear. There was still more than enough material. I could even make a pair of ankle stockings. After struggling to dig out the leather, her face turned green. Her arms and hands were no longer usable. What should she do? This was no use. She had to go out tomorrow. If she encountered another emergency, this would definitely significantly reduce her agility. Take her most powerful hidden weapon shooting, for example. It would basically be useless. Although she had already had a one-sided argument with Jixian, she still had to flatter him and ask for some medicinal wine or something to see if it could ease the sore muscles. There was no medicinal wine at home. Jixian, leaning on his cane, walked to his toolbox and pulled out an energy stone from a hidden compartment inside. He handed it to Chu Xi. Use this. This little problem should heal quickly. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Yes, she still had a golden finger, but she couldn't use the family's stockpile. She already had one, harvested from bean worms. Today's events had been so exciting that she had forgotten about it. Chu Xi hurriedly fished the energy stone out from the front of her shirt. It was a small stone, about the size of a grain of rice, with a light white luster. As light as smoke, judging by its color, it couldn't be of a high grade. Chu Xi took it and tested it on her watch. Energy stone grade, F. Energy value, 21. Really? The lowest value ever, completely living up to her previous estimate. Chu Xi held this grain of rice in her hand and felt the energy trickle up her arm like a stream, quickly easing the soreness in her muscles. After only about a minute, she felt much better. At least needlework was no problem at all. Chu Xi retested the energy stone. Energy value, 11. Did she swallow 10 energy points in 1 minute? Add 2 more points, and it will be 3 nutrient supplements. But fortunately, at least this time the effort is paid off. My arm is healed, and I will be able to dig a lot of potatoes tomorrow. Well, I have to bring more insect traps. There are still a lot of beanworms there. Catching more can also be an income. Speaking of digging potatoes, she seemed to have forgotten to tell Jixian about the cooperation with Fu Bowen. This is a serious matter. Chu Xi told Jixian the details of their cooperation. Fu Bowen would provide points, 10 points for each potato plant. As for the specific number, she was not sure. Chu Xi only remembered that at the beginning, Fu Bowen bought 5 square meters, which seemed to be 11 potatoes, but later he bought a few more pieces. At that time, she was concentrating on digging the ground, so she didn't know the specific number. When she left, she took a general look around. The area surrounded by the red circle should still have 7 or 8 pieces. With a rough calculation, there were at least 15 potatoes, 150 points. You really don't know until you calculate them. The calculation was shocking. Fu Bowen's investment was so huge. He had to make sure he didn't lose money. Ji Xian frowned. He hadn't expected Bowen to invest so much. Ji Xian tapped the table twice and asked Chu Xi, how many edible potatoes can one plant produce? Chu Xi thought for a moment. 5. I dug a few holes today, and the yield is slightly higher than that. Ji Xian nodded. That's not a loss. Each of these potatoes weighs over 1.5 pounds, and the market sells for around 5 points per pound. With Bowen, as long as each potato costs at least 4 points, he won't lose money. So not only would he not lose money, he even make a small profit. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Ji Xian's words. After all the hard work, if he ended up losing money, how could she even ride in the free convertible round trip? Chapter 149. The next day, Chu Xi woke up early, even earlier than usual. She grudgingly set her alarm for 2. She had to set her traps in the potato field, so she had to prepare some bait. Using local ingredients was a bit too perfunctory. The potato vines were so old that even bean worms would find them difficult to chew. So, Chu Xi decided to go out early and get some fresh flowers and leaves. Fortunately, she had done some fishing before, so she was familiar with the area. She knew where to find them. After a quick breakfast, she went out. The sky outside was not as dark as it appeared. The phrase moonlight is bright and sparse was the perfect description. The cool, clear moonlight cast a shadow on the ground, like a low-wattage incandescent lamp. Although the intensity was not particularly high, it could clearly see everything that needed to be seen. At the very least, her watch had a highlight mode. She was not afraid. She just felt quiet. Her life seemed to have been like this. Amidst the hustle and bustle, this became a rare moment of relaxation. The gathering spot Chu Xi had chosen was very close to the base, right by the road. It fell within the range of the animal repellent powder, so she hardly had to worry about any danger. It was much safer here than the potato gathering spot. Arriving, Chu Xi checked the time. It was only 2:19, even earlier than expected. She quickly set to work, strapping her backpack to the front, lengthening the knot and adjusting the opening to just below her chest. She didn't have to pick and choose, she simply grabbed the flower heads and tossed them into the backpack. This way, she harvested all the flowers and leaves at once, along with a small section of plump, tender branches. Perfect for even the pickiest little eaters. When she returned home from gathering the bait, she found the package Ji Xian had prepared for her. Besides the usual food and tools, there were a few extra sacks for her. Most impressively, there were 8 wire insect traps, 8 in total. She thought Ji Xian would only bring her 4 at most. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? It was like she'd taken over the entire potato field. Chu Xi looked up with a blank expression, silently giving him a thumbs up. You got to be you. She picked it up. Wow, the weight was almost as heavy as the harvest she brought back yesterday. It was all wire, after all, so it was incredibly heavy. Had she just left the house today and already come away with a full haul? Ahem. Ji Xian rubbed his nose awkwardly. He knew taking 8 traps was a bit much, but it was a decision he made after careful consideration. This opportunity was truly golden. It was rare to come across such a large field of bean worms. Not only were they not very aggressive, but they were also incredibly strong. He loved gatherings and dining together, and it was rare to find a hunting target so well suited to a trap. And while 8 traps might seem like a lot, Chu Xi would ride Bowen's tricycle all the way back and forth. The only distance from her home to the small square was the distance she had to walk on her own. As for safety, Bowen's deterrence meant nothing would be a problem. Since it was such a rare opportunity, he naturally had to give her all the traps in the house. But he wasn't just trying to trick Chu Xi. Ji Xian rolled out his wheelchair, sat in it, and reached out to take the stack of traps from Chu Xi. Come on, One Piece. I take you there later. Chu Xi shook her head. She could still carry this little stuff. Ji Xian shouldn't go out. It would be best to leave someone home to prevent break-ins, a common occurrence in the shantytowns. Someone directly turned the basement of the homeowner's house inside out, causing extremely serious losses. However, it was a different story when there was someone at home. Although Ji Xian's legs and feet were not very flexible, as long as there was such a person, many villains could be intimidated. Of course, they were not afraid of the lame Ji Xian, but the alarm function of his watch. Although the guards might not arrive in time, these villains could not afford to take the risk. If they were caught on the spot, they would be sent to the reclamation team as free laborers. The reclamation here was not the common-sense search for new collection points within a safe range as before, but a real one. Being dragged by the guards into a dangerous area to open up Wasteland, the mortality rate was incredibly high. One misstep, and they could be dead in a matter of minutes. Living a life of plenty would have been a blessing. The saddest thing was that the guards provided no rations, and they had to hand over most of the supplies they had painstakingly harvested. Really, if they had the guts, they would have gone out on their own long ago. Who would have considered such a pathetic act of robbing someone of their own accord? Ji Xian knew Chu Si's intentions, so he agreed without further argument. Besides, he had his own concerns. He risked going out to meet them yesterday, because he was truly worried about Chu Si and the others' safety. Once, on weekdays at home, he also tried to reduce the number of times he went out. This was also the important reason why he insisted on letting Chu Si bring 8 insect traps. He quickly saved enough money, and waited until he could move to the safe zone. This kind of situation would basically not happen again. It was not because the people in the safe zone had a high quality of life, but because the residents in the safe zone enjoyed higher rights. In the shantytowns, the guards would only catch people in the act. If they didn't catch them, they would not deliberately track them down, unless they were a murderer with a particularly bad influence. But it was different in the safe zone. As long as you had evidence and uploaded the information to the judicial department in the base, they would investigate. If the case is investigated, there's a good chance the lost items will be recovered. Even if they aren't, the thief will certainly suffer in the end. Therefore, most homes in the safe zone have surveillance systems that can also perform facial recognition. If a stranger enters, their photo is quickly captured and sent to the homeowner, who then decides whether to call the police. The security measures are far superior to those in the shantytowns. Once he can walk on his own, he can't just stay home and watch over the house forever. So he's ready to seize any opportunity to make money. Chu Si, After all, I bear the brunt of it all. Chapter 150. Looking at the time, it was almost 3:40. Chu Si didn't hesitate any longer, and put on the socks she had made last night from the bedside. She put the hood directly into her lapel, planning to put it on after getting out of bed. If she put it on now, she was afraid it would cause a commotion. It would make her look like a terrorist. She didn't want the guards to catch her before she even reached the meeting point. After packing everything, Chu Si left the house as Ji Xian watched. Seeing such a thin man, with his left hand, with a hoe in one hand, an insect trap in the right hand, and a large backpack on his back, Ji Xian felt a pang of conscience. Forget it, just close the door. It will definitely be better if you can't see. After arriving at the small square, Chu Si did not queue up this time, but walked directly to the position of the tricycle. Fu Bowen was catching up on his sleep in the cab. Chu Si had tried to keep his voice down, but when he climbed onto the car, he still woke him up. This was not because Chu Si's activities were too noisy, but because he was a mercenary. The tricycle was his territory. If he was rated for sleeping, the devilish instructor Lei Ming would surely make him remember this humiliation deeply. Fu Bowen looked up, and happened to see Instructor Lei glance his way. For a moment, his heart leaped into his throat. It was a close call. Fortunately, he had been quite alert during the mission. He had reason to suspect that Lei Ming's policy of allowing team members to catch up on sleep when appropriate was a trap in itself. However, there was no way to verify it now. Wait and see. An unlucky guy gave the answer. He opened the car door, got out, and helped Chu Si to load all the things into the car, and took the opportunity to stretch his body and refresh himself. The team was about to set off. Chu Si originally thought that Fu Bowen would ask her about the insect trap, but it turned out that he was very knowledgeable, and did not say a word. Fu Bowen did not care about anything else now. He only cared about the harvest from the land he exchanged. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Although he earned more than ordinary people, their consumption was also very high, such as wood, bullets, and so on. Mercenaries don't have much time to gather medicine or food. They have to spend their points to buy their own food, and they also have to cultivate relationships within the mercenary ranks. Climbing the ranks is ideal, but if they can't, they try their best to avoid being harassed. Being harassed during a mission could be life-threatening. Most importantly, they need to save for retirement. So, despite being a distinguished mercenary, Fu Bowen doesn't have much available funds. The points he exchanged for harvesting rights yesterday were practically all he had available. But seeing Chu Si's extra sacks, he felt a surge of relief. It's okay. There's no problem getting his money back. Earning a few dozen extra points would be satisfying. Before he could finish his sigh, Chu Si pulled a hood from his pocket and quickly put it on. He was truly armed to the teeth. Besides the holes for his eyes, he had 2 holes under his nose. Oh no, there were 2 holes for his ears too. It's hard to say. He said he felt the hood offered more comprehensive protection than his helmet. As expected of someone brought up by the boss, his awareness of protection was undeniable. No, Fu Bowen shook his head. Why are you wearing the hood now? Chu Si pointed at his watch. We're about to leave. I'm wearing the hood to block the wind. It's okay. The roof on the tricycle has been fixed. The only one who can see me is the driver of the car behind. Fu Bowen, That was the situation, but he still felt something was amiss. It wasn't until the car started moving that the driver in the car behind him issued a warning on the chat channel, saying that terrorists had infiltrated the convoy. He was initially nervous, but then the more he listened, the more he realized something was wrong. He suddenly realized the situation and explained it to everyone. This piqued everyone's curiosity, and they asked the driver in the car behind him to take photos of Chu Si and share them. Everyone wanted to see what kind of bizarre outfit could cause such a misunderstanding. And so, without even realizing it, Chu Si became a minor celebrity in the mercenary community. Chapter 151. The car lurched to its destination. Before getting out, Chu Si took the necessary precautions to remove her hood. She thought she had perfect attention to detail, but even after getting off, she still felt a lot of people were looking at her strangely. Chu Si secretly wiped her face and switched to selfie mode on her watch. It looked quite normal. There was nothing wrong with her face. What were they looking at? Chu Si pondered for a long time, but couldn't come up with a conclusion. She simply gave up and decided to focus on gathering food. Those people, whatever they wanted. Fu Bowen silently delivered Chu Si's equipment to her at the edge of the field. After watching her put the hood back on, he walked away with a complicated expression. Luckily, these were the only plots left unexcavated in this area. But even though there weren't many ordinary people around, members of the security team would occasionally come by to check in on the fun under the guise of patrols. Chu Si was already invincible with the hood on, so why would she care about a few minor gazes now? My battleground is in the potato field. Chu Si didn't waste any time. Since everyone else had already left, she filled all 8 insect traps with bait and placed them around the field. After setting a countdown alarm on her watch, she began digging potatoes in earnest. The potatoes went smoothly, but unfortunately, she didn't encounter any more mutant snakes. She had wanted to kill a few more. She had dressed so warmly today, but it didn't seem to be much use. Chu Si casually grabbed a flying bean worm and twisted it left and right. With a snap, the bean worm's head moved away. She squatted down to examine it. It was inedible. There were no crystal cores in its stomach. How many were there already? What's going on? Today's koi haven't appeared yet? Chu Si sighed. Why is he becoming unreliable? As expected, if you rely on the mountain, it will fall, let alone something as ethereal as luck. However, Chu Si wasn't discouraged. In fact, ever since she realized her luck was exceptionally good, she'd been preparing for the possibility of losing it. At worst, she'd just kill a few more bean worms, like everyone else, and eventually there would be a harvest. She just couldn't believe that with 8 insect traps running full throttle, she wouldn't even catch a single energy stone in a day. Chu Si clenched her fists secretly and returned to her busy work of digging potatoes. Time flew by, and it felt like only a moment had passed before her watch beeped. She stood up, stretched her muscles, and prepared to go over to inspect the insect trap's harvest. Suddenly looking up, she saw a few birds flying in the distant sky. She was startled. Could it be yesterday's harvest? The mutated giant birds from the sky are back for revenge. Thankfully, after careful inspection, she found they were significantly smaller than the ones from yesterday, and showed no sign of flying in their direction. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. This was no joke. If those giant birds really came back, they'd be nothing more than food. And judging by their behavior yesterday, this area might just be within their hunting range. Thinking of this, Chu Si's composure grew even more unsettled, even putting aside the task of packing up her insect traps. She looked up and immediately spotted Fu Bowen, who was taking a break under the awning. After hearing Chu Si's question, Fu Boing calmly waved his hand, signaling her not to panic. It's okay. You got on the tricycle straight after arriving today. Didn't you notice there's an additional armored jeep from the base in the convoy? There are small rocket launchers designed specifically to deal with those mutant birds. We're really hoping they arrive, so we can wipe them out in one fell swoop, saving us the rest of the day from constant fear. Chu Xiai saw Fu Bowen still so relaxed, and a little worried. If the mutant birds really come, wouldn't this area, where we already harvested most of the potatoes, become a battlefield more easily than other areas? Hearing this, Fu Bowen, who had been somewhat relaxed, sat up straight. Without a second thought, he immediately grabbed a shovel from the convoy and, without even notifying Chu Xiai, went straight to work in the fields. With such a small area, he couldn't withstand a single claw from a giant bird, let alone a single artillery shell. Fu Bowen was anxious, but as a member of the guard team, patrolling, he couldn't do his own things when he was on duty, and the rest time was so short that he wished he could be split into 8 pieces. Seeing this, Chu Xiai had a rough idea in her mind. It seemed that the probability of this giant bird coming was still very high, otherwise, Fu Bowen would not be so busy. She unscrewed the bottle and drank a sip of water, then resigned herself to her fate and ran back to the field. However, this time she definitely didn't have time to deal with the insects in the insect trap. She simply poured them all into a sack, then stepped on it and stomped them all to death. Although the treatment was a little dirty, it was undoubtedly the fastest solution at the moment. As for detailed inspection, she could only take it home at night. Chapter 152. Fu Bowen's digging was much more wild than Chu Xi's. He was simply turning the soil. Once he was done, Chu Xiai could simply go and pick the potatoes. It was much easier and faster than before. Unfortunately, Fu Bowen's rest period was only about 10 minutes, and his next rest period was an hour later. When it was up, he had to reluctantly leave the potato field. Chu Xiai had previously planned to dig up all the potatoes before testing them, but now it seemed better to test the ones she had dug up. Just as she was busy, she suddenly heard several cries of pain. Chu Xiai immediately looked up and saw that there seemed to be a commotion at collection point number 4, which was quite far away from her. Many people were fleeing. Chu Xiai looked closely and saw what looked like some mutant flying creatures. She was too far away to see what they were, but it was a good thing they weren't those large birds. Unexpected situations are a common occurrence when collecting, just like the nest of mutant snakes they found in their collection area yesterday. These mutant flying insects are more troublesome than their mutant snakes because they can fly. It is difficult to restrict the activities of these flying insects. Sure enough, after a while, the flying insects seemed to spread, and many people around were in trouble. Ouch! Ouch! Screaming in pain, the collection team became a mess. Everyone ran to the guards for shelter, but the guards were just a group of ordinary people. Their combat power was indeed higher, and their weapons were better equipped. But no matter how good they were, it seemed that it was too much to use them to fight insects. Chu Xiai finally knew the true face of those flying insects. They were actually a group of mutated bees. As for why she knew about it, because the battlefield had already affected the area where she was, everyone blindly ran to places with fewer people, and then gathered not far from Chu Xiai, bringing her a large number of mutant bees. However, this was not a big problem for her. She only had a few flaws on her head. At this time, Chu Xiai was very decisive. She directly took a piece of cloth from the sack, and then divided it into 2 small pieces, loosely plugging the holes in her ears. As for her eyes and nose, when the bees came, she just had to block them with her hands. At the beginning, everyone was busy avoiding the bees. They hadn't noticed Chu Xiai, this strange flower lying on the ground, but now that they saw it, they just wanted to offer their own Bo Lu Gai. The venom of this mutant bee was not particularly strong, at least not like the mutant snake yesterday, which had the ability to kill. This one was just painful, extremely painful, a burning pain. Among those who were stung this time were many members of the guard team. Now they had to endure the severe pain while fighting the mutant bees. It was so miserable. Now seeing Chu Xiai again, they felt that they were blind at the time. If they had known that there were such things as mutant bees here, everyone must have a set of this stuff. Chu Xiai silently observed the crowd for a moment, noticing an increasing number of intense gazes directed her way. Alas, she only had one mask, so there was nothing she could do. She couldn't help anyone, so she reluctantly turned aside and continued to diligently measure the potatoes. Everyone responded with eh. Chu Xiai waved away the annoying little bees. The probability of them devouring the energy stone was infinitesimally close to 0, and the meat quality was also infinitesimally close to 0. Therefore, Chu Xiai had no interest in them at all. Their value wasn't even comparable to those of the mutant being worms. Honey was a good thing, but it was clear that its nest wasn't within the jurisdiction of the Tomorrow mercenary group. In other words, no matter how she calculated it, it wasn't Chu Si's turn to harvest it. Therefore, she truly had no interest in this battle. After Chu Si finished with the pit in front of her, and was about to move on, a member of the escort team suddenly appeared. Then he called out, Sister Headgear, our captain wants you to collaborate on hunting the queen bee. Chu Si paused. Sister Headgear, could he be calling her that? She looked around. She seemed to be the only one wearing a headgear nearby. Not far away, a bloated-faced idiot waved frantically at her. Chu Si held her forehead with her hand. How could he have given such a young woman such a lewd name? Chu Si had actually wronged the guy, because he wasn't the first to call her that. After Fu Boeing cleared up the misunderstanding, he refused to reveal her name, and then everyone in the group affectionately called her Sister Headgear. What a vivid metaphor. Chu Si wanted to run away, but since the captain had invited her to join him in hunting the queen bee, shouldn't she calm down a bit and go over to hear about the reward? Chapter 153. The mutant bees' attack did cause the scavenging team to be thrown into disarray for a moment. The mutant bees' active area outside was vast, and their numbers were so numerous that killing a few wouldn't have been decisive. However, the guards from each mercenary group reacted quickly, swiftly opening the doors of their own trucks. The nearby scavengers, regardless of whose vehicles they encountered, quickly squeezed in. Once a vehicle was full, the guards would quickly close the doors and begin clearing out the mutant bees that had followed them inside. The remaining people would then swarm towards other vehicles, leaving fewer and fewer people remaining outside. Of course, this wasn't without its drawbacks. After all, the number of mutant bees foolish enough to follow the crowd into the vehicles was relatively small, and most of the bees' hatred was directed at disappeared. They could only reset their targets on these unlucky guys who were still running outside. Chu Si was of course one of those unlucky guys, but it didn't matter. She was thick-skinned, but the guard who led her to run was not so lucky. His screams kept echoing in Chu Si's ears along the way. Wang Chen wanted to climb onto a car and hide, but he was from District 4, and these mutant bees ran out of their District 4. In other words, everyone could hide, but the people from their District 4 guard team couldn't. They had to solve the problem in the shortest time possible. Chu Si was the person who Chang specifically asked for, and he had to escort her there as soon as possible. Chu Si couldn't bear to watch, or you can find a car to hide first. I know the place in District 4, I can go there directly. Wang Chen shook her head firmly. That wouldn't work. What if Chu Si was unreliable and ran away midway, Captain who could skin him alive? But he definitely couldn't respond like that, it would make him look so low EQ. He had to raise his composure. It's okay, these injuries are our mercenaries' medals of honor. Chu Si, is that a wound? You're called a bruise. Young man, do you need to look at your face before you say that so righteously? But never mind. Since the young man didn't appreciate it, she wouldn't say anything more. Chu Si tried to quicken her pace. Every bit faster she could, the kid would suffer less. Rounding it up, that was a good deed, right? Although Area 4 was a bit farther away, at least they were all still at the same collection point. With a desperate run, they reached it in 15 minutes. They sprinted for over 10 minutes straight. Honestly, it was exhausting. By the end, Chu Si felt her legs were giving out. She was drifting, and when she finally reached the station, her mind stopped, but her legs went into a state of fighting left and right. Then, with a bang, she flew more than a meter and then landed smoothly. Wang Chen's hands were stiffly stretched out in the air. He had just wanted to hurry up. He was a genetically modified person, so his physical skills in all aspects were much stronger than those of ordinary people. Chu Si, a bean sprout from a shanty town, was able to keep up with the others. He wanted to praise her, but he never expected that she would be greeted with such a standard Pingsha Lulian style. The words of praise were just suppressed in his mouth. The willpower of the headgear sister was amazing. It was obvious that she had exceeded her physical limits. After returning home, she would probably not be able to get out of bed for a week. Seeing Wang Chen still standing there, he was so angry that he slapped him on the head. Didn't you know to carry me on your back when you came here? Are you out of your mind? After saying that, she quickly went to Chu Si's side and helped him up. She saw a sharp rock right under Chu Si's face. Startled, she immediately looked towards Chu Si's face, only to see a tightly wrapped hood, not even a scratch on it. Huh? She breathed a sigh of relief. At least things weren't going in the worst direction. She carefully pointed at Chu Si's face. Is it serious? Are there any injuries inside? Chusi nodded. Wasn't that nonsense? She had already grown numb to the pain. Now she only felt the piercing pain in her cheekbone. It wasn't disfigurement, but it was a collision injury. It felt like a bone injury, and her face would definitely be bruised for a while. Huyu immediately pulled her into the car to examine her. Chusi's face was now a large bump, purple and red in the middle. It felt strange on a thin little girl. Feeling particularly eerie and horrific, she immediately pulled a medicine box from under the car seat, found some medicine, and gave it to Chusi. Chusi gritted her teeth, but the incident was over. After all, she had escaped on her own, without Wang Chen's coercion. Sister Headgear, are you feeling better now? Chusi nodded. After applying the medicine, her face felt cool, and the burning pain was instantly relieved. She opened her mouth and let out a few ahs. After finding her mouth, she said to Huyu, Chusi, my name is Chusi. Sister Headgear, your sister? Especially sitting next to a beauty like Huyu, the title of Sister Headgear felt demeaning. It's not like we don't have names, and they're quite poetic. Huyu nodded immediately. She had just let it slip in her haste. Chapter 154. Listening to the thumping thump of mutant bees banging against the car window, Chusi sat upright. She hadn't come all this way to sit in the car, but she had a big question about killing the mutant queen bee. The escaped mutant bees were difficult to kill, but the queen should still be hiding in the hive. Killing a fixed target should be easy for mercenaries like them, so why would they need her as outside help? At worst, setting the hive on fire would solve the problem. After hearing Chusi's doubts, Huyu coughed lightly and put on her helmet. As for the area around her neck that wasn't covered, she simply wrapped a thick cloth around it. She gestured for Chusi to put it on. After putting on the hood, he opened the car door and led Chusi to the area they were responsible for. They stopped in front of a small breakthrough with a slight height. Chusi saw a dark cave that was half a person's height. From time to time, mutant bees flew out of it. Chusi was surprised. This was the first time she saw a beehive built underground. She didn't know if bees in the 21st century also built their nests underground, or if this was a new ability that the bees here had evolved. Coming from a small place, she found it amazing. No, whether the bees' nests were built underground didn't seem to have anything to do with her question. Moreover, the underground environment seemed to be easier to operate. Just set them on fire, and they wouldn't be able to escape. Huyu smiled and shook her head. Burn them with fire? How is that possible? This is their treasure. Judging by the number of mutant bees flying out, the hive below must be quite large. They're after honey, pollen, larvae, and the most precious royal jelly. These items are all sensitive to fire, so how could they possibly burn them? She glanced at Chusi. Originally, we wanted to pay you points to help hunt the queen bee and collect some of the hive supplies. But I feel bad for injuring you today. Now we have two options. The first is a one-time payment of 100 points. The second is 1/20th of the honey. Chusi understood immediately. I choose the second option. Since this option is based on compensation, it's definitely more reliable than the first. Huyu pursed her lips, but still said to Chusi, we sent equipment in to check. The hive's reserves are substantial, but our mercenary group didn't have the proper protective equipment in the vehicle this time. I don't have a protective suit, so I can't do it myself. I have to rely on external help. Do you understand what I mean? Chusi nodded. I understand. Wasn't this a reminder for her not to be so clever? There's only one entrance and exit. If you didn't have someone guarding it, there's still a chance she could hide it, but are they likely to leave someone guarding it? That's definitely impossible, or else, Huyu wouldn't have mentioned it so specifically. Chusi peered inside. It was pitch black. The light shone a long way inside, but still couldn't see the end of the nest. Huyu, noticing Chusi's confusion, said directly, crawling inside will take about 15 minutes to find the hive. Transporting it back and forth is too much trouble. Go in with this rope. Xiao Su and the others have already brought the roller cart. Simply load the hive onto the cart. Once it's loaded, pull the rope, and our people will pull the cart out. Once the truck is empty, you can just pull it in. Chusi nodded. This was indeed much easier. However, you're not planning on letting me go alone to kill the mutant queen bee, are you? The mutant queen bee's lethality is definitely not comparable to those of the mutant worker bees. Furthermore, there are undoubtedly drones guarding the hive. Any one of them pulled out would be a soldier's level. She went in alone. Wouldn't that be a complete delivery? Huyu hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? They were still worried about Chusi. Wait a minute. When my teammates get here, we go in together. We clear out the mutant bee swarm first. Once the queen is killed, it's time for you to collect honey. Chusi, She was right, wasn't she? Who you and the others were planning to use her as a human shield? Otherwise, besides this, I couldn't imagine what else she could do. Who would bring such a cumbersome newcomer with them on a hunt? A moment later, 5 people arrived, pulling a wheelbarrow. The team assembled, and everyone prepared to descend the cave. The order of march was as follows. First, Chusi, second through 6th, the other mercenary members. Chusi, There was no need to guess now. Her role in this team was clear to everyone. This must be the legendary Iron-Head Soldier. Chapter 155. Everyone had arrived, and the team prepared to set out to hunt the queen bee. Before entering, Huyu equipped Chusi with a walkie-talkie and headphones. Once everything was ready, Chusi, the Iron-Head Soldier, took the lead in entering the cave. However, the cave was limited in height, only reaching Chusi's waist, so everyone had to crawl forward. The last person in line had brought a wheelbarrow with them, so that after hunting the queen bee, they could also bring back a harvest. As soon as she crawled into the tunnel, she felt a dark, damp air hit her face, and her nose was filled with an earthy smell. It was almost breathless. Aren't wild beehives supposedly well ventilated? The environment inside was much more humid than she had expected. She was a little skeptical about the storage. Could the honey and pollen be preserved in such conditions? Soon, she stopped thinking about it. The drones had already noticed the intruder in the cave. A dense buzzing sound could be heard, and a large number of mutant bees swarmed in. As they entered, to avoid provoking a swarm of bees, everyone deliberately kept their watches hidden. Now that they'd been discovered, hiding was pointless, it would only hamper them at every turn. Chusi had just turned on her flashlight when she saw a dark mass of bees in the distance, like a cloud, rapidly approaching. She'd never seen a drone before, but now she truly learned something new. Drones weren't much larger than ordinary worker bees, but their fighting power was certainly not to be underestimated. Those 2 large, gleaming teeth made it clear they were formidable. Within a few breaths, the swarm was overwhelming. Chusi witnessed a drone bite a hole through her coat. They soon reached the protective suit she was wearing. She shone the light from her watch on her arm, where a drone was fiercely biting at her snakeskin coat. Worse still, it had left a white mark. This was too much. If she let them bite her any longer, her suit would likely be ruined. Thinking of this, Chusi was startled and rolled on the ground, quickly shaking off the mutant bees lying on her body. She didn't dare to stay there any longer, and tried to roll forward, not daring to let these mutant drones stay on her for a long time. Fortunately, this method was really useful. Although there were always some bees chasing her, none of them could break her defense. But the other members of the guard team, following her, were not so lucky. Except for Huyu, the people here were all big and strong men. Even if they wanted to learn from Chusi's method of rolling forward, they couldn't. They were too strong. If they got stuck on that section of the road, it would be worse than death. Even Huyu, her figure is much taller than Chusi. In this low tunnel, she can only crawl flexibly at best, but she can't roll freely like Chusi. Because of this, Chusi's Iron-Head Soldier ability is completely useless. They are attacked by bees no less than Chusi. Although several of them wear helmets, they can't protect their necks. Before coming in, they can only wrap themselves with a piece of sackcloth. If they are only dealing with the mutant bee's stings, it's okay. The thickness of this neck is enough to block the attacks of the stingers, but they can't withstand the bites of drones. Moreover, the protective clothing they wear is not as comprehensive as Chusi's. It's not that they can't afford it. Just for combat convenience, some joints have been weakened. Normally, this wouldn't be a big problem, but now they were full of holes, a real threat. These drones were incredibly clever. If their stingers couldn't penetrate, they bite through, then bite and sting again, eventually making up for their losses. It wasn't long before the men at the back were completely ripped apart by the bites. The mutant drone's fangs were incredibly sharp, and a single bite could strip a piece of flesh. They could protect their necks, but not the rest of their bodies. Luckily, the drone's fangs contained no toxins, so a single bite wasn't a big deal for the mercenaries. In fact, none of them cried out in pain. Instead, they quickly dealt with their own problems, and then quickly launched an effective counterattack. The cave was too narrow, so to prevent accidental injuries, they chose not to use the wooden barn they usually used, but instead used a small crossbow. Although its lethality was not as great as the wooden barn, it was more than enough to deal with these mutant bees, and it also reduced the risk of bullet explosions. After Chusi rolled for a while, she found that the bees chasing her had been almost killed by her. She stopped and looked back, only to find that she seemed to have lost the rest of the team. She took out her walkie-talkie, pressed the PTT button, and asked in the channel, "How are you guys? Do you need me to stop and wait for a while?" She was the first to speak in the channel, and she wasn't sure if she'd broken any rules. After about 2 minutes, Huyu's voice rang out, "No need, we should be able to catch up soon." Chusi got it. Now that she had received a clear order, she stopped worrying and lowered her head, continuing to crawl through the dark tunnel. This time, however, her pace slowed down slightly. Although she entered under the guise of an iron-head soldier, she was still a little afraid of moving alone. Fortunately, Huyu and the others didn't keep her waiting too long. After 7 or 8 minutes, they finally caught up. After coming up, Chusi glanced back and was immediately shocked by the miserable appearance of several people. They were all wearing clothes with holes in them, and Chusi was the same. There was nothing to say about it, but there were many blood-soaked places on their bodies, including their necks, arms, and calves. There was also a back that she couldn't see. It was not easy to defend there, and it was definitely more vulnerable to injury. Chusi took a breath of cold air. Sure enough, not everyone could be a mercenary. They were all strong men. Seeing that several people were getting closer and closer, Chusi resumed her normal crawling speed. Now they were almost at the end of the tunnel. Chusi didn't expect that when she got to the back, the tunnel was full of blood. On both sides of the room, numerous chambers suddenly appeared. She shone her watch inside, and saw that they were filled with enormous honeycombs, each one a full man tall. Ah! What a paradise! Chusi finally understood how satisfying it was for those heroines, who traveled through time and space. Now she wanted to pack up, and take them all with her. Seeing Chusi pause at a chamber door, Huyu assumed she was unsure of the queen bee's location, so he patted her calf from behind. When Chusi turned around, he pointed forward. Chusi immediately regained her composure, clearing her mind of all the chaotic thoughts, and hurried forward. Finally, they crawled to the end of the tunnel. The last chamber was obviously much larger than the others. When they stood inside, there was still room for 2 or 3 heads above their heads. Yes, only a chamber of this size could be worthy of the status of a queen bee. The queen bee was not difficult to find. Although there were a bunch of mutant bees gathered here, it was definitely the most conspicuous one among them. Compared with other bees, the queen bee's belly was much longer, and its color was golden. Next was the hunting time. This time, the wooden chamber was moved. Chusi was so scared that he quickly hid outside the cave. Even though they installed a silencer, Chusi could still hear the dense bang-bang sound. Chapter 156. Chusi crouched quietly at the doorway and took a look. Countless bees were being mowed down. Bees have no vocal cords, so even in death, they couldn't make a sound. Chusi seemed to witness a one-sided roar of fury. All the soldiers were defeated, and finally, the queen bee bravely died. The others were busy collecting the bodies of the mutant bees. The drones and queen bees might still contain energy stones, so they had to take them all out for autopsies. She came over to Huyu and asked, "The queen bee is so easy to spot, why kill it last?" Huyu was currently inspecting the hive inside the cave. They had to take the royal jelly out this time. It was so precious, she was worried about Chusi collecting it. Hearing her question, she casually replied, "When attacked, the queen bee subconsciously calls out to her people to protect her. Keeping her will save us more worker bees and drones." Chusi nodded. She watched as they tossed the bodies of the drones and queen bees from the scattered corpses onto a rolling cart. They then carefully cut a large piece from the middle of the hive and placed it on the cart. Then they prepared to leave. Before leaving, Huyu handed Chusi one end of the rope. The rest was Chusi's job. She hurriedly grabbed Huyu and said, "I don't have the tools to kill the drones. They all come back soon. What if they surround me?" Just kidding. She had thought her defense was invincible, but now it seemed so fragile. She had to get herself a weapon for self-defense, even if it meant borrowing it. After a moment's thought, Huyu pulled out a palm-sized crossbow from his pocket and handed it to her. He then gave her a box of crossbow bolts, about 50 in total. The box originally held 100 bolts. She had just used some of them when she hunted the drones. She looked up at Chusi and asked, "Do you know how to use them?" I know. Chusi nodded frantically. She never used a crossbow before, but she was a skilled wielder of concealed weapons, so this wouldn't be a problem for her. After handing over the items, Huyu and the others didn't linger any longer and simply pulled the roller cart away. Just as they left the warehouse, Huyu suddenly stopped. She had forgotten to remind Chusi of something important. By the way, don't inspect any supplies. Just load them all onto the roller cart and ship them out. Chusi nodded, perhaps worried she might steal some. Now they were truly gone, never to return. The journey out was clearly much smoother than the journey in. She had just cut down a few pieces of the honeycomb when she felt the rope around her waist tug evenly. She knew it was a signal from outside to bring the roller cart back. Pulling on the rope, Chu Si wandered through the corpses of the mutant bees. Unfortunately, these people were so stingy that they didn't even leave her with a single mutant drone. Presumably, the one she killed along the way had been swept away by them. She hoped to find an energy stone, but instead of one, she discovered a mutant ant in the mutant bee's nest, and the ant was still alive, having crawled out from near the stone platform where the queen bee was staying. Chu Si suddenly realized, had she strayed in by mistake, or were the two species birds of a feather flocked together? Without caring about anything else, Chu Si immediately ran to the stone platform and found a hollow space beneath it. She struggled to dig up the soil around it, and the gap became much larger. Chu Si didn't know how big the passage below was, but she was sure that there was definitely a tunnel below, which might be leading to the ant nest. She was a little confused, and was struggling with whether to tell Hu Yu and the others about this. In the end, she decided to observe the situation herself. Undoubtedly, even if she told them this news, the benefits she would get would not be equal. Chu Si found some smaller rocks and sealed the hole, wanting to see the probability of mutant ants appearing from there. It wasn't high, but it turned out to be okay. When she pulled the cart over, no more spider appeared from inside. Following the roller cart came a small mechanical spider that was specifically used to monitor her. Chu Si's heart suddenly rose to her throat. The mutant ant she had just killed was thrown aside casually by her. If it was seen by this mechanical spider, there would be no possibility of hiding. Chu Si took 2 steps outside, and the small spider immediately followed her. Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the task of this thing was to follow her every step of the way. As long as she didn't go nearby, there would be no problem. Chapter 157. Chu Si shone a light across the cave. The beehive was located in a corner. She measured it with her hand, and found it was about 6 square meters in total. A small area in the middle had been dug out by Hu Yu and his team. A lot of honey was flowing from the cuts, and Chu Si wanted to lick it. Alas, it was not edible. She had seen it when the guards cut it up. They had tested it with needles beforehand, leaving nothing for her to pick up. Needless to say, the area that had been dug out must be the location of the queen's cells, where the precious royal jelly was stored. She hadn't even seen a trace of it. Chu Si stretched lazily. Well, this place had just been cleaned, and the bees wouldn't be coming back for a while. She had to hurry and get the hive out. Chu Si reached into her waist. Just as she pulled out her dagger and prepared to split the hive, the small mechanical spider that had been lying on the ground retracted its legs upward, flattening them before spinning rapidly. Soon, a flying spider scurried close to Chu Si's head, aiming to capture her within its surveillance range. Chu Si paused, amazed by the high-tech technology. If she had one, exploring the environment would be incredibly easy. Unfortunately, she was now the one being monitored. Suddenly becoming the protagonist, Chu Si was somewhat nervous. She took a deep breath, raised her dagger, and was about to bring it down with determination when she was stopped by a sudden voice in her earpiece. A strange male voice spoke. "What are you doing? Do you know how to split a hive?" Chu Si's hand froze. What other procedures were required for cutting a beehive? She immediately thought of her own shaman dance. However, if she went through all of it, she'd still have to waste some of her nutrient solution. But forget it. 1/20th of the harvest from these hives was hers, so she was willing to part with that nutrient solution. Just as she reached deep into her backpack, the cursing voice in her earpiece finally got to the point. Try not to touch the upper part of the hive. That's where the mutant bees store their honey. Cutting it will cause honey loss. Nearly 1/5 of the honey is stored. Avoid the pollen storage area when cutting. The area about halfway down the bottom is where the mutant bees breed, and that's where you can cut. It doesn't matter if you cut through the hive, you just need to remove the larvae. Chu Si silently withdrew her hand from her backpack. So that was the procedure they explained. She overstepped her bounds. Chu Si, however, was very obedient. She slid her knife narrowly, prying open the seal on a honeycomb about halfway down the hive. A large, white, plump creature. The bee twisted its body to meet her gaze. Chu Si, this thing is so ugly. She closed her eyes, picked it out with a knife, and threw it onto the rolling cart. Following the chosen route, Chu Si opened several more honeycombs. After confirming they were full of mutant bee larvae, she began to split them with the knife. The hive was now divided into 2, each about 1 meter high and 3 meters wide. Chu Si prepared to place the upper section, which stored honey and pollen, vertically and horizontally onto the rolling cart. She considered the height and width of the tunnel. The remaining honeycomb was in the body. The area clearly wasn't up to par. She had no choice but to start with the bottom cells, breaking the wax seal a little to inspect the inside. She then cut away the areas containing the young bees. This operation reduced the top hive area by about a quarter, allowing her to navigate the tunnel. She dumped the broken pieces onto the rolling cart. She then cut the larger sections according to the width of the honeycomb in the honey storage area and used them as padding underneath to prevent any breakage. After completing all of this, she gently tugged the cart's rope 3 times, as agreed. The people at the cave entrance began to pull the cart slowly outward, and Chu Si immediately entered the next cave. She had already wasted a lot of time. After finishing her work here, she had to hurry back to digging potatoes. She inspected the remaining chambers, and found that the hives inside were all much smaller than the main chamber. The hives in the main chamber were about 6 square meters, while the hives in these small auxiliary chambers were generally around 4 square meters. There were 5 of these auxiliary chambers, meaning that the total area of honeycombs harvested this time would be around 26 square meters, and Chu Si would receive 1/20th of the harvest. Well, about 1.3 square meters. With such a large area, there must be at least 100 hives inside. She was sure to find edible honey inside. The thought excited Chu Si. Wouldn't she soon have honey to eat? The cart's transport was very slow this time, probably because the people outside were afraid of damaging the honey. Chapter 158. While waiting for the car, Chu Si began dismantling the honeycombs in the other chambers. This time, she wouldn't have to go through the same hassle as last time. The width of the honeycombs in the auxiliary chambers could be cut in half, allowing them to fit perfectly into the passageway. After all was done, the cart still hadn't returned. Chu Si was getting really bored. She didn't dare run around. After all, there was a flying spider following her around. If she brought him across the mutant ants, it would be disastrous. So, she was forced to stay put. Finally, the heavens took pity on her and, unable to bear to see her so alone, sent a team of drones to find her. They weren't too numerous, only 5 in total. Honestly, she was still a little nervous. Zhang, the probability that the 5 drones would threaten her life was not great, but there was a possibility that she would destroy her snakeskin coat. This time she was going to hunt, and she couldn't just keep rolling on the ground. As a result, when those mutant drones flew closer, she was happy. There were 3 guys among them, and they were obviously remnants of defeated soldiers. Their wings were obviously damaged, and their flying ability was greatly reduced. It seemed that they had just returned from a fight outside. It was estimated that they had been destroyed at the entrance of the cave. Otherwise, compared with such a large tribe, a team of drones would definitely have more than 5. Chu Si only needed to kill the 2 first, and the rest would be easy. Fortunately, she was smart enough to borrow a crossbow from Hu Yu, otherwise, her hidden weapon box might not be able to break the drone's defense. She installed the crossbow box directly on the crossbow. A crossbow arrow slid into the groove. Chu Si raised the crossbow and aimed directly at the leading drone. The crossbow arrow flew out. With a whoosh, the crossbow arrow sank into the darkness, and then took a drone with it, and sank into the cave wall behind it. But Chu Si was not at ease, because the drone she aimed at dodged, and the one who was hit by the arrow was a poor guy with injured wings following behind it. She didn't expect the mutant bee to react so quickly. In just a short while, the other 4 drones had already rushed towards her. Chu Si could only fire multiple shots in a row and attack from multiple angles. Finally, she killed another powerful enemy general. She hurriedly retreated to let her retreat. With her back pressed against the wall, this would also prevent them from attacking from behind. Chu Si calmed herself down. Nothing was wrong. She had plenty of crossbow arrows. After firing more than 10 arrows, one of the mutant drones in the air was killed. But the problem was that she had lost track of the other drone. The armor she wore didn't worry her about its sneak attack, but she was afraid that it would summon its companions. Although the mutant bees in the cave had been almost wiped out by Hu Yu and his team, she still remembered the swarm of bees outside the cave. Chu Si hurriedly swept the flashlight on her watch towards herself, but found nothing. She quickly scanned the room with the watch. Suddenly, a voice came from the headset. "Hey, there's a mutant bee behind your neck." Chu Si, Is this the downside of wearing too many clothes? Destiny's neck was being grabbed by claws, yet she couldn't feel it. Chu Si stretched out her hands and grabbed at both sides of her neck. Her left hand missed, but her right firmly grasped a bee's wing. After snatching the mutant drone, she clenched her fist and smashed it against the wall. The drone was momentarily dazed and trembled, unable to fly. Chu Si quickly knelt down and delivered a finishing blow. With that, she had finally killed all 5 mutant drones. A whistle rang through her earpiece. I didn't realize this little girl was such a fierce fighter. Chu Si didn't have the heart to chat with him. The last mutant bee must have sent a signal. She had to quickly send the entire hive out. Things, but don't be blocked by a large number of mutant bees. Fortunately, after a while, she finally received the signal to pull the roller cart back. Chu Si first picked up the corpses of several drones on the ground and put them into her backpack, and then she acted quickly. Unexpectedly, another one came in this time. She hurriedly tied the beehives in the 3 compartments up, thought about it, and unloaded all the things on the 2 carts, cut all the beehives in the breeding area into pieces, filled them into the roller cart, and piled a few more beehives in the honey storage area on it. After all this tinkering, she had stuffed the beehives of 4 compartments on the 2 roller carts, and she directly dragged the beehives of another compartment with a sack and followed the roller cart slowly out. As a result, the closer she got, the more she walked. The more mutant bees she encountered, the more Chu Si encountered them. By the end, she was completely entangled with them, desperate to hurry along. When she finally emerged from the cave, she was stunned by the scene at the entrance. Fortunately, she had acted decisively, as the situation outside was far worse than she had imagined. It seemed that the mutant bees were finally returning home. Many members of the mercenary group's escort team arrived to help with the hunt. Chu Si quickly sought out Captain Huyu and handed over all the beehives she had. Huyu glanced at a young man with a shaved head and, upon receiving his nod, readily said Chu Si to collect her reward. The crew-haired man asked Chu Si to wait outside the car. A moment later, he emerged with a honeycomb, roughly the size of a stalk. 1 square meter in size. Seeing Chu Si hesitate to take it, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is it too little?" Chu Si looked up at him and said, "No." With that, she left with her harvest. What a bastard! She muttered inwardly, fearing that if she retorted, he wouldn't even give her such a large hive. Alas, power truly comes from the barrel of a gun. After leaving District 4, Chu Si took advantage of the fact that the scavengers were still hiding in their cars. She quickly carried the hive to Fu Bowen's tricycle and put it in the back of the truck. Unable to resist, she prepared to make a small cut in the hive to test whether there was any edible honey. But wow, that had given her all pollen. Chapter 159. Chu Si still refused to believe it. She poked a hole in each of the 90+ honeycombs on the hive and took a look. It was impossible not to believe it. Her hive had clearly been specially selected. There was nothing missing, not even a single honey cell or larvae. She couldn't even hope for something as high-end as royal jelly, but she should have some honey and mutant bee larvae. The result was a chuckle. Reality taught her a lesson. With a whoosh, the radiation-proof cloth on the back of the truck bed ripped open. Chu Si quickly covered the hive with a sack. When she lifted it up, she saw Fu Bowen. Huh? Chu Si exhaled deeply. She had been terrified. She quickly opened the rear curtain and got out. She saw Fu Bowen holding a shovel in his right hand and a large sack of potatoes in his left. She felt a little embarrassed. While she was in the hole, she had clearly. He was still thinking about digging potatoes, but after returning, he just went to tinker with the beehive. Fu Bowen didn't recommend Chu Si not digging potatoes. After all, there was also important work in District 4, and the situation was much more urgent than his side. He didn't dare compare his potatoes with other people's lives, so he could only do more during his rest time. He stretched his neck and secretly peeked into the truck bed. Although Chu Si blocked it quickly just now, he still saw a corner of the beehive. This is a good thing. When he goes on missions in the future, he should take some with him. Not only can he quickly replenish his energy, but in case of poisoning, it is also a universal relief potion. It can save lives at critical moments. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Although he knew it was a bit presumptuous, he still said, "Is this the reward you got from helping in District 4? If you detect edible honey, can you sell me some?" When Chu Si heard Fu Bowen say this, the anger she barely suppressed began to bubble up again. She leaned back and vented, "There's no honey. Those people are such a rip-off. Before we went in, they said they give me 1/20th of the harvest, but they didn't give me enough. The original 1.3 square meters became 1 square meter. 1 square meter is 1 square meter, so I accepted it. After all, we're dealing with a powerful force, and we're not very confident. I figured getting some honey wouldn't be a wasted trip, but..." She waved at Fu Bowen, opened the sack covering it, and let him take a closer look. "Look, such a large hive, and they gave me all of it pollen. This is outrageous. It's like a knife in my heart. Fu Bowen looked over and saw it was all pollen. He was stunned. The District 14 was so treacherous. Chu Xi had been so humiliated by them. He had invited someone to help, only to be treated like this in the end. This mercenary team managing District 4 was truly awful. He was about to say a few words when his watch rang. Fu Bowen looked down and immediately felt uneasy. It was Captain Lei calling. Apparently, he'd taken too long off duty and personally called to arrest him. He wiped his face. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so greedy and insisted on finishing that area. He had thought that everyone was busy fighting, and no one would pay much attention to him. He hadn't expected such a coincidence, and he ran right into the enemy's trap. Thinking of the dire situation he'd have to face when he returned, he felt like a hero at the end of his rope. The ringing lasted for 3 seconds before he quickly adjusted himself and answered the call. Captain Lei, I just ran into something. I'm on my way, and will be in District 4 soon. An impatient roar came from the other side. Hurry up. I thought you were in confinement. If there were any eggs, you have hatched them. Fu Bowen nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. Chu Xi, cowering in fear, was truly a devilish instructor. Her scolding was not only powerful but also profound. She didn't want to offend him at all. Fu Bowen handed the tricycle keys to Chu Xi and pointed at the beehive, indicating that she could lock it directly in the cab. He then rushed towards District 4 at full speed, as if fleeing. But before Chu Xi could finish, he returned, his expression numb, as if he hadn't recovered. Chu Xi wondered what was going on. Wasn't he supposed to support District 4 in hunting mutant bees? Why was he back so soon? Fu Bowen shook his head. It's okay. I told Captain Lei about your situation, and he told me not to come over. They'd be back soon. What? Chu Xi was genuinely surprised. How could she possibly be so arrogant as to get Lei Ming and his team to stick up for her? They didn't seem that close, were they? They only hunted a mutant boar together. If it had nothing to do with her, then it could only be because of Ji Xian. But she hadn't heard Ji Xian mention any friendship between him and Lei Ming. So Chu Xi asked Fu Bowen, are Ji Xian and your team members close? Fu Bowen thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, I don't think so. When I was with Brother Xian, they didn't seem to have much personal contact. Besides, they were both vanguards, so they didn't often have the chance to work together on missions. Could it really be a mutual admiration between powerful individuals? Chu Xi, She thought it unlikely, but she could only ask Ji Xian after she got home. Chapter 160. Lei Ming's retreat wasn't so smooth. Without a word, they sheathed their weapons, and prepared to withdraw from the battle zone. But how could you just sit there and watch them go? Without them, the battle zone couldn't be encircled. How could they ever finish killing all the mutant bees? She stretched out her hand in front of Lei Ming. Captain Lei, I'm afraid it's not good for you to go back on your word like that. During the autumn harvest, mercenary groups often needed to help each other. If there wasn't a deep-seated feud, they generally wouldn't make things too difficult for the person seeking help. After all, they were all working on the same mission. As for the reward, it was assumed that each team would hold a specific area, and whoever killed the most mutant beasts would get the reward. However, Lei Ming's behavior was clearly breaking the rules. Lei Ming chuckled, you're talking about going back on your word. You sent our mercenary family members over to help, promising us 1/20th of the harvest, but in the end, you only gave us 1 square meter of pollen. Is that how you fox hunting mercenaries operate? If we stay, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep the prey we kill. After all, this is your District 4 territory. Haha, Captain Hu, you should find someone else to help. We have a lot of things to do here at the mercenary group tomorrow. Farewell. With that, he walked past Hu Yu and led his men away. Hu Yu hurriedly chased after him. Captain Lei, this must be a misunderstanding. Wait a moment. I checked with my men. If she's really underpaid, we definitely make up for it. As she spoke, she called over the man with the buzz cut who had distributed the honeycombs to Chu Xi. Liang Bing, did you give the little girl enough honeycombs? The expression on Liang Bing's face froze for a moment. Enough, enough. Hu Yu's face darkened. Tell the truth. Liang Bing lowered her head. About 0.3 square meters are missing. Hu Yu's face was terribly gloomy. She glared at Liang Bing fiercely, then smiled and said to Lei Ming, Captain Lei, it's indeed my fault for not supervising properly here. Can we give her another 0.5 square meters of beehive later? Lei Ming chuckled. 2 square meters. 1 square meter for the honeycomb, and 1 square meter for the pupae. Don't fool people with that pollen. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, we retreat. Hu gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. They were in the wrong, so he readily agreed. Okay. Captain Lei, please bring your men to hold the original position. We finally lured these mutant bees back. If they get out again, we won't be able to deal with them. Lei Ming nodded. Since Hu was so forthcoming, he naturally had nothing to say. After all, the spread of the mutant bees would benefit no one. He called Fu Bowen directly and asked him to recruit his men and bring Chu Xi over. She came to collect the remaining wages. When she got another call from Lei Ming, Fu Bowen and Chu Xi had already returned to the fields. After hearing Captain Lei's instructions, they had no choice but to run again and put all the farm tools back in the car. Honestly, Chu Xi was still a bit dazed the entire way there. She hadn't expected such a good thing to happen. A 2-square-meter beehive. What is this, Tianyan Wangpa? It felt so good. She finally let out the frustration she had been holding back. She patted her chest, her eyes unexpectedly catching sight of the beehive hanging from her waist. The crossbow, this was the one Hu had lent her, was a bit awkward. She already been in a position of absolute disadvantage, but now, it was a bit confusing. She took the crossbow from her waist and handed it to Fu Bowen. What should I do? I forgot to return it. Fu Bowen took it without a second thought and tossed it directly into her backpack. Just pretend you never thought about it. If Hu has the nerve to bring it up again, you can return it to her. Chu Xi, It seems that's not impossible, hee. She quite liked the crossbow. Once they arrived, Fu Bowen quickly joined the fray. The man who greeted Chu Xi was still the same guy with the buzz cut, but this time his expression was even more grumpy. Chu Xi didn't care. With a playful smile, she accepted the 2 honeycombs, clutched her belongings, and happily ran off, leaving her in the dust. Chapter 161. Watching Chu Xi happily walk away, carrying 2 honeycombs, Lei Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He knew all about Chu Xi and Ji Xian's situations, but he hadn't expected the girl to maintain such a healthy physique despite such difficult circumstances. It seemed Ji Xian had prioritized her diet, but simply improving her nutrition wasn't enough. Ji Xian's physical training was essential. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give Fu Bowen a cold look, a bit disappointed. You said, you all came up with the same training plan, how come a little girl can achieve better results than you? Fu Bowen was already sighing, but he hadn't expected. This would also backfire on him. Hadn't this big devil just praised him a while ago, saying his recent training had yielded significant results? Now he was just comparing the two and throwing them away. Isn't that a bit too realistic? However, Fu Bowen wasn't upset. Didn't this just prove his brother Xian's prowess? He still remembered when he first met Chu Xi. She'd been so exhausted after just a few steps that she gasped for breath, almost falling over at the slightest breeze. But now, Chu Xi's mere walking could create a gust of wind. Despite her slight frame, her physical fitness was almost on par with the average mercenary in the group. The rest of the team was impressed by Chu Xi's progress. They hadn't interacted much with her, but the last time they'd gone hunting for mutant boars. Everyone still spent some time with Chu Xi. At least compared to that time, she had made a lot of progress. If their devil coach was not around, everyone would probably have rebelled. Lei Ming's training method was quite rough. He was actually constantly squeezing the potential of others. After the limit was broken, there would be a new limit. Those who met the standard would stay in the team, and those who did not would be kicked out. Compared to training, his behavior was more like a screening. Those who stayed were the elites he needed. Therefore, there were no weak people in their team. Ji Xian was different. He could keenly capture the weaknesses of others, and then adjust the training in a targeted manner. Training truly is twice the result with half the effort. Fu Bowen, a member of their team, already had a training regimen tailored to him before joining, so old Lei didn't ask him to change. As expected, his training efficiency is much higher than theirs, and he's less likely to sustain hidden injuries. While everyone is envious, they dare not show it, lest old Lei, their supervisor, would absolutely skin them alive. With 2 swipes, Yi Man decapitated a mutant bee. She smacked her lips, then chewed up the candy and swallowed it. ACI's progress is even faster than Brother Bowen's, and Brother Bowen's training efficiency is even higher than ours. Doesn't this prove that Sister Chu's adaptability surpasses us genetically modified humans? She spoke with great enthusiasm, but no one was impressed. Chu Xi's status had changed constantly, from little sister to Chu, and then to Sister Chu. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the team suddenly fell silent. Yi Man was the youngest, just over 10 years old, and was enjoying the benefits of genetic modification. She had barely developed any fear of genetic collapse yet. But the others were different, especially with Ji Xian as a living example. He used to be as famous in the group as Captain Lei, and now he had no choice but to do the same. This was actually one of the reasons why Lei Ming was willing to help Chu Xi. Her kindness towards Ji Xian also provided them with a small measure of warmth. Genetically modified humans was a truly terrible topic for them. Everyone lost interest in the conversation and turned their attention to the mutant bee swarm. Yi Man awkwardly rubbed her nose and quietly fanned her lips. While she wasn't deeply affected by the situation, she knew it was a taboo topic within the team. Alas, she was still too quick to speak. Since most of the mutant bees had already returned to their nests, many scavengers had returned to the fields. Chu Xi paraded through the streets, carrying 2 large honeycombs on his back, attracting a flood of attention. Curious and greedy people. The gaze seemed to be directly fixed on her, and she could feel the burning sensation. Chu Xi coughed lightly, determined to increase her aura. She took out the badge of the Tomorrow mercenary group that Ji Xian had given her before, and pinned it on the most conspicuous place on her clothes. The badge reflected a bright silver light in the sun. This kind of brilliance was seen many times on the guards, so at this moment, they immediately realized that Chu Xi was protected by someone. Of course, there were a few people who were particularly determined and followed him quietly to Fu Bowen's electric tricycle, but when they saw Chu Xi actually took out the key to open the door, their remaining luck was shattered, and they could only leave in dejection. After running back to their respective areas, Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the men had all left from the cab. Although her combat prowess had greatly improved, she still didn't want to encounter them. In fact, a question had been plaguing her for a long time. If someone bothered her, should she kill them or not? If she killed them, she didn't think it was worth it just for a little food. If she didn't, she was afraid others would think her life wasn't worth a bite. Ugh, how frustrating. This damned world. After confirming that everyone had left, she quickly gathered her chaotic thoughts. She immediately opened the car door, grabbed her tools, and went to dig. Chapter 162. There were only 2 potato plots left. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and with only an hour left, she planned to dig out all the potatoes. Although Fu Bowen had helped quite a bit today, his main job was patrol and security, leaving him with very little time to spare for digging potatoes. Now that only 2 plots remained, it was a testament to his immense effort. Chu Xi took the shovel Fu Bowen had left behind and headed straight for the potato patch. It was much more practical than her hoe. Digging potatoes was a mechanical labor. Chu Xi's mind raced as she dug rapidly, her thoughts already wandering to the ant nest. She had no idea what was going on down there. If there were fewer mutant ants, she could just go down on her own. She had protective gear, so she could finish her job and run. It shouldn't be a problem. If there were too many mutant ants, she'd have to call in outside help. Fu Bowen would be her best partner, naturally. However, if there were a particularly large number, she might have to work directly with Lei Ming and his team. It would be like repaying their kindness for helping her, but she was so reluctant. Mutant ants weren't comparable to mutant bees. They were omnivorous, and their chances of finding energy stones were much higher than those bees that only drank nectar and a little pollen. What was missing from their family right now? Oh, it seemed like they were missing everything. Chu Xi felt a little withdrawn. Suddenly, she thought of the little spider that had been watching her in the mutant bee nest. Wouldn't it be much easier if she had one of those little gadgets? By constantly observing the ants' movements, she might be able to engage in guerrilla warfare against them. Thinking of this, she quickly sent a message to Ji Xian, wanting to know if their family could afford such a surveillance robot. Fortunately, Ji Xian didn't disappoint her. It wasn't expensive if bought secondhand, but the problem remained. Electronic equipment couldn't be used in high radiation areas. Chu Xi nodded frantically. It wasn't a big deal. She wasn't afraid of dying, so why would she keep running into high radiation areas? Hearing that Ji Xian could handle it, Chu Xi also made a decision. She decided to keep the news a secret for now. Ji Xian would go buy her the pathfinding equipment today, and she would see how things went tomorrow. If she could handle it herself, she would. Sorry, she was about to swallow the mutant ant's nest herself. As for Fu Bowen and Lei Ming's debts, she could still repay them with honey and other things. These weren't a big deal. Thinking she might not have to share the story of the mutant ants, Chu Xi felt even more motivated to work. With one shovel, she dug in. Wow, a potato had been ripped open. Chu Xi, The shovel flipped over, bringing out half a potato. She hurriedly checked it with her watch. Ding! Highly mutated, not recommended for consumption. Luckily, it was a highly mutated potato. It can't be eaten. She didn't feel bad if it was broken. Well, she frowned. it didn't seem right to say that. If it was an edible potato, she would be happy if it was shoveled into 8 pieces. Damn, this world, she felt that her brain was not normal. When Ji Xian heard Chu Si's request, he immediately set about to make it for her. What a coincidence, the one Ji Xian chose for her was also a spider-style one, mainly because such a leg structure can cope with a lot of terrains. The situation in the wild is complicated, so it is better to prepare as comprehensively as possible. However, the one he bought was obviously not as high-end as the one Hu Yu and the others had. It can only walk on the ground and cannot. It couldn't fly, nor could it swim. Ji Xian returned home with his belongings, including a bottle of special liquid solvent. Flying wasn't possible due to the lack of key components, but swimming wasn't a problem for him. This liquid solvent was used to alter the spider's appearance. It could change its sensitivity to light based on the surrounding environment, a bit like a chameleon. Not only could it adjust its surface hue, but it could also generate heat from the sun's warmth, making it invisible even to mutant animals that relied on thermal imaging. Its stealth capabilities were excellent. It was truly all good, except it was a bit expensive. This small bottle cost nearly 80 points, but there was no other way, it had to be spent. Chu Si's current development had gone seriously astray, and she was earning her keep. Having more excellent spies would give him some peace of mind. If things went wrong, at least she could prepare for escape. Chapter 163. Luckily, the mutant bird didn't show up today. Chu Si finally dug up all the potatoes before the meeting time. However, she was so pressed for time today that she had no time to examine them one by one. In the end, she could only hastily pack 4 large sacks. Adding the bean worms caught in the insect traps, the 5 sacks of stuff were quite impressive. Thankfully, there were no one else around, so even when she was carrying the sacks back and forth, she didn't attract anyone's attention. When Fu Bo had arrived with the parasol, she saw that most of the truck bed was occupied by sacks. Chu Si blushed. Fu Bowen had arrived too quickly, and she hadn't even finished packing yet. She smiled awkwardly, thinking that her work was messed up and causing trouble for him. I stacked them right up. They won't take up so much space. Fu Bowen simply waved his hand. He knew how busy Chu Si was today. He climbed onto the car and quickly piled all the sacks together. He put the bean worms on top to avoid being crushed, then he climbed down again, brought up all the parasols, and moved them to the other side of the car to stack them up. Then he left to go to the big truck to weigh the scavengers' belongings. Chu Si saw that she would have to delay there for a while, so she tossed the car around again, trying to make the small piece of land under her but seem more spacious. She was mainly thinking about driving back, which would take 2 hours on the road. If she wasted it, she might as well use it to test the radiation level of the food, so she had to make a workbench for herself. Fortunately, the hard work paid off. The 4 sacks of potatoes that were originally lying flat were erected by her. She first moved the mutant bean worm on the top to the side, stood up against the parasol, tore open the seal of the outermost bag of potatoes, and without saying a word, started testing. The potatoes with high radiation mutation were thrown out of the car directly by her. Anyway, the family was not short of this stuff now. The food for those mutant fire ants had been stored for a long time. They could eat meat every meal and were full. It was much more comfortable than her and Ji Xian's life. The potatoes with medium and low radiation mutation that met the edible standards were thrown at her feet directly. She would save them for now, and find a sack to put them away later. When Fu Bowen finally finished his work over there, he saw potatoes flying out of the car from time to time. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Chu Si's diligence was a bit beyond his expectations. It seemed that today was the day for him. Hopefully, they get a dividend. Suddenly, a car horn blared from the front of the team, signaling the convoy to depart. Sure enough, a moment later, Chu Si felt the car beneath her start to life, the tricycle chugging forward, the entire vehicle rocking and swaying. This wasn't a proper road to begin with. It would have been fine before, with the tricycles piled high with umbrellas spread out flat on the ground, so nothing unexpected would happen. But today was different. She had modified the interior, with high walls on either side, and the ground she was standing on was. It was still a hollowed-out area, incredibly dangerous. Chu Si waited anxiously for the car to reach the mainland. Finally, she could relax. Her shoddy construction had withstood the test. After the car began to stabilize, she resumed her testing. Ding ding. Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Ding ding. Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Ding ding. Highly radioactive and mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Then the driver in the car behind them kept seeing a picture. Noodles, potatoes flying, potatoes flying, potatoes flying. He felt his composure growing unsettled. Although it was still far away, and wouldn't significantly affect his driving, it was a challenge to his position as a driver. But thinking back to the big blunder that morning, his temper was suppressed. This time, he decided to keep things quiet. He had to maintain his reputation, and he didn't want to come across as petty. For 10 minutes, he endured it. For 20 minutes, he endured it. After 22 minutes, he felt he couldn't take it anymore. Come on, fight! Who are you trying to annoy by always throwing potatoes? He come in this morning wearing a mask to act mysterious, earning him the ridicule of everyone, and he still wasn't quiet when he left. Does this guy have to cause trouble? The young man was furious. This was an insult to his character. Thinking of this, he decided not to tolerate it. He simply opened the window and yelled at Chusi, "Mask sister, are you done yet? You can't throw things in a moving car, don't you know?" Chusi paused, and guiltily took back the potatoes she was about to throw. Clearly, even in the Wasteland, traffic rules still needed to be followed. She was getting carried away, she really was. Chusi leaned over sheepishly, admitting her mistake with a very polite attitude. The young man in the car behind him, however, looked even more dreadful. He had always felt extremely cool, but now Chusi's behavior frightened him. It was horrible. Fortunately, Chusi only stretched her head out once and then retracted it. But the young man was still not satisfied. He glanced at Chusi's thin figure, but in the end, he didn't get angry at her. Instead, he found Fu Bowen's contact in the channel and called her directly. "What's wrong with you? You don't even take care of your family. Didn't you tell her before? There are swift birds nearby. When riding in a vehicle, you must never lean out of the protected area. Do I need to tell you how dangerous it is?" Fu Bowen had just answered the call when he heard the other party ignite a firecracker. He was about to get angry, but when he heard the other party's words clearly, he immediately thought of Chusi sitting in the back of the truck. Fu Bowen broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, he had been thinking about digging potatoes for the past 2 days, and he really forgot to remind Chusi. Chapter 164. After Fu Bowen flattered her with a thank you, he immediately rolled open the rear window and shouted, "Chusi, Sister Chu, next time, please don't lean out of the car. This is no joke. The swift bird flies incredibly fast, and with its sharp beak, it's enough to kill a person. So you must never leave your safe area again. If anything goes wrong, Brother Xian will kill me." Chusi nodded blankly, her mind still a little strained. She understood Fu Bowen's words, but it didn't seem to register. She couldn't imagine a bird flying directly through a person's body. Well, it wasn't that she couldn't imagine it, it just seemed so fantastical and fantastical. The dangers of this wasteland world were truly beyond her imagination. It really could cost her life at any moment. After thinking about it, she put the hood she had just taken off back on. Never mind, she'd just be the hood's sister. After all, with her black koi attributes. As the masked girl, she might still be alive, but Chusi, as an ordinary person, might not be. Weirdos, please stay safe. Chusi settled down completely. She carefully pressed the cloth behind her, making sure no insects could fly in, and then continued to monitor the mutated potatoes. Ding! Low radiation mutation, edible. Hey, the first low radiation mutation potato. She carefully placed it in her backpack. Yes, this thing should have been half of Fu Bowen's, but she was planning to keep it for herself. Ji Xian needed this low radiation mutation food to recuperate, and she hadn't found it for him in a long time. Now she had to be selfish. Of course, she had to make it clear, otherwise, if the secret was revealed, it would affect their future cooperation. But she could trade it with Fu Bowen for something like meat or honey. A good sign, then the next one. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation, recommended for moderate consumption. Next one, ding. Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chusi was truly delighted. It seemed her runaway little koi had returned. With this momentum, she finished all 4 sacks without stopping. A total of 88 edible potatoes were detected, 86 of which had moderate radiation mutations, and 2 had low radiation mutations. In other words, theoretically, Fu Bowen should have received 43 moderately mutated potatoes, and 1 low radiation mutation. However, it was clear that both were already in Chusi's pocket, and it was unlikely she would be able to take them out again. However, they could still negotiate the terms of the exchange. The convoy finally returned to the shantytown. The large truck stopped at the small square. As for Fu Bowen, he drove back directly. His was a utility vehicle, so he didn't need it. He had to stay there, so as usual, he sent Chu Si home first, intending to count the profits there as well. Chu Si had already sorted the potatoes for him. The potatoes were all about the same size, so the basic amount shouldn't be a problem. However, they still needed to be weighed for accuracy. Sure enough, the difference was only about 3 taels. Ji Xian handed the extra bag to Fu Bowen as a token of gratitude for his care for Chu Si. Chu Si coughed twice and pulled 2 potatoes from his backpack. Ji Xian, This made the extra 3 taels he given Bowen seem like a joke. It's not wrong to keep them privately, but if he was going to take them out, could he do it sooner next time? He felt a little embarrassed choosing this time, so Chu Si stopped hiding them. These are 2 potatoes with a low-level radiation mutation. Now, let's move on to the exchange process. After a moment's thought, she added, Ji Xian, go? Ji Xian, Fu Bowen, He was simply exhausted. Fu Bowen knew that Brother Xian needed low-radiation mutated food to recover, and what difference would he make from his own food? So, he hadn't considered asking for too much. Besides, Brother Xian had saved his life. He'd be willing to give it to him for free, let alone trade. But Brother Xian definitely wouldn't agree. So, after some deliberation, Fu Bowen finally said, Chu Si, just give me an ordinary potato. Before Chu Si could speak, Ji Xian shot him down. They and Bowen. The purpose of their relationship was to build a long-term relationship. Saving him was his duty as captain at the time, but such favors couldn't be used to exploit others forever. After several exchanges, neither of them backed down. It was endless, wasn't it? Chu Si silently raised his hand. Fu Bowen, assuming she was about to join in the persuasion, simply shouldered her sack, grabbed a moderately irradiated potato from the ground, and headed out. Chu Si was now anxious. Hey, Bowen, my beehive is still in the car. Don't forget to unload it. Fu Bowen nearly tripped over his own feet. He finally understood Brother Xian's embarrassment. He hadn't meant to do that. He stacked the honeycombs in the space under the seat, and had completely forgotten about them while running. After all, they weren't his own, so he didn't really pay much attention. He rubbed his face, smiled innocently, and immediately carried the honeycombs out. Seeing 3 exactly 1 meter square honeycombs, Ji Xian was thrilled, but not that surprised. He asked Chu Si, did you find a mutant bee colony? In his opinion, Chu Si's haul must have come from discovering a mutant hive near the collection area, and then he couldn't handle it himself, so they only been able to achieve these gains by collaborating with Lei Ming's team. Chu Si simply shook her head. No, that's a long story. Let me tell you. She was about to mention the mutant ants, but then, remembering Fu Bowen, she stopped herself and added, no, it's a reward for killing mutant bees. Ji Xian was a little confused. Was Chu Si's combat prowess now enough to be a thug? Seeing Ji Xian didn't understand, Chu Si instantly grasped the crux of the matter. She felt a little embarrassed. Well, I'm fully equipped. I'm not afraid of stings. Chapter 165. After Fu Bowen left, Chu Si recounted her day's experiences to Ji Xian, especially the part where District 4 asked her to kill the mutant bees. The plot was incredibly engaging, with twists and turns. That jerk. Not only did they seize my hive at first, they also gave me all the pollen. But then Captain Lei Ming tricked me back, and I even stole their crossbow. I can use it to poison it later, increasing its attack power. Chu Si happily counted her gains from District 4. In the end, I got 3 hives, 1 with pollen, 1 with honey, and 1 would be pupae. Unfortunately, we can't keep them all to ourselves. We have to share some with Team Lei. We can't just rely on help for nothing, right? Speaking of Team Lei, Chu Si I casually asked, are you familiar with him? Given our friendship, it's definitely not enough to ask him to help me. Ji Xian sighed softly. Our relationship is complicated, and it can't be described simply as familiarity. Lei Ming and I were both orphans raised in the mercenary group. He's also a genetically modified human. Since childhood, we've been evenly matched. In the fight for many high-quality resources, we're undoubtedly equal competitors. But there are also times when we're partners. It's this way that we can both betray each other and remain loyal to each other. He's one of the few people in the Tomorrow mercenary group that I can completely trust. It's not that Lei Ming is particularly reliable, but he won't lie to me, and the same is true for me. Chu Si, So complicated, what's this? A childhood sweetheart who loves and hates each other? Ji Xian saw Chu Si's expression becoming increasingly perverse. He couldn't help but hold his forehead, interrupting her chaotic thoughts. By the way, why did you suddenly ask for this small surveillance camera today? To be honest, This thing might not be as useful to Chusi as she imagined. Her current areas of activity are relatively safe. As the saying goes, she can spot any area she needs surveillance, even without it. And those she can't spot anyway, even with surveillance, remain invisible. This is especially true for mutant animals that are skilled at camouflage. Identifying them relies solely on the experience gained from years of experience in the wild. Chusi was quite proud of this. Previously, when they were out in the wild, it hadn't been convenient to discuss the mutant ant nest with Ji Xian. Now was the perfect time to get his opinion. There's another mutant ant nest beneath the mutant bee nest? Ji Xian found this somewhat unbelievable. Is this a symbiosis between two animal species? He heard before that mutant plants and animals could form symbiotic relationships, but that mostly happened between mutant animals and plants. It seemed like it could also happen between animals, but this was the first time he heard of bees and ants. Are you sure? Chusi thought about it. She wasn't sure. I found a living mutant ant in the mutant bee nest, and then I found a hidden hole under a boulder. Judging by its size, it was obviously dug by that ant. Ji Xian remained non-committal. After all, they already had a little mechanical spider, so they could just send it in and see what happened. He preferred Chusi to seek out Lei Ming and his team for a collaborative hunt. After all, given the current swarm of mutant bees, if they also coexisted with a group of mutant ants, the colony would undoubtedly be quite large. Chusi, however, had reservations about Ji Xian's suggestion. Compared to working with Team Lei, she preferred to act independently. She now had her little spider, so regardless of whether the cat was black or white, wouldn't she just send it in and see what happened? Chusi was very self-aware. She had never thought of hunting the entire mutant ant colony. She just wanted to hunt the mutant ants like mice. She chose a section of road where the mutant ants often traveled and set up cages inside. In this way, Chusi could avoid directly confronting them, and it would be more labor-saving to hunt them. She had thought about the feasibility of cooperating with Lei Ming's team before, but the result was not so satisfactory to her. Compared with Lei Ming and others, her ability was too weak. It was almost certain that they would not bring her, a burden, with them when they went down to hunt the mutant ant colony. Her contribution to the deal was merely information. Based on the principle of more work, more pay in Wasteland teams, she would only earn a few points. What she wanted was the energy stone in the ant's stomach, something Lei Ming and the others would definitely not share with her. So, after much deliberation, she decided to go it alone first. When things got really tough, she could look for someone to work with. Hearing Chusi's words, Ji Xian fell silent for a moment. He had suggested Chusi find a partner out of concern for her safety, and Chusi's idea was clearly not wrong. Hers was actually more in line with their current needs. Ji Xian's silence was simply a hint of helplessness. If his body had healed by now, they wouldn't have needed to consider partners at all. Now, Chusi had to handle all of this himself. He felt a mixture of pride and sadness. It was difficult to have everything right at this time. Chusi wasn't as sentimental as he was. Thinking of the bag of potatoes still in the small living room, he immediately brought them in. Potatoes were a relatively easy crop to store, so Chusi didn't want to dry them anymore. Chapter 166. If it weren't for the lack of soil at home, Chusi would have really wanted to plant all the potatoes. The yield was so high, so incredibly promising. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. Ji Xian, we're running low on soil. What about hydroponics? The water supply at the base is free, after all. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Her eyes lit up. Ji Xian couldn't help but pull a handful of her hair. What are you thinking? How can you grow potatoes just by growing them in water? Hydroponics requires regular additions of water and fertilizer, and that's expensive. It's not uncommon to work so hard and end up not even recovering the cost. Chusi, Just now, he thought his idea was perfect, and now it's bankrupt? But Chusi really thought this method was quite good. It wasn't easy to find soil outside that met radiation standards, but with hydroponics, that was manageable. Undeterred, she asked, how much is a bag of fertilizer and water? After a moment's thought, Ji Xian took a tube of nutrient solution. 3 points per tube of fertilizer and water solution. 1 tube of fertilizer and water solution per potato plant is enough for the first few days, but as the plant grows, its fertilizer needs will increase dramatically, especially during flowering and potato production. 2 potatoes a day per plant is more than enough, and you need to keep replenishing until harvest time. Really, hydroponics isn't something we can consider right now. Chusi's hands trembled, and she was shocked. These guys were actually gluttons even more than her. Why would she grow potatoes if she had all those nutrients? Would she sell them for points? It seemed their family's current financial situation wasn't such that they could afford to squander their wealth. She couldn't even think about hydroponics anymore. Forget it, she'd just let the potatoes air dry and store them. Then there was a major project. Her sack of beanworms still needed to be tested. During the day, Chusi had knocked them unconscious, inevitably losing some limbs, but many were still breathing, barely enough to test for edibility. Now that they had lard, it would be a delight to stir-fry a plate of golden, crispy big grasshoppers. After dinner, the two of them each shared half the sack and set to work. Oh, right! Chusi reached into the bottom of the sack and pulled out several mutant drones she had shot dead. A watch revealed that all the food was highly radioactive and inedible. Luckily, an energy stone was found in the stomach of a drone. Energy stone level, E, energy value, 329. Oh wow, this was beyond my expectations. Chusi wanted to kiss it, but she finally held back. She had to wash it anyway. Finally, she got in a good start. Oh, and those mutant snakes she put away yesterday. Chusi quickly removed them from the drying room and gutted them one by one, hoping for a good result. But nothing happened. Yes, nothing at all. As expected, greed is the original sin. Forget about it now, and focus on other tasks. Fortunately, the rest of the process went relatively smoothly. She and Ji Xian both found several energy stones. She found 3 more, 2 E grade and 1 F grade, while Ji Xian found 2, 1 E grade and 1 F grade. Honestly, the probability of finding one was already very high. Chusi collected them and placed them in the bag Ji Xian had specially used to store energy stones. There were already 3 D grade and 1 E grade in it. He had already dropped an E grade and 2 F grade energy stones. Add to that the E grade energy stones dropped by the mutated bee today, and the 3 E grade and 2 F grade energy stones dropped by the mutated beanworms. The bottom of the bag was almost full. Chusi's heart raced with the tinkling of the energy stones. Brother Xian, we have so much in savings. When can we buy a house in the safe zone? Ji Xian pursed his lips. Just have fun counting energy stones. I don't want to dampen your spirits now. Chusi, it's already been done. Well, spilled water can't be undone. This is it. Chapter 167. Chusi and Ji Xian worked tirelessly, but unfortunately, with so many mutant bean worms, not a single one was edible. However, considering the ratio of their energy stone production, this seemed understandable. This group clearly enjoyed wandering into high radiation areas, so it seemed only natural that their meat was inedible. After finishing the mutant bean worms, Ji Xian modified the insect trap according to Chusi's requirements. Chusi wanted to modify both openings, making one completely sealable, and the other a metal door that would only allow entry but not exit. Near the door, he added a hook for hanging bait. After Ji Xian finished one, he took it directly to the mutant fire ant cage in the small living room for testing. The 2 mutant ants were roughly the same size, making it just the right size for testing. Seeing that it could indeed trap more than 2 mutant fire ants, Ji Xian confidently began modifying the other traps. Actually, renovating this thing was quite time-consuming. New doors had to be woven from wire on both sides, and after adding the iron sheets, constant adjustments were necessary. If they were too loose or too tight, it wouldn't fit. After all this trouble, if he could get rid of 3 or 4 tonight, he'd be lucky. Ji Xian thought to himself that this stock should be enough for Chusi. If the cave wasn't dangerous, these 3 or 4 rat traps would cover 3 or 4 directions, which would be enough for Chusi. However, if the density of mutant ants below was too high, making it impossible for Chusi to avoid them, he wouldn't recommend going down alone. He didn't destroy the 2 seals he had removed from the insect trap. Instead, he carefully removed them and set them aside, ready to be reinstalled later. After all, he saw that the insect trap was used quite frequently. Keeping it now would save trouble later. Chusi watched from the side for a while, very satisfied with Ji Xian's renovations. She even learned how to operate the new cage. After trying it a few times and confirming it was working properly, she began to inspect the hive. After all, she wasn't a supervisor, and standing by all the time wouldn't be a good idea. Chusi quietly left the room. She had originally planned to inspect it directly in the small living room. This would save her the trouble of moving the hive back and forth. After all, the master bedroom was very limited. Apart from the space occupied by the 2 beds, most of the space was taken up by the foxtail grass planted. Moving such a large hive around would be inconvenient, and any bumps or scratches would be a loss. But as soon as she entered the outer room, she immediately changed her mind. The weather was getting colder, and the outer room walls were made of bamboo. Standing there for a while would make her hands feel a bit cold. There was no other choice but to carry the hive and trudge back inside. Ji Xian couldn't have missed the commotion. Chu Xi had barely opened the door when he stopped her. Stop! There's no need to bring the hive in. We need to take it to a specialized testing facility in a couple of days. Chu Xi paused. Going out for testing? Yes. Ji Xian nodded gently. Testing honey is different from testing other items. Honey in a hive isn't usually collected by a single bee, and the honey they collect is definitely not collected from the same flower. Therefore, it's difficult to test just a small sample. This approach would result in significant errors. Honey in a single hive is likely to contain a mix of various radiation levels. Similarly, the same is true for pollen, so private testing is unlikely to be accurate. The testing facility in the safe zone has specialized testing equipment that can freeze the honey and then test it in batches. Under special lighting, different levels of radiation can be detected. Different grade food can also display different colors, making it easier for us to cut it. Huh? That's not right. Chu Xi shook his head. No, this hive has been jostled around in the car for so long. The honey inside has probably been mixed up. Even if there were both highly mutated and less mutated honey in one hive, it would probably be indistinguishable. Ji Xian sighed helplessly, looking at the hive she had been carrying, and asked a soul-searching question. Can you put the hive down first so we can continue this discussion? When they first met, Chu Xi seemed so weak, so why did he now feel like a fool? Ji Xian held his forehead and forced his mind back on the topic. No, honey is very viscous, and each hive is almost full. There's no room for honey to flow, so the problem you're talking about won't occur. Chapter 168. Chu Xi put the honeycomb back as instructed, turned her back, and gave him a quiet look. Don't think she can't see. What was that look in Ji Xian's eyes just now? Was he disgusted with her? I can't stand it, okay? If it weren't for his lame leg, a verbal fight would have been inevitable between them. After thinking it over, she pulled out the bottom honeycomb, which contained bee pupae. She poked open the wax on one of the honeycombs, revealing a pair of small, dark eyes and a large, snow-white head. Chu Xi took a deep breath and used her knife to pick out the fat white creature. She stabbed the tip of the knife a little deeper and wiped the juice on her watch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Looking at the fat white creature still quibbling and twisting wildly, she completely gave up the idea of testing other bee pupae. Forget it, let Ji Xian do it. Chu Xi brainwashed herself that in critical moments, Ji Xian would have to take charge. She respected his ability to handle things. Having made her decision, she felt much lighter. Looking at the number one white creature still hopping at her feet, she swished her knife and ended its short life. Chu Xi tossed the corpse into a nearby cage to feed the fire ants. Oh, right! Chu Xi slapped her head. There was something important she had forgotten to ask Ji Xian. She ran to her backpack and pulled out the crossbow and quiver she had stealed from Hu Yu. Chu Xi handed them to Ji Xian. Take a look. Is the crossbow easy to fit? I finally got a nice weapon. If I can't get more ammunition later, what a waste. Hearing this, Ji Xian paused, reached out, and took the quiver. Pressing his finger on the edge of the quiver, one side of the quiver popped open. Inside, the crossbow arrow was about a palm's length. Its shoulder was a sharp, conical shape, gleaming with a cold, icy light. The entire arrow was a simple, bare, long, cylindrical shape, with 4 small feathers at the back to balance it. Ji Xian pulled one out and examined it carefully. It's easy to match. It's just an ordinary crossbow bolt. You can buy it by looking at the model. It's a little more expensive, but it's still within our budget. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi finally relaxed his grip. The higher price didn't matter. This thing could penetrate the armor of crustaceans. With it, he wouldn't be so helpless against mutant mantises and the like in the future. Ji Xian took a crossbow bolt from the bolt box and put it away. He would match some of it in 2 days when he went to the safe zone to test the honey. After finishing, he returned both items to Chu Xi. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Do you want to poison them?" Chu Xi shook her head. There was no need. Toxins wouldn't be necessary for hunting mutant ants. If she did encounter something else, she still had her hidden weapon box to last. Besides, there would be a guard tomorrow, so if anything big came up, she wouldn't need to deal with it. Furthermore, the dozen or so mutant fire ants at home probably wouldn't produce enough poison to supply these crossbows. It seemed like she'd have to get some poisonous mutant plants or animals back when she had the chance. Chu Xi stretched and checked her watch. As soon as it was 9 o'clock in the evening, she was so sleepy that she couldn't stand it. The main reason was that she got up too early today, went out to collect bait at 2:30, and ran around all day. She was really tired. Thinking that there was nothing that had to be dealt with immediately tonight, she simply washed up and went to bed early. As soon as she washed her face, she lay on the bed, hugged her small quilt, and fell asleep in a short while. She even forgot to pull up the bedcloth. Maybe she felt cold again, so she kept rolling in the quilt. In her dreams, she was looking for a big quilt everywhere. Ji Xian shook his head and reached out to increase the heater at home. He covered her with a big leather coat that Chu Xi had made for her some time ago. Sure enough, Chu Xi no longer looked for the quilt. However, after rolling around just now, a strand of her hair was swallowed by her mouth. Chu Xi was now half asleep and kept reaching out to pull it out, but unfortunately she couldn't get it out. Seeing that she was getting more and more irritable, Ji Xian hurried to help her. Now she finally slept soundly. Chu Xi usually didn't pay much attention to her image. She was busy making a living, and had no time to care about beauty or ugliness. As a result, her bangs had grown so long that they almost covered most of her face. Ji Xian looked down and felt that it was not that. Seeing she was sound asleep, he decided to give her a haircut. Ji Xian wasn't completely unprepared. Before he started using the scissors, he measured the length, ensuring it barely covered her eyebrows. He remembered several girls in the mercenary group had similar hairstyles, and they were quite cute. But he hadn't expected the hair to grow back up after he let it down, even though he measured it. It wasn't a big deal though, it was still quite cute. Ji Xian was delighted. He admired it for a while, before returning to weaving the cages. He worked overtime until midnight, finishing all 4 cages before washing up and climbing into bed. Chapter 169. The next day, Chu Xi woke up a little late, but it wasn't a big deal. Ji Xian wouldn't schedule morning exercises for her during the harvest season, and waking up at 3:40 would still give her time for breakfast. Chu Xi quickly dressed, hurriedly washed up, and headed out the door with her nutrition supplement in her mouth. Luckily, Ji Xian had already packed everything she needed the night before. She grabbed her backpack and rushed out the door. She'd been so busy all morning that she naturally didn't notice Ji Xian's indescribable look. As soon as she stepped out, she shivered from the cold. She rubbed her hands and blew a breath of warm air against her lips. Chu Xi grumbled, "So cold, ah." She still felt incredibly sleepy, so she wiped her face twice and ran towards the small square. She was really late today, and there were few people on the street. But what were they staring at? And that suppressed smile always made Chu Xi feel uneasy. She reached out and tugged at her hair. The feel seemed different than usual. Undeterred, Chu Xi tried to pull a handful of hair to see if it was still there. She only just managed a small section when it slipped out of her hand. Chu Xi's unease intensified, and she immediately pulled up the selfie screen on her watch. Ah, so short. Chu Xi couldn't believe her eyes. It was so ugly, so fresh and refined, so horrible. She didn't understand. She only slept, so why had her bangs been chewed by a dog? She still hadn't dared to directly blame Ji Xian. After all, judging by his personality, he probably wasn't the type. But it wasn't like she'd done it in her sleep, was it? Chu Xi video called Ji Xian as she ran. She had to get to the bottom of this. Honestly, Ji Xian didn't want to admit it. He looked so cute last night, so why was he so different this morning? When Chu Xi woke up, he was startled too. It felt as if Chu Xi had been electrified. The strands of hair on her forehead stood up, each one a thought of its own, a truly rebellious expression. Ji Xian, who always sported a buzz cut, had no idea how versatile a woman's bangs could be. Chu Xi no longer needed an answer. Seeing Ji Xian's evasive gaze, she knew who had done this. It was simply too much. Unforgivable, she gritted her teeth. Ji Xian better not sleep tonight, or else she'd have to get him a custom-made, dog-bitten hairstyle. Chu Xi was truly furious this time, and the consequences were dire. The constant curious, teasing glances on the road were becoming unbearable. Chu Xi felt a bit overwhelmed and had no choice but to put the wig back on. Ever since word got around about the nickname Wig Sister, she had decided to avoid it. It wasn't a good reputation after all, but she hadn't expected to be forced into it. However, she had made a name for herself yesterday when she hunted the mutant bees. While there were crowds of people watching, it didn't cause any panic. A few people even started following suit, greatly distracting everyone from Chu Xi. By the time she reached the small square, Fu Bowen was already ready on his tricycle. Seeing Chu Xi running towards them from a distance, he breathed a sigh of relief. They had less than 5 minutes to leave. Chu Si had arrived almost immediately this time. Chu Si dumped all her belongings into the back of the tricycle and then climbed back up, panting. Despite the cold weather, she worked up a sweat. As usual, Chu Si wiped her brow with her sleeve. Fu Bowen, Scratching an itch through a shoe, he couldn't help but wonder, why are you still wearing a headgear? Upon hearing this, Chu Si's anger flared uncontrollably, and he replied unhappily, it's cold. Fu Bowen scratched his head. Why did he feel Chu Si's words were gnashing? But it wasn't a big deal, he didn't care at all. Fu Bowen was in a good mood. He earned a ton of points just from yesterday's hand. The potatoes hadn't even been sold yet, but the price had more than doubled. His 150 points investment was well worth it. This made him look at Chu Si with increasing favor. Chu Si was now a shining star in his eyes. Glittering gold, dazzling, utterly dazzling. Is there something wrong with her attitude? In his opinion, that wasn't a big deal. If Sister Chu could still lead him to success next time, he wouldn't mind this little sacrifice. The car lurched for 2 stops before finally arriving at their destination. There, Chu Si was allocated a plot of land, but she wasn't particularly happy. Her heart was broken. This wasn't just a trivial matter like a broken bang. When she came yesterday, she was so busy with Fu Bowen's land that she had forgotten to claim her own plot. No wonder she felt like something was missing yesterday. Chu Si clutched her chest, feeling the pain stifling her breath. Her fragile heart must have been shattered. Chapter 170. Complaining endlessly obviously won't solve any problems. All Chu Si could do now was try to make up for yesterday's losses. She could only try to set more traps today. She didn't rush into the potato collection site she had just been assigned, but instead asked Fu Bowen to help out while she set the traps nearby, carrying her large insect traps. After setting a countdown for each spot, she returned to her assigned plot. She had deliberately rushed to leave time to explore the mutant ant nest. The potatoes she dug the previous 2 days weren't in vain. Chu Si had now honed her digging skills. There were 3 potato plants in this collection spot, but the yield was a bit lower than in her original assigned spot. 3 plants yielded only 12 edible potatoes. She was one of the first to finish gathering potatoes. The others had already begun to search for food. Glancing at her watch, she didn't care that she had 5 minutes left and hurriedly collected the insect traps she spread out. She couldn't help but be anxious, because Chu Si had discovered someone was actually trying to steal her traps. They weren't outright robbing, but one shameless person had surreptitiously moved Chu Si's traps to another location, clearly intending to pick them up later. Luckily, Chu Si hadn't dared to place the 4 traps too far away for easy access, and she occasionally glanced at them, allowing her to spot any problems. It seems that the sack of bean worms she caught yesterday still attracted some people's attention. Chu Si was even more afraid to conduct tests on the spot. What if someone saw that there were energy stones inside? Wouldn't it be a huge uproar? By then, even Fu Bowen's identity would not be able to intimidate these people. Chu Si, just as she had done yesterday, immediately knocked the mutant bean worms unconscious and crippled them. Afterwards, she went to find Fu Bowen and locked the mutant potatoes and bean worms in the cab. Then, avoiding everyone, she secretly went to the area where Area 4 had been located yesterday. What she hadn't expected was that there were mutant bees coming and going at the entrance to this crypt. It seemed the guards hadn't done a clean kill yesterday. She pulled the little mechanical spider from her backpack. When not activated, it was a small black ball, no bigger than a fist. Chu Si activated it with her watch, and 8 black legs emerged from the ball. The pair of cameras on the spider's head, which served as eyes, flickered and changed color. The mechanical spider had been successfully activated. Immediately after activation, it could instantly change its skin color to match its surroundings. Without careful observation, its location would be hard to detect. After Chu Si verified the image on her watch, she guided the little mechanical spider into the cave, and she herself found a secluded spot nearby. As the little spider went deeper, the cave became pitch black. Chu Si gave a new command, activate night vision. Soon, the screen became clear again. The light wasn't as bright, but at least everything inside was visible. After seeing the situation clearly, Chu Si breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things weren't as bad as she had imagined. Although there were still some mutant bees in the cave, they were mostly worker bees with weak combat capabilities, and there weren't many of them. Her protective suit could handle them perfectly. The little mechanical spider crawled for a while, before finally reaching the tunnel she had discovered yesterday, created by the mutant ants. It extended its mechanical legs, and used force to push aside the accumulated rubble, clearing a fist-sized entrance, and then it crawled in. Chu Si was stunned by the scene on the screen. This wasn't the mutant ant nest she initially thought it was, nor was there an extensive underground transportation network. The structure was similar to the room above, only slightly smaller. In the center of the room lay a beehive, less than half a square meter in size. Most strikingly, it still contained a complete queen cell. This was clearly a backup plan left by the mutant bees. If Chu Si hadn't stumbled upon this place, the colony would have been able to revive in the near future. And the mutant ant wasn't the ally Chu Si had initially thought it was. It was likely merely food for the queen bee, as several mutant ants and mutant bean worms, also serving as food, had been gnawed by the queen until only their heads were left. Chu Si remembered that modern bees don't eat meat. Could this be a side effect of their mutation? They've grown so large, it doesn't seem like a big deal. She guided the little mechanical spider through the cave, discovering that the queen bee seemed to be the only one inside. As the spider reached the back of the hive, Chu Si's breath stopped. Unexpectedly, she discovered several discarded energy stones, one of which glowed faintly red. Wasn't that Ji Xian's healing elixir? Chu Si was completely paralyzed. She immediately emerged from her hiding spot and, after confirming that no one was nearby, rushed back into the cave. She had assigned the little mechanical spider to guard the cave entrance, ensuring she could detect any emergencies. Chu Si didn't dare waste any time along the way, willingly risking being bitten by several mutant bees, blindly pursuing speed. Arriving at the chamber where the queen bee had once been, she painstakingly widened the entrance, then climbed down a rope and descended. With a single swift strike, Chu Si dispatched the potential queen bee, then quickly circled around to the back of the hive and collected the energy stones. From the surveillance footage, she could only say that these stones looked like energy stones, but now she could finally confirm their identity. Luckily, she hadn't sought cooperation back then, otherwise, this special energy stone would never have fallen into her hands. All she could say was that this little mechanical spider was a worthwhile purchase and a truly excellent value for money. Chapter 171. Chu Si had just tested it. The red energy stone had an energy value of 912, surprisingly a rare C-grade energy stone. The remaining 4 ordinary energy stones were also D- and E-grade. This was a real splurge. She carefully stored the energy stones close to her body and prepared to survey the rest of the cave. What if there were any more surprises? Finding another energy stone would be a great haul. Suddenly, a series of shrill whistles came from Chu Si's watch. These were the sounds picked up by the mechanical spider at the cave entrance. However, the spider's main function was to transmit images, and its ability to detect sound was not very strong, so it sounded intermittent. Chu Si had to listen carefully for a while before she confirmed that it was the whistle for the team to assemble. She was startled. It had only been less than half a day, so why were they gathering and heading back so soon? While she didn't know the specific reason, Chu Si knew she had to rejoin the team immediately. The team would definitely not be delayed by 1 or 2 missing personnel, and those ordinary people who spent the night in the wilderness had little chance of survival. Chu Si felt the energy stones on her front through her clothes. With such a treasure in her arms, her good days were almost upon her. She couldn't afford to die before dawn. Not bothering to search elsewhere, she simply cut the hive in half and tossed it into her backpack. Honey spilled all over the floor. She didn't care for the pain now. Following the rope she laid down on the way in, Chu Si quickly climbed up and rushed out of the cave. Perhaps sensing the energy of the queen bee in Chu Si's backpack, the mutant bees Chu Si encountered this time were the most ferocious they ever been, a complete suicide attack with no regard for their own lives. Even though Chu Si was wearing a protective suit, she still suffered several large bruises from the stings. There was nothing she could do about it. Her suit had already sustained some damage yesterday, giving the other mutant bees an opening. Thankfully, the venom of these mutant bees wasn't very potent. It was just painful. Chu Si sucked her lips. It was too early to say that. While the venom of these mutant bees wasn't strong, they were still quite lethal. The pain alone was unbearable for the average person. Chu Si cried out as she crawled, tears streaming down her face. The pain was unbearable. The swelling was so large that even the slightest touch was excruciating. And the swelling was still hidden beneath her clothes. Every crawl felt like a salvation for her. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, she crawled out of hell alive. Before she could even catch her breath, Fu Bowen called. Chu Si took a deep breath and tapped the answer button on her watch. As soon as the call was connected, Fu Bowen's anxious voice rang out. "Where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? The convoy is about to leave." Chu Si quickly scooped her mechanical spider from the ground and put it away. Her clothes rubbed against the swelling on her body, and she couldn't help but scream. It seemed impossible for her to run back. Even if she could endure the excruciating pain and run, the pain would undoubtedly limit her speed, and she wouldn't be able to catch up with the convoy. Chu Si didn't hesitate and said decisively, "I'm at the entrance to the mutant hive in Area 4 yesterday. Come and pick me up. I give you an F-level energy stone with an energy value of 129. When Fu Bowen heard the first half of the sentence, he was about to ask Chu Si why he ended up there. But after he finished the whole thing, the only thing that remained in his mind was energy stone. He's seen plenty of energy stones, but he didn't really own many. When their team went out on missions, energy stones were usually mission items, and the ones distributed to everyone were usually points. So, if he didn't say he wasn't excited to hear that picking someone up would earn him an energy stone, he'd be lying. Without further ado, he replied confidently, "Wait, I'll be there soon." Just then, the convoy had also departed, but Fu Bowen had strayed from the group, heading towards the area assigned to number 4 yesterday. Fortunately, he was just a construction truck, so the convoy didn't have strict control over him. However, upon returning, he inevitably be dealt with by Old Lei. But Fu Bowen refused to surrender. Even if he were given 10 more chances like this, he would definitely make the same choice every time. Listening to the roaring in his headphones, Fu Bowen, while musing about the brakes not working, quickly broke away from the group, perfectly portraying the man who knowingly committed a crime and then refused to comply. Everyone in the team silently gave him a thumbs up. He was truly a man of steel. He's a real man. Of course, Fu Bowen wasn't completely foolish. He sped his tricycle at the speed of an airplane, striving to reunite with the group as quickly as possible. Acting alone in the wilderness wasn't a good idea. Outnumbered, they were often targets for the mutant beasts. After communicating with Fu Bowen, Chu Si found a secluded place to hide. Chapter 172. Mutated animals have far more acute senses than humans. Even before they spotted the mutant bird, many smaller mutant animals were already dormant. She noticed that the mutant snakes, few of which had been seen in the past 2 days, had reappeared in large numbers, frantically hiding in the mutant bees' underground nests. It truly is true that those who know you best are always your enemies. Chu Si lay prone, not daring to move. She was actually a little terrified. After all, she had already secured so many goodies. Given her Black Koi's abilities, she knew she was destined for bad luck. And with such valuable gains, her bad luck wouldn't be so easy to handle. She definitely couldn't defeat the mutant bird. If her target was the mutant bird, then she didn't seem to have any suitable way to escape. There was no other way. The disparity in strength between the enemy and her was so great that it couldn't even be called a fight. Chu Si would just be one-sidedly abused. After waiting for a while, she found complete silence. The mutant animals nearby had all found a place to lie down, even more docile than usual. Chu Si was delighted. Could it be that her Black Koi's bad luck could actually be reversed? For example, the most basic principle, if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. This thought instantly refreshed Chu Si. Even the large swelling on her body didn't seem to hurt as much. She quietly turned over. A large, colorful, spotted snake was already standing behind her. Chu Si let out a cry and launched herself forward. The spotted snake swooped down, but it didn't bite a single corner of Chu Si's clothing. However, the situation was still extremely dangerous. The snake's head was less than a circle away from her calf. It was a life-threatening situation. Did she have a conflict with snakes? Chu Si had recently encountered 3 mutant snakes that could easily have killed her. She couldn't feel the pain anymore, as she discovered this snake was far longer and stronger than she imagined. Once entangled by it, she was doomed. Compared to her life, the pain she experienced paled into insignificance. Judging by its markings, this large snake seemed to be the leader of the smaller mutants, suggesting it wasn't just massive, but also extremely venomous. Chu Si stood up and began to flee for her life. Unfortunately, the terrain was very flat, and the few potato plants they had dug up had already been cleared, making it impossible to create an obstacle course. The distance between the snake and her was closing, and it was a truly devastating situation. Yes, she still had a crossbow. Don't panic, Chu Si sprinted forward. She ran, rummaging through her backpack with her right hand at a rapid pace. Thanks to her money-loving nature, she grabbed the backpack the first time she escaped. She didn't realize it at all during the whole run. If she hadn't thought of the crossbow, she wouldn't have known she was still holding the backpack. Fortunately, her luck was pretty good. She grabbed the crossbow in her hands in just a few tries. She threw the backpack away and shot the mutant snake with the crossbow in both hands. The snake was caught off guard, and the crossbow arrow hit its head directly, and then It flew out with a whoosh. It was definitely a hit. Juicy Eye had practiced shooting for so long that she still had some accuracy, but the snake's defense was good, and the crossbow couldn't break its skin. Although she failed to injure the mutant snake, she successfully angered it, and it was still close to Juicy Eye. It started spraying venom from 2 meters away. Juicy Eye was so anxious that she jumped up and down, but a little bit of it still stained her trouser legs. Juicy Eye looked down. Fortunately, the snake venom was not corrosive, and could not hurt her unless it came into contact with an open wound. Then, the big snake sprayed again, and the venom and the swelling caused by the mutant bee bite were superimposed. Juicy Eye felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in her throat. The effect of the snake venom was very fast. After a while, she felt a dazzling scene in front of her eyes. Ordinary plants became colorful and distorted in shape. She was still running desperately, but her legs and feet were obviously unable to maintain balance, and she fell to the ground all of a sudden. Juicy Eye knew that things were not good, and hurriedly took out an energy stone from her arms and held it in her hand. She looked down. Fortunately, it was not the red one. As soon as the energy stone was in her hand, her brain felt clear instantly, her physical strength quickly returned, and her eyes were filled with trembling. Catching sight of a large, iridescent snake slowly approaching from the corner of her eye, Juicy Eye simply lay on the ground, feigning death. Whether or not this would work depended on this one desperate opportunity. Juicy Eye quietly unhooked a bolt from her crossbow and held it tightly in her palm. As the snake drew closer, she quickly leaned forward, thrusting the bolt fiercely into the snake's eye. A single blow. One eye shattered, spurting fluid. As the snake roared in pain, Juicy Eye pried its head apart with one hand and lashed out with her other hand, desperately aiming for its other eye. Unfortunately, the snake was on guard this time, its head shaking violently, knocking the bolt out of her grasp. Juicy Eye, utterly ruthless, swung her fist and smashed it head-on. At that moment, a single thought ran through her mind. If I can't break your defense, I give you a concussion. Juicy's reckless fighting style actually frightened the giant snake. It tried to retreat, its head recoiled, and it slipped out of Juicy's arms. When Fu Bowen finally arrived, he saw Juicy Eye chasing down a massive mutant snake with her bare hands. He felt the world was a bit fantastical. Juicy Eye fought for a long time, before finally remembering her armor-piercing hammer in her backpack. She retrieved it, rushed forward, and began to pummel the mutant snake once more. Finally, she had slain the snake. Fu Bowen got out of the car to help her load her belongings. As they left, he didn't dare mention the F-grade energy stone. Tiger, truly too fierce. As for the reward, he better ask Brother Shin later. Chapter 173. Juicy Eye leaned against the truck bed for a long moment, finally catching her breath before she could focus on other issues. She immediately took out the energy stone she used earlier and tested it. Its current energy value was 587. Juicy Eye remembered that this was originally her only D-grade energy stone, with an energy value of around 680 or 690. TSK. After this battle, the energy stone had been downgraded from D to E, costing an estimated 93 points of energy. It was difficult not to feel bad, but it was definitely worth it. Just resisting the snake venom saved her life, and her subsequent incredible performance, Juicy Eye felt it was all due to the energy stone. She didn't seem to be that good at fighting normally, at least not at the level of being able to tear a giant snake apart with her bare hands. As for whether this was the reason, she wasn't entirely sure. She could only try another energy stone when she felt more affluent. Speaking of energy stones, Juicy Eye finally remembered the reward she promised Fu Bowen. She wiped her face wearily and rummaged through her lapel. It wasn't this one. Well, it wasn't this one either. Suddenly, Juicy's eyes lit up, and she finally pulled out the smallest one. That's it. Energy level, F, energy value, 129. Juicy Eye knocked on the front window, and after Fu Bowen cautiously opened it, she handed the energy stone over. Here, the promised reward. Fu Bowen smiled happily and quickly took the energy stone, eager to kiss it. Just this tiny piece was worth as much as the potatoes they dug yesterday. He chuckled. Come on, sit tight. I take you home in a private tricycle. Juicy Eye rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was practically flying, so where was the private tricycle? This trip had been a thrilling one, though. She almost missed the return bus. Luckily, she already put the potatoes and mutant bean worm she dug into the cab. Suddenly, Juicy Eye slapped her forehead. Oh, she'd forgotten, her insect traps were still in the field. She hadn't collected any, but thinking everyone had already evacuated, even if her insect traps were still there, no one would have taken them. This thought reassured Chusi. Not to mention the cost of the raw materials, Ji Xuanguang had put a lot of effort into weaving them. It would be a shame to lose them. She laid down on the parasol, resting for a moment when the aftereffects of her overexertion began to set in. She'd been resting on the parasol, but now she felt like she was slumped over. Her legs and feet were still okay, but she could clearly feel the strain in her arms. Chusi, helpless, struggled to roll over, nearly crashing into the giant snake's embrace. Furious, she kicked the mutated snake beside her. The snake was slightly longer than the truck bed, its tail curved at the rear, its head hovering directly above Chusi's head. The wound inflicted by the armor-piercing hammer landed directly across from her. Chusi raised her arm with difficulty, collected a drop of blood, and placed it on the test bench. Ding! Highly radioactive, mutated, contained strong neurotoxins. Not recommended for consumption. Chusi curled her lips in dismay. The garish appearance of the snake didn't seem like a proper snake. After testing it, she could only say it was indeed the case. She reached out and felt the snake's belly. It was incredibly smooth, and she couldn't tell if it had swallowed any energy stones. It seemed she'd have to go back and dissect it. But she hadn't been very fond of mutant snakes lately. It was truly disrespectful to her. Last time, she captured so many small mutant snakes, but she couldn't find a single energy stone. Don't go to great lengths, risk your life, only to end up with nothing but a snake's skin. That felt like a loss. In Chusi's world, if you didn't make a big profit, you felt like you were losing. Suddenly, the sound of artillery fire rang out in the distance. Boom! 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 Chusi looked up and saw 7 large mutant birds approaching. 2 adults led the group, and there were 5 slightly smaller ones. But even these smaller ones were much larger than the giant mutant boar they seen last time. As they flew towards her, the sky felt dark. Chusi's heart sank. It was clearly a whole family out for revenge. She hurriedly urged Fu Bowen to speed up. Fu Bowen had naturally heard the noise behind him, and even without Chusi's urging, he had already reached maximum speed. He was well aware of the lethality of this giant mutant bird. After returning from their last encounter, Team Lei had reviewed their situation. The final conclusion was to run away if they encountered one. Their team strength was completely inadequate to inflict overwhelming damage on it. Any attempt to hunt it would inevitably result in casualties. Boom! A shell blasted out, sparking a meteor, and the shooting star struck a nearby juvenile mutant bird. After a few mournful cries, the bird plummeted to the ground. Chusi breathed a sigh of relief, patting the window happily. It's okay, it doesn't look like a big deal. The base guards are really capable. Fu Bowen gave a playful, brilliant smile. Of course they're impressive. The young master has come out to polish his skills, and his car is equipped with the most advanced weapons. They'd be fine, but we have to run fast. Our fragile tricycles might fall apart if they get hit. Chusi nodded repeatedly. This was no joke. Watching the excitement wasn't as important as escaping. They could just watch from a distance and maintain a safe distance. The exchange of fire was intense, the rumbles of gunfire incessant. Chusi gave someone a thumbs up. This young master is different. His ammunition reserves are at least 5 times yours, right? Fu Bowen remained non-committal. You're overthinking it. This isn't just a matter of multiples. Our team simply can't afford weapons, like rocket launchers. There's no comparison. Chusi nodded. They were somewhat self-defeating by discussing this issue. He simply shut up and watched the show. The superior firepower was still very obvious. The few smaller ones had been completely destroyed, but the 2 adults were clearly not so easy to fool. It looked like they would need some effort. Suddenly, a voice call rang on Fu Bowen's watch. He glanced down and saw it was Captain Lei calling. Before answering, Fu Bowen turned back to signal Chusi to be quiet, lest Captain Lei get mad and curse. He could already guess that it must be the devilish instructor, Lei Ming, calling to lecture him because he hadn't returned to the team. Taking 2 deep breaths, he picked up the voicemail. Captain Lei, I'd be reuniting with the main force soon. Before he could finish, Lei Ming sternly interrupted him. No need to reunite with the main force. Return to Combat Unit 1 immediately. The turret on their vehicle has been destroyed by the mutant bird, and the other birds have all been killed. Now, you need to do your best to lure the last remaining bird away until reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, there was a sharp screeching sound from the tires, and the entire vehicle came to a screeching halt. Chapter 174. Fu Bowen's hands remained on the steering wheel, but his mind was blank. The speakerphone was on, so Chusi naturally overheard their conversation. She was startled. Wasn't this just sending Fu Bowen back to die? Even the well-defended Jeep didn't dare to confront the giant bird head-on, so how could their shabby little tricycle have the guts to challenge it? Wasn't this simply asking them to risk their lives to buy time for the people in the Jeep to escape? Chu Si thought Fu Bowen wouldn't agree, but she heard him raspy his okay. Chu Si stood up in surprise, then heard Fu Bowen continue, "If I die, Captain Lei, please give my pension to Brother Xian. He saved my life in the first place, and all these years I lived in vain have been earned." Lei Ming was silent for 3 seconds, then replied with a okay and hung up. Chu Si was speechless, a lot on her mind, but she couldn't say it. Fu Bowen was sure to have thought of all the questions she could think of, but he still agreed. Chu Si saw Fu Bowen quickly get out of the car, carrying her potatoes and mutant bean worms. A flash of inspiration struck Chu Si, thinking he was about to abandon the car and flee. She glanced down at the mutant snake's size and made a quick decision. Using all her might with her dagger, she painstakingly opened a hole in the snake's belly. Reaching in, she searched. Something hard. Chu Si quickly pulled it out, an energy stone. Without time to examine it, she immediately reached inside again to search. In total, the mutant snake had given her 3 energy stones. They looked good in size and quality, but unfortunately, they lacked color. She glanced at the snake's hide with regret. She definitely didn't have time to peel it now, so she had no choice but to discard it. Chu Si grabbed her backpack and quickly jumped out of the car, ready to run with Fu Bowen. But Fu Bowen simply handed her the 2 sacks and got back in the car. Chu Si was shocked. This guy was going to leave her behind and die alone. She felt incredibly worried. Fu Bowen had been waiting for her, falling to the back of the group and then getting this dreadful job. How could she just walk away now? But she really didn't want to go back to feed the birds. Chu Si yanked at her hair in frustration. She watched as Fu Bowen turned the car around, sending a snake tail flying out of the car. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Without caring about anything else, she tossed the 2 sacks in her hands into the truck bed and leaped back with a running start. Fu Bowen heard the noise and turned to see Chu Si had tumbled in again. Furious and anxious, he quickly stopped the car again. "Get out. What are you doing up here? You're just throwing yourself out there with a buy one get one free offer?" Chu Si, She felt Fu Bowen was in decent condition. At least, he was quite good at scolding. She didn't argue with him. She simply pulled out her dagger and began ripping open the giant snake's body, muttering, "Drive your car. I have a plan. Listen to me. We might still have a 1/3 chance of survival." With that, she focused on her own business, ignoring Fu Bowen. Fu Bowen couldn't help it. Time was of the essence. He didn't want everyone in Team 1 to be dead before he returned. Even if he made it back alive, the consequences would likely be no better than death. The car sped out again, and Chu Si finally broke the venom gland in the snake's head. She carefully punctured it, and spread the venom evenly on the snake with her gloved hands. The mutant giant bird was originally the natural enemy of the mutant snake. Birds have the instinct to catch snakes. This time, it depends on whether this big snake can give her a chance. Chapter 175. After Chu Si dealt with the giant snake, she threaded a rope through its head. Their mission was to lure the giant mutant bird away, so they couldn't just toss the carcass anywhere. Therefore, Chu Si had specially prepared a rope, attached to the mutant snake on one side, and tied to the railing of the truck bed on the other. This way, she could control the snake's direction by towing it. "Oh, I almost forgot something important." She patted her hair in fear. It seemed that this snake venom needed to come into contact with blood from a wound to activate its poisonous effect. Just like when the giant snake attacked her just now, the venom splashed onto intact areas and caused no harm. Chu Si was poisoned because the venom had stained the wound from the mutant bee sting. She didn't know if the venom would have the same effect if it was directly ingested, but Chu Si didn't dare to try. With this bait, she had to use the precious energy and the best steel on the blade. If it was wasted, they would probably be buried with the giant snake. Chu Si searched through the weapons and tools she carried. She had to inflict some wound on the mutant bird to ensure safety. After much deliberation, she finally settled on crossbows. Firstly, they were sharper, and secondly, they were plentiful. As the snake dragged itself along, it would undoubtedly knock some of the hidden weapons loose. Therefore, crossbows were the best option. Chu Si planted hidden weapons throughout the snake's body, especially around its head. Because it was bound by ropes and suspended in midair, this was where the crossbows had the greatest chance of survival. The tricycle sped away, and when they arrived at the scene, they saw the remaining mutant bird playing a game of rock throwing with Team 1's Jeep. Of course, It was the bird that was throwing the rock, and the jeep itself. Seeing this, Chu-Si's heart sank. Could anyone inside be saved? Fu Bowen, sitting in the driver's seat, simply opened the team chat and asked, "Are there any Team 1 members still alive?" 2 seconds passed before someone coughed and replied yes. Chu-Si was truly shocked. She stared in disbelief at the car still tumbling on the ground. After a closer look, she finally saw the key point. Even though the car had been hit several times by the giant bird, its frame was still intact, and not a single window was broken. It must be said that the car was of excellent quality. She squinted her eyes and took a closer look. All the airbags had deployed. It seemed there was indeed hope. Chu-Si looked at the broken jeep over there, then at the luxury three-wheeler she was riding in. She felt they might not be qualified to step forward to rescue them, but Fu Bowen's thoughts clearly didn't align with Chu-Si's. Upon hearing that someone was still alive, he rushed forward in his three-wheeler, unstoppable and imposing. The dust he kicked up looked like a long dragon guarding his emperor. Chu-Si screamed in fear, but it did achieve its goal of attracting the mutant bird. The car drove close and made a sharp turn. Although Chu-Si had clung to the railing, she was still narrowly avoided being thrown out. She kept cursing Fu Bowen, but she didn't dare to delay. With one kick, she kicked the mutant snake out of the car. Then Chu-Si scrambled to the ground. Fu Bowen fired a wooden cannon through the car window, hitting the mutant bird's wing. Seeing the giant bird enraged, Fu Bowen didn't dare to pause and quickly drove away. The mutant bird looked down at the battered jeep beside its claws, then up at the tricycle slowly retreating, pulling a large snake. With a powerful push of its claws, it kicked the jeep to the side, then flapped its massive wings and pursued Chu-Si and the others. Chu-Si had been closely monitoring the situation. Seeing the giant bird approaching, he excitedly shouted to Fu Bowen, "Hurry, hurry! It's coming! Let's run to the location of the beehive where number 4 was yesterday. Hurry, hurry, it's so fast!" Fu Bowen didn't reply, his entire focus was now on driving. Chapter 176. On the way here, the two had agreed that after attracting the giant mutant bird, they would lead it toward the mutant bee's nest. Once they arrived, he and Chu-Si would jump out of the car and hide inside the bee's nest, while the car remained in place, leading the giant mutant bird away from the area. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Fu Bowen's forehead, and veins bulged as he gripped the steering wheel. Finally, before the giant bird could catch up, the car reached the nest. Chu-Si leaped out of the car. Not wanting to waste a moment, she immediately ducked down into the cave. Once she had settled herself, she realized that Fu Bowen hadn't followed. A moment later, she felt a gust of wind blowing into the cave from outside. Oh no, the giant mutant bird was already chasing them. In that instant, Chu-Si's mind went blank. They had clearly agreed, so why hadn't he followed? Jump? Did Fu Bowen want to jump? Of course, he wanted to jump too. Who wouldn't want to live? But he had no choice. He had to ensure the mutant bird's tracking target. If he got off the car, he would lose control of the situation. The bird would be on the verge of devouring the giant snake. And after that? It would just crush the tricycle to pieces, and then go back to tormenting the people in the jeep. Honestly, Fu Bowen didn't think anyone's life was more precious than his own, but if he didn't save those people, even if he managed to return to the Tomorrow mercenary group alive, it would definitely not end well. For example, premature genetic collapse. Those who suffered genetic collapse due to mission failure wouldn't even qualify for a nursing home. That was truly a situation where there was no hope for the heavens or the earth, and their situation was countless times more miserable than Ji Xian's. Therefore, he would rather die here than attempt a last-minute escape. After a while, Chu-Si quietly crawled toward the cave entrance. The first thing she saw was the mutant snake being swallowed by the giant bird. She couldn't help but hold her breath. The snake's venom took effect quite quickly. Did Fu Bowen still have a chance of escape? The tricycle continued its pace. After the mutant bird completely devoured the snake, its next target was the simple tricycle, its movements seemingly unaffected. Chu-Si exclaimed, "How could this be? How could the mutant bird seem unpoisoned?" A sudden explosion flashed through Chu-Si's mind, and she suddenly remembered that many birds seem to have a certain resistance to snake venom. Damn it! She pounded the ground in anger, tears welling in her eyes. Chu-Si collapsed to the ground. It's over, it's all over. At this point, even Fu Bowen was ready to die. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from afar, hitting the mutant bird's head. Chu-Si looked in the direction of the sound, and saw it was Lei Ming and his team's car. They hadn't given up on Fu Bowen yet. A little blood oozed from the bird's head. Unfortunately, This level of damage was barely a scratch, not causing any real damage. However, it was enough to divert its attention. At this moment, Lei Ming's voice rang out over the chat. Bowen, keep the two sides engaged. Ah Wei has gone to repair the rocket launcher's platform. Just hold on for a while. Hearing this, Fu Bowen's previously gloomy eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around, and saw that the mutant bird had indeed been lured away. Instead of retreating, he advanced in pursuit, making sure the bird remained within his range, ready to draw its attention back at any moment. After all, they were a team, and their coordination was excellent. The mutant bird's initial flitting around did have some effect, but after 10 minutes or so, it grew tired of being flitting around. With both sides drawing full firepower, it didn't seem to matter much to it which side it killed first. This was when it came time to race. Lei Ming and his team's car was clearly a notch above Fu Bowen's tricycle, and they sped off in a flash. Fu Bowen desperately drove his car towards the beehive where Chu Xi was. Indeed, he was truly planning to abandon his car this time. The situation was clearly different from before. Team Lei's arrival meant the occupants of the Jeep had likely been rescued, meaning his rescue mission was over, and he could naturally enter escape mode. The mutant bird hesitated for a moment before deciding to take out Fu Bowen's tricycle. A simple paw move wouldn't require much effort. Fu Bowen pedaled the tricycle like a hot wheel, firing a few shots at it as he drove, hoping to slow the mutant bird down. It was a close call, but he finally jumped out and hid in a cave before the bird could catch up. The giant bird had clearly seen them, but in its eyes, the tricycle was also prey, so it couldn't let it get away. It first scooped up the tricycle with its claws and smashed it to pieces. Then it swung back, ready to dig its hole. Fortunately, by then, both of them had already crawled quite a distance inside, so it couldn't dig them out for a while. There was a loud bang, followed by the wail of a giant bird, and then the sound of a giant creature falling to the ground. Chu Xi stopped crawling and looked back at Fu Bowen. What's wrong? Was the giant bird killed? This time, before Fu Bowen could reply, the communication ring on his watch began to ring. As expected, Ah Wei had finally repaired the rocket launcher's base station. As the car drove over, he saw the silly bird digging in the dirt. Without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of shells. The force of this shot was far greater than their weapons. It blew right through its head. Bang! Chu Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The battle was finally over. She felt exhausted. Hurry, hurry, hurry back, or you suffocate to death in there. Chapter 177. With combined efforts from both inside and outside the cave, they luckily managed to clear the passage before they both suffocated to death. Chu Xi struggled to climb out, her arm shaking with fear and exhaustion. After emerging, she slumped to the side, motionless, her dull eyes darting towards the battered tricycle that had been smashed to pieces by the mutant bird. TSK, what a tragedy. The parasol was scattered all over the floor, its frame broken, and the fan scratched to pieces. It was clearly a wreck. The anti-radiation fabric on the truck bed was also torn in several large holes. It was heartbreaking to see. Something so precious she couldn't even afford to buy was destroyed by a giant bird. Suddenly, she sat up straight, her dejected demeanor gone. She hurried over and pulled Fu Bowen, who had just emerged from the cave, aside. Once they were clear of the others, she whispered, "That tricycle is wrecked. Can I pick up this junk?" As Chu Xi asked this, her eyes brimmed with hope. "We're professional junk pickers. If we can find it, we'd definitely not let anyone else get it." Fu Bowen's expression froze. Why hadn't he thought of this before? It felt like 100 million had just slipped away. No wonder he'd always been so poor. Well, this tricycle will definitely have to be taken back. After all, a tricycle isn't exactly cheap. The core components can certainly be repaired, but as for the rest of the miscellaneous items, I think we might be able to get them back. But Chu Xi certainly couldn't keep all this good stuff to himself. He coughed and silently held up 5 fingers. "I talked to the captain later. How about a 50-50th split?" Chu Xi nodded frantically. Any profit was a win. If no one she knew had come forward, she probably wouldn't have gotten to pick up the rubbish. Fu Bowen was being incredibly authentic. She provided the business opportunity, and Fu Bowen had the nerve to negotiate. A 50-50 split meant she was effectively getting a huge advantage. The Jeep that Ah Wei had just driven over had been completely broken down after such a long period of torn up. Their arrival here was a stroke of divine mercy. Soon, they would have to follow Captain Lei's car back, and Fu Bowen would have the perfect opportunity to mention the scavenging. Oh, there's one thing Chu Xi must mention. Her mutant snake couldn't just be sacrificed in vain. It was used as bait, and had done a great service. Chu Si didn't expect any kind of reward. After all, it was she who had chosen to participate in Fu Bowen's mission. However, she still hoped the team would compensate her appropriately for the loss of the snake. At the very least, they should cut it apart and return it to her. It would be a shame to just lose the skin. Upon hearing this, Fu Bowen immediately straightened his stance. He understood Chu Si's intentions, but the snake had already been swallowed by the giant mutant bird. After being soaked in acid, even if it were excavated, the durability of the snake's skin would be greatly reduced, leaving little protective value. After some thought, he said to Chu Si, I can't guarantee anything else, but I will definitely help you recover the loss of the mutant snake. Honestly, it's my fault this time. If it weren't for the mutant snake, even if I could have lured the giant mutant bird away, I definitely wouldn't have survived until Team Lei and the others arrived to rescue me. Chu Si's mouth stiffened slightly. She touched the energy stones tucked into her bosom, feeling a bit weak. As for being implicated, she was the one who should be most ashamed. First, Fu Bowen had indeed waited for her until he reached the back of the group, otherwise, he might not have gotten the mission. Second, and most importantly, Chu Si felt that it was because he teamed up with her that he was affected by the Black Koi's aura, which led to his unfortunate fate and nearly lost his life. It seemed best for her to try to operate alone in the future. Chu Si looked up at the sky and sighed helplessly. Was she destined to be a lonely star in this life? Hearing her say this, Fu Bowen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Especially after hearing that she didn't want to find a partner in the future, he immediately became restless and asked directly, Why do you think so? Even the kids who just left the shantytowns to scavenge knew it was extremely dangerous out there, facing the risk of death at any moment. Who wouldn't live their lives with their heads on the line? Even more so for us mercenaries, the dangers we face are already much higher than those faced by ordinary people. If I hadn't fallen behind today, I have just returned with Captain Lei and the others. The outcome would have been different. At least we successfully rescued the young master in the safe zone. Otherwise, our entire group would have been killed. Your luck is indeed good, I admit that, but if you say you're black and red, I find it hard to accept. Compared to you, then, aren't we just black and red? Is it? Cooperating with you at least guarantees a better harvest. Otherwise, I fight tooth and nail all day and likely only end up with worthless hides. I don't know everything else, so I can't comment on it. But based on the past few days, I think it's pretty normal. Don't we encounter mutant beasts every year? And the number of deaths this year isn't that high compared to previous years, is it? Fu Bowen found it a bit unbelievable. Even in the safe zone, people died every day from one problem or another, let alone something like this. Going to the wilderness to gather? That seemed perfectly normal to him. Chu Si would indeed be more likely to encounter some powerful mutant beasts with her. But honestly, that was exactly what he wanted. High risk often comes with high reward. If they wanted to find such mutant beasts, they would have to spend time searching. Fu Bowen secretly rolled his eyes. Chu Si was truly oblivious to the hunger of the hungry. It was a pity the captain didn't believe it. Otherwise, if they had taken Chu Si with them on their missions, how much trouble would they have saved? Chu Si smacked her lips. If that were the case, she would have straightened her back. Chapter 178. Chu Si's heart was filled with joy. Her gaze wandered around for a moment, and suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a piece of sack, currently buried under a pile of parasols. Thunderbolts exploded in Chu Si's mind, her potatoes and mutant bean worms. Ignoring the pain in her body, Chu Si immediately ran over, exerting her strength with both hands, and yanked out a corner of the sack. Inside was potatoes. She opened it and saw, oh, the potholes were so bad, it was unbearable to look at. Some were completely crushed. Chu Si set the potato bag aside and began searching for the bag of mutant bean worms. After about 10 minutes, she had almost cleared the parasols from the bag before she discovered her other bag. But to her dismay, the bag's opening had been ripped open, leaving less than half the bean worms inside. Chu Si clutched her chest, feeling a bit short of breath. She didn't even need to open the bag to check, it was so tightly packed, there must only be a pile of scraps left inside. Whether or not it was edible was out of the question. She could only go back and see if she could find the energy stone. Undeterred, Chu Si ran to the truck bed to check again, but it was empty. There were no signs of the mutant bean worms nearby. The bag's opening had most likely been accidentally opened while driving. She covered her face with her hands. Damn it, she had spent the whole morning catching these, and for such a small thing, she even lost her insect trap. Chu Si took her hands away. They were back to the collection point. She immediately stood up and informed Fu Bowen and the others, And then she quickly ran to the place where she had placed the insect trap this morning. She was so busy escaping that she really forgot about this thing. If it weren't for the problem with the mutant bean worms, she probably wouldn't realize it until tonight. It's true that a blessing in disguise. The catch inside hadn't been cleaned up yet. This place wasn't far from where she set her insect trap. In just 10 minutes, she found it. To her surprise, she even ensnared a few mutant snakes. They'd probably seen the ready-made food inside, and after entering, they couldn't get out. Chu Xiai swiftly butchered the snakes with her knife, then dragged the trap back home. When she arrived, Captain Lei and his men had just arrived. Their timing was perfect. Lei Ming was genuinely surprised to see Chu Xiai there. He didn't know if this girl had good luck or bad luck. She missed the return bus, and in the end, she stayed behind to avoid being killed by the mutant birds. After hearing Fu Bowen's explanation, Lei Ming was genuinely surprised. Is that giant snake you're dragging behind the car, Chu sees? Fu Bowen nodded and mentioned his request for compensation. Lei Ming nodded. No problem. I just contacted the base, and they agreed to let us handle the last mutant bird. The successful rescue of Team 1 is largely due to your contributions. As for the mutant bird, you two can handle it yourselves. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Such a large bird. She asked in disbelief, really? Is that even possible? Lei Ming smiled. Of course. Reliable. They're using my people as a ladder, so naturally they have to pay a price. Chu Xi was pleased, but seeing Fu Bowen's troubled expression, she obediently shut her mouth. She was just wishful thinking. The reason they were able to kill the giant bird in the end was mainly due to the team's cooperation. According to the rules, they naturally couldn't keep it all for themselves. Lei Ming's division was simply to compensate Fu Bowen, and had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to vent her anger. Chu Xiai also knew she couldn't make things difficult for Fu Bowen, so she obediently added, well, I don't care about anything else, just let me cover the big snake's losses. Fu Bowen glanced at Chu Xiai with gratitude. They truly couldn't keep this prey all to themselves. He knew full well that abandoning him to rescue Team 1 was definitely an order from higher-ups, and Captain Lei and his men had risked their lives to rescue them, a favor he must be grateful for. Therefore, he certainly couldn't keep the mutant bird all to himself. As for Chu Xi's share, he could do his best to compensate. Chu Xiai couldn't bear to watch him continue to struggle, so he simply stated his needs. Just give me the compensation for the giant snake. I won't participate in the distribution of the mutant bird. And Captain Lei, could you please give me that torn anti-radiation sheet and those broken parasols? Of course, since she had asked for it herself, Fu Bowen's 50-50 split was no longer valid. Lei Ming glanced at Chu Xiai in surprise. Okay, I have Bowen tie it to the roof of the car later. As for the mutant bird, if you're willing, you can divide it up with our team. We handle the sale directly, and I have Bowen transfer your share of the points. Chu Xiai nodded. This was the best option. However, she had been forced to intervene at the time, and she felt embarrassed to ask for compensation. Since Captain Lei was so open, it couldn't be better. After the group packed up their belongings, they finally got on the car back home. After all, a jeep was no match for a tricycle. It drove fast and steadily. Perhaps because they were surrounded by experts, Chu Xiai felt more at ease. The car swayed, and her eyes slowly closed. When she woke up, the car had already arrived at the shantytown. Chu Xiai hurriedly sat up. A moment later, the car stopped in front of their bamboo hut. Fu Bowen helped her carry her belongings into the living room. After saying goodbye to Ji Xian, the others in the car drove off together. Chu Xiai didn't have time to argue with Ji Xian about Lu Hai. She hurriedly pushed him inside, locked the door, and took out her treasured energy stones. She deliberately hid the red one in her palm, and showed Ji Xian her fist. Thump, thump, thump! Guess what this is? Ji Xian's mind was completely absorbed by the energy stones lying on the table. At this rate, they might actually be able to buy a small house in the safe zone in 2 years. Chu Xiai couldn't resist his luck. Seeing his focus wasn't there, Chu Xiai moved his fist forward. Ji Xian asked, could it be a C-grade energy stone? Chu Xiai chuckled. Correct answer, C-grade, 912 energy points. She spread her palm, revealing a faint red energy stone before them. When his eyes met the red, his breath hitched, and his outstretched hand trembled slightly. He hadn't expected to see a second special energy stone so soon, and a C-grade one at that. With this energy stone, his health should be almost back to normal. Ji Xian's heartbeat quickened, and he clutched the energy stone tightly in his right hand. So, he could finally wait for this day. Chapter 179. Holding the red energy stone, Ji Xian's hands trembled with excitement. Chu Xi was beside him, delighted for him. Taking advantage of the good mood, she quickly said, "How about we celebrate today? We each get a mantis egg. I think it's really delicious." Ji Xian's hand steadied instantly, and he looked up at Chu Xi. Chu Xi did his best to conceal his guilt, his face beaming like spring. And surprisingly, he managed to get away with it. Ji Xian's refusal was caught in his throat. He nodded helplessly, thinking that since they now had the red energy stone, and as he gradually recovered, life at home would only get better. Eating a mutant mantis egg beforehand didn't seem like a big deal. Seeing Ji Xian nod so readily, Chu Xi felt a bit uncomfortable. Honestly, she already prepared herself to bargain for a lower price, but the surprise came so unexpectedly. Could it be that a special energy stone had completely stunned Brother Xian? Forget it, who cares? Chu Xi immediately ran to the warehouse, and pulled out 2 mutant mantis eggs. As Li Bai said, "Drink today, worry tomorrow. If you don't make the most of this opportunity, you never have another chance." She saw a pile of potatoes on the ground, and some dried pork hanging nearby, and a bold idea suddenly occurred to her. Of course, she was still a little hesitant to act on her own. Chu Xi poked her head out, craning her neck to look at Ji Xian. Brother Xian, how about we stop eating mantis eggs and try stewed pork and potatoes?" Ji Xian was weaving the energy stone and the necklace together. Hearing Chu Xi's words, a chill ran through him. He knew he couldn't let her run wild. She was the type to push her too far. Chu Xi, seeing the situation was dire, quickly retracted his head, immediately grabbed 2 mantis eggs, and rushed out, smirking, "Brother Xian, this is more delicious when you make it. I can help you." Ji Xian shook his head helplessly. Forget about helping, the cost was too high. He slipped the necklace he had woven snugly around his neck. A warm energy instantly surged through his body, and soon, he felt drowsy. This stone was clearly much more potent than the previous one. He forced himself to hastily prepare dinner, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Chu Xi watched him drift off throughout dinner, his face buried in his bowl, oblivious to the porridge spilling out. Chu Xi hurriedly took his bowl away and helped him to the bed. As soon as Ji Xian's head hit the pillow, he quickly fell into a deep sleep, his body clearly entering a state of rapid self-repair. Chu Xi tucked him in, with a quilt, and reached out to feel the warmth of Ji Xian's palm. It was still slightly cooler. Ji Xian had been in poor health to begin with, and he was more sensitive to cold than the average person. Chu Xi turned up the heater in the house, making sure he was warm before turning back to her own tasks. While she was busy washing the dishes, Ji Xian's watch suddenly rang. Chu Xi saw that he was soundly asleep, showing no signs of waking, so she went over to check. Chu Xi leaned over to the watch and saw a message from Fu Bowen. It was certainly unkind to check someone else's messages without their knowledge, but Ji Xian was in a critical period of his health, so she decided to check it herself. If it wasn't something important, she'd wait until he woke up to tell him. If it was urgent, there was no other way but to get him up now. Chu Xi clicked on the message and saw it read, "Brother Xian, my tricycle was damaged by a mutant bird. I'm going with Team Lei's car tomorrow, so I won't be able to take Chu Xi to the potato harvesting site. By the way, don't queue up now. The potato harvest is almost over, and queuing now will only waste time." Chu Xi paused for a moment, then replied okay to Fu Bowen. She hadn't expected it to be her own problem, but unfortunately, it wasn't good news. Chapter 180. Chu Xi felt a little regretful that she couldn't go out to dig potatoes. Potatoes were a rare, high-quality food. Even if she stored more, she would never have enough. Her happiness ended so abruptly. However, compared to the others, she was much better off. Taking advantage of the freebies she had gotten these past few days, she had reaped a lot of rewards. Speaking of gains, she thought of the things she had just brought home today. It seemed like there was still a lot to do, such as making a quilt. After all, the weather was so cold now, and making a thick, heavy quilt for the bed was imperative. The small single quilt she was currently covering herself with was still too cold, even with her large coat on top. She also needed to mend her snakeskin jacket. Although the hole wasn't big, she was worried about it happening again. It would be incredibly difficult to defend herself, and it would waste her energy stones. Woohoo! Speaking of this, she missed the mutant snake that had been swallowed by the bird even more. Its hide was even stronger than the one she was wearing. If the snake were still there, she could not only repair her own clothes, but also make Ji Xian a new one, giving him more protection when he went out. And seeing Ji Xian's current condition, she felt a little uneasy about leaving him alone at home. Those crushed potatoes also needed to be processed. They definitely couldn't just be stored like that. If they rotted, she would be heartbroken. Chu Si scratched his head. What about making some potato flour? It's very easy to store after drying, and it's also simple to make. There's no technical difficulty involved. Chu Si washed all the dirt off the potatoes, then cut them into small pieces for later use. She originally wanted to grate them into thin strips, but she didn't have enough tools at hand, so she cut them into small pieces and then mashed them all, which achieved the same effect. She wrapped the mashed potatoes in gauze woven from red leaf vines, then rubbed them repeatedly in water until no more starch remained. She then let the starch solution sit overnight, and the next day, the powder remained powder, and the water remained water. She would then scrape out the potato flour and dry it at home. She could then easily grab it whenever she wanted. After finishing the potato flour work, Chu Si checked the time. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, still early for bedtime. Originally, she really didn't want to touch the bag of sticky beanworms, but she couldn't leave them for Ji Xian. She had no choice but to accept it. The picking process was too much to describe. It felt like a crime scene. It was a triple assault on her senses of sight, touch, and smell. It was definitely different from hunting mutants. Chu Si felt like she was a slayer when she was doing the former. Most importantly, it was a meticulous job. The energy stones in the beanworm stomachs were so tiny, she had to carefully search for them bit by bit, which was incredibly slow. It would drive even the most honest person crazy. Finally, she was driven crazy, letting herself go. She took off her gloves and started scrambling. She actually found a tiny grain of energy. After confirming the general location, Chu Si didn't dare to dig around with her hands. The energy value of these energy stones wasn't very high. If she touched them again, they would become waste. She took her own small bamboo stick and carefully searched, then sifted the grains into a small bowl nearby. Later, fearing she might have missed some, she even used a sieve, striving to find every energy stone. Finally, her luck paid off. Even with half a bag of beanworm mud left, she found 3 F-grade energy stones, though each had an energy value of less than 50. Although there weren't many things, this work was incredibly tiring. Chu Si searched back and forth several times, only finishing at 9:30 p.m. She was exhausted after a busy day, and the rest would have to be dealt with tomorrow. So, taking a day off at home was a wise choice. There was a mountain of work to do around the house, and Chu Si didn't plan to bother Ji Xian for the next 2 days. It was more important for him to get well soon. Chu Si calculated that the foxtail grass was about to enter the heading stage, and the first one to head had already begun to bloom. She needed to at least keep up with the irrigation water. Tomorrow she would have to make a few more trips to get water, and she didn't know if Ji Xian had applied any top-dressing fertilizer. Oh, and that radiation-proof tarpaulin, she also had to find time to make them cloaks. They would need it for scavenging, so they could move around even after the sun came out. Before bed, Chu Si pondered many important matters, but as soon as she lay down on the cold bamboo bed, she shivered. No, everything else had to be put off until later. Tomorrow's first priority was making a quilt. Chu Si wrapped herself up like a cocoon, huddling desperately in the straw. She couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This really can't be put off any longer, or else, in a couple of days, we just have to make do with our own quilts. Thankfully, the heater at home had been turned on long ago. After curling up for a while, she finally warmed up and drifted off to sleep. Ji Xian, next door, was already sweating profusely from the impact of the red energy stone. It was a shame Chu Si hadn't noticed this beforehand, or else she would have relieved him of his burden and benefited a commoner like her. Chapter 181. When Ji Xian drowsily woke up that morning, Chu Si was already on the floor making a quilt. He glanced at the size. Is it too big? Chu Si, concentrating so intently, didn't even raise his head. Not too big. A bigger size will keep it warmer. Ji Xian remained silent. Never mind. Whatever she wants, she do. Glancing at the sky outside, Ji Xian checked his watch. It was already past 5 in the morning. Normally, he would have been up by this time. No, he glanced at Chu Si, still absorbed in the quilt, and asked, Aren't you going to the potato collecting area today? Chu Si nodded. Fu Bowen sent you a message yesterday saying his tricycle broke down. I can't get a ride, so naturally I can't go. Hearing Chu Si's words, Ji Xian pulled up the message and reread it. He then asked Chu Si, Did you encounter any powerful mutant beasts yesterday? Chu Si's excitement grew at the mention of this. After all, she had her moment of glory hunting that last mutant bird. Well, her contribution wasn't much, but it was still a significant one. Chu Si paused. It seemed she hadn't told Ji about the last mutant bird yet. It wasn't too late to tell him now. She sat cross-legged on the quilt and recounted her gains from her previous outing. The energy stones I gave you yesterday, Hongguogua, are C grade, with an energy value of 912. There are also 4 ordinary energy stones. 2 are D grade, with energy values of 872 and 703, respectively, and the remaining 2 are E grade, with energy values of 302 and 339. I found these energy stones in the beehive we visited the day before yesterday. It was the ant hole we originally thought was there, but it turned out to be another secret chamber instead of an ant nest. By the way, there is a half square meter beehive in there, which I also brought back. There is also a royal cell on it. We will have royal jelly at home soon. The medicinal value of that thing must be very good, and it can help you repair your body. Ji nodded. He hadn't expected to find so many energy stones in just one beehive. He'd been on plenty of missions before, taking down several, but never encountered anything like this. Suddenly, he couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be that the previous beehives also had secret chambers, and they hadn't discovered them? Ji narrowed his eyes. No, that wasn't right. The beehives they found before were all hanging on giant trees. It was easy to tell from the outside whether there were extra cells. There was no reason for anyone to leave any particular hive uncut. So, it seemed the bees Chu had encountered were exceptionally clever, having let themselves a way out. He raised an eyebrow. Chu haul yesterday was far more than that. There were also a number of parasols piled up in the small living room. He had actually been surprised that Chu had even managed to retrieve those things. Were Lei Ming and the others too easy to talk to? Did he know? The mercenary group will have someone dedicated to recovering these items. Chu waved her hand. What's the rush? We haven't even gotten there yet. Speaking of which, I have to mention my own heroic deeds. Ji then listened to her endless ramblings about how she killed snakes and walked birds, how she faced numerous dangers, and how, based on her strength, she'd been awarded the same distribution rights as the members of the Thunder Squad. Chu was undoubtedly filled with pride when she spoke of this. It was the organization's recognition of her abilities. Oh, and she even went so far as to emphasize her reluctance to part with the mutated snake. Sadly, it looked like she wouldn't be able to do that. Fu Bowen, No, it was recognition of her contributions. There's sometimes a huge difference between contribution and ability. Chu spoke passionately. She glanced up at Ji and noticed something was off about his eyes. What's wrong? Ji shook his head. No problem. Next time, I'd be part of something this exciting. Chu What does this mean? Boss's legs are healed? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask directly, your legs? Ji shook his head slightly. Not yet, but with the foundation laid by the last energy stone, I feel the treatment is more effective this time. It's like my body's energy has been activated. Now I get this tingling, electric tingling sensation running through me from time to time, especially in my legs. The sensation is particularly pronounced there. It felt as if the nerves in my long-numbed legs were reconnecting. It was a miraculous feeling. He placed his hands on his legs and tapped them a few times. The feedback from his legs was sharper than ever before, as if every muscle was truly under his control. Chapter 182. Ji bent his legs and slowly moved under the bed, then tentatively stood up. Although the process was extremely slow, Chu was already amazed by the progress. Ji hadn't used any external force during this process. Can you walk? Chu asked excitedly. Ji tried, but was too exhausted. After supporting his body weight, his legs couldn't move. I can't walk, but it should be soon. I can feel my control over my legs returning quickly. Chu stopped making his quilt, and immediately made 2 large cotton pads for him. Of course, they were just rough-hewn ones. He placed them on either side of Ji Practice boldly. I support you with all my strength. I put protective measures on the sides. Just walk. You won't get hurt. Ji laughed. He could tell Chu was even more excited than he was. However, even with all his excitement, he needed to give him some time to breathe. Okay, we practice later. You just said so much, but you didn't tell me where those things outside came from. Chu sighed. She had brought back so much at once, it was normal to lose things. So she added, there's also a bag of squashed potatoes. I made potato flour last night. I need to get it over there, and dry it out soon. There's also a bag of insect traps in the storage room. Most of them are mutant bean worms, with a few mutant snakes. These haven't been processed yet. I cleaned them up after dinner. Oh, by the way, Chu Si hurried to her crib and pulled out 3 small grains from beside her pillow. These were picked out from the bag of beanworm paste last night. We agreed. I never do this again. After she finished speaking, she smacked her lips and calculated that it was almost done, with only the 2 scraps she found left. As for the damaged parasol and anti-radiation sheet, they fell from Fu Bowen's tricycle. They wouldn't let us pick up tricycles. Well, are these things also compensation for my concession? Just like the Big Bird incident, Captain Lei initially said he split it between Fu Bowen and me, but we refused. I was too embarrassed to ask for it, and Fu Bowen probably felt embarrassed. Chu Si still felt a sense of regret at this point. If not for Ji Xian's repair skills, their family might have had an extra means of transportation in the future. What a pity, Ji Xian understood. So that was the situation. He coughed lightly, interrupting Chu Si's endless reverie. In fact, let alone a car, next time someone wouldn't even let you pick up this kind of junk. That's just overthinking. He changed the subject. Have you had breakfast? Chu Si nodded, pulled out half a nutrient solution from her pocket, and handed it directly to Ji Xian, saying, "There's some left, how about it?" Ji Xian sighed helplessly, reached out to take it from her, and drank it straight away. Chu Si's mouth opened wide in surprise, then slowly closed again. She suspected Ji Xian was being rude, but thankfully she quickly activated her watch and took a selfie, dispelling the thought. Otherwise, how much more mad would he be? After Ji Xian finished the nutrient solution, feeling rested, he began to tentatively practice walking. Chu Si was making her own quilt not far away, occasionally glancing up to check on his progress. A loud bang startled Chu Si, and she immediately looked up. Good grief. He was fully protected on both sides, yet this guy chose to fall straight forward. Forgive her sly smile. This reminded her of her morning training. Ji Xian had already increased the intensity 3 times, his goal being to make sure she didn't get off easy. Now, she could have some fun watching everyone hurt each other, but after Ji Xian fell a few times, her laughter faded. What was going on? Falling straight forward once or twice could be a coincidence. Wouldn't a normal person fall to the side? After all, he'd been paralyzed for so long, his ankles must be weak. Falling to the side was a normal reaction. Ji Xian had obviously noticed this, his expression darkening. Chu Si quickly helped him sit on the bedside. What's going on? Is it serious? Ji Xian sighed, then shook his head slightly. It's okay. I can only say I'm not destined to die. Falling forward while walking is probably due to genetic breakdown, leading to problems in the brain. Blood flow to the brain isn't sufficient, causing falls. It's just that my legs and feet aren't very comfortable, so I haven't noticed this problem until now. This situation is actually quite dangerous. However, fortunately I have. With this special energy stone, things will be much better. Chu Si was stunned for a moment. Was Ji Xian really that fragile? If she hadn't obtained that red energy stone yesterday, there was a real possibility that Ji Xian wouldn't survive this winter. She took a deep breath. So how long can this energy stone keep you alive? Ji Xian smiled. It's not that scary. This energy stone is crucial. Although my body won't be able to recover to its previous state for a while, at least I'm safe. However, my recovery will definitely not be as good as I expected. Even after recovering, he's still in a rather frail state, perhaps even weaker than most people in the shantytown. After a pause, he continued, I'm sorry, so even if I can go scavenging with you, I probably won't be able to help much. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Si finally let go of the tension she'd been holding. She smiled and patted Ji Xian's shoulder. It's not a big deal. Anyway, it's better than our current situation, isn't it? Just take your time. Hearing this, Ji Xian smiled knowingly. Indeed, there was no need to rush. Now, he could look forward to a normal life. Just like Chu Si said, just take your time. Chapter 183. Rehabilitation training must be gradual. At the beginning, one mustn't rush things. Therefore, on the first day, Ji Xian practiced for less than 20 minutes. Fortunately, Chu Si later joined the 2 large cotton pads together, so even if he fell, he wouldn't hurt himself. After completing his rehabilitation training, he went to the small living room to test for mutant bean worms. Chu Si, on the other hand, was ready to fight tooth and nail with her large quilt. She had the materials, so if she didn't get more motivated, wouldn't her future cold spells be in vain? Of course, she was also very righteous. She had already planned to give Ji Xian the quilt she made today if it didn't work out. After all, he was a patient, so she could wait a day. Ji Xian told her he wasn't in a rush, saying he sweat even when he slept. This made Chu Si very unhappy. She was freezing cold, and yet Ji Xian was still wasting? Well then, she wouldn't force him. She'd start working whenever Ji Xian felt cold. Oh, and she still had to settle the matter with him about Lu Hai, so tonight was a perfect night. Ji Xian was usually very alert when he slept. He'd wake up the moment someone stood near him. But now, with the blessing of red fruit, he was a dead pig tonight. Chu Xi was brimming with joy as she imagined her revenge. Just then, Ji Xian came in. Seeing his face, Chu Xi shrank back guiltily. What was this called? Conquering the enemy without fighting? Ji Xian glanced at the quilt she was sewing, puzzled. Why was she being so sneaky? He shook his head helplessly, and handed the radiation-blocking cloth to Chu Xi. Put the quilt aside for now. Use the fabric to quickly make 2 cloaks. We'd be out later. Chu Xi was puzzled. What was the rush? It was almost noon, the peak radiation time of the day. Even with their radiation-proof cloaks, they couldn't stay out for long. Ji Xian sat down beside her, and helped Chu Xi lay out the fabric in advance, making it easier for her to cut. He explained, Oldly just sent a message saying there's a batch of mechanical operating tables with surveying and grinding functions coming onto the black market. I'd like to check it out. If the price is right, I might even get some work grinding parts in the safe zone. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Business was coming. Is grinding parts profitable? Ji Xian paused. Not really. It's just more stable than scavenging. It's just a time-consuming job. I have an angle grinder, and it's actually quite capable of doing it. However, if I don't do the surveying, I won't know if the parts one polished are up to standard, which will easily lead to rework. After days of hard work, it's likely that most of the work will be wasted, and in the end, I won't even earn enough to buy a few nutrient supplements. Chu Xi seemed to understand. She wasn't entirely familiar with the process of polishing parts, but that didn't stop her from understanding how rare this opportunity was. If her family could buy such a workbench, they would undoubtedly have a more stable source of income, which is crucial in the Wasteland world. It's easy to imagine how hot these machines would be. Even those living in the shantytowns were so tempted, not to mention those in the safe zone. They would have more points, and their proximity to the factory made pickup and delivery convenient. That's why Ji Xian wasn't willing to wait even for a few hours. Chu Xi gathered her thoughts and, after finishing her drawings, quickly began cutting. The cloaks were relatively easy to make. The most challenging part was designing the pattern and drawing the outlines. But that wasn't a problem for Chu Xi, a renowned craftsman. With Ji Xian's help, Chu Xi finished both cloaks in less than half an hour. They were simple designs, but for radiation protection, she added a mask design to the hoods and a brim on top. This instantly improved the protection for the face by a significant margin. The two tried them on, confirmed they were flawless, and then left together. One thing still surprised Chu Xi. She had never imagined that her family's most hidden storage room was actually located beneath the drying room. She hadn't known anything about this. Chu Xi smacked his head in amazement. When had Ji Xian pulled off such a stunt? And judging by the size, it must have taken a long time to dig. Furthermore, Ji Xian had dug this underground storage room very cleverly. He only created a small entrance and exit near the drying room, while the entire storage room had long since been moved to the open space behind the house. With proper cover above, the chances of being discovered were quite low. At least Chu Xi hadn't noticed anything unusual after so many trips in and out. Most importantly, he left some food in the outer storage room, greatly increasing the deception factor. Also, the drying room was the most basic area in their house. Who could have imagined someone would hide the family's most prized food there? It was like digging a treasure trove under a chicken coop. The key takeaway was reverse thinking. Before leaving, Ji Xian had deliberately hidden all the valuables in the house, not to mention the rations and energy stones, but even some foxtail grass planted in a small bucket. Chu Xi now had reason to suspect that Ji Xian had transplanted a few good quality foxtail grass plants into the bucket for easier concealment. Chu Xi could only silently give him a thumbs up. Looking at the vast underground space, Chu Xi couldn't help but wonder, where's the soil in here? Didn't anyone notice it when you were transporting it out? Ji Xian shook his head. No problem. I used most of it to level the floor at home. You didn't notice it before? Chu Xi, I found a little bit, but I didn't dare to think anything grandiose. Ji Xian continued, there's still some left. I mix it with some mutant fire and feces in several batches, and feed it to the mutant plants you planted outside. Their leaves are growing huge, so no one will notice anything. Chu Xi silently gave him a thumbs up. No wonder she'd been surprised before. The prickly lettuce and mutant spinach outside were growing like crazy, as if on hormones. Chu Xi had initially wondered if it was because their previous habitat was too barren. Turns out it was all Ji Xian's credit. Chapter 184. After putting on their cloaks and locking the door, they set out under the scorching sun. Since this trip was longer, Ji Xian didn't use a cane, but a wheelchair, with Chu Xi pushing him from behind. Even with the anti-radiation cloak, walking in the sun for too long was still very uncomfortable. I don't know if it was the radiation, but the scorching heat alone was enough to kill someone. It was truly bizarre. This shabby place, during the day, felt like summer as soon as the sun shone. I don't know if it was the radiation, but Chu Xi felt like if any of her skin accidentally came into contact with the sun, it would soon feel like it was being burned. And then, at night, when the sun wasn't shining, it was freezing cold. It was simply unbelievable. She wiped the sweat from her head, unscrewed the bottle, and drank 2 sips of water before continuing on her way. Ji Xian was mulling over this matter. He only had 153 points on his watch, which was clearly not enough. Therefore, when he left, he had specially taken 2 energy stones with him, 1 E grade, with 337 energy points, and 1 F grade, with 179 energy points. If the price of the operating table was under 300 points, he thought it was still acceptable. After all, the operating table had many uses. Even if he didn't have to polish parts for the factory, he could still make some things himself, which would be much more convenient. As for anything above 300 points, he felt the cost-effectiveness was not so high and needed to reconsider. After arriving in the safe zone, the two didn't head directly to the black market. Instead, they met up with Old Li at the grocery store. After all, they didn't want to burn bridges after crossing them. Old Li had specifically told Ji Xian this news, intending to earn a commission. Of course, the commission wasn't so easy to earn. Old Li had to leverage his connections to help Ji Xian and the others find a bargain. The money they saved had to be greater than the commission for the deal to be successful, and for future success to follow. But for Old Li, this wasn't a problem at all. He had been in this business for years, and knew the ins and outs very well, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get such goodies like body cleansers. He bared his yellow teeth and said cheerfully to Ji Xian, "Don't worry, I treat you like one of my own. I'm sure you leave satisfied today." This time, Old Li really hadn't intended to rip them off. Ji Xian treated his old friend well, so he had a favorable impression of him. He had also received word that a batch of high-quality goods had arrived from District 3. The sellers were eager to sell, and were asking a low price. The leaders on their side were already busy. Of course, most of them were there to buy at the bottom. There weren't many people like him who brought in outsiders. However, Ji Xian wasn't a major customer, so buying just one for his own use wouldn't be offensive. Old Li was also planning to go there on his own to buy at the bottom this time, bringing Ji Xian with him to give him face and make a little extra cash. In addition to Ji Xian and Chu Xi, Old Li was accompanied by several burly men, specially hired movers. Ji Xian knew the location of the black market. After getting in the car and driving around a few times, he soon entered a secluded alley. He parked the car at the entrance, and the others got out and drove on. Old Li led the group to a small shop called Deping Yojiu. Chu Xi looked up and saw. The sign was even shabbier than Old Li's grocery store. Was this what it meant to be a great recluse in the city? There wasn't even a receptionist at the front. Old Li pushed open the door of a private room, which led to a secret door. This revealed a crudely made elevator, a rusty, partially enclosed frame, like the kind you see down a mine. At this point, Chu Xi really didn't want to go down. He felt like a piglet about to be sold. The elevator came up, and everyone in. Even Ji Xian pushed his wheelchair up himself. Chu Xi swallowed and strode after them. Noticing Chu Xi's nervousness, Old Li chuckled. "How's it going, little girl? Did I show you some new things today?" Chu Xi gave a stiff smile. It wasn't really new, after all. She'd never ridden in such a dangerous elevator since she was a child. The slightest jolt would have made her blush. Of course, this became a source of amusement for Old Li and the others. "Ji Xian, you need to show her more of the world in the future. Look how scared she is by an elevator, haha." Ji Xian had naturally noticed Chu Xi's annoyance, and took her hand in his. "It's okay. We'd be there in a little while." Chu Xi nodded silently. She wasn't afraid of going too fast, but she was afraid of going too slow. Chapter 185. After exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a rather large auction hall, already packed with people. When Old Li entered, several people raised their hands and greeted him. The old man smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, before continuing inside, demonstrating his popularity. The heavy-set men who had been moving goods were invited to rest in another room upon exiting the elevator. Oldly then led Ji Xian and Chu Ci directly into the hall. They found a seat at the back of the venue. On the table lay water and a few exquisite snacks, which, judging by their style, were actually pastries. Chu Ci was stunned. She could only describe it as grand and impressive, something she couldn't even begin to admire. She'd been here for so long, yet she hadn't even had a single bite of noodles. Could she possibly have had the pleasure of trying one today? Chu Ci longed to eat a few, but no one touched the food. She looked up and saw that every table had a snack, and whether occupied or not, the snacks remained virtually untouched. Only the pretty girls at the front tables would occasionally be so picky as to nibble on a piece. Chu Ci was confused. This shouldn't be the case. Was she the only one starving at home? Of course not. After all, the tone of the Wasteland world was there. Even Fu Bowen's eyes lit up at the sight of some food. She surreptitiously tugged at Ji Xian's clothes, motioning with her eyes towards the food on the table. Ji Xian understood instantly. This was his fault, too. He rushed out today and forgotten to tell Chu Ci about the situation at the auction. He shook his head and whispered to Chu Ci, "This is inedible. The price is more than 10 times higher than outside." Chu Ci jumped in shock, his heart aching with fear. He was so lucky he hadn't been so impulsive. This was too much of a rip-off. Could he go bankrupt if he ate one? Was this the auction house trying to lure them in? What kind of a gamble? Chu Ci internally complained. This was an auction. How could they be so stingy? The image he once held in his mind was instantly shattered, unrecognizable to even its parents. Seeing but unable to eat, Chu Ci felt a wave of anxiety. When would the real thing start? It was truly excruciating to be stuck like this. Thankfully, the auction house was somewhat charitable. Within 10 minutes, a beautiful woman approached the front desk. She wore a black cheongsam that accentuated her fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and a healthy, rosy complexion. Her dark hair was tied back, and the moonlight shone brightly in her ears. Chu Ci suddenly realized she had been transported back to the modern era. Sure enough, there are people everywhere who thrive. What's this all about? Some people were born in Rome, while she was born to be a slave. Her mind hadn't drifted far when the clamor of bidding from below brought her back to reality. The mechanical operating tables had already been auctioned. The starting price for a set of 5 was 1,750 points, meaning each one was 350 points, higher than Ji Xian had originally expected. The prices being called out were already over 2,000 points per set, 2,200 points, 2,300 points, 2,500 points. Chu Ci looked up and saw that not only Ji Xian looked glum, but oldly too. She couldn't help but lean closer and ask softly, "What's going on? Why is the price so much higher than we expected? And there were so many bidders. Are they all shills?" Hearing the term agent, Ji Xian couldn't help but chuckle, then shook his head. "No, I'm just selling a mechanical operating table. The auction house isn't asking for help, but the situation is a little different from what we initially understood. This batch of operating tables isn't the lowest spec model. Besides surveying and grinding, they also have cutting, welding, and hot melt functions. The specs are significantly improved, so the starting price of 350 points is quite reasonable. It's just that we probably can't afford it. Alas, it's impossible not to regret it." In fact, Ji Xian had initially been quite determined to get this one, so that he could at least provide for his family. But now, the price has soared to over 500 points, making it clearly unsuitable for them to continue to participate. Oldly did make 2 bids, one for 2,000 points and one for 2,300 points, but unfortunately, he was eventually outbid. He was indeed optimistic about this batch of goods, but no matter how optimistic he was just a general store owner. His customer base was basically set. Even if there were a few wealthy people among them, he would still have a hard time selling them, no matter how high the price. The first set of mechanical operating tables was finally sold for 2,800 points. Oldly sighed and leaned back on the soft cushions in his chair. It seemed that this time, even if he wanted to find a bargain, he would not be able to do so. Chapter 186. After Oldly realized his position, he, like Ji Xian, contentedly became a spectator. The bidding was intense, but only the top bidders actually participated. Many others, hoping for a piece of the action, could only sit and watch, like Oldly, helplessly, hoping for a reversal. And there was indeed a reversal. A potential major customer left early, and the already tight supply situation shifted. Few in the audience dared to bid, which nearly resulted in the group on stage failing to sell. Now the situation became even more complicated. Chu Ci couldn't understand this maneuver. Was the guy who left the auction a victim, a bunch of people conspiring to rip him off? Was that why the auction was so bleak after he left? She frowned. That wasn't right. At least they were coming here with the intention of buying something. But what was going on now? Chu Xi was about to ask, but Ji Xian stopped her with a look. She could only sit back down and watch. The auctioneer on the stage had a grim expression. Not many of the items she had were likely to go unsold. There were only 3 sets left on these tables. The previous set had been incredibly difficult to sell, so it was clear that the next 3 would be no easier. As expected, for the next 3 sets, although no one knew what had happened, no one dared to bid. After all, no one's money came from the wind. In the end, Oldley couldn't help himself and bought a set at the starting price. After buying them, he left in a hurry. He wanted to see what was wrong with this batch of goods. Logically, an auction house shouldn't lie, and the auctioneer's claims must be verified. But she would certainly avoid any unfavorable factors. This is the black market, profit or loss. Once you bought, you're not responsible. Only when Oldley actually saw the goods did he truly regret it. Sure enough, it's not so easy to find a bargain. This time, he clearly lost more than he gained. Ji Xian, after watching, could only sigh silently. Without anyone else here, Chu Xi could finally ask, "What's going on? Are these goods not as good as the auction house said?" Ji Xian shook his head. No, the auction house didn't lie. They just didn't mention that these goods require energy stones to activate. If that's the case, reselling them in our base is unlikely. In other words, this batch of goods was likely to end up in Oldley's hands. Chu Xi was stunned. 1,750 points was no small sum. Even though Oldley owned a grocery store, he accumulated them one by one, building up his wealth in his old age. To see so much gone in a flash was like a knife piercing the old man's heart. Knowing he couldn't fool Ji Xian anymore, he simply laid it on the table. "I was originally planning to sell you one of my 5. But as you can see from the current situation, selling it to you would be a rip-off. Your trip today was wasted." Ji Xian didn't respond directly, instead asking, "Oldley, how many points are you selling for each?" The old man was stunned. Hearing Ji Xian suggest he was interested, he perked up immediately. "I sell it at full price, and I even deliver it to your door." He wasn't even thinking about earning any commissions right now, he just wanted to minimize his losses. But this is a significant sum, and it can only be activated using energy stones. Even if you can buy a matching energy converter later, it costs over 100 points each, and you need the matching number of solar panels. Ji Xian nodded. He pulled out the F-grade energy stone from his pocket. This energy stone has 179 energy points, and 1 energy point can be exchanged for 1.5 points, which is 268.5 points. I still need 81.5 points. Debit my watch. Oldley hadn't expected Ji Xian's money to arrive so quickly. He beamed with joy and immediately took the energy stone. After measuring it with his watch, he gave an OK sign and was about to debit points from Ji Xian's watch, but Ji Xian interrupted him. He continued, "I also need to customize a mold for a crossbow arrow. A mold for a row of 20. How many points will that cost?" He gestured for Chu Xi to take out a crossbow arrow as a template. Chu Xi handed it over quickly. Oldley took it and examined it, then asked Ji Xian, "Class A material?" Ji Xian nodded. Lower grade material might not be able to withstand the high temperatures of the molten metal. Oldley understood. Ji Xian was attracted by the hot melt function on the workbench. Regardless, Ji Xian had done him a great favor. Otherwise, the cost alone would have been enough to buy him several finished crossbows. The old man appreciated the favor, but naturally, he couldn't profit from the custom molds. He ultimately set the price at 80 points. In the end, Ji Xian had to scrape together 8.5 points from Chu Xi to settle the bill. Oldley, life isn't easy. Since it was still early and the scavengers hadn't returned yet, Oldley wanted to find someone to help them transport the equipment back home to avoid being seen by anyone with ulterior motives. Chu Xi was naturally more than happy to get a ride back, but she quietly poked Ji Xian, "Are those delivery guys reliable? Don't let them steal from you." You couldn't blame Chu Xi for overthinking it. It was mainly because the Wasteland era had taught her a lesson. Ji Xian gave her a reassuring look. The people Oldley had found were all acquaintances with a long history in the industry. They held themselves to a strict code of ethics, just like the escorts of old. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made it. If anything went wrong, the organization would have to find a way to remove the offending individuals. After agreeing on a pickup time with Oldley, the two of them hitched a ride home together. It had been quite a journey today, but in the end, they had ended up in the same place. Chapter 187. After the console arrived, the delivery workers briskly left without even glancing into their home. While they couldn't see much, their work ethic undoubtedly satisfied Chusi. After locking the outer door, the two of them worked together to carry the mechanical console into the bedroom. Before it was turned on, it was just a black table with a mirror-smooth surface, perfect for eating or something. The height was perfect, but judging by Ji Xian's meticulous attention, it seemed difficult to eat on it. Chusi wasn't particularly interested in it. After glancing at it with Ji Xian for a few moments, she returned to sewing her quilt with a lack of interest. Ji Xian, while reading the manual, tinkered with it. Once he had nearly finished the manual, he took out an F-grade energy stone, the lowest energy value, and placed it into the energy compartment. A circle of white light instantly lit up above the machine. It was cool, sure, but Chusi wasn't happy. After all, ever since the energy stones arrived, every showmanship of the little machine had come at a price. Her aesthetic tastes were overshadowed by the fact that the circle of white light was a waste of energy. And that whole blinking green light, wasn't that nice? Why all the fuss? Now she finally understood the feeling of the older generation buying their first refrigerator. They desperately want to control how many times they open the door each day, striving to minimize power consumption. And now, Chusi felt the urge to do just that. Thankfully, when it came to frugality, Ji Xian had never let her down. From the moment the workbench was turned on, he immediately minimized all energy consumption and disabled all unnecessary waste. After all, he read the manual for a while. He had no trouble navigating the various interfaces. Chusi, still a little concerned, asked Ji Xian, "Does this thing consume a lot of energy?" After all, their family's energy stones were being used to buy a house, so naturally, every penny saved was a win. Ji Xian shook his head as he tested the various components. Not bad. 10 energy points should be enough to transform all those parasol frames you piled up in the living room into crossbows. Even if we buy the components ourselves, the cost effectiveness will be much better than buying the finished products. He had carefully calculated these things before purchasing them. The potential for profit was what had driven his purchase. Although Ji Xian had always been interested in mechanics, he knew the difference between the important and the unimportant. Now was not the time to act rashly. After all, 350 points was a significant sum for their family, and good steel needed to be used wisely. He also remembered that Chusi had always wanted to move to the safe zone, which naturally meant they had even less money to spend recklessly. After a moment's thought, he explained to Chusi, "This thing, if used, will be of great help to us. When we're done, give me that crossbow. I survey it tonight, and try to make a similar one. That way, I won't have to buy weapons, and I save on crossbow bolts. This way, we can save a lot of money. Also, I can do some polishing work in the future, which can help me earn back some of my points. Also, this machine operating table can actually be powered by solar energy. However, that would require a power conversion device and supporting solar panels, which would cost a considerable amount of points. If you only use it for polishing parts, I don't think there's any need to replace it immediately. I already have an angle grinder at home, so I can use it for polishing first, and then do the surveying and inspection on the workbench, saving unnecessary work." Chapter 188. Faced with Ji Xian's lengthy speech, Chusi felt her brain was a bit underwhelmed. While she didn't understand much else, she had taken Ji Xian's idea of crafting his own weapons and crossbows to heart. In that case, Ji Xian's choice was truly their optimal solution for now. As expected, thinking should be left to those with brains. Chusi expressed her unwavering support. She immediately ran to her backpack and handed Ji Xian the crossbow she had extorted from Huiyu. She then quietly sank back under her quilt, preparing to deal with the mutant bean worms and snakes after finishing sewing the quilt, fully supporting the technicians. Chusi lamented that some things really depended on individual skill. Perhaps, we were only suited to manual labor. Ji Xian, left in a state of confusion by Chusi's ridicule, thought for a moment, crossbow in hand, and decided to simply measure all the data right away, giving him time to consider which design would be most suitable. Chusi was preoccupied. After a few stitches, she looked up to check on Ji Xian's progress. He was tinkering with his crossbow, constantly entering data into his watch. As she watched, Chusi noticed something was amiss. She couldn't help but ask Ji Xian, "Why are you only testing the crossbow's external data? Why don't you open it and look inside?" Ji Xian shook his head. How could it be that simple? Almost all weapons on the market are designed to prevent tampering. If I forcibly disassemble it, your crossbow will probably be ruined. Hearing this, Chusi became anxious. She remembered Ji Xian had just said he wanted to make his own crossbow. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Ji Xian had no such concerns. After all, he'd been a mercenary for so many years, and if he couldn't dismantle other people's weapons, could he dismantle his own as well? Furthermore, weapon maintenance was a basic task when on missions, so he already had plenty of designs for bows, crossbows, and even pistols in his head, and didn't need to rely on others' finished products. The reason he carefully mapped Chu Si's crossbow data was simply because the crossbow bolts needed to be compatible with the crossbow, and he only planned to build one model of crossbow bolts, which saved him trouble. Chu Si's eyes lit up as she immediately ran over. "Oh my god, boss, you can make guns." Ji Xian was amused by her attentiveness. He rubbed her messy hair with his right hand, causing her ugly bangs to blow up again. "Move aside, you're blocking the light." Oh. Chu Si immediately nodded and retreated, then said, "Boss, there are dangers lurking outside. There are wolves and tigers all around. I like to ask for a gun to protect myself." Ji Xian smiled and shook his head, slapping Chu Si's beautiful wish to the ground. "No, guns require very high material requirements. Otherwise, they're prone to exploding, which is too dangerous and unsuitable for a home workshop. Plus, there are bullets, and they need to be filled with gunpowder, which is quite a hassle." Hearing that the gun could explode, Chu Si immediately calmed down. High-end games were out of her reach. Ji Xian's progress was far faster than Chu Si had anticipated. Before her quilt was even finished, Ji Xian had already finished, and naturally, she didn't have to deal with the prey anymore. After a while, Chu Si finally finished her work and took out her protective suit, preparing to repair the hole caused by the mutant drone bite. Otherwise, if she encountered a venomous mutant snake again, she would be in trouble. Thinking of the giant snake, Chu Si couldn't help but feel a surge of regret. If it were still there, she could have bought Ji Xian another set of protective gear. Alas, Chu Si sighed. Ji Xian was so fragile, he needed full body protection even more than she did. He finally saved his life, and she didn't want him to disappear after just 2 laps with her. How unfair would that be? Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Si. Since she definitely couldn't get the giant snake skin back, she might as well settle for the whole mutant bird skin. After all, Lei Ming had wanted her and Fu Bowen to split the bird equally, so she was now suggesting that exchanging a portion of her profit for a piece of skin shouldn't be a big deal. But the skin would definitely have lots of holes in it. Chu Si scratched her head with a headache. Never mind. She couldn't figure it out herself, so she asked Ji Xian. It was better than getting a bunch of useless stuff in return. Chu Si's needs were clear, and after hearing them, Ji Xian gave a blunt negative answer. Chu Si, She was so smart. She asked before taking action. How much financial loss had she saved? Ji Xian explained directly, "There's no need to go to all that trouble. Bird skin can indeed be made into leather clothing, but as you said, it has too many drawbacks. Actually, you could just talk to Fu Bowen and have him use the compensation from the giant snake to buy the skin of a mutant snake from the mercenary group. They might not have freshly killed mutant snakes, but they definitely have stored skins, and we save the trouble of carving them ourselves." Chu Si was delighted. She could even use the mercenary group's trading system? It seemed reasonable. After all, Fu Bowen had helped her find her hidden weapon box from the group. So how will Fu Bowen's commission be calculated? Chu Si thought. If it was too high, she'd just give up. After all, her family had just spent so many points, and she was still a little reluctant. Ji Xian shook his head. No need to give it this time. Bowen's doing you a favor for the final division of the big bird. He'd definitely be willing to exchange it for a snake skin, run errands, and do some talking. Chu Si immediately agreed. Speaking of which, she was quite assertive. She immediately ordered Ji Xian, quick, it's settled. Send him a message now. Don't waste any time." "Okay." Ji Xian didn't give her any perfunctory replies, and immediately messaged Fu Bowen. The sooner they informed him, the more likely they could handle the matter internally. After all, the Thunder Squad was strong, and their collection of snake skins was likely to be of relatively high quality. In the end, Bowen didn't even give it a chance to internalize the matter. He already had one in his hand. He was so happy. Such a good thing was finally his. Chapter 189. Perhaps fearing Chu Si and the others might suddenly change their minds, Fu Bowen brought the mutant snake skin he had stored that night. Chu Si was still impressed by his ability to act. As she flipped through the snake skin, she glanced up at Fu Bowen. The young man was so proactive, it made her feel like she lost out, or was it an illusion? Fu Bowen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. Look, it's a good thing he came today. If only 2 days had passed, who knows what might have happened. Ji Xian helped Chu Xiai spread out the snake's skin, then took out his dagger and slashed it. Fortunately, the small mark was harmless. He looked up and asked Chu Xiai, "How big is it?" Chu Xiai estimated it. It seemed even longer than hers, but mine is colorful, vibrant, and dazzling, a truly rare and exquisite piece, while this one is gray and unattractive. Fu Bowen immediately became anxious. Where could he get her another colorful mutant snake skin? He could only stubbornly defend himself. Why would this color be bad? Look, it's gray, so elegant. Chu Xiai, why should she be so down to earth? She just wanted a gift, like a small mutant beast's skin, and she also wanted 2 pairs of fleece gloves. The two of them rambled for several rounds, but Fu Bowen couldn't get to the point. Ji Xian's eyes gave him a headache. He rubbed his brow, called Chu Xiai over, and whispered, "What else do you want?" Chu Xiai immediately expressed her wishes. Her demands were modest. Even a mutant rat skin would be acceptable. Ji Xian understood and said directly to Bowen, "A gift, a small fur." This really stumped Fu Bowen. They collected leather, but who would want to collect such worthless hides? If he were asked to buy one specifically for Chu Xiai, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. So, he could only flatter Ji Xian and say, "Boss, I don't have this kind of hide on hand, but I have some information to share. It's definitely worth much more than just a small piece of leather." Information? Chu Xiai immediately pricked up his ears. Seeing that the two of them had no objections, Fu Bowen coughed twice and said, "A few days ago, someone found a collection point in the bamboo forest. I hunted a mutant bamboo rat, and found a special energy stone." Chu Xi's eyes widened instantly, and Ji Xian's breathing couldn't help but pause for a moment. Fu Bowen continued smugly, "It was an F-grade energy stone, with only 38 energy points, but it sold for a whopping 1,000 points. Chu Xi's jaw dropped. This news was a shock to her. She had always known that special energy stones were valuable, but she had never imagined they would be so expensive. It was truly poverty that limited her imagination. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look up at Ji Xian. He was a money-eating beast. Ji Xian frowned. This price was too high. He looked up at Bowen. "You know so much. Did you participate in the bidding?" Fu Bowen shook his head frantically. What merit did he have to participate in such a situation? No, it was Captain Lei. He received the invitation. Actually, this energy stone shouldn't have fetched such a high price. After all, its energy value is too low. After the genetic breakdown, its effect is minimal. But the seller was lucky. It seems the Viper mercenary group leader had been poisoned, and they couldn't find a cure for it. This energy stone arrived just in time. After this news gets out in a couple of days, there's bound to be a lot of people trying their luck at the bamboo forest collection point. Chu Xiai understood. She'd been wanting to go to the bamboo forest collection point before, and it seemed like she really had to go now. The three of them sat in the small living room and chatted for a while. Fu Bowen had learned that the potato collection point would be over in about a day, and everyone would be freed up. Chu Xi's heart was instantly filled with urgency. It was hard not to be nervous. She was truly intimidated by the people here. When she just arrived, she'd seen the A-level energy stone at the place, and she heard people were still checking in there all the time. Then came the raspberry and foxtail grass collection points. Truly, at the slightest hint of news, a swarm of people would flock there. If she went too late, she was afraid she wouldn't even have her soup. Chu Xiai didn't mind. She was so rebellious, thinking she could still get another special energy stone from the bamboo forest collection point. After all, she knew how scarce it was. The probability of finding a second one in the same place was incredibly low. She was just a small, dark-colored koi, not a truly lucky person. If she set her sights too high, she only ended up falling and getting crushed to death. So, she might as well be pragmatic and just head straight for the bamboo shoots. After Fu Bowen left, Chu Xiai discussed with Ji Xian that since she had no plans for the next 2 days, they might as well go to the bamboo forest collection point tomorrow. Ji Xian peeled the mutant snake's skin and put it away, then shook his head. Wait a little longer. I think she should be able to walk well in a couple of days. Then we can go together. Chu Xiai was startled. The mutant bean worm in her hand burst under her crush, its juices spurting far away. But she had no time to pay attention to anything else. She asked in disbelief, "So fast? Last time, after you used up that little red date, you couldn't even leave your crutches. How come the effect is so fast this time?" Ji Xian smiled faintly. Who said the little red date wasn't effective? Its main function was to help stabilize my injuries. It's because of the little red date that Hong Guogui is now able to help me recover so quickly. Chapter 190. Chu Xiai sank back into the bamboo chair. This meant the boss was finally coming out? Chu Xiai felt like crying with happiness. She was the type who didn't like to use her brain. She had no choice but to go out alone before. She had to exercise her rusty brain to prevent being ambushed or mauled by mutant beasts. Now, with Ji Xian leading the team, she could rest easy and leave her mind at home. Well, but if we go there in a couple of days, won't all the bamboo shoots be dug up? Chu Xiai didn't think she was worrying too much. With such a large group of people going there, the number of mutant bamboo rats would be limited. For those who couldn't catch any, taking a shoot home would be a huge win, right? Ji Xian shook his head. No, the news won't spread that quickly. Just like Bowen, once he gets the news, he definitely won't spread it carelessly. So this news will definitely have to be kept secret for a few days. Even if someone gets the news in advance like we did, most of them will go after the mutant bamboo rats. For ordinary people who don't know the news, the chances of them going out of their way to dig for bamboo shoots are slim. Digging for bamboo shoots is necessary, and those that emerge have already been tested. If you truly want to find usable shoots with low to medium radiation levels, you can only dig them yourself before they break the pattern. The labor intensity is far greater than that of simple daily gathering. The increased energy consumption naturally requires more food, which not everyone has the means to do. Furthermore, the edible rate of bamboo shoots is actually not very high, and no one wants to work all day only to end up with nothing. Chu Xiai was now puzzled. If they weren't going to the bamboo forest to dig up bamboo shoots, were they going to pick bamboo leaves to make tea? To her surprise, Ji Xian actually nodded. Collecting bamboo leaves is one thing, but there are actually many other foods in the bamboo forest, such as small mutant animals, and some fungi growing on the ground. Chu Xiai nodded silently. It turned out she was being narrow-minded. It wasn't her fault for being so inexperienced. Where she had lived before, the most common bamboo she saw was in the community green belt. What treasures could there possibly be there? The lawn outside occasionally offered her a mushroom, but in that small patch of bamboo, in the summer, she couldn't even find a cicada monkey. It was no wonder she looked down on those tall guys. So it was settled. Chu Xiai would stay home for 2 more days. Fortunately, Fu Bowen's snake skin arrived just in time, giving her the chance to make a protective suit for Ji Xian. Ji Xian was also very busy. The next day, he went to Oldley to retrieve the custom crossbow arrow mold. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right materials on hand, so he had to make do with wood for now. As for the internal parts, he bought any he didn't have from Oldley, so he could just assemble them himself later. Ji Xian dismantled the entire frame of the Shading Sun Mountain, cut the iron, and melted it all into molten iron. He then poured it into the mold. If he wasn't pressed for time, he could let it cool slowly on its own, but today, time was tight, and Ji Xian still needed to polish the crossbow arrows, so he had to resort to spraying water to cool them down and accelerate their solidification. Chu Xiai watched anxiously from the side. Can't we just soak them in cold water? Spraying water back and forth was taking too long. Ji Xian shook his head. No! A sudden drop in temperature could cause the arrows inside to not cure completely, or cause other defects. We can't rush this. The house was filled with fog. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound was incessant. Luckily, they worked during the day, so they weren't worried about making noise. The neighbors had already left, so no one would bother to come and see what was going on. Chu Xiai looked at the thick fog and immediately sent them out. Her quilt was still inside, it couldn't stand the moisture. After some thought, Chu Xiai decided to take the quilt to the drying room. It would be good to let the moisture out. Speaking of the quilt, she felt a little sad. She thought the quilt would be warmer if it were made larger, but she never imagined it would keep falling off the bed. She spent the entire night struggling with it. Even pressing it under her didn't help. She couldn't sleep without tossing and turning, right? Then one corner of the quilt would fall off. 2 corners. 4 corners. Then Chu Xiai woke up from the cold and went to retrieve it. This happened at least 3 or 4 times that night. It brought tears to her eyes just thinking about it. She even considered turning the quilt into a sleeping bag, but that wouldn't have been enough space, and she'd have to reshape it. She'd have to leave a hole for breathing, right? Oh. That's a hassle. Chapter 191. For the past 2 days, Chu Xiai has been making protective clothing for Ji Xian, while watching him practice walking. Truly, she could only marvel at his rapid progress. Although she had experienced the wonders of the energy stone before, she had never seen Ji Xian healthy. Therefore, his ability to break away from the group of disabled yet strong-willed people so quickly still seemed incredibly miraculous. By the evening of the second day after using the red fruit, he was able to walk a few unsteadily on his own. By the third day, he could mostly take care of himself, though his movements were still slightly stiffer. By evening, Chu Xi discovered that the 2 anti-fall pads she had made for Ji Xian had found a new home. On her bed, there was one on each side. Chu Xi looked at the one that had been placed on the bed. She could understand why it was placed there. A thick mattress would make sleeping more comfortable at night. But why was the other one placed next to her bed? Ji Xian was very considerate and explained directly. Put one on top and one on the bottom. That way, if you fall at night, you can sleep directly on the spot. It saves you from climbing up and down. Chu Xi, thanks, but I felt offended. Ji Xian knew how to pierce someone's lungs. After thinking it over, Chu Xi finally gave in. She might as well give it a try. She was tired of doing this all the time. Chu Xi thought to herself, she must be the kind of person who would sleep where she fell. Why bother herself for the sake of unnecessary face? She even rolled down from the top to try it out. The result was very good. Her small bamboo bed wasn't very high to begin with, and the cotton pad underneath was very solid. She fell down suddenly, like falling into a cloud. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. Oh my god, this felt so good. Even better than petting a cat. While Ji Xian was out dealing with the snake skin, she'd taken advantage of the opportunity to play a few more times. She brought the playground into her home. She never imagined that after arriving in the Wasteland, she found cotton freedom. Through the door, Ji Xian could hear the occasional bang noises coming from inside. He held a few iron bars in his hands, and waited at the door for another 15 minutes, waiting until everything was completely quiet before entering. Chu Xi's face flushed. She hunched over the table next to her, pretending to handle the edge of her protective suit. She reached out and felt around the edge. Where are the scissors? Ji Xian silently retrieved the scissors from under the table and held them out to her. Chu Xi gave an awkward smile. Thanks, I just forgot about the scissors, and I put them down there. Ji Xian nodded perfunctorily. Is the cushion comfortable? Chu Xi nodded frantically, then finally realized what was happening. She was just going to give up completely. Whatever. She was proud to have found some free entertainment. Ji Xian finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She put the iron bar aside and fished out a manual clipper from her toolbox, handing it to Chu Xi. He fiddled with his hair. It had grown quite long, obscuring his vision. It didn't matter at home, but he couldn't afford to spend his days scavenging. He couldn't just sit there and do his hair all day, so he decided to have Chu Xi give him a buzz cut before he left. It would also give her a chance for revenge. In the first 2 days after he cut Chu Xi's bangs, the resentment in her eyes had practically materialized, and he felt a chill in his head all day. Even now, Ji Xian still felt that his haircut was okay, that even though it was a little short, it was still cute, but Chu Xi clearly didn't agree. To prevent her from doing something irreparable, in a fit of rage, Ji Xian decided to let her out today. After all, as a grown man, it didn't matter if his hair was short or ugly. Chu Xi was stunned. She hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. What was this? Wasn't this a piece of cake? No. She shook her head. Had she been so obvious? Previously, she had thought she would hold back and wait for the right moment to find an opportunity for revenge. She already begun to endure hardships, and now Ji Xian was telling her it was all for nothing. Looking at the clippers Ji Xian handed her, she took them decisively. Come on, was I the kind of person who wouldn't seize an opportunity? Chu Xi was determined this time. She had to show Ji Xian that not only men's heads couldn't be touched, but women's heads too. Taking the clippers, Chu Xi tried them out. It was okay. It slid smoothly. He needed regular care. She wet Ji Xian's hair, combed it twice, and then began to work on it. Come on, I used to shave the dog's hair, and that was a lot more hair than today's workload. Ji Xian, this one, it took only a few minutes. As she cut, Chu Xi slowly got into the groove. She measured the length with the comb and quickly trimmed the hair with the clippers. By the time she came to her senses, Ji Xian's hair was already done. Chapter 192. Chu Xi stayed where she was, inwardly sighing. Sure enough, cutting dogs wasn't enough to showcase her skills. She thought she perfected her skills and wanted to offer her family free haircuts, but no one dared to give it a try. Looking at Ji Xian now, she was absolutely certain they regret it. Chu Xi's buzz cut for Ji Xian wasn't a completely short one, but rather a slightly longer one. Chu Xi was amazed. Others with buzz cuts looked like they were out of prison, but with him, Chu Xi felt like he was in jail. Brother. You're so cool. A wild, untamed handsomeness is growing unchecked. Even a glance from him is instantly captivating. Chu Si clutched his chest and waved his hands hurriedly. Be careful, don't let your hair down. It could hurt you. Ji Xian had no choice but to accept that even pranks had their limits. He calmly stood up, fetched some water, and washed his hair. When he looked in the mirror, he suddenly felt as if he were in another world. He reached out and traced his reflection, saying to himself, "Long time no see, Ji Xian." It really had been so long, it felt like a lifetime ago. After drying his hair, he realized Chu Si was still infatuated, looking hopeless. Ji Xian frowned and pulled Chu Si aside. He almost forgotten that Chu Si was now at the age of youthful excitement. While he didn't mind her being infatuated with him, he still. "Do you remember I'm genetically modified?" Chu Si was stunned. Why did he suddenly bring that up? But she nodded obediently. Chu Si was a classic face-obsessed person. After arriving in the Wasteland, all the handsome guys had become rough. Now that she finally had Ji Xian to warm her eyes, she naturally took whatever you said at face value. Ji Xian was helpless. He covered Chu Si's eyes with his hands and continued, "Don't fall for genetically modified people like us. I can't do that, Bowen can't do that, and neither can Lei Ming and the others." The drawbacks of genetically modified humans, besides the high risk of genetic breakdown, are the extreme difficulty of conceiving offspring. Even if they can produce offspring, the probability of deformities is much higher than that of ordinary people. Chu Si, I was just enjoying the sight, and you even thought about having children? She didn't know how to respond to this whole situation. Neither explaining nor over-explaining seemed promising, and the conversation remained awkward. In truth, ever since she traveled here, Chu Si hadn't considered starting a family. Perhaps it was a subconscious attempt to avoid it. She could endure the hardship herself, but she didn't want her children to go through it as well. In this devastated land, people lived in extreme hardship, constantly exposed to radiation damage. She couldn't guarantee that her children would have the same ability to use ordinary energy stones as she did. Without a trump card, how could they survive here? Chu Si glanced at the Ji Xian. Find someone big to protect him? No, that's overthinking. Doesn't that mean, with Ji Xian's qualifications, he'd be a perfect match for her? Wouldn't that just save her from a tragic, lonely life? The thought of this made Chu Si happy, and he immediately wanted to kneel down and kowtow to the heavens. The main question now was whether Ji Xian was willing. After all, at first glance, the guy looked quite handsome, but a closer look revealed him to be her perfect match. Chu Si chuckled and leaned forward, his face flattering. "Brother, how would you rate me? If not, can we just get along for the rest of our lives? If he has to go out and find a girlfriend, how much more walking would that entail? It's time-consuming and laborious. Look around the corner. There's a fresh, tender cabbage right there at home. Would you consider it?" Ji Xian was at a loss for words. He was talking to her about serious matters, but Chu Si seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. Never mind. It seemed Chu Si would find it difficult to start with him. From now on, he would just have to keep an eye on Fu Bowen and his men, keeping them away from Chu Si. Seeing she was still intent on pressing him further, Ji Xian stood up, took the iron bar, and walked to the workbench. He started the machine, gathered the bars into small pieces, and then dropped them into the hot melt ball to melt them. Taking advantage of this time, he took out the wooden crossbow parts and began to assemble them. Chu Si stayed where she was, sighing deeply. She knew that a flower from a high mountain wasn't easy to pluck. She was being completely ignored. Chu Si refused to give up. Suddenly, a very important question occurred to her. She immediately rushed to Ji Xian's side and whispered, "Brother Xian, you didn't accept my proposal. Could it be that you already have someone you like?" Chu Si encouraged herself secretly. "If you do, just speak up. We're not the type to demand repayment. If Ji Xian isn't an option, someone as simple-minded as Fu Bowen seems like a good match." Ji Xian's words gave her a good target audience. Ji Xian pushed Chu Si aside, who was always in the way. "No, forget about that. Have you finished trimming the hems? We need them tomorrow." Oh, Chu Si had no time for gossip now. She wanted to finish her work quickly, and then go back to bed to play with her cotton jumping mat. She already made up her mind, so she decided to play with it every night before bed. This is called mental decompression, seriously. Chu Si recommends it. Chapter 193. The next morning, Chu Si finally realized something was wrong. She hadn't offered to cut Ji Xian's hair to achieve the desired effect. She glanced at Ji Xian, who was already downstairs making breakfast. Never mind, she thought. A blessing in disguise. We want to maximize our profits, not just two ugly people disliking each other. So, she still made a profit. Feeling she had figured it out, Chu Xi happily got up, prepared for training, and then had breakfast. After basic physical training, a thin layer of sweat had formed on her forehead. Then came the precision training. After Ji Xian poured their meals into bowls, he walked over with the crossbow he had assembled that morning. Chu Xi was delighted. Finished? Ji Xian's new crossbow was a little more simple in appearance than her own, but the wooden case was meant for emergency use, so there wasn't much to complain about. Chu Xi tried it out, and it felt even better than the cold metal. Now it was time to test its effectiveness. She dragged out a thick target made of a tree stump. Ji Xian had picked it up from outside, specifically to test the crossbow's lethality. After all, her house was so small, and there wasn't enough space to test the crossbow's range, so she could only make a crude attempt. Ji Xian produced 2 marked crossbow bolts and handed one to Chu Xi. Soon, they would each fire a shot from their respective crossbows. The depth of penetration would provide a rough comparison of the effectiveness of Ji Xian's crossbow. When both were ready, Chu Xi gestured to the distant target with his eyes. Try it? Ji Xian nodded, and with 2 whoosh sounds, they both released their arrows simultaneously. Then, something unexpected happened. 2 crossbow arrows flew out, but only one hit the target. The other missed the target, piercing the wall and disappearing from their sight. Chu Xi was startled. Oh no! If it had gone out, it would have been terrible. I'm sure I wouldn't have hit anyone. Ji Xian shook his head. It's okay. Judging by the sound, the arrow probably didn't go out. Besides, if it had hit someone, they have screamed by now. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly opened the bedroom door. He saw that the stray arrow was now embedded in the outer wall. The tip had pierced through, leaving only a small tail stuck inside the room. Thankfully, Chu Xi quickly opened the door and pushed the arrow back the way it had come. Although it was still early, some people were already out and about. The person next door was cooking outside right now. The auntie was so startled by a sudden loud noise that she spilled the water in the gourd. Chu Xi apologized awkwardly and immediately retreated back into the house. It took a long while for the auntie to regain consciousness. She cursed and rolled her eyes, but thinking of the cold, gleaming arrow, she didn't dare drag her husband into a fight. She always fought only when she was sure of victory. Chu Xi still felt a little unsure. Just now. Was it Ji Xian who missed the target? I think so. Where's the boss? He ran away before even starting his post? She felt a little embarrassed as she entered with the crossbow, wondering if Ji Xian hadn't handled a weapon in a long time and his hands were too clumsy, which led to such a poor shooting result. It seemed like he needed some more practice at home. But it seemed to be true. If she had to stay in bed for so many days, any skill she possessed would surely be wasted. With this in mind, Chu Xi immediately shifted her perspective. Now, she was worried that Ji Xian would be unable to withstand the huge shock of missing the target and become devastated. As it turned out, the situation was fine. Ji Xian didn't react much, instead lowering his head to examine his crossbow. Chu Xi's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned over and asked, "Is there something wrong with the running in?" Ji Xian shook his head. "This crossbow is fine. I didn't notice any sluggishness when I fired it just now. However, it's a new crossbow, so I do need to run it in." Chu Xi nodded frantically. Yes, more practice, more practice. Chu Xi thought, her expectations weren't high. As long as Ji Xian could find an excuse to excuse himself, that would be enough. Chapter 194. Ji Xian calculated the error from earlier, then shot out an arrow, whooshing it into a triple ring. Another whoosh, this time hitting the bullseye. He nodded, clearly finding his rhythm. Then, whoosh, whoosh, he fired 2 more arrows, both hitting the bullseye. Ji Xian was satisfied. But my hand is a little raw. My body is slowly healing. From now on, I train with you every morning. Chu Xi nodded woodenly beside him. This more practice seemed a little different from what she had imagined. She felt like she had been instantly reduced to dust. She had once considered herself a natural at shooting, but now she felt that in this wasteland, you couldn't survive without being a bit of a pervert, and she was clearly not one of those perverts. The revolution isn't yet a success. We must keep working hard. Chu Xi grinned. You don't need to practice anymore. With this level of accuracy, you could probably hit even the smallest mutant beast out there. Ji Xian shook his head. You still need to practice locating by sound. After all, when a mutant suddenly attacks, it's often too late to aim with your eyes. After a pause, he added, of course, the main thing is for you to practice, and I be your accomplice, checking on your results. Ji Xian hadn't originally planned to train her so intensively. After all, Chu Xi was scavenging, not hunting. But he noticed that Chu Xi's own abilities were clearly not keeping pace with her own combat upgrades. Chu Xi, Her head was buzzing. How could someone else undergo a tribulation, and yet the thunder still struck her, if it weren't for the fact that the people she scavenged with every day were ordinary people who couldn't defeat ordinary mutant beasts? She felt like she'd been transported back to the world of martial arts. Chu Xi, somewhat uninterested, noticed the dishes on the table next to him and immediately changed the subject. Let's eat. Let's eat. It get cold soon. Ji Xian couldn't help but smile as he watched the quickly fleeing figure. Since they agreed to go to the bamboo forest gathering site together today, Ji Xian prepared a slightly more substantial breakfast. He used nutrient solution as a base, added a little water, and brought it to a boil. He then threw in some leftover potato scraps from Chu Xi's potato flour, and finally added a little mantis meat for flavor. Chu Xi glanced at it, then turned and pulled out a small piece of pickled fern from the storage room. He chopped it up and tossed it into their bowls of soup, making it even more beautiful. She scooped a spoonful into her mouth. It was delicious. The flavors were perfectly authentic. The mantis meat had a hint of sweetness, the potatoes were quite flavorful, and the bracken was salty. Each dish had its own distinct character. It was rare that Ji Xian could make such a delicious hodgepodge. Chu Xi gave him a thumbs up and looked forward to his continued success. Ji Xian sighed inwardly and continued to eat, pretending he hadn't noticed. In fact, now that he had a machine control table at home, he felt much less stressed. Even if something went wrong in the future and the family ran out of food, he could still make some extra money polishing parts, at least preventing them from running out of food. That was why he was cooking a little more extravagantly now. But could he tell Chu Xi about this? Obviously not. She was about to lose control of herself. What would happen if he told her? After breakfast, the two changed into their protective suits, gloves, and foot covers. They were undoubtedly well prepared for the plague after the previous outbreak. The head covers were placed in their respective backpacks. While they didn't look particularly visually appealing, the mutant bee incident had clearly proven their importance, and they had now become a common carry-on item. Over the protective suits, they wore jackets, and over the jackets, a radiation-proof cloak. Chu Xi spun around excitedly. A complete upgrade, right? Ji Xian had already packed everything else, so the two of them could simply grab their bags and head out. However, in addition to their respective lunches, Ji Xian had also packed a nutritional supplement. This was primarily for himself. After all, this was his first battle after recovering, and Ji Xian wasn't sure how well he was doing or how long he could last. Therefore, he had to bring a separate, quick replenishing nutritional supplement, just in case. Along the way, Chu Xi was as excited as a little bird, sometimes running ahead, sometimes circling back to find someone. She was finally part of a team. The thought of it was so satisfying. Ji Xian followed behind at a leisurely pace, calling up the timer and mileage counter on his watch. At each milestone, he noted his physical sensations, so he could better analyze them later. Suddenly walking such a long distance was indeed a challenge for Ji Xian. His physical condition was far worse than he had initially anticipated. After about half an hour, he was already covered in sweat, and his face looked a little pale. Ji Xian watched Chu Xi, still walking ahead, feeling a complex mix of emotions. It seemed Chu Xi's physical training needed another level. Less than 2 minutes later, Chu Xi wandered back from the front. She was startled by his miserable state. She pulled up the route map on her watch, and saw they covered less than a third of the way. She considered lightening his load. Brother Xian, how about I carry your bag? Ji Xian, He felt like he'd taken a critical hit. He shook his head firmly. No. After a moment's thought, he finally cut a branch from the roadside and used it as a crutch. With leverage, he felt much lighter. Today was the last day of potato harvesting. Not many people were scavenging along their route. Seeing they were almost at the raspberry picking site, Chu Xi couldn't help but feel itchy. Although the harvest was over, what if there were still some left? These were raspberries, the only fruit she's seen here. It would also give Ji Xian a break, so why not? She immediately led the group to a left, heading towards the raspberry picking area. Chapter 195. After arriving at the raspberry collection site, Chu Xi expected to run into others. After all, there were bound to be others, like her, who couldn't get a spot for today's potato collection, and were instead scavenging. However, she didn't expect to run into the brother and sister she'd seen at the fern collection site. They seemed to be named Muze and Anan. Chu Si couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. They all shared a common fate of first-hand exposure to the plague. Back then, Enin had been attacked by a mutant rat, scratching her back. She even bought a second-hand sedge from her for the price of a message to stop the bleeding. She couldn't help but marvel at the Wastelander's exuberant vitality. She only managed to survive with energy stones, but these two had persevered, and were just as energetic now. Amazing. Ji Xian noticed Chu Si's gaze and whispered, "Do you know them?" Chu Si nodded and silently replied, "Peanut collection site." Ji Xian instantly understood. After Chu Si exchanged peanut collection spots with them, she encountered a plague outbreak on her way back. Then came the potato collection, which she hadn't had the chance to do yet. Back then, she was still worried about who to team up with. Now she's on a team, hee. "Brother, there's a nest of bird eggs here." Suddenly, a little girl nearby exclaimed in delight. After she finished shouting, she noticed Chu Si and Ji Xian approaching. She stepped back awkwardly, looking at them with a timid look. Chu Si, What a familiar scene. It was just that the little girl didn't seem to recognize her. Well, the three of them were just a one-time deal, and she was just a common face. Plus, she was wearing a sun cloak, so it was understandable that she wasn't recognized. The little girl had clearly grown a lot this time. Although she was frightened, she grabbed the bird's nest before leaving and turned to run towards her brother. Luckily, the nest wasn't big, otherwise her tiny body wouldn't have been able to move it. Chu Si was still laughing when Ji Xian suddenly raised his crossbow and fired an arrow directly in the little girl's direction. Chu Si was horrified. A murder caused by a bird's nest? She looked at Ji Xian in disbelief. It couldn't be that serious. Their family wasn't even close to survival, so why would they kill a little girl? And Anne's face turned pale with fear. After a scream, she was tackled to the ground by Mu Zhe. Her brother looked up at Chu Si and the others with murderous intent in his eyes, but then his expression became more reserved. "You value this nest of eggs, but we can give them up. We just hope you let us go." With that, he pulled the nest from Anne's arms. There were 6 eggs inside. Even when the little girl fell to the ground, she subconsciously protected them well, not breaking a single one. Ji Xian took a step forward, but Chu Si grabbed him. It wasn't like their family was desperate for a few bird eggs right now. Besides, they hadn't been tested yet, so even one edible one would be considered good. Most importantly, the wolf cub had been hiding the dagger under his clothes. If Ji Xian, a fragile person, really tried to get it, he'd probably get stabbed. Ji Xian patted her hand. "It's okay. I go get the crossbow." Hearing him say this, everyone's eyes turned to where he had just shot. And then exclaimed, "There's a snake." Yes, there was a snake. A well-camouflaged gray-black mutant snake was coiled tightly around the raspberry bush, its head positioned right next to the bird's nest. It was clearly targeting the eggs, and the mother bird, who had been staying in the nest, had likely been scared away by the snake, only to be taken advantage of by Anin. Anin had gotten so close just now, right into its attack range, that it was already extremely dangerous. Who knew if this snake was venomous? Ji Xian continued forward, and Mu Zhe's vigilance remained undiminished. Seeing this, Chu Si could only helplessly remind him, "Be careful of the knife." Ji Xian clasped his hands behind his back and waved them at her. The gleam of his bright gray gloves instantly brought her back to reality. She had forgotten that they were all wearing protective suits now, so why would they be afraid of a knife? Now she was worried that the little wolf cub wouldn't be able to grasp the situation clearly. Chu Si was pretty sure that if he attacked today, Ji Xian would at least have to rip off his arm. After all, he was cold-blooded. During every training session, he showed her no mercy. Chapter 196. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger, and no conflict broke out between the two sides. Ji Xian unsheathed his crossbow and, with some effort, finally freed the mutant snake from its clinging to the tree trunk. He then carried it back to Chu Si's side, not even glancing at the bird's eggs. Seeing that Ji Xian hadn't attacked them, Mu Zhe quickly pulled his sister aside, not even taking the fallen bird's nest. And then felt a little reluctant to leave. Those two had clearly said they weren't interested in the eggs anymore, so why hadn't her brother let her take them? Yes, she had clearly wanted to pick up the nest, but her brother had held her hand. Chu Si coughed lightly, and Ji Xian paused. Looking back, the two retreating children froze. Ji Xian frowned and pointed at the nest on the ground. "I already got my prey. You can keep the nest." With that, he ignored the two men and took Chu Si's hand and walked away. Chu Si looked up at Ji Xian as she walked. She felt that such soft-heartedness didn't seem out of character in the Wasteland. She could understand him not attacking the weak, but, "You shot the mutant snake, and indirectly saved the little girl. Why don't you want a reward? Ji Xian shook his head. Adults want it, but children don't. In the wasteland, without parental care, it's very difficult for children to survive. So, unless there's a major conflict, people will be extra kind to them, as if to leave a way out for their own children. Hearing this, Chu Xi's eyes instantly welled up. She thought of her original self's childhood. During the most difficult times, she even stole food from others and narrowly escaped being beaten to death. It seemed dangerous at the time, but the adults did show mercy. Because stealing food would literally result in immediate death. They already shown some mercy, otherwise, how could such a fragile girl possibly have survived? Chu Xi took a deep breath and slowly let it out. After calming down, she remembered something. Wasn't it a bit unkind of her to ask for the bracken from the two children after she killed the mutant rats last time? Never mind, Chu Xi shook her head. There was no way she could settle the previous score. The food was already at home, so there was no point in taking it out again, even if she was beaten to death. She took the mutant snake from Ji Xian's hand, collected a little blood, and tested it on her watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chu Xi's laughter instantly filled her, and she slapped Ji Xian on the arm. Well, that's like giving someone a rose, and the fragrance lingers. Finally, I can enjoy some snake soup. Ji Xian, that's a twisted idea, but the snake bones could be used to make her some soup. He coiled the snake and tossed it into his backpack. The snake was as thick as an arm and nearly 1.5 meters long. With that as a foundation, their harvest today was already quite good. Chu Xi, feeling delighted, began to plan on picking raspberries. She looked up at the branches around her. Most of the berries had already ripened and fallen, with only a few still clinging to the branches. Just as she was about to examine them, she discovered a small cut on one of the berries. Undeterred, Chu Xi searched several more trees, only to find that all the berries had already been examined. She sighed silently and thought, forget it. It looked like her raspberry picking plan was over. She had a bit of the luck of a koi fish, but it wasn't so strong that she could pull something out of nothing. So she had to give up, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Alas, I have no choice but to retreat. It seems the raspberries this year really have nothing to do with her. Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian, her expression filled with endless sadness. Let's retreat. The raspberry forest isn't friendly to me. Ji Xian, seeing her pitiful expression, couldn't help but rub Chu Xi's head. Is this where you hunted the mutant mantis? I heard you say before that there's a large tree hollow where the mutant mantis was found. Chu Xi nodded. Why, you want me to take you back to the old place for a revisit? Not impossible. Seriously, that mutant mantis was her first pot of gold since arriving in the wasteland. But before Chu Xi could finish her enjoyment, Ji Xian continued, typically, these tree hollows have mutant animals hibernating there. We can go check it out? Maybe we can find something else. Chu Xi's eyes lit up. On her first day of working together, she experienced the benefits of having teammates. If she were on her own, she definitely wouldn't have gone back to the tree to check. Chu Xi led Ji Xian around a few turns, and finally arrived at the spot where EP111 had dug her basement. The trees here all look similar, each one incredibly sturdy. Thanks to the stone that sealed the door, she wouldn't have been able to tell which tree was hollow. Ji Xian stopped her from moving forward. You can't go any further. If there really are mutants in there, this close proximity will easily irritate them. Get out the little mechanical spider, and have it crawl in from the top of the tree. Let's see what's going on inside first. Chu Xi nodded immediately, and flipped the little spider out. It was a round ball. After turning it on, 8 legs extended from it. Chu Xi waited until it turned the same color as the grass before directing it closer to the tree. Ji Xian and she watched the image projected on their watch together. Just as the little creature reached the cave entrance, a furry big creature crawled out in front of it. It was truly a huge creature. Chu Xi could only see half of its face, and then the spider was swallowed by it in one gulp. Then, the spider's image fell into darkness. Ji Xian said, "It's a mutant squirrel. Turn off the mechanical spider first, or it might damage its legs." Chu Xi nodded, feeling a little nervous. Can my little spider be saved? Honestly, she quite liked this surveillance device. It was useful and cute. Ji Xian nodded, feeling it wasn't a big deal. Don't worry, the squirrel won't eat it. It's probably just taking it to its nest to store it. Even if it does, there's no need to worry. It has a special coating that won't corrode it with gastric juices, and it has a positioning system inside. We'd be able to find it wherever it goes. Chapter 197. Speaking of squirrels, They were probably Chu-Si's favorite critter in the wild. They were hardworking, simple, and adorable, truly embodying the art of harvesting in autumn and storing for the winter. Chu-Si had often felt that she was just like the little squirrel, diligently foraging for food every day and saving it for the winter. Of course, comparing herself to the little squirrel was a bit disparaging. After all, the mutant squirrels here weren't picky eaters. They eat anything, no need to discern radiation levels. Every time they went out, they came back with full stomachs. Chu-Si was incredibly envious of this. Alas, it would have been nice if she had traveled back in time to become a mutant. Life might have been less arduous then. No, Chu-Si shook her head. She couldn't betray her faction so easily. After all, many mutants didn't have an easy life either. What if she were reborn into a short-lived species? Oh! If she could choose, she'd want to be reborn as a turtle, immortal as long as the world lasted. Seeing the mutant squirrel leave its hole to search for food, Ji Xian helplessly slapped Chu-Si's forehead. Still daydreaming? It seems I've been too lax in your training. Just in time, new and old grudges were settled together. Ji Xian announced without a second thought that Chu-Si would receive extra training starting tomorrow. Chu-Si, Everyone knew a newly formed team needed a break-in period, but she felt the urge to pack up Ji Xian and take him home again. Why? She seriously suspected he was targeting her, but why? Chu-Si's shoulders slumped. Brother, can we just scavenge? Aren't you acting like a coach again? Look, we're two members of a family, dependent on each other. I'm much closer than your teammates. You can't do this to me. The love will fade, understand? Ji Xian half smiled, his eyes narrowed dangerously. Love can disappear? Chu-Si, feeling somewhat unjustified, immediately gave in and shook her head. My love for you will endure forever. Ji Xian chuckled. Stop joking. The mutant squirrel in the cave just now has left. Turn on the little mechanical spider, and see if it's following it. Chu-Si nodded frantically. The mutant squirrel had already left, and she'd been so distracted she hadn't noticed. It seemed Ji Xian's extra training was perfectly justified. She wasn't going to think too hard about going out with Ji Xian, she'd just follow the captain's instructions. But she couldn't lose her vigilance. She was really getting carried away, a cardinal sin when scavenging in the wild. If anything went wrong, she could be killed in a matter of seconds. Chu-Si restarted the little spider on her watch while internally reflecting. This fragile life couldn't withstand any more turmoil, she had to protect it. As the watch powered on, the screen gradually lit up, the image changing. Though the light was dim, it was definitely not in the squirrel's stomach. It seemed the mutant squirrel had mistaken the deactivated spider for nuts and stored them in the tree hole. Chu-Si steered the spider in a circle, surveying its surroundings. Besides a large amount of hay and bark, it also spotted a number of scattered nuts, grains, peanuts, melon seeds, yams, sweet potatoes, and the like. There was even a small pile of dried raspberries at the very edge. Chu-Si's mouth watered. What a heavenly life. He silently gave it a thumbs up. It was truly a squirrel, consuming everything it could, even dried raspberries. Envy, jealousy, hatred, sheer hatred. Ji Xian was watching from the side. After confirming there was no danger inside the cave, he pointed to the gateway stone not far away. Let's go home. We need to move quickly, or it won't run into us when it returns. Chu-Si followed obediently, but weren't they going to kill the mutant squirrel? Why were they still afraid of encountering it? In her eyes, cuteness was cute, deliciousness was delicious, everyone could be beautiful on their own, so she felt no compunction about hunting her number one favorite wild animal. Her only concern was not being able to eat it. As a true Wastelander, Ji Xian naturally had no need for unnecessary kindness. We don't have everything we brought today, so it's best not to disturb it and prevent it from abandoning its hideout. Tomorrow, I plant a tracking device on it so we can find its other food caches. After moving the stone, Chu-Si silently glanced at Ji Xian, who was following behind. If anyone was being unkind, it would be you. This was a complete act of killing the rat and destroying its heart. But as a vested interest, she could only offer a thumbs up. Ji Xian followed him into the cave and glanced around. The space inside was even larger than he imagined. Little Spider, move to the bushes on the treetops to get some fresh air. Don't touch the nuts yet. Those are hard to test. We collect them tomorrow. Try not to touch the layout of the cave. Go test the dried fruit first, and I test the yams and sweet potatoes. Chu-Si gave an okay sign, and quickly got to work. After testing just 2 nuts, she found an edible dried raspberry. Chu-Si was instantly delighted. Hard work pays off. Holding the dried raspberries, she longed to give them a kiss, but Ji Xian stopped her in time. They haven't been disinfected yet, so be careful. Chu Xi nodded. She felt she had been restrained enough, otherwise Ji Xian would have seen a small squirrel tumbling on the ground. Squirrel, you're taking over my nest and still looking down on me. You're being unreasonable, Ji Xian sighed helplessly. Hurry up. The mutant squirrel might be back in no time. We have to evacuate before then. As he spoke, he quickly tested the yams and sweet potatoes. His backpack already held 2 large yam harvests. Perhaps because he'd been with Chu Xi, the yield here was indeed much higher than he previously tested. After hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi didn't dare delay and quickly set to work. Chapter 198. The two didn't dare waste a moment's time. After about 15 minutes, they finally finished the easy parts to inspect. Ji Xian raised his hand to signal them to retreat. Chu Xi looked at the large bundle of hay piled in the mutant squirrel's nest and had some thoughts. Even mutant bee nests can contain a few energy stones. Honestly, Chu Xi felt it was certain that a squirrel with a collecting habit would have a few hidden in its nest. The thought of this made Chu Xi feel itchy. Compared to food, energy stones were undoubtedly more valuable. She was itching to rummage through it, but Ji Xian grabbed her hand. What are you doing? Didn't you say you couldn't move its nest? Chu Xi pointed to a spot where the squirrel had collapsed. I suspect there might be energy stones in there. Suddenly, Chu Xi's watch began to beep. It was the little mechanical spider's warning that the mutant squirrel was about to return. Without a word, Ji Xian immediately dragged Chu Xi out of the underground lair. After blocking the stone door, he quickly led Chu Xi back to their hiding place. Later, he had time to explain to Chu Xi, the grass nest can't be moved. It's where the mutant squirrel rests every day. We can't restore it perfectly, and it easily be noticed. If you want to check it out, it's not too late to wait until tomorrow when we come to raid its nest. Chu Xi nodded. She wasn't in a rush, but her mind suddenly turned. Something wasn't right. Then, what about the smell? We've been in there for so long, there must be a lot of things that are contaminated with unfamiliar scents. Ji Xian shook his head. It's okay. Before we came out, I pulled some hay from its nest and scented every spot we moved. Chu Xi had already forgotten how many times he'd given him a thumbs up. All he could say was, "You're so nice to have. It's like I have 2 brains." Oh right, I need to get the little spider back from the tree quickly, to prevent it from being carried back to its nest by that giant squirrel. Just as the little spider climbed down from the tree, Chu Xi saw the mutant squirrel return from outside. It was about a meter long and, from a distance, looked like a fox. Its cheeks were bulging, its eyes were round, and its tail was fluffy, reaching half a meter in length. Its fur was a single dark yellow. Its evolutionary direction remained unchanged, and its appearance remained the same. Ah, it's so beautiful. Chu Xi yearned for it endlessly. It was a pity he couldn't tame it. It would have been so much fun to just pet it. Ji Xian waited for a moment, and seeing the squirrels didn't move, he felt relieved and slowly led Chu Xi out of the area. Ji Xian looked at the haul in their backpacks, and looked at Chu Xi with a complicated expression. Chu Xi, ? Ji Xian, let's go home. It's not appropriate to take so much stuff to collect bamboo shoots. But on the way back, we can stop by the fern collection site. Chu Xi glanced at the time on his watch. It was just 10 o'clock in the morning. Was the day's work over? Having a cloak made of radiation-proof cloth was great. We could leave whenever we wanted. When they reached the raspberry forest, Mu Zhe and his sister were still there, testing the raspberry leaves. Mu Zhe, the older brother, saw Chu Xi and the others, and took the initiative to approach them, stopping in front of Ji Xian. Thank you for saving it just now. As a token of my gratitude, I can tell you the location of a peanut collection spot I know of. There's a small flock of pheasants there, but with your fighting ability, I think hunting them shouldn't be a problem. Before Ji Xian could react, Chu Xi was startled. What a familiar conversation. She stared at the brat in disbelief. Had she exchanged that information in bulk? Shocking. Is this a moral decline, or a distortion of human nature? She immediately removed her cape and hood, taking off her mask as well, fearing he wouldn't recognize her. Then, there was the young man's awkward moment of social disbelief. Clearly, he had finally recognized Chu Xi. He and his sister had survived the plague thanks to their parents' blessing, but he hadn't expected this young lady to do the same. He was in a real awkward position. He couldn't just tell Chu Xi, I thought you were dead, so I found a more capable replacement. He had to find someone to deal with the mutant pheasants before winter. Besides the peanut collection point he had given Chu Xi, he had another, smaller one. Someone had to kill the pheasants before he could collect them. Chapter 199. In the end, although Chusi suffered a minor loss at the peanut collection site, mindful of the Wasteland Minor Protection Act, the two left immediately after warning the two brats to keep their promise. As they walked, Jixian sighed. He had originally considered returning to the peanut collection site later, but now it seemed impossible. Otherwise, someone might get there first. Muze had promised to keep the news to them only, but it was clear that his explanation was extremely unconvincing. However, judging by the fact that he was still casting his net, the peanut collection site was unlikely to be taken down. But if it dragged on any longer, it would be hard to say. After all, everyone had been busy collecting potatoes recently. But the project there was about to end today, and everyone should have time to deal with other matters. After thinking for a moment, he asked Chusi to retrieve the location of the peanut collection site. Seeing that it wasn't particularly far away, he mentally calculated the remaining time and abandoned his original plan to return home. He headed straight for the peanut collection site. Chusi followed silently, obediently accepting the weight from the glass fragile backpack. Jixian had wanted to refuse, but they were in a hurry, and his body, already severely weakened, was scorched by the scorching sun. Even with his radiation protective suit, he still felt the heat. Sweat poured down his face, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Even without the weight, he was still gritting his teeth, let alone in his previous condition. The two of them walked under the scorching sun for over an hour before they officially reached the peanut collection point. It was noon. Chusi and Jixian stopped for a quick lunch in the nearby woods, and then Chusi dispatched the little mechanical spider. The little spider, after a series of pauses, finally entered the mutant pheasant's territory. Just as Muze had reported, there was a single mutant rooster and 3 mutant hens. In addition, there were 6 more furry little ones in the flock, clearly a new addition to their family. After removing the 6 small ones, they were left with only 4 large ones, and forcing their way through was clearly out of the question. Jixian rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a small wooden box. Chusi leaned over to examine it. It contained a dozen or so crossbow bolts. Jixian said, "We have limited toxins at home, not enough to poison all the crossbow arrows, so I only prepared these, just in case. We each take half. We try to split up and attack separately later. Once we hit them, we retreat and wait for the poison to take effect before attacking again." Jixian removed his quiver and emptied out all the arrows. He then took 5 poison arrows from a small wooden box and placed them at the bottom, then replaced them with regular arrows. Chusi did the same, but she had 1 more poisoned arrow than Jixian. Afterward, the two of them, gathered around Chusi's watch, controlled the spider to roam around the mutant pheasant's territory, marking several well-hidden locations. Unfortunately, the small peanut patch that Xiao Muze had hidden had been discovered. The two exchanged glances, and Chusi gave a malicious smile. It was this very calculation that had driven the siblings so desperately to find a buyer. Sorry, that's how wastelands work, whoever finds it gets to develop it. Since Chusi and the others had discovered this place, they couldn't just ignore it. Jixian, leave them 1/3 of this small patch. 1/5, or maybe even 1/3. As he made this decision, Jixian's stingy heart sank with grief. If it weren't for the 2 brats on the other side, they would have literally ripped off the entire plot. But now, he had to be a little more lenient. Jixian sighed silently, hoping he wouldn't have to deal with brats like that again in future deals. There were so many things to worry about, and the thought of getting scammed was a real burden. Chusi was equally distressed and wanted to suggest giving him a 5th, but seeing Jixian's utterly sour expression, she hesitated. Little did she know that if she had just said that, Jixian's expression might have softened. Chapter 200. After the 2 men formulated their sneak attack plan, they encountered a thorny problem. It was midday, and most of the pheasants were gathered together near the henhouses to rest. This was undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous to their separate sneak attack plans. Jixian reached out and pointed at the chicks hopping around near the chicken coop. He said to Chusi, "Hide at firing point number 3 first. There are 2 mutant chicks relatively close there. They only just hatched. If you lie there, even a hidden weapon box can easily penetrate their defenses and hit the chicks. Once the chickens start to scramble, you can lie low and I coordinate from firing point number 2 to draw the larger mutant pheasants over. I notify you directly via your watch about the next move. Don't attack rashly." Chusi gave an okay sign. She knew how to evade monsters. She might not be able to assess the situation on the battlefield, but she was definitely capable of hitting anything she pointed at. Chusi, brimming with confidence, clutched his crossbow in both hands and his armor-piercing hammer at his waist, was about to set off, but Ji Xian pulled him back. What's the rush? Disguise yourself first. He stood up, and soon returned with a load of vines from the woods. Wrap it around your body, and smear the liquid on your face and hands. Chu Xi nodded. As for the facial application, he could take his time. He pulled the hood out of his backpack and put it on. A muffled voice came through the hood. Snake skin has a protective coloring already. Do I need to smear the liquid? Ji Xian nodded, and immediately painted her head green. Chu Xi had only one thought in his mind. Is this a turtle? Ji Xian ignored her wild ideas and explained directly, pheasants have a very keen sense of smell. The vine sap not only complements their color, but also blocks odors. Mutated snakes are their natural predators, so apply more sap. Chu Xi understood. Wasn't this meant to make her look even uglier? Never mind. Reality didn't give Chu Xi much choice. She obediently applied the smear to her exposed hands and ankles, tied the vines around her, and set off. Ji Xian saw her begin to crawl as soon as she emerged from the woods. Feeling a little suffocated, he sent her a message. Your safety awareness is excellent, but you could at least go another 150 meters. Chu Xi calmly climbed to her feet after seeing the message. She wasn't a professional, but the fact she thought of crawling was already a testament to her combat awareness. What else did she need? Chu Xi was self-aware and held her head high. Finally reaching about 150 meters, she laid down, following the instructions she learned on TV. Her movements became increasingly vigorous, and she felt a whooshing sensation. Seeing she was gradually getting on track, Ji Xian quickly ran towards his shooting point. 5 minutes later, he reached his designated position, hiding behind a large rock. He gazed at Chu Xi's location on his watch, lost in thought. This speed, wasn't it? Wasn't Chu Xi's fault. She truly felt like she was whooshing, like she was speeding along at lightning speed, just like when she first learned to swim. She was afraid of swimming too far and not being able to reach shore, so she specifically asked her companions to watch her and call her back once she reached 3 meters. Then, confidently, she dove headfirst into the water, her arms and legs thrashing about. She felt like she already swum at least 10 meters, and she still felt like her partner was being unreliable, having not called her. When she stood up, she found her friend still standing beside her, looking at her with a look that was indescribable. It seemed like she put in so much effort, yet she remained stuck in the same spot. In other words, Chu Xi's current state was useless and unaware. Ji Xian sighed helplessly, and checked the time on his watch. Never mind. There was still time, anyway. It seemed she wouldn't be able to do what she wanted next time they moved. He finally understood that even with Chu Xi's physique, bringing back all that food every day was no easy task. Ji Xian tapped his arm, and wrote down another extra training item on his watch. It seemed he had a lot more to teach her. After Chu Xi finally reached shooting point 3 after some dawdling, she immediately gave Ji Xian an OK sign. We reached the designated target location. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh. Chu Xi had perfectly achieved the strive for perfection in everything except her limited abilities, just like when she first started training. Rarely, Ji Xian had gotten distracted. Chu Xi, the standard bearer, was now concentrating intently on observing the flock of chickens ahead. The large ones were as robust as calves, while the newly hatched chickens weighed in at around 10 pounds, roughly the size of a modern rooster. Chu Xi watched with a chill in her heart. She didn't think these large creatures were inferior in combat power at all. At least, they seemed no less capable than the mutant snakes. Looking at their sturdy bodies, their sharp claws, and their razor-sharp beaks, her eyes were filled with chills. Chu Xi quickly retreated. If she were alone, she would never dare to provoke these creatures. A group of wild chickens were actually displaying the aura of a domineering boss. Chu Xi took a deep breath. No, Ji Xian, the overlord on the other side, was still waiting for her to complete her mission. She held the wrist of one hand with her other, aiming the hidden weapon box. With a whoosh, a silver needle flew out, plunging straight into the body of a chicken. It screamed, and the other members instantly became alert. The chick then stretched its limbs, seemingly unharmed, and returned to its foraging. Mission accomplished, Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately sent a message to Ji Xian, now waiting for the chick to faint. Chapter 201. Chu Xi kept glancing at his watch and noticed that the chick, struck by the poison needle, had become dizzy after about 2 minutes. Its gait began to unsteadily stagger, and then, with a thud, it collapsed headfirst to the ground. The chickens were finally thrown into disarray. A hen trotted over to investigate. Seeing the hen approaching, Chu Xi became extremely nervous, gripping her crossbow tightly with both hands, waiting for Ji Xian's command to fire. The hen approached, and when she reached the chick, She nudged it with her head. Her strength was immense. A single push sent the chick reeling. Since the chick was only anesthetized, it lay quietly on the ground, its belly heaving. The hen, visibly relieved, grabbed the chick by its wing in her beak and began to drag it toward the nest. This should be the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. She stared intently at her watch, waiting for Ji Xian's command. But after all her preparations, Ji Xian took action on his own. A crossbow arrow, with swift force, pierced the mutant hen's wing. The crossbow's lethality was far superior to Chu Si's silver needle. The pain was at least as intense as when you accidentally cut your nails and accidentally slash your flesh. The arrow's impact instantly drew a spray of blood. The hen yelped in alarm, and the pheasants still guarding the nest instantly became alert. The largest mutant rooster, carrying the recently injured poor thing, immediately rushed towards Ji Xian. Halfway through the journey, Chu Si received a message from him: shoot an arrow at the mutant rooster, then immediately move to hiding spot number 2. Chu Si obeyed the order, fired an arrow, and immediately stood up from her crouching position. Hunched over, she quickly ran towards hiding spot number 2, tiptoeing along to minimize noise. The mutant rooster braked suddenly, clucking a few times. A hen immediately led a few chicks back to the nest, while another hen quickly joined the circle. Chu Si watched the mutant hen run aggressively towards her original location, while the large mutant rooster continued to pursue Ji Xian. She took a deep breath. Oh no! These chickens aren't following the script. Chu Si was extremely anxious. She hadn't pulled the monster over, and she didn't want Ji Xian to be in danger. Never mind, she couldn't care less now. She immediately turned around and shot an arrow at the nearest hen. Taking down as many as she could was a good thing. The more noise she made here, the less burden Ji Xian would have to bear. Now, the hen, which hadn't noticed her before, instantly found her target. Seeing that it had only been hurt by such a tiny little thing, she instantly became enraged and immediately changed her target, running towards Chu Si. Chu Si felt the ground shake, and when she turned around, she saw the calf running towards her. How could it run so fast? She was so frightened that she squealed like a pig. Now, forgot about number 1 and number 2, and just ran for her life. As the distance closed, Chu Si had an idea and ran towards a large rock in front of her left. Since she couldn't outrun it in a straight line, she might as well take it in a circle. With its size, it definitely wouldn't be as agile as she was. The idea was brilliant, and the implementation steps perfectly met her expectations. But who could explain why those chicks also came over to join in the fun? Their mother didn't even care? You, an old hen, taking on humans, and even engaging in a group brawl? How shameless. To avoid the mutant hen chasing her, Chu Si was inevitably pecked by the chicks, damaging her snakeskin coat. A small hole was pecked in her arm, and blood immediately flowed. Chu Si gasped in pain. Oh my god, is her attack power so insane? Can a little chick break her defense? Seeing that several pheasants were about to surround her, Chu Si, with a fierce rage, drew the armor-piercing hammer from her waist and smashed it directly into the chick's head with a clang. Admittedly, its defense was quite strong, so the blow didn't completely rip it apart. It must have still hurt quite a bit though. The chicks were momentarily stunned by the blow, and it took them a moment to react. Clucking, they charged Chu Si again, leaping up and attempting to bite his thigh. Chu Si seized the opportunity to grab its head, pinning its body with her arms. With a quick twist of her right hand, it died with a snap. What a joke. She couldn't handle a mutant hen. You're just a 10-pound baby, and how could I possibly be afraid of you? This single blow instantly frightened the chicks. They participated in their parents' hunts before, but never had they met such a tragic end. A few of the younger ones were terrified and hesitated, not daring to move forward. The mutant hen, on the other hand, was completely enraged. She hadn't expected a chick to be crushed to death by the very human before her without her noticing. This time, it stopped even its cackling and flew directly to the top of the boulder. Turning its head a few times, it located Chu Si's position and swooped down from above, its jet-black beak poised to take Chu Si's head. Ah! Chu Si screamed in fear. Even a chicken could peck through her snakeskin coat, let alone this large one. Glancing at the smaller bird standing nearby, she immediately grabbed one and held it overhead for safety. The chick's cries finally snapped the mutant bird to its senses. At the crucial moment, it dodged and flew over Chu Si's head. Save your life. Watching the mutant hen charging forward, Chu Si's heart lit up. Clutching a chick in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other, she possessed both defensive and offensive weapons. With a steely determination, Chu Si roared, "Come on! If you don't, Let's fight head-on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Of course, even with her slightly trembling lips, she still sounded quite imposing as she spoke. Finally, a crossbow bolt suddenly whizzed from behind, striking the hen squarely in the eye and then piercing its brain, instantly killing her. Chu Xi looked back in surprise to see Ji Xian leading the most formidable mutant rooster. Only then did she realize that, besides the chicks, the only surviving mutant pheasant. To be honest, at that moment, she was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. How on earth did Ji Xian do it? How did he manage to kill 3 chickens in a row while she was being chased by a hen? No longer able to think about anything else, Chu Xi dodged Ji Xian's position and shot an arrow directly at the mutant rooster behind her, only for the chicken to duck sideways. Chu Xi thought to herself, impressive. It must have some skills to last until the end. No wonder even Ji Xian couldn't kill it immediately. In the end, this creature really dragged on until the poison took effect, and Chu Xi and Ji Xian finally finished it off. After taking care of the big guys, the remaining chickens were no problem at all. Chu Xi could handle them all by herself. Due to the intimidating pressure she had just created, the chickens were a little clumsy in their escape. She wrenched the necks of each one she caught. Ji Xian was busy tending to the carcasses of several mutant pheasants. Seeing Chu Xi's method of hunting mutants, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He actually considered a lot before heading out hunting. He anticipated a potential misunderstanding like today's, but he hadn't anticipated Chu Xi's fierce side. Ji Xian's lips curled up. It was quite adorable. Chapter 202. After Chu Xi finished her work, she returned to Ji Xian, carrying the carcasses of several chicks. Ji Xian glanced at the wound on her arm, frowned, and sighed imperceptibly. Mercenaries like them were often injured when hunting mutant beasts, but when it came to Chu Xi, he found it quite annoying. We don't have any wound treatments. Use the energy stone to soothe it first. Chu Xi paused, looking at her arm. She didn't really think it was a big deal, but remembering the plague, she decided to use the energy stone to sterilize herself. As expected, none of the 4 mutant pheasants met edible standards. In fact, both of them had a good idea of the test results. After all, the longer they lived, the more contamination they had been exposed to. It was normal for adult pheasants to be inedible. Of the remaining 6 small ones, Chu Xi found that 2 had moderately radioactive, edible meat. That's a pretty high yield rate. Ji Xian silently gave her a thumbs up, and Chu Xi accepted it with a smile. Little Karami. Next came the energy stone collecting part. I won't go into detail about the process, but in the end, after collecting 4 mutant pheasants, they only yielded 2 E-grade energy stones. Noticing Chu Xi's gloom, Ji Xian pulled her close and explained earnestly, even in the wilderness, it's common to not get a single energy stone after hunting a group of mutant animals. And this is a safe, radiation-free zone. If we can harvest 2 E-grade energy stones, we're not at a loss. Chu Xi nodded silently. She understood the logic, but after nearly risking her life, only to get so little in the end, she felt a little resentful. Even a little koi like her felt this way. It just goes to show that life in the wasteland is truly difficult. After calming down, the 2 of them prepared to go pick peanuts. After all, that was the main reason they had come all day. Passing by the enormous pheasant's nest, Chu Xi paused. There was no choice. Ever since her last beehive raid, she had a bountiful harvest, and now every nest she saw was gleaming with gold. Chu Xi walked over and searched the grass nest thoroughly. Sadly, there were no energy stones inside. While the nest was padded and comfortable, it turned out to be just an ordinary sleeping place. After taking a few steps, Chu Xi's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled Ji Xian over and pointed to a dense patch of grass near the nest, asking, "Look, is that ginseng?" Ji Xian was startled. He looked closely, only then could he make out a hint of vermilion amidst the grass and trees. Chu Xi immediately ran over and pushed aside the surrounding weeds. A cluster of bright red cherry fruits appeared before them. Right. Is this ginseng? She had seen it online before. Ginseng looked like this when it bore fruit. It was incredibly beautiful. Ji Xian examined it carefully, but still shook his head. No, this is called Fritillaria serosa, a very precious Chinese medicinal herb. We collect all its seeds later, and test them with honey for radiation levels. Don't use a knife to extract the juice. This damages the integrity of the seeds, and the price the plantation will pay will drop significantly. Fritillaria serosa? Chu Xi seemed to have heard of it before, but she didn't know much about it. In fact, she had never even seen a living ginseng. Who knew that this Fritillaria serosa looked so similar to ginseng after it bore fruit, and it was also a precious Chinese medicinal herb? Doesn't that mean there's still money to be made? The two carefully collected the seeds, then tested the plants themselves. Ding ding. Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. Ding ding. Highly mutated due to radiation, not recommended for consumption. None of the leaves were edible, which made Chu Si worried about the radiation level of the seeds. Well, if none met the standards, she would take them home and try planting some herself. The surprises didn't stop there. A short while later, the two found 7 more Fritillaria serosa plants nearby. Unfortunately, some hadn't yet produced red fruits, which looked very different from ginseng. Chu Si exclaimed in surprise, "There are still so many. Those 2 kids have come here so many times to collect them. How much must they have earned? We even helped them before." Ji Xian looked around and saw that all the Fritillaria serosae they had found were not far from the chicken coop. She deduced that's not the case. These Fritillaria serosae were most likely brought here by the pheasants and only took root here this year. Chu Si's eyes lit up at this. She surveyed the surrounding area. She knew of another place with lush vegetation near the river. How about we dig up all these Fritillaria serosae and plant them at my secret base? The conditions there are similar, so they should be able to survive. Ji Xian frowned, thinking for a moment. That fishing spot? Chu Si nodded frantically. The more she thought about it, the more plausible this idea became. But before she could finish her excitement, Ji Xian's question stumped her. Isn't that place near a high radiation area? Chu Si, Yes, it's close to a high radiation area. If the Fritillaria serosa is placed there, the probability of it producing seeds with low to medium radiation levels would definitely be much lower than here. At least Chu Si had never detected any edible plants there. She felt a little discouraged. Ji Xian looked up and saw the area nearby. They don't have to move to the fishing grounds. They can find a spot along the river nearby. You can record the location later and treat it as a new Fritillaria serosa planting site. Wouldn't that be even better? That seems possible. After the 2 of them had transplanted all the Fritillaria serosa, Ji Xian checked the time. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. They had to return home. Unexpectedly, they had come here for the peanuts, but in the end, they didn't even have time to dig up a single one. They would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 203. Before leaving, the 2 of them coincidentally came to a few mutant pheasants. Although they had already taken all the energy stones, the remaining ones were simply wasted, which was obviously very distressing. Chu Si was attracted by the down feathers on the chickens. Although she already had plenty of cotton at home, it was obviously not as warming as the short down on the chickens. Even if it wasn't for warmth, she wanted to take some down back home. After all, the 2 large jumping mats at home were made of cotton, and she was afraid they would collapse under their weight over time. Now that she had the conditions, she might as well switch to down. Ji Xian, on the other hand, was most interested in the hardest claws and beaks of the mutant pheasants. If made into arrow tips, these would have a much stronger armor-piercing effect than ordinary crossbows. He picked up his tools and addressed Chu Si directly. Hurry up. Plucking the feathers in the wild won't be quick enough. You can try peeling them with the skin and then deal with them back home. Skin them with the skin? Chu Si had just been worrying about not having enough hot water to scald them, but now that she had a simpler method, that was perfect. She first dealt with a few chicks, then the remaining 4 large mutant pheasants. When she walked over, she noticed that Ji Xian had already skinned 2 of the pheasants while preparing their feet and beaks. Chu Si was delighted. Really? Ji Xian was so considerate. This was exactly the kind of teammate she needed. Ji Xian checked the time. It was already 4:10 p.m. He immediately urged Chu Si, "Don't be so proud. Come over and help. We need to make this quick. We're not close to the safe zone here." Chu Si responded and hurried over. She took over the task of skinning the chicken, while Ji Xian began to disassemble the mutant pheasant's claws along the joints. The beak was more difficult, being directly attached to the skull. Ji Xian's method was simple and crude, simply removing the chicken's head. After all the work was done, Chu Si looked at the pile of things on the ground and fell into silent thought. How are we going to carry all this stuff back? Although there were a lot of things here, Chu Si felt they could still carry them back, but carrying so many things around outside at once would be too conspicuous. Things like chicken feathers would definitely be quite attractive to the people living in the shantytowns, so Chu Si was a little worried. Ji Xian was much calmer. It's okay. When we leave later, we can leave our crossbows exposed. With the added intimidation of these prey, few will dare to come and cause trouble. Even if there are, we can use them to establish our authority. With our current combat power, those small, sleazy groups in the shantytowns are generally no match for us. We can't just hide from everyone in the future. Chu Xi thought about it and agreed. After all, they still needed to get a lot of things back home. Otherwise, with their family's current savings, buying a house in the safe zone would be more than 18,000 miles away. The journey would be as bumpy as the journey to the west. If they kept shrinking back and only gave in when they met people, how could they ever save enough money to buy a house? Thinking of this, Chu Xi calmed down instantly. She took out a small hammer and hung it on her waist. What's the saying? Hesitant to make a decision will lead to chaos. If anyone dared to be careless today, she would definitely chop his head off. Perhaps feeling her 1.6-meter tall aura wasn't strong enough, Chu Xi equipped the armor-piercing hammer and then slung a dagger around her waist. Still feeling a little inadequate, she glanced into Ji Xian's backpack. She even considered slinging a chicken claw, a true military medal. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. Chu Xi had clearly overplayed his hand. They wanted to demonstrate their strength, but they didn't intend to descend directly into banditry. Seeing Ji Xian's continued inaction, Chu Xi grew increasingly frustrated. She had been so obvious, yet Ji Xian hadn't grasped the situation. Chu Xi felt she still lacked a soulmate. Brother Xian was a bit lacking. Just as she was about to take action herself, Ji Xian finally spoke up. Just reveal one weapon. If you already exposed it, what other cards do you have? Chu Xi was receptive, her mind immediately clearing. And, as long as it was safe, revealing as few cards as possible was the best. After all, survival in the Wasteland was difficult, and the first rule was never to underestimate anyone. Some people might not be your enemies, or even possess low combat power, but in a crucial moment, just one tiny bit of information could cost you your life. By the time they had packed up, it was exactly 4:30, the latest return time Ji Xian had set. On the way back, the two encountered a number of scavengers returning from the wild. As Ji Xian had predicted, most of them gave them a wide berth. The dense crowd created a vacuum of about a meter around them. Chu Xi glanced at Ji Xian, trying to mimic his cool and composed expression, suppressing her guilty conscience. Ji Xian was left in a state of confusion. Just be normal. You're acting like thieves now. We hunted those things ourselves. What's there to be guilty about? Chu Xi, She could tell Ji Xian was trying to comfort her, but she couldn't really blame herself. She was just a white-collar worker, and she hadn't seen much of a scene before. Hadn't they heard that saying, it's hard to conquer a kingdom, but it's even harder to defend it? They were already in this difficult phase, so why should she be nervous? Thankfully, after walking for a while, Chu Xi realized that few people dared to keep their eyes on her. She finally relaxed. Now that everyone was equally timid, she felt relieved. Chapter 204. Their journey was smooth sailing, but just as they were nearing the shantytown, a member of a hunting team approached to chat with Ji Xian, asking if he had a team. They were actually trying to recruit him. Chu Xi, standing there, looking weak and vulnerable, had long been forgotten by them. Chu Xi rolled his eyes inwardly, grumbling, "You're looking down on me? Don't you realize she's now the true leader of their team?" Ji Xian naturally declined, explaining that they already had a hunting team. The members of that team could only leave with regret. Perhaps it was due to the upgrade from the energy stone, but Chu Xi's hearing was exceptionally sharp. Even from a distance, she could hear the conversation within the group. "Boss, there are so many people applying to join our hunting team. Why are you so impressed with that guy? He looks skinny as a rib. What kind of fighting power can he possibly have? What do you know? That guy used to be the captain of the Tomorrow mercenary group. His knowledge and connections are far beyond the reach of us slum dwellers." "Huh?" Chu Xi looked up in surprise. She glanced at Ji Xian, who still wore a cold expression, and whispered in his ear, "That guy knows you used to work for the Tomorrow mercenary group." Ji Xian nodded. "I remember him." The man had previously participated in an Al-Qaeda sweep, and Ji Xian had led the team the time. He was skilled and cautious, so Ji Xian had a slightly stronger impression of him. The two chatted as they continued walking towards the shantytown. Once they entered the shantytown, the security situation improved a lot thanks to the patrol team inside. After quickly returning home and closing the outer door, Chu Xi immediately ran to the people Ji Xian had shot that morning to check outside. Thankfully, no one was paying close attention to her home. Chu Xi touched the armor-piercing hammer at her waist with satisfaction. It still had blood splattered from the chicken's head, and she couldn't help but feel secretly proud. It seemed that this thing still had some deterrent effect on the big men in the shantytown. After returning home, Ji Xian relaxed as soon as he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, he had been fighting the urge to sleep the entire way. It wasn't that he was particularly tired, but Ji Xian had been very active today, and Hongguigua was exerting force, trying to force him into a dormant state so that he could quickly enter recovery mode. Chu Xi had only just taken off her bag when Ji Xian fell asleep on the bench. Chu Xi called him twice, but he didn't respond. She reached out and pushed him, but he still didn't wake up. Thinking of the red fruit on him, she didn't panic. She simply lifted him onto her shoulders and dragged him to Ji Xian's crib. After removing her coat and shoes, Chu Xi tucked him into bed. Oh, dinner wasn't over yet. Ji Xian's body needed to recover overnight. If a lack of energy delayed his recovery, it would be disastrous. Thinking about it, Chu Xi pulled a nutrient solution from the storage and poured it directly into Ji Xian's mouth. Initially, she didn't control the force well enough and nearly choked him to death. Fortunately, she corrected herself in time, but unfortunately, some of it spilled onto the pillow. This distressed Chu Xi deeply. Of course, she hadn't done anything particularly exciting. She collected the spilled liquid and fed it to the mutant fire ants. Chu Xi patted the cage regretfully. Don't waste your nutrient supplements. Make me produce more poison these next 2 days. After taking care of Ji Xian, Chu Xi simply skipped making dinner and drank half a nutrient supplement himself. Then he began to gather up the day's harvest. He boiled several pots of water before finally plucking the feathers from the skins. The short and long feathers were separated into sacks and hung together in the drying room to drain. Before leaving tomorrow, the feathers would be moved to bamboo winnowing baskets to dry. Chu Xi skinned and cut up the moderately mutated little snake that Ji Xian had caught, drying the meat and leaving the skin for Ji Xian to tan. The food he had harvested from the squirrels was placed directly into plastic bags, sprayed with disinfectant, and left to sit for a day. By the time they were done, it was already past 9 in the evening. Chu Xi went to check on Ji Xian. Seeing her rosy complexion, there was nothing to worry about. He slumped over to her crib and quickly fell asleep. Ji Xian had suddenly woken up around midnight. He struggled to open his eyes. A few hours wasn't enough for him to fully unleash his true energy. He was so insistent on waking up because something was on his mind, and he couldn't sleep well. Sitting up, he rubbed his still drowsy head and first found a bottle of wound medicine from the small storage room in the basement. He prepared to apply it to Chu Xi in the dark. The wound she had received from the mutant pheasant must have remained untreated. He reached Chu Xi's bedside, and in the dim moonlight, he saw her cuddling the quilt, snoring soundly on the cotton pad on the floor. Ji Xian tugged at the curtains Chu Xi had drawn around her bed, feeling it was a bit unnecessary. No matter how tightly the curtains were drawn, she wouldn't sleep in them. He remembered Chu Xi's injury was on her left forearm. Ji Xian squatted down, turned her arm out, and carefully applied ointment. Moonlight filtered through the ceiling, casting a thin halo on Chu Xi's face. Her eyelashes curved, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and her small hairs bared their claws on her forehead, making her look like an angel fallen to earth. Ji Xian couldn't help but reach out and gently touch the contours of her face. This was his salvation. In her sleep, Chu Xi felt an itch on her face and arched her head, burying it in the quilt. A faint smile played at the corner of Ji Xian's mouth. He reached out and touched her head, then stood up and walked to his workbench. He turned on an energy-saving light bulb, disassembled his watch with screws, found the positioning component, and reconfigured the circuit so it could operate autonomously. After confirming that everything was working correctly, he turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, they both woke up at 3:30 sharp. Morning practice was cancelled, so Ji Xian quickly prepared breakfast. After eating, they hurried out. They had a heavy workload today. They had to visit the squirrels and dig peanuts. Chu Xi would be heartbroken if someone cut them off. She had thought the streets would be deserted, but she was wrong. There were actually quite a few people up so early. Chu Xi glanced at her watch in disbelief. It wasn't even 4 a.m. yet. Could she have gotten the time wrong? Chu Xi shook her head. Impossible. Even if something happened to her, Ji Xian wouldn't make such a stupid mistake. Ji Xian shook his head. He wasn't some all-knowing expert. It was normal to have things he didn't know. After some thought, he sent a message to Fu Bowen. The suddenness of the situation meant everyone was so eager, so the problem could only arise during the potato harvesting. Sure enough, a moment later, Fu Bowen called him back directly. Boss, did you guys go to the harvesting site in the bamboo forest yesterday? That lucky guy's sidekick actually spread the news, and now we don't have any advantage at all. Chu Xi's ears perked up. Oh, so that's what's going on. No wonder all the scavengers are like they're racing. Their pace so much faster than before. Aren't they just afraid of being late and missing out on even a sip of soup? Fu Bowen had indeed warned them in advance, But unfortunately, after all the twists and turns, they didn't make it. Now, with so many competitors, Chu Si felt calmer. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. What's this? Too many lice, and you're not afraid of them biting? Chapter 205. Only after leaving the house did Chu Si remember that she had forgotten to air the chicken feathers. She couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like she had to make a sticky note. She was always forgetful. But thankfully, it was cold now, so even if she kept the mutant chicken feathers in a bag, they wouldn't get rotten or stink. She kicked the prickly balls on the ground as she walked, nagging herself that if she couldn't do it, she would air them out as soon as she got home tonight. Ji Xian casually picked up a few prickly balls from the ground, wrapped them in leaves, and put them in his backpack. Chu Si asked, puzzled, "What do you want these for?" Ji Xian smiled without saying anything. Mountain people have their own clever uses. Chu Si secretly curled her lips and let him put them on. Suddenly, a flying prickly ball accidentally landed on Chu Si's trouser leg. She frowned. These little things were so annoying. Once they got stuck on her, it was hard to deal with. Don't be fooled by its round, thumb-sized shape. It's covered in sharp thorns, the tips of which curve inward. It's quite annoying. It doesn't prick, but it's disgusting. When a thorn ball like this gets on clothing, it's difficult to remove, often snags the threads. Chu Si squatted down and carefully followed the direction of the thorn's growth. Unfortunately, before this thorn was removed, another one had become lodged in the clothing. Chu Si felt like she was going to explode. I should have known better than to provoke them. Why was she kicking the thorn ball for no reason? Was she just a jerk? Now she's getting her comeuppance. Ji Xian smiled and wrapped the rest of the thorn ball with leaves. It was indeed much easier to remove it. He raised his head, his gaze towards Chu Si sparkling with starlight. Chu Si felt her heart beating uncontrollably. She clutched her chest and shoved Ji Xian's face aside. What? A mental attack? No, she's a fragile person. She can't handle it. Ji Xian was stunned by his push, his body unsteady, and he sat down on the ground. An uncontrollable dark aura emanated from his face, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chu Xiaozi, are you going to rebel? Chu Si instantly cowered and hurried over to help Ji Xian up, whispering, Who told you to flirt with him in broad daylight? Ji Xian was at a loss for words. With her limited fighting ability, she had the audacity to propose living with him? Ji Xian couldn't help but tease. Why not during the day, but at night? But Chu Si didn't play by the rules at all. Her eyes lit up at the words. It wasn't impossible. She'd be embarrassed outside, but at home, there was no such worry. We were all family. Chu Si smiled shyly, mainly because she was too shy. After a while, she finally realized what was happening and asked in disbelief, You agree to be my partner? Ji Xian felt a little uneasy at the glint in her eyes. Now he finally understood why Chu Si had just covered his face. He felt the urge to do that right now. He turned his head away uncomfortably. He could have always done so. He was just waiting for Chu Si to think it over. He was afraid she might meet someone more suitable in the future, and he probably wouldn't give up on her then. So he didn't respond. Chu Si curled his lips. Just like that, the perks are gone? Ji Xian had been ill for so long, I wondered if he still had those 8-pack abs that a hunky man would wear. I wanted to see, but I didn't dare. The two of them followed the main group until they reached the raspberry collection site, and turned right inside. The time for collecting raspberries had long since passed, and even the two little ones they met yesterday weren't there. Chu Si and Ji Xian looked around. Seeing no one around, they didn't linger in the woods for long and headed straight for the squirrel's nest. Ji Xian took the thorn balls he picked up from his backpack, and the tracking device he removed from his watch the previous day. He searched the area and pulled up a succulent-like plant. He broke off a leaf, and a long stream of sticky juice flowed out. Ji Xian coated the back of the small tracking device with mucus and attached it directly to the thorn ball. He took the watch from Chu Si's wrist and controlled the mechanical spider to crawl towards the mutant squirrel's burrow, carrying the small balloon. The little spider moved swiftly, reaching the top of the tree in no time. Through the mechanical spider's field of view, the two could see that the mutant squirrel was still in its den. Chu Si felt a little nervous. She understood Ji Xian's intention. He simply wanted to use the small thorn ball to attach the locator to the mutant squirrel. As the mechanical spider neared the cave entrance, Chu Si noticed the mutant squirrel's ears twitch. She held her breath nervously and whispered to Ji Xian, Is this possible? I think that squirrel has very sharp hearing. She was afraid the mutant squirrel would discover her as she descended. Instead of maneuvering the spider downward, Ji Xian backed away, letting it retreat to the side of the cave entrance. He found a squirrel's scratch mark and rolled the mechanical spider inside it. The small thorn ball became lodged inside. Chu Xi was surprised. Will it work here? Jixian nodded. The bark of the trees there is relatively smooth. It's probably where the mutant squirrels usually enter and exit their caves. If we place the thorn ball there, it will easily snag on the squirrel's fur. Today, they had intended to wait for the mutant squirrel to emerge and confirm the positioning device was properly installed before leaving. But this little squirrel seemed to be giving them a hard time. After 15 minutes of staying under the tree, it still showed no sign of emerging. Without a choice, Jixian had to let the mechanical spider leave the treetops while he returned to the plum trees to collect a few fallen dried fruits. Jixian took aim and tossed the dried fruit into the tree hole from above. Sure enough, the mutant squirrel soon emerged from its hole to investigate. It circled around, found nothing, and then returned to its hole. Jixian then had the spider crawl back to the spot where it had placed the thorn ball. Sure enough, the thorn ball was gone. Jixian nodded. With the matter resolved, they didn't linger any longer. After all, today's main task was to harvest the peanuts. Chapter 206. The two quietly exited the mutant squirrel's territory, and then reunited with a larger group of scavengers outside at the raspberry forest. Since they had been delayed there for a while, the road became even more crowded. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel anxious, and her pace unconsciously quickened. After walking a distance, she realized that Jixian's current condition might not be enough to keep up with her. Chu Xi hurriedly stopped and looked back, only to find that his condition wasn't as bad as she imagined. Although her face was covered in sweat, her steps remained steady and powerful. Chu Xi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed that the special energy source did have its extraordinary properties. She felt that the special energy stone's healing effect should be better than ordinary energy sources. It was a pity that she couldn't experiment. When Jixian recovered and her family had saved enough money for a house, if she found another special energy source, she could experiment with it herself. The two followed the crowd for a long distance. Chu Xi checked the location map on her watch and saw that she had to turn left. She quietly tugged at Jixian's sleeve, and Jixian understood. The two of them pretended to go to the nearby woods to pick some peanuts, quietly separating from the larger group of scavengers. After reaching a fork in the road, he asked Chu Xi to leave the little mechanical spider in the nearby grass. Regardless of whether anyone would come soon, he wanted to keep a backup plan here to avoid being caught in a passive situation. Chu Xi also felt it was necessary. Who knew if those two kids had set a trap for them? After settling the little spider, the two of them quickly headed towards the peanut collection point. Passing by the spot where they processed the pheasants yesterday, Chu Xi gasped in shock. There were no mutant pheasants left on the ground, only a few bare skeletons remained. Not a single shred of meat had been left on the skeletons, they'd been thoroughly devoured. Judging by the dryness, she had thought they'd been dead for a long time. If it weren't for the pools of blood on the ground, she had thought she'd come to the wrong place. Chu Xi's legs went weak. What kind of monsters could possibly be in this place? Looking at the speed with which they were devouring the meat, Chu Xi felt that she and Jixian were no match. She glanced around nervously, then whispered to Jixian, "What should we do? Do we dare to stay here?" Jixian approached the pale skeleton and ran his fingers up and down the bones, revealing numerous, barely visible bite marks. "It's okay. They're just some common mutant ants found in the wilderness. If they hadn't eaten all the meat, we'd be more worried. But now there are only some useless bones left here, so there's no reason for them to come back. Okay, let's go and pick the peanuts." Hearing Jixian's words, Chu Xi felt a little relieved, but she still didn't want to stay here any longer. She felt uneasy everywhere, and was feeling uneasy. Jixian had always wanted to be quick, but now Chu Xi seemed to be on a steroid, so he didn't have to say anything. The peanuts here were so tall that the ground part reached up to a person's waist. Chu Xi pulled hard, but couldn't get it up. Resignedly, she took the shovel Jixian handed her and began digging. Thankfully, the soil was relatively soft, and within 5 minutes, a peanut plant was unearthed. Chu Xi shook off the dirt, revealing a bunch of white peanuts. Chu Xi cracked open a peanut, and the 2 pink kernels inside rolled into her hands. The peanuts were large, each kernel the size of a walnut. She counted them. This single peanut plant had produced 78 berries, most with double kernels, and a few with triple kernels. In other words, conservatively speaking, this single plant could produce at least 150 kernels. That was a very high yield, which was a good thing, but how long would it take to inspect all these peanuts? She was a little worried. Chu Xi wasn't bothered by the hassle or the fatigue. She was simply afraid of being discovered. They had finally cleared the area, and if they ended up making things difficult for someone else, she'd be heartbroken. Ji Xian naturally shared this concern, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Chu Xi to leave the little spider at the fork in the road. He cleared his throat, and said to Chu Xi, "Let's put the test aside for now. Let's dig all the peanuts out of the ground together, then drag them to another, more secluded location for monitoring." Chu Xi nodded, agreeing that this approach was more reliable. The peanut patch in this area was about 40 square meters, with 1 or 2 plants per square meter, for a total of about 60. The two of them could dig quite quickly. The number of sacks they had was limited, so Ji Xian decided to split up. He pulled up a map of the surrounding area and selected a location near a high radiation area and sent it to Chu Xi. "You carry the peanuts here later and find a secluded place to store them. It's not too far from where we are, and since it's near a high radiation area, no one should be scavenging there. We're all wearing radiation protection suits. As long as we stay within the boundaries, the radiation there won't cause us any immediate harm." Chu Xi nodded, and without further hesitation, he quickly bent down, shouldered a large bag of peanuts, and headed for the destination. Ji Xian also quickened his pace, trying not to slow Chu Xi down. After 5 trips, they finally finished digging the peanuts in this patch. The two of them drank water, as they headed for another small peanut patch. Before they even reached it, Chu Xi's watch beeped. She paused. The small mechanical spider at the fork in the road sounded an alarm, signaling someone was approaching. Ji Xian asked, "How many people are there? Can you see the equipment?" Chu Xi had the spider quietly follow a few steps forward, aiming the camera mounted on its compound eye in the direction the group had left. 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman. They looked like a hunting party. Suddenly Chu Xi exclaimed, "That tall guy has a wooden warehouse." Ji Xian frowned. This group was not someone they could afford to mess with right now. "Let's get out of here first. You control the little mechanical spider and follow us through a detour." Alas! Chu Xi sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Datu and the others had already dug it up, so he couldn't risk his life for that tiny piece of land. The fork in the road wasn't far from here. They had to leave immediately. Chu Xi led the two of them, moving quickly forward with their belongings, while Ji Xian followed behind, clearing away any traces of their progress to prevent the others from following them. Fortunately, those people were unaware that the mutant pheasants had already been cleared out, and their exploration efforts bought Ji Xian and Chu Xi some time to retreat. Soon, the two figures swiftly disappeared into the surrounding dense grass. After a while, Chu Xi heard curses in the distance. It seemed they had found the cleared mutant peanut field. Chapter 207. Chu Xi and Ji Xian walked extremely cautiously the entire way. Fortunately, Ji Xian handled the little tail behind them well, and the group didn't catch up. The destination was almost there, and this time Chu Xi had the foresight to put the little spider down without Ji Xian's reminder. Ji Xian's mouth twitched. It wasn't clear how much of an impact it had, but Chu Xi's attitude never disappointed him. It was true that even a poor foundation wouldn't stop her from striving for progress. Chu Xi glanced at Ji Xian. After spending so much time together, she could definitely understand the approval. Chu Xi's little tail lifted unconsciously. She coughed twice, rather reservedly, and then said to Ji Xian, "Well, I take you to see where I hid the peanuts. I'm not exaggerating." Seeing Ji Xian's half-smile, Chu Xi immediately shut up. She had to defeat any stubborn talker with facts. Chu Xi's expression was now one of pure elation, her eyes gleaming with the unmistakable glint of triumph. Just kidding. That was a prime spot she carefully chosen, with lush vegetation that would effectively conceal the mutated peanuts. Most importantly, there were several plants with a strong scent that would effectively conceal the peanut's flavor. Wasn't that the finishing touch? This would surely deter many mutant animals from sniffing out the scent and stealing the food. Chu Xi was incredibly pleased with this spot, and she was confident Ji Xian would be too. Chu Xi led Ji Xian directly into the woods ahead. The vegetation was so dense that a person standing inside could only see a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Weeds as tall as a person were everywhere. After circling the area several times, they finally found where Chu Xi had stored the peanuts. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, in his excitement, he almost lost his way. Luckily, he made some simple marks on a few trees to avoid getting lost, and now they were just right. Ji Xian looked around. Honestly, the spot Chu Xi had found was quite good, both in terms of visual and odor masking. However, there was a fatal problem. He stood up and prepared to explore the area. The two of them had just wandered through the woods for so long, yet they hadn't spotted any small mutant animals. This was highly unusual. His first reaction was that they had entered some kind of ant colony. Sure enough, before they walked 50 meters, Ji Xian spotted several raised mounds to their left and front. The mounds weren't large, about 3 meters in diameter at the base, and only 2 meters high. There were 5 of these nearby, and they were not too far apart, only about 8 or 9 meters apart. Ji Xian frowned. 5 ant nests made him feel a bit daunting. He observed the situation for a moment, and fortunately, there was still room for improvement. He took a few photos with his watch and sent them to Chu Ci, then quietly left the area. When he returned, Chu Ci had already opened a bag of peanuts and was testing them. Seeing Ji Xian return, she pulled up the photo on her watch and asked, puzzled, "Why are you taking pictures of these dirt slopes?" Amidst the lush greenery, these barren, earth-yellow slopes stood out somewhat. Ji Xian was silent for a moment, then corrected Chu Ci, "That's not a dirt slope, it's a few ant nests." Chu Ci's brain froze. She pointed at the photo on the screen and stammered, "Ants? The ones that eat pheasants? What kind of fate was this? I've been desperately hiding for the entire morning, and after all this time, they actually delivered the goods right to my door?" Chu Ci was instantly deflated. She was terrified. She immediately packed her things and prepared to run. Ji Xian sighed and reached out to hold down the sack Chu Ci was about to lift. "I'm not sure if it was that group of ants. We did indeed stumble upon the mutant ant's nest this time, but things aren't as bad as you think. Don't worry too much. First, they mostly act alone, and they probably already hunted all around here. Second, the spot you chose is excellent. Mutant ants primarily identify their prey by smell, and we happen to have plenty of strong-smelling plants nearby that can mask our scent. Otherwise, with all the trips you made, the peanuts here would have been gone." Chu Ci, Huh? Is this what they call the darkest part of the lamp? She looked at Ji Xian, then at the photo in his hand, and ultimately decided to believe him. But this belief was based entirely on Ji Xian's character. Chu Ci was actually still terrified, fearing a large army might be approaching. "No," she suddenly thought, "since these ants are willing to act alone, can't we trap them? After all, they still have a lot of highly radioactive peanuts here, which is a good opportunity to recycle them." Ji Xian nodded. "It's not impossible, but I don't agree with doing it today. After all, we're not very familiar with the environment here. You can first send the mechanical spider back and have it monitor the anthill for a while. Once we're sure there's no other danger, we can just bring the insect traps with us next time we come. We won't have to wander around all the time, which will reduce our risk of exposure." Chu Ci thought so. After all, according to Ji Xian, there are plenty of mutant ants here, so there's no rush to kill them. Besides, their nests are all here, so there will always be hunting targets in the future. But if they just send the little spider back like that, then that hunting team won't have to monitor them anymore, right? Ji Xian couldn't help but knock her head. "Let the little spider go back and see, won't you know? One-on-one, you only know how to defend." Chu Ci was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. She had truly forgotten, and was so focused on copying Ji Xian's strategy that she hadn't learned the essence of it at all. About 10 minutes later, Spider-Man finally saw the sight of the hunting party. Damn it! The little brother and sister's peanut patch hadn't been saved after all. They'd been discovered by these people. Furthermore, they clearly disregarded the Wasteland Youth Protection Act by completely ripping out the entire field, showing no sign of realization. Chu Ci felt a little sad, curling her lips. 2/3 of that field had originally belonged to them, and now it was all gone. Ji Xian looked at him with amusement. "Isn't this pile of peanuts enough to satisfy you? There's so much food in the wilderness. We can't possibly take it all for ourselves." Chu Ci sighed. How could that be? This was clearly their money, and yet it had somehow ended up in someone else's bag. The frustration was unimaginable. However, this group was much bolder than them. After digging up the peanuts, they immediately began shelling and examining them. It would be difficult for them to focus on anything else for a while. In other words, their crisis was probably resolved. Chu Ci guided the spider back, steering it directly into the mutant ant's territory to conduct surveillance. With everything arranged, Chu Ci finally got back to work. Ji Xian smiled and shook her head, then took over the peanut shelling. She then handed the shelled kernels to Chu Ci for testing. Chapter 208. Chu Ci had a rough idea. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 peanuts here. If she expected Ji Xian to peel them all by himself, wouldn't that be completely exhausting for him? She peeled just a few before her thumbs started to ache. They had to take turns. Oh, right. Chu Ci remembered the peanut peeling tool her parents made with branches when she was little. It worked like a lever, Take a branch about the thickness of a finger, fold it in half to form a clamp, and place the peanuts in front of it to press down. Chu Xi made one for herself first. After testing it and finding it effective, she set about making one for Ji Xian. After all this hard work, their work efficiency had improved considerably. While working, Chu Xi took a moment to check the feed from the spider. There was little new on it. The ants had their own fixed routes when leaving the nest. Chu Xi couldn't help but laugh. It looked like the trapping plan was working. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Wow, 2 edible ones popped up in a row. Lucky. Chu Xi tossed them into her backpack. Looking at her watch again, she nearly cried out in shock. She quickly nudged Ji Xian beside her and whispered, "What is that? What a huge face." Ji Xian frowned at this. He hadn't expected there to be other mutants here. It seemed this place wasn't as safe as he imagined. Ji Xian looked up at Chu Xi's watch, but after seeing the image inside, he felt a sense of relief. It's okay. It's an anteater. Although it's huge, it's not overtly hostile to us humans. We're not on its menu. Its favorite food is ants. As long as we don't initiate an attack, it won't attack us. Is that so? Looking at the anteater, which was much taller than the ant nest, Chu Xi still didn't dare to take any chances. Regardless, the two of them stopped what they were doing, lest the sound of shelling peanuts attract the anteater. Watching the screen, Chu Xi saw it perch on one nest, feeding for a while. It probably finished this nest, so it moved on to another, continuing its feeding. Some ants it only ate halfway through before abandoning them and moving on to the next one. Chu Xi envied it and was furious. Life was hard, and yet it was still so wasteful. That fat, large figure was definitely the epitome of the wasteland borer. Fortunately, after about half an hour, the anteater had finally finished its meal and sauntered off from the ant colony. Not only did the ants breathe a sigh of relief, but Chu Xi and the others did too. She felt a little apprehensive and hurriedly called out to Ji Xian, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Get this done. Now an anteater shows up, who knows what it'd bring next time." Ji Xian nodded. This place was adjacent to a high radiation area, and there were still too many unstable factors. The right thing to do was to finish the test quickly and leave. For the rest of the day, neither of them spoke, their work incredibly focused. Chu Xi even avoided slacking off. To save time, Chu Xi and Ji Xian agreed to shell all the peanuts first. If they couldn't, they would just run away with the peanuts. Around 1 p.m., the two of them worked tirelessly, and finally finished shelling most of the peanuts. Alas, even with the help of the shelling tool, Chu Xi felt like her hands were no longer her own. Not only was the area red and swollen, but a large blister had formed near her palm. Luckily, the blister was only new, otherwise she would have had to burn her other hand as well. She took Ji Xian's hand and examined it. Wow, maybe it was because of his previous training with cold weapons or spears, but the skin on Ji Xian's hands was significantly thicker than hers. Even after all this hard work, his palm was only slightly red. Seeing the large blister on Chu Xi's hand, Ji Xian sighed. If he were at home, he would have definitely done all this work himself. But unfortunately, it wasn't possible here. Gathering peanuts wasn't easy, and he was afraid if he was late, they wouldn't be theirs anymore. So, he had no choice but to harden his heart and drag Chu Xi along to begin testing. Ji Xian's hands moved swiftly, peanuts flying out of his hands one after another. He dropped the good ones into his backpack, tossed the subpar ones to the side, and then came back to trap the ants, saving them for bait. Since Chu Xi was clumsy, her speed couldn't compare to Ji Xian's. Although she worked slowly, her quality was high. Chu Xi observed silently for a moment, then, unsatisfied, snatched the bag from Ji Xian's hand. Well, it's not easy to peel some peanuts. Don't waste them. Ji Xian paused to look, only to realize that Chu Xi's output rate was almost as good as his. You see, his peanut testing speed was more than 3 times Chu Xi's. So, it was clear that he was wasting things. Ji Xian silently gave up his seat. It seemed that now that he was partnered with Chu Xi, he would only be doing the hard labor. You know, back when they were on the team, he was also the one who got his hands on the energy stone. The past was too painful to recall, under the bright moonlight. When Chu Xi saw Ji Xian stepping down, she ignored the pain in her hand and immediately took over the work. She was ready to compete with Ji Xian in speed. As she got used to it, she actually found that the pain in her hand seemed to be less noticeable. She even had time to check the surveillance footage on her watch. Wow! The mutant ants are really busy here. The anteaters just left, and now here comes a swarm of bees. Chu Xi had originally said this with a playful attitude, but Ji Xian's expression suddenly changed after hearing this. He immediately asked Chu Xi to enlarge the projection screen, and then his eyes narrowed coldly. Ichneumon bees? This was a problem, and he immediately stopped Chu Xi's movements. Ji Xian now just hoped that they would finish their hunt immediately and leave this place without being discovered. Chapter 209. Chu Xi didn't know much about mutant ichneumon wasps, but seeing Ji Xian's nervousness, she put down the peanuts in her hand and huddled obediently beside him. Ji Xian had been closely monitoring the ichneumon wasp's hunting activity on his watch screen. The situation wasn't good. Just from the images captured by the little spider, he spotted at least 7 or 8 mutant ichneumon wasps. From time to time, they swooped down, grabbed an ant, and began stinging. The ichneumon wasps were clearly far more advanced than these mutant ants. Their massive size made them more than enough to take on 10 ants. Chu Xi noticed that any ant they caught was essentially paralyzed, completely unable to move. Chu Xi exclaimed in shock, "Is this thing that poisonous?" No, she tugged at her snakeskin jacket. They had protective gear, and at worst, they still had 2 crossbows. Who knew who would be killed? Thinking of this, Chu Xi felt more confident, even raising her voice. Ji Xian, anxious, immediately covered her mouth with his hand. He nervously checked his watch, but found that no ichneumon wasps had noticed anything unusual. With a barely perceptible sigh of relief, he quietly explained to Chu Xi, "No, ichneumon wasps' primary prey are crustaceans, like mutant ants. Their attack power is far superior to that of mutant bees. Their shells are tough, and shooting from below rarely hits their weak spots. What's more, if the timing is right, even mutant snakes could be their prey." At this point, Chu Xi knew things were going to get bad. She probably wouldn't have to worry about her protection. It was really a waste of so many days of struggle, and now we are back to the situation before liberation. Chu Xi's face was agonized, dark, twisted, and crawling. Suddenly, through her watch, she discovered that a previously stung mutant ant had awakened, its body swaying as it crawled back into its hole. Chu Xi was stunned. So they only had an anesthetic effect. This relieved her. Truly. After a fierce operation, she saw it was standing still. She laughed. Ji Xian was a little worried. "Don't you know that mutant ichneumon wasps are parasitic insects? Those ants may have fled, but their bodies are already filled with eggs, so they won't have much future." Parasitic? Chu Xi felt like she couldn't hold it in any longer. She could tolerate being harmed by mutant animals, but she couldn't bear the thought of herself becoming a petri dish. It couldn't be worse, okay? Chu Xi finally realized the seriousness of the situation and asked worriedly, "Is our hiding place safe for ichneumon wasps?" Ji Xian sighed, then shook his head, regretfully giving Chu Xi a harsh answer. "Not safe. Their detection methods are much better than mutant ants." Ji Xian looked through his watch and saw several mutant ichneumon wasps flying in their direction. He immediately raised his hand to stop Chu Xi from saying anything else, and made a silencing gesture. Chu Xi immediately shut up, wishing she could stop breathing. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. The 2 giants flew directly over them, and flew away without a second thought. Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they hadn't been discovered. Ji Xian, however, was prepared for the worst. Their location was right along the mutant ichneumon wasp's retreat route, which was extremely dangerous. He remembered that when he surveyed the area that morning, he noticed a dense vine forest to the northeast of the forest. While that wouldn't be enough to dislodge the mutant ichneumon wasps, it could slow their flight speed to a certain extent. The best way to deal with mutant bees in the wild was to use smoke. Bees are sensitive to smoke, which interferes with their sense of smell and direction, making hunting more difficult. But this was only a temporary solution, not a complete cure. Ji Xian had a clear plan. If things got out of control, he would head towards the vine forest, attracting the ichneumon wasps there and buying Chu Xi time to escape. Ji Xian took a deep breath and placed the bag of pre-tested peanuts next to Chu Xi, feeling somewhat like he was entrusting someone with his care. "It's not easy digging these peanuts. If we have to separate and flee later, try to take them with you. You can swing them at a critical moment to fend off the wasps. Of course, if they're really cumbersome, it's better to throw them away." Chu Xi nodded. She couldn't bear to let them go, but couldn't they all escape together? Ji Xian patiently explained how being bait lowered the threat level significantly, adding, "My method is good, but it's too time-consuming. It's hard to say when we can leave. It's better for you to carry the supplies and leave first, and then I can act alone." Chu Xi pondered for a moment before agreeing. The main thing was that she didn't have any practical solutions of her own. Constant hesitation would only waste their precious time. Chapter 210. The two of them hid for quite some time, from noon until almost 3:30 in the afternoon. Luckily, their hiding place remained undiscovered by the ichneumon wasps. Unfortunately, they remained nearby, lingering nearby. This made it impossible for the two to leave. Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait any longer, or else he'd be too late, and Chu Xi's journey back would be unsafe. He touched his chest, where the special energy stone hung. He wanted to take it off, and give it to Chu Xi. If he died out there, such a precious item wouldn't be wasted. But after much deliberation, Ji Xian decided not to ask. He knew Chu Xi's character well, and he was afraid that if he did, she wouldn't leave. Ji Xian checked his equipment. Besides the usual bow and crossbow and dagger, the most important item for this trip was a firearm. After confirming everything was alright, he rushed out. After the surrounding ichneumons had been drawn away, Chu Xi quickly carried the sack and ran off. She didn't dare look back the whole time, knowing full well how hard it was for Ji Xian to buy her that little time. Ji Xian made it safely into the forest, and the three mutant ichneumons followed him. The vines obstructed their flight, slowing their speed considerably, but that didn't mean they were completely unable to fly. Despite their stumbling, they managed to keep up the chase. As Ji Xian ran, he plucked a few dry leaves from a nearby haystack. He was still worried about starting a wildfire, fearing he'd burn himself before he could shake off the ichneumons. He deliberately picked out a few exposed rocky areas, and threw some lit hay there. The effect was quite noticeable. The ichneumon wasp's eyesight wasn't very good, and the smoke interfered with their antennae and vision. Without a target, they could only reluctantly retreat from the smoke's range and continue lingering on the periphery, clearly hoping to wait for an opportunity. Ji Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This hurdle had finally been temporarily overcome. He didn't dare rest. After all, the grass burned very quickly, and he had to replenish it promptly. After finally managing to keep the fire going, he figured Chu Xi had probably escaped the area, so he sent her a message to check on her situation. Chu Xi replied quickly, okay. But Chu Xi wasn't feeling well at the moment. She had just escaped the area when she ran head-on into two mutated ichneumon wasps. Chu Xi, All she could think of now was, heaven will grant great responsibilities to those who are capable of them. Tears welled up in her eyes. This creature had a wingspan of 2.5 meters, 6 slender legs with sharp toes, and a gleaming stinger on its tail. It looked incredibly formidable. Chu Xi looked around. It was completely flat, with not even a hint of shelter. Wasn't this a sign of doom? Giving up resistance was out of the question. She raised her crossbow and, with a swish, fired 2 arrows straight at the neck of a ichneumon wasp. Not surprisingly, it dodged them easily. Despite their size, they were incredibly agile. Chu Xi refused to give up, but she had no choice. She was facing 2 such monsters. While she was attacking one, the other wasn't idle, swooping in to take her down. Chu Xi only felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and then her body slowly went limp. Fortunately, she had stuffed the energy stone into her gloves before. As long as she was given a little more time, she could break free from this state. Chu Xi lay quietly on the ground, waiting for the giants to leave on their own. Then, she could move freely like a stung ant, and then find a place to tend to the wound on her shoulder. Chu Xi's plan was sound, but the mutant wasp didn't play by the rules. Perhaps it preferred human problems, but after falling, it actually picked Chu Xi up and flew her towards the high radiation area. At that moment, Chu Xi's mind raced with 1,000 alligators. Just then, Ji Xian's message arrived. Chu Xi briefly considered calling for help, but considering the current situation, calling Ji Xian out would only lead to his death. After finally regaining some strength, she struggled to raise her right hand and gestured okay on her watch. She was completely exhausted. Fortunately, Ji Xian didn't seem to want to talk for long. He must be having a hard time too. The mutated ichneumon wasp flew overhead at such speed that Chu Xi felt the wind sting her face. Soon, the giant creature carried her directly into a high radiation zone. She could clearly feel the energy in the energy stone being depleted at a much faster rate. Chu Xi's heart sank. This time, it looked like she was truly doomed. She couldn't help but sneer. It turned out that even with a cheat, she was still destined for an early death. But thinking of Ji Xian, their little home, the food stored at home, the food grown at home, and the bag of peanuts she had just thrown on the ground, she still felt so unwilling to accept this. After catching her breath, she struggled to pull the armor-piercing hammer from her waist and thrust it upwards. With a thump, she felt a noticeable tremor, but the ichneumon wasp holding it didn't move at all, only tightening its grip on Chu Xi. Fortunately, The small fur coat shielded her from the sharp claws, but Chusi was still in excruciating pain. She couldn't help but let out a low cry, nearly losing her grip on the hammer and dropping it. She frantically clutched her arms tightly, and as she collapsed, she had already dropped her crossbow. The armor-piercing hammer and the small knife at her waist were her only two weapons, and she couldn't discard them. Oh, there was a hidden weapon box on her wrist that had no effect on the Ichneumon wasp. Forget it, Chusi put the knife back on her waist. Perhaps she hadn't recovered yet. Her current strength wasn't enough to tickle the Ichneumon wasp. Why bother? She might as well take this opportunity to rest and wait for the right opportunity to fight again. The flight lasted over an hour. Chusi tried to memorize the scenery along the way, but it was too difficult. The landscape was monotonous, and even a casual glance now felt familiar. Finally, a particularly large earthen nest appeared ahead. From time to time, large Ichneumon wasps flew out of it, some, like the one on her body, catching prey and preparing to return to the nest. Even worse, she noticed that several of the Ichneumon wasps were catching humans, while only a few were catching other mutant beasts. Chusi took a deep breath. These creatures, even raising their young, were so picky about the type of food they ate. The others weren't as lucky as Chusi. They were all still unconscious, and having been in a high radiation area for a long time, some were already showing obvious symptoms of radiation sickness, with more outgoing air than incoming. The mutant Ichneumon wasp flew into the nest, carrying Chusi and dumping her directly into a hive. Chusi was thrown headfirst, landing headfirst on the ground, and her nose immediately bled. She covered her nose with her hand, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Before she could even begin, she discovered that the hole she'd been thrown from had been filled with dirt by that ungrateful mutant wasp. Buried alive, that's all it was, right? Chusi calmed herself, fearing oxygen deprivation. She first used her armor-piercing hammer to punch a hole in the surrounding earth wall. Luckily, she felt a breeze coming through the first hole she made. She quietly enlarged the hole a bit. With the remaining time, her first priority was to treat the wound on her shoulder. Chusi took out her dagger. With little resources available, she wiped the blade on her undergarment, then stripped off her top, and cut a hole in her shoulder. She gritted her teeth, sweat beads forming on her forehead. Chusi was naturally afraid of pain, but even more terrified of insects infesting her body. She would never let such a nightmare happen to her. Chapter 211. As soon as she began to work with the knife, Chusi immediately thought of something. She sat down in front of the vent she had just carved and blocked it with her back to prevent the bloody smell from escaping. The knife sliced through her flesh, and Chusi gasped in a chill. To be on the safe side, she insulated her shoulder with a wound about 10 centimeters long. Looking at the blood-spattering wound, she felt proud of herself as a man. Turning on the flashlight on her watch, Chusi glanced at her wound. There was nothing there. A terrible premonition struck her. She endured the pain and pried the flesh apart on both sides of the wound. Goodness, the knife hadn't even reached the bottom yet. The wasp's puncture wound was clearly much deeper than the one she inflicted herself. Chusi wiped her face, then tremblingly picked up the dagger again. When the knife touched the wound, tears streamed down her face, uncontrollable. She truly didn't want to be this rough-and-tumble man anymore. But no, who knew if the energy stone would kill the bugs in her body or help them thrive? She couldn't afford that bet. Chusi kept trying to convince herself, then with a forceful thrust of the knife, plunged it straight in. Chusi's eyes welled with tears. It was so painful, she wanted to die. Her teeth trembled, and with a single thrust, she slashed out. And now, she could truly die. The wound had been split, now forming a horizontal Y shape. Chusi was stunned at that moment. Even the pain was numb. What is this called? Slow work makes for fine work. So those who rush for success deserve backlash? She clutched her head in silence, trying to calm herself. Forget it, let's just give up. She lifted her good arm, wiped the tears from her face, and wiped her nose. Chusi turned to look at the worsening wound on her shoulder. Now her composure had calmed down considerably. She pretended it wasn't her arm. She was ready to be a cold, emotionless machine. Chusi quickly shed her emotions, cosplaying a cold-faced warrior as she peeled open the wound. Fortunately, amidst the blood, she finally found a small pile of pale yellow wasp eggs. She looked at her fingers. They were pitch black and grimy, likely full of viruses and bacteria. She decided not to bother with anything else. She simply picked up the dagger she had placed nearby and brought it to the wound, picking out a handful of wasp eggs one by one. With a whoosh of cold air, Chusi finally retrieved all the wasp eggs. Not daring to rest, She immediately tore a clean piece of cloth from her inner garment and bandaged the wound. At this point, she felt dizzy from the pain, her eyes flashing with gold. No, she needed to catch her breath. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Through the thin crust of earth, Chusi could hear the wasp swarm outside, seemingly in a state of turmoil. Oh no! She forced herself to stand. It must be the strong smell of blood on her side that had alerted them. Chusi stared upwards, fearing a wasp would break in. Even at her best, she was no match for them, let alone herself, now reduced to a mere skin. The buzzing outside grew increasingly frequent, and Chusi could occasionally hear wasps flying overhead. They were clearly investigating the hive. Chusi held her breath, daring not to make a single sound, fearing the giants would discover a still uninfected fish. It proved that fate favored her. Although the ichneumon wasps were diligently searching, covering every area they wouldn't actively destroy the sealed hives, saving Chusi's life. Seeing they hadn't considered this, Chusi took a deep breath and simply cleared the gap behind her. She then opened holes in several other locations, striving to quickly muddy the air in the hive. Once the air was filled with the stench of blood, they would be forced to crack open the hives one by one to find the source. As the stench of blood intensified, the entire swarm, as expected, became even more agitated. After searching inside and outside the hive several times, they found no unusual intruders, and finally gave up their hunt. Chusi lay on the mud crust, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Only when silence gradually settled in did she finally feel at ease. She checked her watch and saw the time. Oh, she had forgotten to report her safety to Ji, and she had no idea what was happening back there. She composed a message, mainly describing her afternoon encounters, and the results of her handling of the situation, and clicked send. The sending animation appeared. This was the first time Chusi had encountered such a situation. Perhaps the signal strength in the wasteland was weak, or rather, this was a high radiation area, so the communication signal was probably unavailable. Chusi still had a glimmer of hope, and she glanced at the top left of her watch screen. A large X indicated the severity of her current situation. This wasn't just about not being able to report her safety. Features like location navigation were also disabled. How could she possibly escape from such a great distance? She felt truly defeated. The future was bleak. This wasn't just setting a trap for her, it was also burying her. Chusi leaned helplessly against the edge of the hive, stroking the energy stone in her palm. It was both healing and radiation resistant, but she wondered how much longer it would last. No, she had to escape before the energy ran out. She had originally considered resting her wounds before taking action, but now Chusi changed her mind. At that moment, a strong sense of urgency washed over her. If the energy stone in her hand ran out, death would be the only thing that awaited her. Using the flight path above, the ichneumon wasps were definitely unreliable. She remembered that her hive was located in the upper half of the hive. It would be better to drill a hole between the cells, move to the bottom layer, and then make a hole to escape from there. Chapter 212. Ichneumon bees hunt during the day, which means they should rest at night. Chusi kept track of the time, waiting until 10 o'clock in the evening. She pressed her ear to the hive. By then, it was completely quiet outside, with only the occasional rustling of wings between ichneumon bees. She took out her armor-piercing hammer and carefully chiseled a fist-sized hole beneath her foot. Inside was pitch black. It was already late at night, and she didn't know if the hive's exit was sealed. She didn't dare use a flashlight to check. Regardless, she had to get down. Chusi simply widened the hole. She carefully caught the falling debris. Once the hole was finally wide enough for her to crawl through, she immediately crawled in. Fortunately, the hives weren't particularly high, so the fall didn't make much noise. She breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she took a step, she nearly tripped over something near her feet. Is this a hatching chamber with prey? If there were prey, then the hive's door must have been sealed shut by the ichneumon wasp. Chusi quietly walked over and touched it. Sure enough, it was sealed shut. She was about to activate the flashlight on her watch when her hand suddenly stopped. If they didn't care about the lives of their prey, then the lives of the hatching bees inside shouldn't be either? Therefore, the ichneumon wasp should have sealed the entrance only to prevent the prey from escaping unexpectedly, and the mud around the entrance shouldn't have completely sealed it off. Regardless of whether this was the case, Chusi decided to take precautions. She opened her coat, thick autumn and winter clothing, which was excellent at blocking out light, to form a funnel shape. She carefully lit her watch and adjusted the light function to the lowest setting. The light shone ahead, revealing the body of a man. Chusi jumped. She hadn't expected to encounter a fellow human in her first hive, but sadly, He was clearly dead, showing no signs of life. Alas, even if he were alive, she couldn't save him. After all, she was probably the only one capable of absorbing energy stones to resist high radiation levels. Chusi chose a spot a little further away, ready to continue digging, when she suddenly paused, her gaze shifting to the man's waist. She saw a section of a wooden sling protruding from his clothes. Chusi's face lit up. The thought of a sling would be immense for a vulnerable person like her, fleeing alone. Morality was of the essence, so she immediately ran over and yanked the sling free. Sadly, she knew from the moment she touched it that it was truly just a sling, with no sling inside. It must have been lost during the battle, just like she had. Chusi's eyes flickered, and she suddenly noticed the watch the man was wearing. It was much prettier than hers, and it contained points. Chusi pursed her lips, thinking, since the man was already dead, it would be a waste to leave the watch in the hive, so she simply slipped it off. She hesitated to look up, feeling that what she had done was unkind. She had finally found a compatriot, but not only could she not bury him properly, but he had been robbed by someone else. How unhappy would her brother be? Oh, an idea struck Chusi. She could help him kill the wasp larvae in his body, giving him a peaceful end. Chusi observed the man carefully, and found the wound on his back. She immediately pulled out her dagger, cut open the wound, and found the hatched larvae. She found them all and killed them all. Now, she felt she justified the watch. She glanced at the man's attire with reluctance. The fabric was a notch higher than theirs. Sadly, he no longer had any weapons. On his collar, she found a sirloin mercenary group insignia. It seemed he was a legitimate mercenary. A shame he died so young. Having spent enough time in the cave, Chusi immediately began to carve the skylight below. With a first sample, her movements became much smoother. She paid special attention to any prey she found. She would directly disembowel mutant animals to search for energy stones. If they contained humans, she would go and help destroy the bee eggs, collecting a small thank you fee. Notably, she found half a half-empty nutrient supplement on a little boy. She assumed she had to rely on high-radiation food to sustain her hunger until she left the high-radiation zone, but she unexpectedly found something unexpected. With this half-full nutrient supplement, if she could hold on, she could last 2 days. It wasn't until midnight that she finally cleared the bottom level. Although it took a while, her haul was still quite rich. 5 dead watches, 2 refined daggers, 2 E-grade energy stones, 1 C-grade energy stone, and most importantly, a small red date. Unfortunately, its energy value wasn't high, only 402, but for Jixien, it had some strengthening effect. As for the other items, it was a shame. She was on the run, and bulky items wouldn't be easy to carry. Otherwise, things like mutant animal skins and high-quality clothing were extremely valuable. Even if they didn't wear them themselves, they would sell well in the market. But now, all she could do was watch. After chiseling away the last layer of mud, a faint moonlight immediately filtered in. The outside wasn't as dark as Chusi had imagined. She lay at the hole and observed for a moment, noticing only the occasional small mutant beasts scurrying past, but no particularly formidable creatures. She felt slightly relieved and prepared to retreat. However, the hive wasn't too close to the ground, at least 4 or 5 meters away. Fortunately, the grass below was thick, so she probably wouldn't fall to her death. She was just worried about the dangers in the grass. Chusi threw a palm-sized piece of mud down. There was no reaction, so she decided not to wait any longer. If the wasps discovered the large hole beneath the hive by daybreak, she wouldn't be able to escape. After widening the hole, Chusi leaped out, landing with a roll to absorb the force. She crouched in a haystack, warily looking upward, silently observing the hive above for 5 minutes. Good. No ichneumon wasps flew out to investigate, apparently successfully concealing their presence. Though she had forgotten most of her route, Chusi still had some idea of how to leave the hive area. She hunched over, stepped lightly, and quickly rushed in the direction she had come from. It was night, and the wilderness at night was especially dangerous. Chusi wished she had multiple heads, one to monitor a different direction. As she neared the edge of the woods, she spotted a mud hole dug by a mutant animal on the nearby slope. It wasn't large, and the occupant was likely a solitary rabbit or something. The cave was very dry, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of dust. It seemed the owner hadn't been there for a long time. Perhaps he had died or moved away. Chusi saw that this location was relatively secluded. After considering her current situation, she decided it wasn't suitable for traveling at night, so she decided to rest here until daylight. Chapter 213. Chu Xi had a narrow escape, but Ji Xian wasn't having an easy time either. He almost plucked all the grass from the forest bare when the mutant wasps finally returned. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ji Xian finally emerged from the smoke he'd been hiding in. He coughed and covered his mouth. Shortly after stepping out, he saw Chu Xi's mutant spider still near the ant nest. It seemed Chu Xi had forgotten to retrieve it. Ji Xian couldn't help but smile helplessly. He walked over to pick it up, manually turned it off, and tucked it into his pocket. This little thing was quite useful. It would be a shame to lose it. He raised his watch to check the time. It was almost 5:30 p.m. He sighed and immediately quickened his pace. He was about an hour and a half later than usual, so he had to hurry and get to the main road. The main road was paved with pollinators, which would better ensure his safety. Just as he was about to leave the mutant ant's territory, he suddenly saw the bag of peanuts carelessly dumped on the weeds. Ji Xian's heart sank. He took a deep breath and immediately ran over to investigate. Many peanuts had been scattered, rolling all over the grass. Ji Xian couldn't care less at this point. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, and soon found the crossbow Chu Xi had discarded. Besides these, there was a small pool of blood on the ground. His hand gripping the crossbow trembled unconsciously. He stared at the blood in fascination, his mind completely blank. Something went wrong? Did Chu Xi encounter a mutant wasp or some other mutant beast when he left? Did she just abandon her belongings and run away after seeing Budi? Thinking of this possibility, Ji Xian hurriedly pulled himself together, as if he had grasped at a last straw. Yes, they had agreed that if they met Budi, she would abandon her belongings to save her life. At this moment, he didn't dare to ponder why Chu Xi had even left her weapon behind. It could only mean that the situation must have been extremely dangerous, leaving her no chance to retrieve it. Ji Xian refused to think, unwilling to reason out the answer he most hated to face. Oh, the watch. Ji Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was truly regressing. The most naive solution to this problem was to just call Chu Xi and ask. However, the sight of the bag of peanuts discarded on the ground had just made his mind go haywire. Finally regaining some of his wits, Ji Xian immediately dialed Chu Xi's number. However, just as the call was going through, a robotic female voice rang out. Sorry, the person you're calling is out of range. Please try again later. Then, there was a buzzing busy tone. After taking several deep breaths, Ji Xian still couldn't breathe. His chest felt tight. He clenched his right fist against his chest. Suddenly, a sweet sensation rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his face with his hand, a few drops of water dripping from the bottom of his palm. No signal. Chu Xi had entered a high radiation area, and he couldn't get through. This meant she had remained there since she was captured. What animal had abducted her? Was she dead? Ji Xian sat on the ground, somewhat helpless, and for a moment began to pack peanuts into a bag. Chu Xi would surely be fine. Unlike ordinary people like them, she'd been carrying an energy stone with her lately when she went scavenging. This meant the high radiation wouldn't immediately kill her. After Ji Xian calmed down, his thoughts became clearer. The bloodstains on the ground weren't large, and didn't look like the result of a severed aorta. It was even less likely that this was a feeding ground, where prey would be carried away. Considering what had happened today, the most likely culprit was the mutant ichneumon wasps. Thinking of this, Ji Xian calmed down. Everything made sense. After being brought back to the nest, Chu Xi would surely find a way to remove the ichneumon wasp eggs from her body. And the ichneumon wasp's poison wouldn't be a problem for Chu Xi, who held the energy stone. Now he just hoped she'd stay in the hive and wait for him to rescue her tomorrow. Ji Xian reached out and touched the red fruit hanging around his neck, then found the clasp on the back of the necklace and removed the special energy stone. This was his only hope for entering the high radiation zone, so he couldn't afford to waste any more energy. After finalizing his plan, he quickly gathered the peanuts on the ground, slinging the sack over his shoulder, and hurried toward the shantytown. He couldn't fall down now. He still had a lot of things to prepare before entering the high radiation zone. Chapter 214. Chu Xi had no idea what Ji Xian was thinking. Ever since entering the rabbit hole, she had cautiously huddled in a corner. She had moved a lot of weeds to cover the hole's entrance, and smeared herself with a lot of strong-smelling plant juices. Although the fumes were nearly enough to make her roll her eyes, at least it was working. She watched helplessly as a large rat wandered around nearby, then, just as it neared the hole's entrance, suddenly turned and ran away. Clearly, the smell was unbearable not only for her, but also for most mutant animals. Seeing the effect, Chu Xi even broke off some branches and leaves before leaving. Following Ji Xian's instructions, She painted her entire body green, and then wrapped it in vines. Soon, a freshly minced little green man was created. Chu Si stayed in the rabbit hole for 2 hours, not even daring to close her eyes, let alone sleep, for fear of encountering another vicious creature. But the injury to her shoulder caused her to lose too much blood all at once, and she fainted briefly before sleeping. But she barely rested for a few minutes before the alarm on her watch went off. Startled, Chu Si instinctively covered her watch and quickly set it to silent mode. She took a deep breath and immediately ran to the cave entrance. Seeing no mutant animals drawn by the sound of her watch, she carefully retreated back into the cave. It was exactly 3:30 in the morning, her daily exercise time. Chu Si looked up at the cool moonlight outside and wondered if she should set off early or wait until the sun was fully risen. There were definitely more mutant beasts to hunt at night than during the day, which was why Wastelanders rarely spent the night outdoors. After all, the scorching sun during the day wasn't appreciated by many mutants, not just humans. Leaving after dawn would have been her best option, but the mutant wasps that had captured her were diurnal creatures. Honestly, Chu Si already had a psychological scar on them. Furthermore, the longer she stayed in the high radiation area, the greater the loss she would suffer. Besides, Ji Xian wouldn't know how anxious he'd be if she hadn't returned all night. She also wanted to return to the safe zone quickly, so she could contact him. As soon as she stepped out of the cave, Chu Si saw a large mutant snake slithering by in the distance. Its massive form was even more terrifying than the peacock she encountered last time. She immediately held her breath and quietly retreated back into the cave. Chu Si touched her headgear. She'd been careless. Ji Xian had mentioned earlier that the mutant animals in the wasteland were usually active from around 6 p.m. to 5 a.m. She thought she should wait a little longer. An hour and a half would pass quickly anyway. Suddenly, the red glow from Chu Si's tears faded, and she realized immediately that the energy stone in her hand had been depleted. An E-grade energy stone wouldn't last a full night. She didn't care about the pain anymore, and immediately pulled out another one from her pocket. The effect of this thing was quite noticeable. The wound on Chu Si's shoulder had healed considerably, with no signs of suppuration or swelling. It should scab over in about a day. In such a strange and dangerous place, maintaining a healthy body was incredibly important. The energy stone was well worth the investment. Chu Si took stock of her supplies. If she couldn't find a way out today, she'd have to find a way to capture mutants to maintain her energy output. Time flew by as she wandered through her thoughts. It felt like only a moment had passed before the sun rose in the east. This was the wasteland. Winter was about to arrive, and it was already light at 5 in the morning. Chu Si took stock of her condition. Everything else was fine, except for the armor-piercing hammer. She'd forgotten to camouflage it, painted it green, and then tied vines to the handle. After double-checking, she exited the cave and headed back the way she come. Perhaps this was a lull in mutant activity, but Chu Si hiked for about half an hour and didn't see a single mutant. Only after 5:30 did she occasionally see a few large mutant birds flying overhead, heralding the beginning of a new day for the mutant beasts. Although she knew the probability of finding edible food in a high-radiation area was extremely low, Chu Si still felt a little reluctant. After all, she wanted to save that half-barrel of nutrient solution for emergency use. As a result, after walking and testing all the way, she couldn't find a single leaf that was moderately mutated by radiation. After 2 hours of stopping and starting, Chu Si felt tired, hungry, thirsty, and weak. She couldn't collapse so quickly. Forced to do nothing, she swallowed a mouthful of nutrient solution to relieve the negative effects. Looking at the increasingly dense jungle vegetation ahead, Chu Si felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She was actually hoping to see a mutant wasp or two, at least that would point her in the right direction. Chu Si checked the time. It was 7 in the morning, and she figured the ichneumon wasps would soon be out foraging. Afraid of going the wrong way, she simply found a secluded spot and hid there, waiting for her guide to arrive before leaving. As the saying goes, a persistent thought will surely be answered, and Chu Si's wait was not in vain. Within 10 minutes, a group of 6 mutant ichneumon wasps flew over from a distance. Chu Si was a little excited, waiting for them to fly over her head, but fate played a huge joke on her. The ichneumon wasps flew about 200 meters past Chu Si before they began to split up, one group turning left, the other heading straight ahead. Chu Si thought carefully, realizing she hadn't remembered turning on her way here, so she simply followed the group heading straight ahead. An hour later, she saw a gigantic peach tree. The fruits were clearly ripe, each one a vibrant red and beautiful. But Chu Si felt the urge to cry. She might have misremembered whether she turned or not, But if she encountered such a large fruit tree along the way, she couldn't have been completely oblivious. Chusei wiped her face, speechlessly asking, "Damn it, I took the wrong road." But luckily, she could just turn left again later, and see if she could get back to the original path. Chusei looked up at the tree before her. Fruit. She hadn't had access to fresh raspberries before, so how could she possibly have fresh peaches today? The peach tree hadn't been pruned, and many of its branches grew low, leaving Chusei within easy reach of the peaches. She took out her dagger, made a small cut in a peach, and smeared the juice onto her watch. Ding! Highly mutated due to radiation. Not recommended for consumption. As expected, Chusei continued testing. Ding! Highly radioactive, mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Ding! Highly radioactive, mutated. Not recommended for consumption. Chusei was beginning to feel the strain. She couldn't keep testing peaches here. Time was running out. If it didn't work, everyone would be left without a source. Then, she would pick a high radiation peach, take it back, and plant it in a moderately radioactive area to see if it would produce edible peaches in 2 years. She tried 10 more. If nothing came out, she'd leave immediately. Chusei walked to the other side of the tree and looked up, only to meet the eyes of a massive insect nearly 3 meters long. Ah! Just as she opened her eyes wide, Chusei immediately covered them with her hands. This kind of insect was the one she couldn't stand. Its naked body was so unsightly and cheesy. She reflexively got goosebumps at the sight of it. The mutant insect was remarkably calm. Upon seeing Chusei, it realized it was just a toothless creature, posing no threat at all, so it ignored it and immediately returned to its peaches. One bite after another. Wonderful! No wonder, with so many peaches on the tree, she didn't notice a single tooth mark. Chusei observed the giant creature for a moment, finding it docile. Glancing at its plump flesh, she concluded its defense was low. It would be a shame for her to miss such a good prey. This was a good opportunity to see if she could get some energy stones. Chapter 215. Chusei looked at the mutant insect. Its bloated, fat body made it seem like it shouldn't be very mobile. She picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and threw it directly at it, ready to test it. Paw! The stone hit the insect's plump back and bounced back. The insect seemed a little angry. It raised a small part of its body, its 2 large teeth gleaming coldly with a creaking sound. The threat was obvious. Chusei immediately tensed up, ready to flee at any moment. The mutant insect's front teeth were quite lethal, and coupled with the sound effects, the intimidating effect was already quite good. However, when combined with the short legs clasped against its chest, flailing and baring their teeth, Chusei felt that the effect was instantly overshadowed. If she had to describe it, cute and fierce would be quite apt. Most importantly, this creature had a good temper. After threatening Chusei, it probably felt the intimidation had worn off, and went back to chewing its peach. After a while, Chusei realized, was this creature trying to scare her off? In all her time in the Wasteland, this was the first time she'd seen such a docile mutant. Unconvinced, Chusei picked up another stone and threw it, and the whole thing happened all over again. A perverse smile crossed her face. Come on, my little cutie, this is exactly what she needs right now. A soft persimmon. She glanced down at her meager supplies, and immediately decided to go for it. Although it would take a bit of time, Chusei decided the overall benefits outweighed the risks. After all, it was rare to encounter such an easy-to-handle fat guy. If she missed the opportunity, she'd never see another. To be honest, Chusei still had her doubts about getting out of the high-radiation zone today. After all, it had taken the mutant ichneumon wasp about an hour to bring her in. But what kind of flying speed was that ichneumon wasp at? Her own walking speed was practically incomparable. Chusei figured that a 1-to-3 ratio was always her advantage. Besides, she couldn't just rush along the way. The mutant animals around her weren't as easy to deal with as this big white. After all, even creatures like mutant rats were carnivorous. So, if she could get out within 4 or 5 hours, she'd be lucky. Of course, that was assuming she didn't take the wrong path, but needless to say, she already had. Chusei touched her wrist. There were only 6 anesthetic needles left in her hidden weapon box. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to use one first. It would be a safe bet. Although Big White looked harmless right now, what if something unexpected happened? Chusei didn't want to underestimate any mutant beast, especially one in a high-radiation area. She aimed and shot a needle directly into the mutant's head. Perhaps the needle was too tiny, Dubai paused only briefly before continuing to eat its food without incident. Its reaction was even smaller than when the stone was thrown at it. Chu Xi inspected the peaches below while waiting for the mutant to enter an anesthesia state. She knew that the amount of medicine in one needle wouldn't be enough to immediately anesthetize the giant creature before her, but Chu Xi didn't ask for much. She simply wanted to slow down the mutant's reactions. As for the other anesthetic needles, they would be used to truly prevent it from moving, so Chu Xi planned to save her life. 10 minutes passed, and the insect showed no sign of discomfort. Its teeth tightened, and it could be seen chewing the fruit with a crunch sound. Chu Xi took a deep breath. It seemed she had no choice but to fight on. However, fighting from atop a tree was still somewhat challenging for her. She quietly moved to the other side of the tree, making sure she was out of sight of the mutant insect. Then, Chu Xi attempted to climb up. She didn't have to worry about her lack of climbing skills. The tree was simply too large. It would take 7 or 8 people to hug it, and ordinary climbing methods would be impossible. Thankfully, the tree's height was both a disadvantage and an advantage. The bark was now cracked and flaky, so she could climb any tree she wanted by switching to rock climbing mode. Chu Xi finally reached the giant insect's perimeter, only to encounter a truly baffling problem. Apologies, she hadn't studied biology well before. She vaguely remembered that caterpillars had hearts, but she couldn't quite recall their exact location. After all, as a naive young girl, she never imagined she'd ever face a direct confrontation with a caterpillar. But attacking the head was definitely a sure thing. She'd never seen a caterpillar survive a headbutt. Chu Xi's idea was a good one, but the mutant insect hadn't even had to wait until she got close to its head. It sensed it, and was clearly getting a little angry. Chu Xi's aggressive behavior had somewhat challenged its limits. With a quick, dragon tail swing, Chu Xi leaped onto a branch below, narrowly avoiding the attack. The movement shook the branches of the old tree nearby, demonstrating the creature's immense size. After some thought, Chu Xi decided to not worry about where to stab the mutated insect this time. She decided to get the mutant insect down from the tree first. It was really not conducive to her performance up there. Chu Xi climbed up and stabbed it directly in the butt. As soon as she stabbed, she knew things were going to go wrong. It turned out that Dabai wasn't just bloated, but rather had a lot of muscle. Chu Xi's dagger hadn't penetrated even a third of the way before it got stuck in the surrounding muscles. Before she could pull the dagger out, Chu Xi was slammed back against the tree trunk by the giant mutant's tail. "Ah!" she cried out in pain. The reaction force sent Chu Xi flying forward over a meter before she fell directly under the tree. At that moment, she felt excruciating pain all over her body, as if she had been run over by a truck. She wondered if any bones were broken. Before she could even let out a few howls, a gigantic white figure dropped from above, clearly aiming for her. Chu Xi was horrified. Before she could react, she was already tumbling outward. The hurricane-like force of the falling giant slammed directly into her face. The white figure fell, its flesh flattened into a pancake by gravity, and the person, who was already not far away, was immediately pushed further outward. Wow, I thought it was just a bronze. But who would have thought it had secretly evolved into a king in the space of a second? But this guy's brain must be really weak. This move clearly hurts the enemy 1,000 times, hurting itself 800 times. Furthermore, it didn't even inflict 1,000 wounds, and it was actually knocked unconscious by the fall. Maybe it was the effect of the anesthetic shot, but Dabai's reflexes seemed to have slowed down since the fall. Chu Xi wasn't going to give it a chance to recuperate. She pulled out her armor-piercing hammer from her waist and charged. A smack on the head. The giant insect naturally resisted, but being on the ground made it much easier for Chu Xi to hide. She could also slowly grind it down. 20 minutes later, the battle finally ended. Chu Xi symbolically removed a small amount of the mutant insect's bodily fluid and dripped it onto her watch. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. Sigh, finding something edible in a high radiation area is truly difficult. Thankfully, Chu Xi wasn't that hard to accept. She had originally come for the energy stone. After painstakingly cutting open the mutant insect's stomach, she was utterly disappointed. There was no energy stone inside. This meant this was a complete loss. Not only did she not gain anything, she was also covered in wounds. Could this creature be a pure vegetarian? So, it had never consumed an energy stone? Chu Xi didn't know, but for a moment, she felt like vomiting blood. Chapter 216. With a final stab of stubbornness, Chu Xi groped the corpse again, then pulled out an egg the size of a ping-pong ball. She squeezed it, and the outer shell was remarkably firm. Chu Xi was delighted. Eggs. The mutant animal's eggs were all individual. Chu Xi painstakingly extracted at least 700 or 800 eggs. After a thorough examination, she easily found 52. Oh my god, so cool. Chu Si spread them out on the grass to dry for a while. The outer shells became very dry and pliable, like snakeskin eggs? She hurriedly shook her head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She quickly tore off a large, sturdy leaf from the side, made a bag, and placed all the eggs inside. She carefully tucked the bag into her lapel. Although she looked like a pregnant woman, she was happy. If she could harvest so much every day, she would never tire of it. Chu Si was finally happy. Ever since entering the high radiation area, her koi-like ability to find food had seemingly ceased to function. Unexpectedly, it had suddenly come into its own. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Si. Ordinary mutants couldn't be kept because they were too aggressive, but Dabai was clearly one of those calm yet lacking intelligence. It seemed its mind was solely focused on peaches. If it could raise a whole flock of them, it wouldn't be able to count on the meat, but it would definitely be able to produce eggs. The thought of this made Chu Si excited. Fortunately, she had only scratched the skin slightly during the test, and hadn't damaged the tissue inside the eggs. If they could hatch them back home, this might actually be possible. The creature's sheer size was a problem though. Raising it was a challenge. But once it was confirmed, Ji Xian was sure he could solve the problem. Oh yes, there are peaches, Chu Si thought. This might be the favorite food of these financial sponsors. She simply picked up a dozen peach pits, and put them on her body. It was 2 hours later, when she finally set foot on the road that turned left. Before leaving, Chu Si checked her watch. It was 8:42 a.m. This time, she had enough to spend for a while. Without worrying about food, she focused on getting on. Then, 3 hours passed. Chu Si checked her watch. It still showed no signal. But she didn't leave it this time. She figured it was normal. After all, she couldn't walk at top speed all the way to avoid some mutant beasts. Then, 4 hours passed. Still no signal on the watch. Chu Si, it's okay. I'm still calm. 5 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Still no signal on Chu Si's watch. Chu Si was truly panicking. She wasn't afraid of taking the wrong path. She was only afraid she wouldn't even be able to find her way back. Without even the guide of the Ichneumon Wasp, her chances of returning to the shantytown were slim to none. Although the area Chu Si covered on her daily scavenging trip seemed vast, compared to the area covered by high radiation, it was probably even smaller than the land and ocean. Chu Si sat blankly beside a large tree. A butterfly in the Amazon jungle flapped its wings, completely disorienting her. She was so sad. There's no greater sorrow than a broken heart. Chu Si gave up completely. She fished an insect egg from the leaf bag in her arms, made a small opening and sipped it. Driven by her determination to get home quickly, she endured the heat and thirst. But now that the energy had dissipated, she felt she needed to eat something to replenish her energy, or she wouldn't survive. The eggs tasted like raw eggs. Chu Si had expected it to be difficult to accept, but it wasn't as difficult as she imagined. Her mind tried to resist, but once the food was in her mouth, her empty stomach simply swallowed it without giving her a second to think. Chu Si couldn't help but smack her lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Suddenly, a swish sound came from the distance. Chu Si stood up immediately, crouching down and hiding in the nearby grass. Through a gap in the weeds, she spotted an unexpected mutant beast. Chu Si's lips trembled. She desperately wanted to pounce and claim it as her godparent. A small anteater was slowly moving toward the square on the right. Could it be the one she and Ji Xian had seen at the mutant ant nest yesterday? Chu Si wiped her face. She knew her navigation skills weren't that bad. They were still in the anteater's territory, weren't they? How could they possibly be so off? Chu Si remembered Ji Xian saying anteaters weren't particularly hostile to humans, so she followed it with trepidation. This run lasted 2 hours. When she was exhausted and breathless, she finally received several voice notifications on her watch. Chu Si looked closely. Oh my god, they're out. Ji Xian had been waiting for the wasps to return to their nest. The little mechanical spider had sounded the alarm, detecting the approach of a large mutant animal. Unexpectedly, when he checked, he saw the person trailing far behind. Ji Xian took a deep breath, immediately retreated from his hiding place, and quickly ran towards Chu Si. As he embraced Chu Si, the suppressed grief finally erupted. Ji Xian had always disbelieved in fate, but with Chu Si's recovery, he truly felt that heaven had shown him mercy. He was grateful that their little family hadn't been torn apart. She was undoubtedly happy that Chu Si was out, but she was a little bewildered by the suddenness of this situation. Then, she quickly realized what was happening and pushed Ji Xian away. Don't press on my balls, don't press on them. They're so precious. Chapter 217. After regaining consciousness, Ji Xian saw Chu Si's pregnant belly, and felt a mixture of laughter and tears. He could only say that even without him, Chu Si was still thriving, even gaining weight. Joys and sorrows were common in the Wasteland, and with Chu Si's current state of having found a treasure, Ji Xian couldn't really feel sad anymore. Ji Xian pulled out a nutritional supplement from his pocket, and was considering whether to give it to Chu Si. After all, judging by the bag of food in her arms, she didn't look like she was short of food. Chu Si immediately took it and began to drink. Since last night, she had only consumed one insect egg, and after all the intense exercise, she was quite hungry. She also dumped all the mutant insect eggs in her arms into Ji Xian's backpack. No, even this tough guy needed a break after fighting so hard. Don't be fooled by her flushed face. That was all the result of training under Big Anteater. After all, an hour of running wasn't wasted, especially when it required maintaining a high and steady speed. It was truly life-threatening. Luckily, she hadn't encountered this kind of situation when she first arrived, otherwise, she would have been doomed. Putting aside the other things, she would have been destined to eat dirt with Big Anteater alone. The mutant ichneumon wasps in the distance began to return to their nests. Ji Xian hurriedly pulled Chu Si into hiding, lest they get caught again just as they emerged. Chu Si's eyes narrowed, staring in the direction of the ichneumon wasps, lost in thought. If I could just avoid getting lost. Ji Xian saw through her thoughts, and patted Chu Si's head. Alright, forget it. High radiation areas are far more dangerous than you imagine. Something as powerful as a mutant ichneumon wasp wouldn't even be considered average there. You were lucky this time. You didn't encounter any powerful mutants. Otherwise, you understand. Chu Si nodded frantically. I get it. She was always cautious about her life. She hadn't even had a good life yet, so she absolutely had to be careful not to die. Wouldn't that make her feel like she was here to suffer? Just thinking about it made her feel miserable. After all the ichneumon bees had flown away, the sky had darkened considerably. Chu Si checked her watch. It was almost 5 in the evening. Hurry, we have to get home. We're running late. Having been up all night, Chu Si felt incredibly sleepy. After not seeing her for a day, she particularly missed her little bed at home and the soft, bouncy cushion beneath it. Ji Xian watched Chu Si walk away, only offering a helpless smile. He followed, carrying his belongings. They left relatively late, so they didn't encounter many people along the way. Even those who were interested in Ji Xian's bulging backpack eventually succumbed to the intimidation of the crossbows, and obediently retracted their paws. Chu Si saw this was too much. They were bullying a sick patient. He immediately drew his armor-piercing hammer, and rushed back to protect Ji Xian. People around him. I had thought a lone ranger was unfathomable, but now I realize he has a burden. Some things don't seem completely hopeless. Then, the first person who wanted to take the risk was kicked 2 meters away by Chu Si. The world fell silent. That kick might have ignited the kingly hegemon fire within Chu Si. From then on, all evil spirits were warded off, and the two of them successfully returned to their home in the shantytown. Chu Si closed her eyes, and tried to rush to the bed. Ji Xian stayed outside to deal with the insect eggs she had brought back today. Chu Si took off her coat, and vaguely heard the sound of washing water outside. Her rusty brain raced for 2 seconds, and then a surge of electricity rushed to her head. She didn't even have time to put on her shoes, and ran out barefoot. Sure enough, Ji Xian was soaking her precious eggs in water. The situation was urgent. They must not get waterlogged and spoil. She hurriedly fished the mutant eggs out of the water. Ji Xian had just finished preheating the drying oven when he turned around and saw Chu Si had already fished out all the eggs. He wondered, didn't you go to bed? Why are they out again? I don't need your help here. Go back and rest. I take care of these eggs. Chu Si quickly waved his hand. You must have misunderstood. She then remembered that she didn't seem to have told Ji Xian that she planned to use these eggs for breeding. After listening to Chu Si's story, Ji Xian fell into deep thought. The idea that mutant beasts couldn't be kept in captivity was ingrained in the minds of Wastelanders. It wasn't that no one had tried before, but it seemed the only successful case was with tool mice. And the main reason for keeping tool mice was that their mutant size was small, their attack power was low, and they were easier to control. Even so, raising tool rats wasn't something ordinary people like them could get involved in. Therefore, Chu Si's idea seemed a bit ahead of the times to Ji Xian. After a few basic questions, Ji Xian coughed lightly, ready to dismiss her idea. Truly, this was a highly unreliable idea. So, he analyzed Chu Si's situation. From your previous description, those mutated white worms will grow enormous, and possess considerable attack power. If that's the case, we simply can't keep them at home. First, there's the space constraint, and second, we don't have adequate security measures. The risk is too great for us. Chu Xi was speechless for a moment before muttering, "They're pretty good-tempered, so they probably won't make a fuss." Ji Xian rubbed his forehead with a headache. Countless bloody lessons had taught the people of the Wasteland that a mutant beast's one act of obedience meant nothing. It only took one loss of control for the consequences to be disastrous. Ji Xian sighed, feeling like he was trying to persuade a child who wanted to raise a venomous snake. He shook his head firmly and said to Chu Xi, "It might be possible, but we need complete certainty." Even that well-behaved Deka only usually keeps him locked in a special iron cage. What kind of cage would be needed to contain a giant like the mutant white worm? Chu Xi shook her head guiltily. She had originally intended to leave this problem to Ji Xian, but now it seemed clear that the two of them were not from the same tribe. Chu Xi really didn't want to give up. She was quite optimistic about Dubai. Its large, fleshy body and relatively unintelligent nature made it a perfect fit for friendship with humans, hoping to achieve a mutually beneficial partnership. She weakly suggested, "Can we find a remote place and let them roam free?" Under Ji Xian's gaze, Chu Xi automatically fell silent. It seemed impossible. After all, Dubai's lethality was clear. What if he ever went on a killing spree? Would she have to die to atone for her sins? Suddenly, Chu Xi thought of the man who planted cotton near the base. She wondered if he felt the same way back then. Alas, further struggles were futile. Chu Xi's expression was dejected. She took out the mutant eggs she'd been protecting behind her, handed them to Ji Xian, and said, "Roast them all." With that, she left dejectedly. She's already heartbroken, no need to save her. Chapter 218. Ji Xian took a look and finally took out 2 insect eggs and put them away. He washed the rest and put them in the drying oven. When he finished, he returned to his bedroom and saw 5 watches, 2 daggers, for energy stones, and most importantly, a small red date on his bedside table. Ji Xian took a deep breath, reached over the bed, and picked up all the watches. He then turned them on one by one. Fortunately, all 5 watches were out of power. He felt that even if Chu Xi had taken out a special energy stone, it wouldn't be that difficult for him to accept. However, he never expected her to expand the map so quickly. Ji Xian looked up at Chu Xi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He suppressed the urge to wake her up for a tutoring session. Watches are not something you should pick up casually. It's best to pick up those that are completely powered off. Otherwise, not only will you not get any benefit, but you also get into trouble. Some mercenary groups, in particular, had their watches, even when powered off, their tracking components still functioned. This was the case with the Tomorrow mercenary group, where Ji Xian had previously served. As far as he knew, the Sirius mercenary group was also like this. Ji Xian lifted the highest-end watch from his bed, and gently rubbed the pattern on it with his thumb. Just as he had packed up everything, Chu Xi fell onto the bouncy mat with a thud. Having been out all night, her technique wasn't quite up to par. This time, she only fell, with the quilt drooping on the bed. Ji Xian went straight back to his bed and sat down. As expected, Chu Xi didn't need his help at all. Half asleep, she lifted her legs, twisted the corner of the quilt to the right, and instantly wrapped herself into a cocoon. All he could say was, "Perfect." Ji Xian silently pulled the covers over himself. He hadn't slept a wink the previous night, and now he needed to catch up on some sleep. He tucked the corners of the quilt tightly in. Every man needs to learn to protect himself. After all, not everyone is as gifted as Chu Xi. Chu Xi had a dreamless night, and after a stroll, he realized what a luxury it was to be able to close his eyes and sleep peacefully. In the middle of the night, a leisurely snore echoed the rhythm of crickets. Ji Xian glanced over, then turned back to sleep. The next day, they both woke up promptly at the 3:30 a.m. alarm. Chu Xi started training first, and Ji Xian joined in after heating up the food. After half an hour of physical training and another half an hour of intensive training, Chu Xi's head was soon covered in beads of sweat. After the training, she quickly washed her face and sat down with Ji Xian at the dining table. Chu Xi picked up the loved nutritious porridge and gulped it down in a few mouthfuls. Then, she grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Empty? Did Ji Xian forget to help sort it out yesterday? Chu Xi scratched her head. No, it wasn't like Ji Xian had to do this. Besides, everyone was out scavenging together, so she should share some of the housework. So she asked Ji Xian, "Where are we going today?" So she could choose the right tools based on the area. Ji Xian shook his head, pulled the 5 watches from his pocket, and said to Chu Xi, we're not going out today. Let's go to the safe zone and get rid of these things quickly. Watches are identification items, and keeping them in your hands could easily cause problems. Chu Xiai immediately became excited. Are we going to cash in the points inside? She was smart enough to know she couldn't just do a one-to-one transfer. Otherwise, she would have charged the watches right after returning yesterday, so why would she have waited until today? Luckily, she didn't act rashly. This couldn't have been handled that way. Otherwise, Ji Xian wouldn't have had to go all the way to the safe zone to dispose of the stolen goods. Ji Xian nodded, selling stolen goods. But he still had to warn Chu Xiai. The only people in the safe zone capable of handling this are the black market bosses. I met them before, and I have a good idea of their personalities and ways of doing things. This time, we go directly to Zhang Dabio, the black market boss. There's a rule in the watch trading world: points won't be exchanged one-to-one. No matter how many points you exchange, it's best to spend them directly with the exchanger. That way, they can keep their mouths shut. Chu Xiai, it's like they're ripping us off. The points you exchange for are discounted, and the items you sell for are more expensive. It's a perfect win-win. Although the transaction method was obviously unfair, Chu Xiai accepted it very well. Just kidding, this is clearly a seller's market. What else could she do if she wasn't satisfied? In the end, she could only bring her items to the door in disgrace. After a moment's thought, Ji Xian said, let's leave later. After everyone's out scavenging, we wrap the honey in sacks and go in for testing. This will save us having to make a separate trip later. Chu Xiai nodded immediately. She wanted to do this for a long time, but Ji Xian's schedule was so full that they didn't have time. They needed to finish the testing quickly, so she could repay Lei Ming and his team's debt. Otherwise, she felt like Ji Xian was carrying this debt for her, which would be unpleasant. The two of them packed up the house, and waited until 8 o'clock in the morning before donning their radiation-proof cloaks, and leaving with the honey on their backs. The journey went smoothly. Ji Xian, familiar with the route, led Chu Xiai to the honey testing site. They paid by weight, and then froze the honey. This process took about 6 hours. After the staff gave them their ID cards, they left. Ji Xian led Chu Xiai through many twists and turns, and soon they arrived at the same place Old Li had led them to last time. It was the same high-risk elevator, but this time Ji Xian pressed the button for G3. Chu Xiai seemed much calmer this time, her heart rate unbeaten. The elevator moved quickly, and in a flash, they reached G3. On the way out, Chu Xiai sprained her ankle, and had to stand against the wall for a moment before recovering. Chapter 219. After recovering from her shock, Chu Xiai was stunned by the vibrant lights and nightlife on the G3 floor. Compared to the black market, Chu Xiai felt it was more like a bustling bar district. The ventilation inside was excellent, and she didn't feel the slightest bit stuffy. There were quite a few people coming and going. 3 rugged-looking mercenaries, hugging several scantily clad women, walked past them. Several of them reeked of alcohol, clearly having drunk quite a bit. The short, chubby man glanced at Chu Xiai and chuckled, "Look! A child this young has to perform for money. The world is going downhill." Hiccups. The companion jokingly glanced in Chu Xi's direction, then, naturally, spotted Ji Xian standing nearby. A cold sweat immediately washed away the alcohol. Seeing the fat man about to speak, he rushed forward and covered his mouth, looking at Ji Xian with a somewhat flattering expression. "Instructor Ji, I didn't expect to meet you here." The moment they heard it was the instructor, the other's spirits instantly returned, and they stood like standard bearers. However, their alcohol-soaked brain took a while to finally start working. The fat man tried desperately to recall which instructor this person was, but couldn't. It seemed he had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask Gongzi, "Did you get the wrong person? I know every instructor in our mercenary group. There's no such person. Don't try to trick me just because I'm drunk." Gongzi was speechless. "They know you're drunk, so why don't you just shut up?" Before Gongzi could answer, Ji Xian spoke first. "I retired a long time ago. You don't have to call me instructor anymore." He then glanced at the 3 men in the uniforms of the Tomorrow mercenary group. "No missions tomorrow?" The fat man perked up when he heard Ji Xian had retired. Fortunately, he hadn't made any serious mistakes. After all, he was in his prime, yet he was stepping down from his position as an instructor. That meant there were only 2 possibilities. One was injury, and the other was that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. He wasn't afraid of either of these scenarios. The young man approached Ji Xian, with a sly look on his face, and placed an arm directly on his shoulder. "What's up, brother? You still want to report us? You really think you're an instructor?" Don't you even consider your qualifications." Hearing the fat man's words, Gongzi's face darkened. He slapped the fat man on the head. "Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with him?" The fat black boy was a bit dazed after being hit. He only said a few words, and hadn't even done anything excessive. Was it necessary to get beaten up? Chu Si swooned over. "Brother Gongzi, will one slap bring him back to his senses? Do you want me to give him a helping hand?" Chu Si now had a good idea of his own fighting skills. She had a clear understanding of what the boy had just said. She knew exactly what he meant. How could she let him off easy? Being too rude is a disease. It needs treatment. Gongzi looked down at Chu Si. He was a small man with thin arms and legs, but his eyes were clear and bright. He couldn't help but say kindly, "You're better off hitting him. This guy drank a little today, and forgot his last name. He just offended you. I apologize on his behalf. How about I give him another punch?" As he spoke, he glanced at Ji Xian. He had previously served under Ji Xian, and knew exactly why he had retired. In that situation, if he could survive for a few months, he would be considered well-maintained. He hadn't expected Ji Xian to stand up again, even strolling around the black market like nothing had happened. He hadn't dared to mess with Ji Xian before, and he was even less so now. Not to mention how much Ji Xian's strength had recovered, his remaining connections within the mercenary group alone were enough to give him a hard time. This man's temperament wasn't one to be trifled with. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at the fat black man with resentment. He usually looked quite shrewd, but at crucial moments, he always caused trouble for him. Really, a single punch wouldn't be enough. If this matter today wasn't resolved, they have to settle this score when they got back. Damn it, newbies are just unreliable. When Ji Xian didn't nod, he felt a little torn and suggested uncertainly, "How about letting my sister do it herself?" Chu Si silently rolled his eyes. "Who's your sister?" "A bunch of shameless people." Gongzi had already given up hope, but when Boss Ji nodded, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his months of illness had indeed dampened his spirit. The fact that the fat black guy escaped unscathed with a bruised face was a relief. "Now, little sister, hit him as hard as you want. Don't be afraid. Even if you cripple him, I can still carry him back." Chu Si nodded. "She slap him on the head too? Never mind. What if, out of anger, she broke his neck? That would be too much. He might be a bit rude, but his crime wasn't punishable by death." Although the fat black guy didn't think he made a big mistake, he stood still obediently under Gongzi's murderous glare. Fortunately, Instructor Ji knew when to stop, and didn't let Gongzi do it himself. He saw that the boy was really going all out, and he knew he wasn't going to hold back. Chu Si walked over, his previously cheerful face suddenly turning serious. He turned to Gongzi and asked, "Are you really carrying him home?" Gongzi nodded mechanically, but before he could react, Chu Si launched a flying kick. There was a crack of bone breaking, followed by a shriek. The fat black man collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. Gongzi and the onlookers, "It's just a feeling I can't put into words." Gongzi swallowed. He seemed to have misunderstood the fighting power of this young lady. No, this female warrior. Sure enough, who could possibly be a normal person with Captain Ji? Chu Si reached out and nodded at the fat black man lying on the ground. "Pack up and take him away." Gongzi nodded quickly. The two of them lifted the fat man and headed towards the elevator. In the distance, the third mercenary, who had been a step behind, finally spoke. I remember now. Isn't this the famous hooded lady? I didn't recognize her after she took off her hood." Chu Si wiped her face, her good mood instantly vanishing. She felt like she hadn't hit her hard enough, as if she missed someone. Ji Xian rubbed her head. "Are you still upset?" Chu Si said nothing. She was still worried about the hooded lady. When would it end? Why did a beautiful young woman like her have to keep carrying such a filthy nickname? It was really sour. Seeing she didn't say anything, Ji Xian immediately sent a message to Lei Ming. He heard he recently become the chief instructor for new recruits. Su Gang and 2 new recruits went to the 3rd floor of the black market to drink and cause trouble. That fat, black guy even had his leg broken by a young girl in full view of everyone. The reputation of the Tomorrow mercenary group is now in tatters. Chu Si listened quietly to Ji Xian's rant, utterly distorting it. He silently gave him a thumbs up. Now, that rude mouth would definitely not escape. Seeing Chu Si finally happy, Ji Xian gave a helpless smile. "Let's get down to business." Chapter 220. Chu Si nodded, and Ji Xian led her directly into the first shop on the left. Her first impression was one of luxury. She had never been to such a high-end establishment, not even in the modern world, let alone the Wasteland. As a white-collar worker, she had never had the opportunity to witness such a scene. 2 burly bodyguards stood at the door. A luxurious crystal ceiling overhead shone, dazzling the eyes. In front sat a solid wooden table, behind which sat a refined and elegant man, who hardly matched his rugged name. Zhang Dabu frowned slightly upon seeing the two enter, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Captain G? Didn't I hear you had a genetic breakdown? It seems you had quite the opportunity." Ji Xian smiled faintly. "It was just a fluke. Oldly happened to have a body cleanser, and I bought it." Ji Xian naturally couldn't tell him the truth. It just so happened that he had purchased cleansers from Oldly before, so he wasn't afraid of being investigated. Zhang Dabu nodded in understanding. While the body cleanser couldn't cure the genetic breakdown, it could alleviate the condition. Otherwise, Ji Xian wouldn't be able to stand up right now. Ji Xian walked over, reached into his arms, and took out the 5 watches, placing them on the table. Selling stolen goods. Zhang Dabu flipped through each watch and examined it. He nodded. "Captain G, we stick to the old rules. The basic handling fee is 180 points. If the points awarded exceed 180, we charge an additional 3 points in handling fees for every 10 points awarded." Ji Xian nodded. This wasn't his first time doing this, so he knew the rules. Satisfied, Zhang Dabu picked up a small black box and led the 2 men to a back room. After opening the black box, he charged several watches. Within 2 minutes, all of them were fully charged. Zhang Dabu first picked up a gray watch, turned it on, and found the points display. He held it up to Ji Xian and Chu Ci. "First one, 183 points. Congratulations, you broken even." He then picked up the second watch and showed it to them. 87 points. Third one, 143 points. Fourth one, 6 points. Zhang Dabu burst out laughing. 6 points. How many years had it been since he seen single-digit points? Chu Ci almost couldn't contain his laughter either. Was this watch supposed to be a fundraising exercise? Ji Xian remained calm. After all, they'd been through this before, and not long ago. Zhang Dabu reached out and tapped the last watch, the one with the Serious Mercenary Group emblem. He smiled faintly. "Whether you can make a killing depends on this." Chu Ci's eyes widened, his heart pounding with nervousness. This felt like gambling on a stone. No one knew what was inside until it was opened. Zhang Dabu followed the instructions and found the points display page. Suddenly, his breath hitched, and in disbelief, he counted again. Chu Ci was frantic. "Manager? Zhang? Please show us." Zhang Dabu didn't mind her address. He took a deep breath, then smiled, and showed the watch to the 2 men. "Captain G, you guys are really lucky this time." Chu Ci gasped. So many points. She wanted to press her philtrum, but no, she felt like she was floating. This must be what it felt like to be soaring to the heavens. Ji Xian was also surprised. He thought this might yield thousands of points, because thousands of points were a lot of money. Take him and Chu Ci, for example. Their combined points now probably totaled less than 300. Tens of thousands, he couldn't even imagine. Zhang Dabu coughed softly, bringing them back to their senses. "I heard that a while ago, one of the sons of the leader of the Serious Mercenary Group met with an accident in the wilderness." Ji Xian immediately understood. "We spend all our points directly with you. Please keep this a secret, Master Zhang." Zhang Dabu was very satisfied. Dealing with understanding people was worry-free. Of course. It's the way things are in our business. He was already rapidly calculating how much profit he could make from this. The look he gave Ji Xian blazed with the words VIP. He rang the bell in the room, and a moment later, a waiter arrived with a set of refreshments, placing them directly in front of Ji Xian and Chu Ci. Chu Ci looked at Ji Xian, who nodded gently. Chu Ci immediately took a flower-shaped pasta from the box. It tasted very similar to the chess piece cakes his mother made during the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, except this one was a little firmer, with a slightly crunchy texture and a hint of sweetness. Overall, it was okay. Chu Ci nodded and continued eating another one. Zhang Dabu smiled. "Little sister, eat first. Captain G, let's discuss the deal. I have everything you need, including food, medicine, weapons, and more. Tell me what you need, and I can recommend something at a suitable price." Chu Ci listened intently. They all needed food, medicine, and weapons, but even if they bought all their points at once, they wouldn't be able to transport them home safely. Zhang Dabu and his team had already anticipated Chu Ci's concerns. They knew they had to provide the best service possible for VIP customers. As for storage, don't worry. We offer warehousing services. Of course, this service requires redemption points. Chu Si secretly rolled his eyes. No matter how kind your face, it can't hide your ruthless nature. Chapter 221. Just as Chu Si was pondering what she needed, she suddenly heard Ji Xian say, "I want to buy a house in the safe zone." Chu Si jumped, and the pastry in her hand fell. But before it hit the bottom, Ji Xian caught it again. He then grabbed Chu Si's hand and placed the pastry back in hers. Chu Si was stunned. Could this be possible? Some kind of magical start? Could dreams come true so easily? Chu Si took a deep breath. If this could really happen, she would go back and burn 2 taels of paper money for the Ichneumon bee that had captured her. Zhang Dabu was visibly stunned by Ji Xian's answer. He certainly had the resources for a house, but he hadn't expected Ji Xian to forego food and medicine, resources most in short supply for most ordinary people, in favor of a house that wasn't nearly as useful to them now. This only proved that he had underestimated the strength of the 2 people before him. Boss Zhang quickly recovered. After all, the customer's choice was theirs. He simply had to recommend the right product, as he said before. He stood up and walked out the door. When he returned, he was holding a tablet. Zhang Dabu swiped through a few photos and said to Ji Xian, "At your current price point, here are a few properties you can choose from." As he scrolled through the images, he explained to the 2 of them, "The first 3 pictures are of cubicles converted from clothes factories in the West District. The areas are approximately 15 square meters. 15 square meters? Chu Si's excitement cooled a little. This area was 5 square meters smaller than her original home. It wouldn't be a problem for her and Ji Xian to live there, but there were still so many plants in the house. What's more, it's a cubicle. What is a cubicle? It's a large room divided into multiple separate rooms by walls. Neighbors are separated by only a thin wall, leaving almost no privacy. This makes life seem rather oppressive. And judging from the photos Zhang Dabi provided, one can see other people's windows from the windows across from them. It's clear that these cubicles aren't even the outermost layer, so one can imagine the living conditions." Seeing neither of them say anything, Zhang Dabu didn't rush and showed them the next few pictures. The next 3 are basement apartments. They're slightly larger than cubicles, ranging from 18 to 20 square meters. What do you think? Any ideas? Chu Si sighed inwardly. It seemed that what Ji Xian had said before was not an exaggeration at all. He had put in 10 points, but it only produced this much. She lowered her head, feeling a pang of sadness. This was far from what she had initially imagined, but it was clear that this was the closest they had ever gotten to a house. These points were destined to be lost. If she didn't buy the house, after leaving this place, she didn't know how long it would take for her to qualify for the house again. Ji Xian seemed to think for a long time before finally making up his mind. He put on his gloves and carefully pulled out a little red date from his pocket, handing it to Zhang Dabu. "Master Zhang, what if we add this?" Zhang Dabu's eyes lit up. A special energy stone. He immediately reached for it. Ji Xian's hand retreated slightly. "Master Zhang." Zhang Dabu slapped his forehead. "Oh, sorry, I forgot. I go get a pair of gloves." With that, he immediately turned and left. When he returned, he was already wearing a pair of black gloves. He hurriedly took the special energy stone from Ji Xian's hand and checked his watch. E-level, energy value, 402. Ji Xian nodded and took the little red date back from Boss Zhang. Zhang Dabu's eyes followed the special energy stone in Ji Xian's hand, and he was extremely anxious. Special energy stones are the typical priceless items. Although Zhang Dabu has no shortage of points, he still needs someone to sell them. In a critical moment, it can help keep him alive. Who wouldn't want such a thing? Ji Xian coughed lightly and spoke, "I'm sure Master Zhang knows how important this thing is to me. He reluctantly gave it up, simply because he wants to buy a better house, so that my family can have some support in the future. I know the value of this special energy stone, but I don't dare make excessive demands. I just hope to buy a house of about 20 square meters in a decent residential area. The safe zone is circular, with housing prices increasing towards the inner edges and becoming much cheaper as you move outward." Ji Xian knew the location of the factory in the western area Zhang Dabu mentioned. It was on the outermost edge of the western area. It was originally a leather processing factory. Later, the top boss died, and his son somehow fought over the inheritance, driving the factory bankrupt. The factory was then taken over by the safe zone and converted into the current residential area. The other outer residential areas, while not large in size, were all proper residential areas. Unlike here, where a few simple mud brick walls were used to house a family, Some windows couldn't even let in sunlight. Wouldn't living there be suffocating? Therefore, this newly constructed West District residential area, also located on the outermost periphery, is the object of disdain from the surrounding residential areas. Its inhabitants are of all stripes, mostly those who can no longer make a living through regular work, and some, like Chu Si and his friends, down-and-outs who, by chance, moved in from the shantytowns. But also because of this, housing prices here are the lowest compared to other areas. Now that Ji Xian has opened his mouth to move to another residential area, Zhang Dabu is in a dilemma. Special energy stones are rare, but they are not priceless. The number of points they can be redeemed is generally limited. He does have a few properties in other districts, but the prices are definitely unacceptable to Ji Xian and his friends right now. What should he do? Grandpa Zhang unconsciously rubbed his thumb against the back of his chair. He had finally come across a special energy stone, and he really didn't want to miss it. Suddenly, Zhang Dabi's eyes lit up. Ji Xian and the others had disliked their previous house, usually because of the environment. He remembered a place that, while also located in the West District, could be better than a cubicle and basement if it were cleaned up. A few days ago, one of his men wanted to buy that house from him, but he was busy with other things at the time, so the matter was put on hold. Now was the perfect time to deal with Ji Xian and the others. Chapter 222. Zhang Dabu hurriedly flipped through his tablet and began searching. That's right, it was right here. He placed the photo directly in front of the two of them. Ji Xian carefully examined the photo and asked uncertainly, "Is this the guardhouse at the West District factory?" Zhang Dabu chuckled. "Well, brother, I wasn't kidding you. This is a single-family house. It's not big, only 14 square meters, but once you move in, the open space between the house and the city wall will be at least 7 or 8 square meters. I can talk to the security team about that later. You can just fence it off, and there won't be any gossip." Hearing Zhang Dabu's words, Chu Si felt a little tempted. She looked up at Ji Xian. This was probably the best house their family could afford right now. Chu Si tried to get Ji Xian to agree, but he simply shook his head. His smile curled slightly, a hint of amusement. "Master Zhang, that's not fair of you. I've been to that place before, and I don't know the specifics. But the space between the house and the city wall is only about 4 or 5 square meters, which is far from what you described." Zhang Dabu's face froze slightly for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. The place was free anyway, not recorded in the property information. He thought he'd try to trick Ji Xian, but Ji Xian didn't fall for it. But getting another 3 or 4 square meters wasn't a problem. The surrounding area had already been planned, and as long as he didn't overdo it and made some adjustments, no one above him would specifically target him. He pondered for a moment and suggested, "Captain Ji, please forgive me. After all, that area isn't marked on the property title. If the area is indeed different, you can fence off an area of 3 or 4 square meters around it. But that's the best you can do. If it still doesn't work, I can't help you." This time, Ji Xian didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Then the three of them immediately completed the property transfer online. When they left, Chu Si still felt a little incredulous. When they entered, they were holding 5 watches, and then, a little red date on the back. So, they were homeowners when they left? Did they already own a house? And this was only the first floor. Could they even add a basement and double the area? If 1 floor wasn't enough, they could add 2. With that thought, she no longer worried about the size of the house. No, Chu Si thought again. If that were the case, the price of the first floor would be sky high. After all, she was definitely not the only one who thought of building a basement. There was no way they could buy the house at that price. She suddenly had a bad feeling. She stopped, tugged on Ji Xian's sleeve, and asked, "Brother Xian, isn't digging basements allowed in the safe zone?" Ji Xian was stunned, then couldn't help laughing. "You're not still thinking of digging a basement, are you? Have you forgotten that Zhang Dabu introduced us to houses with basements? The underground areas in the safe zone have long been developed, and private digging is prohibited." Chu Si was a little sad. So it really isn't allowed. In other words, their new home only had 14 plus 4 plus 4, a total of about 22 square meters. It was a little smaller than their old house, but it was still acceptable. After all, the radiation here was low. Chu Si was so happy. They could finally put down roots. After leaving the black market, Chu Si checked his watch. It wasn't even 10:30. They had left the honey testing site at 8:30 this morning, and the freezing process would take 6 hours, meaning they wouldn't be ready until 2:30 in the afternoon. There was still plenty of time. Chu Xi immediately turned to look at Ji Xian, his tone brimming with excitement. Let's go check out the new house. Ji Xian smiled and nodded. Of course, he wanted to go check it out. He also wanted to get it ready as soon as possible and move in. Even though they had dug a cellar, they still had to go out together every day to scavenge. To be honest, he was still a little worried, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he had regained his mobility, and it wasn't appropriate to stay at home all day. Now, regardless of the house they bought today, it was within the safe zone, within the range of the guards. As long as they had surveillance cameras installed, there would be little trouble. After all, in the Wasteland, theft was a serious crime. The West District was quite far from their current location. It took them nearly half an hour to walk there, which was even further than the distance from their shantytown to the city. Doesn't this mean they have to get up half an hour earlier every morning? What's this? When you're feeling high and happy, reality always likes to stab you in the back. Chu Xi's face turned a little green. The moment she actually saw the house, she realized that reality was stabbing her with a chain knife. How could this be the same house as in Zhang Dabi's photo? The mottled wall, brittle and chipping, was a standard guardhouse. The slightly larger room at the back was a small bedroom, and about a third of the front was a workroom. Large windows surrounded three sides, but the glass had long since shattered, leaving only a few fragments hanging from it. Is this a dangerous building? And the area on the left, just as Ji Xian had said, was only about 4 square meters. Sure enough, unscrupulous businessmen can't be trusted, woo-woo. Chu Xi stood blankly at the door, feeling as if he'd been slapped on the head with a slap. Ji Xian, however, remained calm. He raised his watch and swiped it across the electronic door lock, and the door opened with a click. Inside the house were some simple household items, and Chu Xi finally understood why the glass outside was shattered. It would eliminate the need for breaking in. She pointed at the items in the house, a little worried. It looks like someone's already occupied this place. Will we get into trouble if we move in? Ji Xian shook his head. It's okay. They're just homeless people in the safe zone. They should have had rooms there, but now they don't have any. They don't want to live outside, so they found an empty house like this to stay in. Don't worry too much. This is against the rules, and they're even more afraid of causing a commotion and getting kicked out of the safe zone. We can just pile everything here at the door later, and someone will come and take it away. Hearing this, Chu Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She felt like she really couldn't afford to get hurt right now. Chapter 223. She looked up and around, her anticipation waning. She really couldn't like those 3 large windows right now. It wasn't for any other reason, it just made her feel too insecure. Someone could just crawl in, and it would be easy. The house she originally lived in a shantytown had no windows, only a starry sky ceiling. Chu Xi still felt reluctant to leave that house. After all, it had just been remodeled not long ago, with all that bamboo. She also loved the starry sky ceiling, and it even had a large basement. Alas! But no matter how good it wasn't within the safe zone. Well, for a moment, Chu Xi felt like a complete loser. When Ji Xian learned of her thoughts, he was a little puzzled. Did they look wealthy? The houses here were already so rundown. The house in the shantytown would naturally have to be dismantled, and the building materials brought over. The only real shame was probably the storage room he dug underground. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh. Actually, it's not as bad as you think, you know? He pointed overhead and said, we can't dig a basement, but we can use bamboo and plastic sheets to build a solarium on the roof. Chu Xi's eyes lit up instantly. We can build higher. How many floors can we add? Then Ji Xian would have the first floor, she the second, and the rooftop would have space for planting. How great! Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh at this, and patted her head. You made up your mind. Adding to it isn't theoretically possible. After all, this is the foundation of a bungalow, and adding on is illegal. However, we're just skirting the rules. Building a solarium out of bamboo isn't something anyone would come to investigate. But if you seriously build 2 more floors, you'd definitely be noticed. Is that so? Chu Xi was a little disappointed, but then he cheered up. Adding another floor would be great, it would give them much more space to move around. Ji Xian pulled Chu Xi to the window and pointed outside, near the city wall. When we renovate the house, we knock out this window, make a door here, and wall it off from the outside, so it can be used as a storage room. We also use this area at the entrance as a living room, with the worktop and dryer conveniently located here. We also make the remaining 2 windows smaller, cover them with one-way anti-peeping paper, and then add security windows on the outside. Inside is the bedroom, which will be much larger than before, but we need to put in a ladder later to make it easier for us to go up and down to the second floor. Hearing Ji Xian's words, Chu Xi instantly found this old, shabby little place much more appealing. Ji Xian strolled around the house, taking note of everything he needed to buy, and then pulled Chu Xi away. After all, this place was so small, it wouldn't bloom like a flower. They had more important things to do, like buying bricks and cement, cameras, renting a car, demolishing the house, and moving. Chu Xi didn't know much about shopping, so there was no need for her to keep following him around. Ji Xian dropped her off at the honey testing site, handed her a number from his chest, and said, "Wait here for now. When the time comes, a dedicated staff member will assist you with the next step. I go buy some things first, and I come back to you when I'm done." Chu Xi nodded, then added anxiously, "Do you want me to carry the bricks and cement?" Ji Xian was at a loss for words. Did Chu Xi really think of himself as a man? He was a little worried. He trained her so harshly before because he was afraid she'd die outside. Now, never mind. Thinking back to when Chu Xi had entered a high radiation area during her last land reclamation, he felt his training wasn't intense enough. But she really didn't need to carry the bags. Ji Xian shook his head. "No, we're in the same safe zone. We can deliver it to your door." Chu Xi nodded and sat down obediently in her seat. She could tell Ji Xian despised her. She lowered her head and quietly rolled her eyes. She waited. Next time she went out to scavenge, she wouldn't wait for him anymore. Ji Xian, no, Sister Ji, he wouldn't have the benefit of being a sick patient anymore. After Ji Xian settled everyone in, he immediately went back to his own business. It would take at least a week for the wall to reach the required strength, so the sooner it was done, the better. Not only did he need to build a wall outside, but he also needed a foundation on the roof to insert bamboo, and he also needed to fill the windows with bricks to reduce their size. After buying the cement and bricks, he had to rush home to get the tools. Oh, and by the way, he might not have enough points to buy the things, he also needed to bring an energy stone. Ji Xian's mind was constantly calculating, his steps quick. He couldn't rush to buy the surveillance camera, he probably didn't have enough points. Ji Xian checked his watch and saw that it looked like he didn't have enough points to buy the bricks and cement either. He felt a little sad, but thankfully, Old Li had a good relationship with him and had agreed to buy on credit, so the trip wouldn't be in vain. When Old Li heard that Ji Xian's delivery address was in the West District, he simply assumed he found another lucrative job and didn't investigate further. Ji Xian naturally didn't point it out, he was in a hurry to get home. After saying goodbye to Old Li, he hurried off. He used all his remaining credits to rent an electric tricycle. Upon returning home, Ji Xian regretted bringing Chu Xi along. He had originally planned to take the machine control panel with him, but he couldn't move it alone. After packing his tools, he had to use sheets to enclose the seedling bed and move Chu Xi's crops over. The seedling bed was naturally heavy due to the soil, but thankfully, it was enclosed in modified bamboo tubes that could be rolled. Getting it onto the tricycle required a bit of effort, but with a wooden plank, that was easily resolved. There was still some space left in the car, so he simply put some bamboo boards in there. Oh, and he had to seal the windows first, to prevent anyone from trying to break in. Ji Xian drove to Old Li's place and exchanged an energy stone for points. He paid off his recent debt, and then bought a video surveillance system. Since their new home didn't have electricity yet, he bought a dual-purpose energy storage and solar power system. It was now fully charged, and should last for 7 or 8 days. By then, they should be moving into their new home, which would be perfect for solar power. When Ji Xian arrived at their new home, the delivery worker was already waiting. After they met up, Ji Xian was left alone. This was clearly more to his liking. Ji Xian painstakingly moved the items from the car into the bedroom, and the renovation of their new home began. Chapter 224. Not many people were doing business at the honey testing station. Only a few people sat sparsely in the lounge area. They were probably waiting for their honey to be frozen, just like Chu Xi. Chu Xi glanced at her watch, estimating that her number was about half an hour away. She couldn't help but yawn. The warmth inside was cozy, even more comfortable than turning on the heating at home, making her drowsy. She glanced up at the 2 burly security guards at the door, and silently gave them a thumbs up. The security was impeccable, and she felt incredibly safe. Chu Xi slumped comfortably into a chair, just about to find a spot to close her eyes for a moment, but before she could close her eyes, she saw someone nearby, going from seat to seat. A moment later, he took the honey number from an emaciated, elderly man. Afterward, he retired, his mission accomplished. Before leaving, he inadvertently exchanged glances with a security guard at the door, but nothing happened, and the thief escaped safely. Chu Si shuddered with fear. Her sleepiness had almost died in that instant. What's this called? Born in hardship and died in comfort? When the uncle woke up and discovered his number plate was missing, he immediately went to the staff to deal with it. Unfortunately, they only recognized the number plate, not the person. The uncle, who continued to make a fuss, was immediately escorted away by 2 security guards. Chu Si, God, please take away my dog eyes. You can't recognize a person, but you recognize a thief. Ugh. You can't recognize a thief, damn it. They worked so hard to get a little honey. Is it easy? After all this time, they still have to be tricked again. Fortunately, it wasn't long before her turn came. Chu Si braced herself for quick action, quickly taking the honey and leaving. Besides, her honey also contained a queen cell, which held even more precious royal jelly. She wouldn't even eat it herself, so she absolutely wouldn't let anyone else take advantage. Chu Si sighed inwardly. She had decided that if anyone here dared to take advantage of her, she would be sorry. She would beat them so hard that they wouldn't even recognize their own parents. She took her numbered card and retrieved 3 frozen honeycombs from the freezer. Inside was a 1-meter square pollen block, and the remaining 2 blocks were honey, totaling 1.5 square meters. The smaller block even had a cell of royal jelly on top. As Chu Si took out the honeycomb, the staff member nearby's eyes lit up at the sight of the queen cell. He whispered to Chu Si, "Ma'am, I know a place that specializes in buying honey. The prices are very fair, and if the honey is good, they even offer a higher price than other places." Chu Si smiled shyly. "My brother is doing all this." "Big brother, why don't you give me his contact information? I pass it on to him when he arrives." The young man cheerfully sent Chu Si his contact information and immediately assigned her a prime cutting room. He taught her how to use the equipment before happily going off to serve other customers. Chu Si turned around and closed the door, unable to resist rolling her eyes. This place is truly a den of wolves and dragons. There are always villains out to harm me. Didn't that person just see her tattered clothes and assume she wouldn't recognize something as high-end as royal jelly? He was trying to trick her in a roundabout way. She walked to the wall, donned protective gloves, and began to work on the beehive. The gloves had iron tips on the fingertips, making it easy to pry open the honeycomb, which was packed with frozen honey and pollen. To facilitate later sorting and collection, Chu Si separated the honeycombs containing the 3 different ingredients for testing. She planned to test the honey first, then the pollen, and finally the precious royal jelly. Chu Si neatly placed the peeled honey in a large, light brown glass box to the side. She had already turned on the radiation-sensing light inside. As she peeled the remaining honeycomb shell, she observed the color changes within. Within a short while, most of the honey had turned red, a small portion yellow, and only a small amount finally turned green. Chu Si took a rough look at the proportions and had a rough idea. The red portion was the highly radioactive, inedible part, while the yellow and green were the honey mutated by low and medium levels of radiation. Clearly, the green portion was negligible, and the yellow portion appeared to account for less than 1/25 of the total. The yield rate was indeed quite low. She remembered Jixian saying that when collecting in the wild, the probability of finding edible food was generally around 5%, while her own yield rate usually remained above 7% to 8%. Unexpectedly, she had suffered such a setback with the mutant honey this time, her yield rate now being only half as high as before. Chu Si quickly peeled out the remaining honey, then took a knife and spatula from the side, and carefully scraped out the yellow and green parts, placing them into the glass bottles she had prepared. The glass bottles were about the size of ordinary mineral water bottles. After collecting the edible honey from over 10 hives, there was only enough to cover the bottom of the bottle. Chu Si had prepared 3 bottles for the honey, 3 for pollen, and 1 for royal jelly. She had originally planned well, 2 bottles for her family, and 1 for Lei Ming and his team. Now, looking back, she felt a little overconfident. She wasn't asking for much right now, a full bottle would be fine, and she could give a third away. Thankfully, as the honey's color gradually developed, things were improving slightly, and the yield finally reached around 8%. After all the hard work, they finally managed to get her 1.5 bottles of honey out of 1.5 full bottles. Alas, after it melts, I wonder if the volume will shrink? Forget it, now wasn't the time for melancholy. She scraped away all the remaining high radiation honey in the glass box, and began testing the pollen. Chu Si looked at the test results, feeling a little bewildered. A 2-level reversal? The pollen yield was at least 15%. Wasn't that a huge difference from that piece of honey? But on second thought, it made sense. After all, the direction each worker bee foraged for food was uncontrollable, and the food they brought back naturally varied widely. Chu Si was delighted, grateful to the man who had given her the hive. He was such a kind man, sacrificing himself for the benefit of others. And thanks to him, she later got a square meter of honeycomb and a square meter of bee pupae for free. Suddenly Chu Si's hand froze. Bee pupae. She had forgotten all about them. Chu Si's hands trembled with fear, and she didn't even bother testing the pollen. She immediately took off her gloves and video called Ji Xian through her watch, her tone tinged with nervousness. Brother Xian, do you remember those bee pupae I brought home a while ago? Ji Xian, who was digging the foundation for the wall, nodded. Why, you're asking now because you want to know if they hatched successfully? Chu Si's face turned green, and she opened and closed her mouth, unsure how to respond. But now she felt relieved. Since Ji Xian remembered, he must have taken care of it. Sure enough, he continued, it's okay, don't worry. I tested it the next day. The edible ones were dried and stored, and the inedible ones were turned into food for the mutant ants. Chu Si grinned and gave him a thumbs up. A good wife. Very good. Through the screen, Ji Xian saw the bottles Chu Si had placed nearby. He pointed at them. Good harvest. Of course he did. Chu Si placed 4 bottles of pollen in front of him. Thanks to my buzz-cut brother, I achieved this unexpected success. Chapter 225. What a mess. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had screwed someone again, and she was in such a good mood. Oh right, there was something she needed to discuss with Chu Si. Ji Xian pondered for a moment and said, I just thought about it carefully. We should just move in tonight. Chu Si was surprised. Why the rush? After all, there's so much stuff to pack. It wouldn't be easy to move it all in. Besides, the houses in the shantytown still need to be demolished, which would definitely take even longer. Ji Xian nodded. He had actually considered all of this. The main problem facing the old house was dismantling the bamboo walls, but that wasn't as troublesome as Chu Si had anticipated. The bamboo walls had been recently erected. They had brought the bamboo here to make them anyway. It would be better to just dismantle them in one piece, and then adjust them according to the house's dimensions after they were transported here. Besides the battery charge, every time they rented a car, there was also a vehicle usage fee. This latter fee had to be paid with every rental. Their family didn't have many points, and decorating a new home would cost a lot, so naturally, every penny saved was a penny earned. Chu Si nodded. Never mind. Ji Xian had already made up his mind, so she just followed his lead. She glanced at the work at hand. The only thing left to inspect was the wantai, so she asked Ji Xian, I'm done here. Should I come directly to you? Ji Xian nodded. That way, he could go back to pick up his things and take Chu Si with him. After they hung up the video call, Ji Xian thought for a moment and decided to call Fu Bowen, asking him to come to his house that evening to help. Although Chu Si's strength had improved, she still wasn't up to the task of demolishing a house. It would be better to ask Bowen to come directly to her. The two men agreed on a price, half a pound of peanuts, free for a night. Since Fu Bowen had no missions that day, he was happy to earn some extra food. Even if he went scavenging, the chances of finding edible food were extremely low. This time, it was a sure win. It was just 4 o'clock, and Bowen wouldn't be back for another half hour or so. The two agreed to meet at the house in the shantytown. Ji Xian cleaned the dirt from the foundation. When he was about to mix the cement, he realized something he had always overlooked. There was no water, and the water supply at the base was fixed daily. Ji Xian sighed, picked up his shovel, and walked in the other direction. There was nothing he could do now, so he had to continue digging the foundation. Fortunately, the problem wasn't serious. Back home in the shantytown, they always had water due to their farming, so they could just truck it in. For Chu Si, the most tense moment had arrived. She placed the bright yellow ball of royal jelly into the glass box. After a moment, the color slowly changed, turning a vibrant red. Chu Si felt like she was about to cry, but she couldn't. This was actually what she'd been looking forward to most today, and it had dealt her a complete blow, leaving her heartbroken and deeply hurt. Isn't this a waste of feelings? Chu Si removed her gloves, gathered up the honey and pollen, and prepared to leave. She reached the door and silently retreated. Never mind, at least I cleaned up my things. I can't leave trash for others. She didn't bother wearing gloves anymore. She simply grabbed the ball of royal jelly and tossed it into the nearby trash can. A flash of red passed before her eyes, and Chu Si was stunned. She looked down at the ball of royal jelly, then at the remaining residue on her hand. Without caring for anything else, she immediately squatted down and carefully scraped a little more from the ball of royal jelly onto her palm. Sure enough, another flash of red appeared before her eyes. She took a deep breath. How could there be energy from an energy stone inside? No, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She immediately donned gloves and carefully scooped out the royal jelly. But how could she take it back? The bottles she brought today weren't big enough to hold such a large mass of royal jelly. What should she do? She couldn't let anyone else know about this, so she had to figure it out herself. She couldn't just throw away all the extracted honey and pollen, could she? That would be such a waste. Chu Si felt a little distressed. Unconvinced, she rummaged through her backpack again. What if there were other items that could fit? Then she pulled out her green hood. It seemed possible. Made of pure snakeskin, it was impermeable, and the area was large enough. The one at the back of her head would be enough. What's wrong with the headgear? The headgear. I'm very useful. Without hesitation, Chu Si immediately took action, shoveling the large amount of royal jelly into her headgear. She truly didn't want to waste even a little bit. Oh, and when she just threw it into the trash can, there must have been some in there too. She ran over to take a closer look and saw that there was indeed some milky yellow jelly around it. Chu Si carefully scraped it away with a spatula, scraping the pure stuff directly into the headgear. She then picked out the stuff mixed with other highly radioactive honey and pollen, and put it into a glass bottle. She would go back and take a look. Maybe there was something else she could use. Oh, and there should be some residue on the queen bee cells, so scrape them off too. After a while, Jixian video called. Seeing Chu Si still at the honey testing station, he wondered, "Are you done yet?" "I remember the last time we video called," Chu Si said. She only had one royal jelly left to process. "Why hasn't it been done for so long?" Chu Si, with a shifty look, said. "You don't know? Never mind. I tell you when I get home." Jixian, Okay, how long will it take you? Chu Si immediately packed up his things. "Right now. I come to you right away." Chapter 226. Chu Si emerged from the honey testing room, backpack in hand, and hurried out. As she left, she glanced back and noticed the staff member who had shown her the way had sneaked into the room she'd been in. Chu Si raised an eyebrow. A quick thought revealed a clear understanding. Was this guy trying to estimate how much honey and pollen she gotten from the discarded garbage? Then Chu Si shook her head. No, the base amount of honey and pollen was too large, and each piece was chopped into pieces. Even a computer vision wouldn't be able to estimate it. While he couldn't see the honey and pollen, he could still see the royal jelly. Chu Si sneered. "What? Want to see how many points you can earn in advance? Unfortunately, my sister had taken all the royal jelly, so he couldn't even see a hair." Chu Si quickened her pace, quickly leaving this troubled area. She wasn't familiar with her new home's location, so she clicked on the navigation Jixian had sent her and chose the shortest walking route. Even that would still take about 15 minutes. She carefully protected her backpack. After all, she had just come from the honey testing site, and the possibility of being targeted was quite high. While security in the safe zone was better, that was only a relative measure. The punishment for committing a crime, there was indeed more severe, but there were always those desperate enough to take risks. They naturally didn't dare to mess with the big mercenaries, so a small fry like Chu Si was a perfect target. After only a few steps, Chu Si realized she was being followed. She was furious. Was being short a sin? He was just watching her practice her skills all day, wasn't he? If it weren't for the royal jelly inside her hood, she would have just counter-robbed her. Those men must have lived here for a long time, and were extremely familiar with the route. After watching Chu Si pass a few intersections, they roughly deduced her direction and intercepted her in a dark alley. Chu Si had expected a deadly battle, but it wasn't. Those who had been doing this kind of thing in the safe zone for a long time had already mastered the art of proportion. The first rule was not to provoke anyone they shouldn't. The second rule was to never take anyone's life. They didn't dare go too far, or else the guards would pursue them closely, and no one would be able to escape. Robbery meant at most a period of hiding for a while. Killing someone would violate the base's bottom line. At least the residents of the safe zone were protected. So, after intercepting Chu Si, their first reaction was to calm her down. A greasy, sallow-faced man slowly took 2 steps forward. Seeing Chu Si nervously clutching her backpack, he chuckled and said, "Don't be nervous, little girl. Just give us all your catch today. We only take half." Chu Si's eyes twitched. "I just believed you." The large man clearly saw Chu Si's resistance and tried to deceive her with the way of the thief. Meanwhile, several men slowly approached, hoping to further overwhelm her. Chu Si pursed her lips and pointed forward. Uncle, what do you think that is? The greasy man remained motionless. How old is this trick? You're still using the same trick? Chu Si couldn't contain her laughter. You're all trying to follow my lead in this, and you still have the nerve to criticize her old-fashioned tricks? Besides, was that a trick? Chu Si set her backpack on the ground, creating a clinking sound like several glass bottles. Several people were delighted, thinking Chu Si was about to submit. As the man straightened up, he saw a small, delicate crossbow in his hand. The big man's face changed, knowing he might have hit a wall today. Chu Si didn't give him time to react, and a crossbow bolt whizzed past the big man's hair. Several people's faces changed, and two of them, swinging their fists, tried to charge, but the big man quickly stopped them with a hand. He looked back and saw the arrow had shot far away, firmly lodged in the back wall of the row of houses in front of him. The greasy man chuckled, "Thank you, little girl. We killed the mutant cockroach that's been chasing us. We brothers won't stay here any longer." He then winked at the others, and quickly retreated into the alley. Chu Si turned and looked. It was indeed a rat from the sewer, running faster than anyone else. She picked up her backpack again and walked forward. After passing the crossbow bolt she had fired, she reached out and pulled it from the wall. The wall was bare, with nothing on it. After what happened today, Chu Si knew that this place was far from as safe as she had imagined. It was full of intrigue and the survival of the fittest. Sigh, feeling a bit down. After Chu Si left, a group of 4 emerged from a nearby dark alley. One of them said, somewhat puzzledly, "Boss, she's alone, and she's using a bow and crossbow, a long-range weapon. In close combat, she's absolutely no match for us." The greasy boss spat in anger, "And trade one or both of our lives for a little honey?" After saying that, he walked over to where Chu Si had just pulled out the arrow, took a closer look, and gasped. Thank goodness we didn't provoke that evil spirit. The crossbow bolt penetrated so deep, yet she pulled it down with a single tug. Even if you were all just flailing around, you wouldn't be enough for her to deal with even if you were tied together. Let's go home. Today's not a good day for business, so remember to stay away from her next time you see her. Chapter 227. Chu Si, clutching her backpack, walked briskly along, the small crossbow slung at her waist, saving her a lot of trouble. When she arrived, Ji Xian had already dug the foundation for the wall, and was packing up her bedroom, piling as many things as possible to save space. Seeing Chu Si approach, he put down his work, walked over, took the backpack from her hand, and jokingly asked, "What's going on? Why are you being so secretive? Did you detect edible royal jelly?" Chu Si shook her head, her expression unusually serious. She glanced around, making sure no one was paying attention, and then pulled Ji Xian into the inner room. Chu Si pulled the royal jelly mask from her backpack. Ji Xian was a little confused. So much? He knew that royal jelly, due to its unique production process, was extremely scarce, a constant. Even if Chu Si was lucky, even 1/10 of it would be a stunner. Judging from Chu Si's expression, he must have brought back all the royal jelly, right? He was a little confused, so he asked directly, "Can we eat it all? Why did you bring back so much?" Chu Si shook his head, his heart agitated, his words incoherent. "No, they're all highly radioactive, but they have energy." After Chu Si finished speaking, seeing that Ji Xian was still confused, he simply picked up a little royal jelly and rubbed it on the back of Ji Xian's hand. "How is it? Do you feel it?" Ji Xian roughly understood Chu Si's meaning. He first placed the red fruit on his neck behind a piece of clothing, then picked up a little more royal jelly and rubbed it on the back of his hand. After a while, he shook his head. "I can't feel it. Maybe the energy value is too weak or it takes a long time to convert." "How can you feel the energy stone in it?" Chu Si nodded, more in agreement with Ji Xian's second theory. When her skin came into contact with the royal jelly, the red glow she seen was still quite intense, though it faded quickly. However, her absorption ability had always been superior to that of ordinary people, so it was understandable that it faded quickly. After some thought, Chu Si suggested, "Why don't you just stick your hand in the royal jelly and try it?" Ji Xian shook his head. He knew Chu Si had a special physique, and since she said it contained energy, it couldn't be wrong. Besides, it wouldn't be a waste if she could use it. So he simply said to Chu Si, "No, I trust your judgment." Even with Ji Xian's approval, Chu Si still felt a little unhappy. After all, this thing was highly radioactive, and he wondered if they could use it. After hearing Chu Si's perplexed question, Ji Xian smiled and handed her an ordinary energy stone, saying, "Test it." Chu Si, Test what? Test your ability? Ji Xian, test your radiation. Chu-Si's face was filled with questions, but he still obediently tested it. Ding! Highly radioactive mutation, not recommended for consumption. Chu-Si, shock. Ji Xian smiled softly and patted Chu-Si's head. Energy stones are inherently highly radioactive. Just treat this royal jelly as liquid energy stone. That's not right. Ji Xian paused. No, it's very likely that this contains the energy of a special energy stone. The thought of this made him excited. Royal jelly is produced by specialized mutant bees that digest and ferment nectar, then secrete it into a liquid form. Therefore, the energy value of this mutant royal jelly is most likely because the mutant bees that produce it have previously consumed special energy stones. Only the energy in special energy stones can be directly absorbed by humans or mutant animals. So, was this royal jelly containing the energy of the special energy stone? Ji Xian wasn't sure, but he felt there was a 90% chance it was the case. He wanted to give it a try, but it felt like a waste. Chu-Si noticed his hesitation and dug into her backpack again, pulling out a glass bottle. It contained the liquid left in the trash can after she had thrown it there. It had inevitably been mixed with some highly radioactive mutated honey and pollen. It was uneatable, but it was a shame to throw it away, so she decided to give it to Ji Xian for an experiment. Ji Xian stopped being pretentious. He simply scooped out a fingertip-sized piece and smeared it evenly on the back of his hand. After a while, his eyes lit up. It was indeed the energy of the special energy stone. And he didn't know if it was just an illusion, but he felt that this thing's healing properties seemed even stronger than the red fruit he wore around his neck. After a while, the feeling of energy input faded, and Ji Xian wiped the royal jelly off the back of his hand. At this moment, a bold idea had already entered his mind. Since it was even more effective, and it was royal jelly, he wondered what the effect would be if he ingested it directly. Royal jelly was already a healing elixir, and combined with a special energy stone that directly targeted genetic damage, the temptation was overwhelming for Ji Xian. But there was also a very fatal problem. High radiation. Whether it was the energy stone or the royal jelly, it was still high radiation. But many people have consumed high radiation foods, and that doesn't mean they will die. It's like chronic poisoning, waiting for a period of outbreak before actual death occurs. So, Ji Xian still wanted to give it a try. Of course, he wasn't just going to do it impulsively. He pulled the red fruit from his neck and measured the energy level with his watch. He felt it should be enough to offset the cost of his impulsiveness. In other words, even if he failed, he wouldn't lose his life. Ji Xian took a deep breath, took out a third of the amount from Chu-Si's headgear, and swallowed it directly. Chu-Si was startled and couldn't help but scream, "Ji Xian, you're my uncle." She rushed over, pried open Ji Xian's mouth, and dug it out. Ji Xian, oh. He hurriedly patted Chu-Si's hand. It's useless. I swallowed it a long time ago. He didn't know whether to be surprised or disappointed. He didn't feel any of the discomfort he experienced after consuming highly radioactive food, but he also didn't feel anything else. The royal jelly didn't have the miraculous effect he imagined. Chu-Si was furious. Next time you want to try something like this, could you please discuss it with me? What if she accidentally killed herself? Wouldn't she be left alone in this cruel wasteland? Wouldn't that be too pitiful? Chu-Si's heart ached more and more, tears streaming down her face. She was angry, the kind that couldn't be coaxed. Ji Xian was truly panicking. Okay, I won't do this again next time. I definitely discuss it with you in advance, okay? Chu-Si, no. Ji Xian was at his wit's end. I give you a snack tonight, a mutant mantis egg? Chu-Si turned her head away. Was she someone who needed a little food? After all, she had traveled from the modern era, and she tasted all sorts of delicious food. She huffed, "Stop talking. You can't coax me today. Forget it. Now shut up and drive back home to move." Ji Xian, all right. He obediently took out his car keys, locked the door, and hurried Chu-Si back to their shantytown home. He checked his watch. It was almost 4 o'clock. They should go back and pack up a bit. Bowen should be there soon. Chapter 228. Chu-Si sat on the tricycle, the clink of glass bottles colliding from the backpack across her chest. She readjusted the bag, keeping the bottles as far away from her precious royal jelly as possible. She'd be heartbroken to waste even a drop of that stuff. Her mind raced. She never imagined that special energy could be incorporated into highly radioactive food. This made her wonder if some had slipped through the net before. Plants were unlikely, but what about mutant animals? Some time ago, she contracted the plague from direct contact with mutant animals. Ever since then, she'd been more cautious. Whenever she went scavenging, she always wore gloves and never intentionally touched mutant flesh. Could some have slipped through the net? Alas! Chu Si couldn't help but sigh. It was a difficult thing to do. Even now, she always carried a regular energy stone with her. If that didn't work, she disinfected with an energy stone after every contact with blood, to avoid missing out on a big fish. The roads in the safe zone were relatively smooth, so the car drove quickly. In less than 15 minutes, the two of them arrived at their shantytown home. Fu Bowen was already waiting there. Ji Xian stopped the car, took the backpack from Chu Si's hands, and helped her out of the car. Of course, he held the backpack. Chu Si didn't need his help at all. A stubborn sister, she could handle herself. Fu Bowen stood in the distance, feeling completely blown away. Brother Xian could actually walk. It had only been a few days. I still remember him coming to their house a few days ago when they were harvesting potatoes. Back then, Brother Xian had to use a cane to walk. Unexpectedly, now he could even drive a car. Well, it was an electric tricycle that didn't require any footwork, but it was still astonishing enough. Fu Bowen's lips trembled slightly. Brother Xian. Ji Xian unlocked the door with his key and waved, "Come in and talk." Fu Bowen nodded immediately and followed Ji Xian into the outer living room. Chu Si was still furious, but she couldn't take her anger out on others, so she decided to temporarily suspend the fight for 2 hours and move out first. After sending a message and sharing her decision with Ji Xian, Chu Si went into truce mode. Ji Xian, He felt Chu Si knew how to use the Cold War. Chu Si pulled his fingers together. Oh, by the way, the honey and pollen have already been tested. Since Fu Bowen is here, it's a good opportunity for him to take some back with him, as a token of his gratitude to Captain Lei and his men for their help. Chu Si walked over to Ji Xian and carefully placed her backpack on the dining table. After a moment's pause, she pulled out a half-empty bottle of honey and a bottle of pollen. After a moment's thought, she nudged Ji Xian again and whispered, "Do you want some more bee pupae?" Chu Si had no idea how many edible bee pupae the test had found, so the decision on whether to give him pupae and how many would be up to Ji Xian. Ji Xian, seeing the bottle of pollen and half a bottle of nectar she had placed on the table, was tempted to pour him some more. Naturally, he wouldn't take anything else out. After all, what he had was already more than enough. The bottle of pollen Chu Si had taken out had nothing to do with the 2 honeycombs Team Lei Ming had helped retrieve. The yield rates for bee pupae and honey were low, and Chu Si was willing to use pollen to offset the pupae. Old Lei Ming and his team would definitely make a profit. Ji Xian simply handed the items to Bowen and said, "Go back and give them to Team Lei as a thank you for your last outreach." Fu Bowen was surprised, pointing at the 2 bottles on the table in disbelief. So much? If it had been less, Captain Lei might have taken it all himself. But Chu Si had given out so much all at once. The captain would definitely give everyone a share. It was like a bonus for the entire team. Fu Bowen was excited, while Chu Si felt a little regretful. It's a pity, the beehive's output was so low, it directly exceeded the standard. Fu Bowen paused. This was the first time he heard of a testing standard in the Wasteland. Speaking of honey, Chu Si thought of the terrible scene at the honey testing station. The guards were in cahoots with the thieves, and one staff member was trying to steal her honey. This honey testing station was looking less and less like a good place. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. The high, medium, and low radiation levels at the testing points were all set by the testing agency. So, if they slightly increased the values, wouldn't that mean some of the edible honey or pollen would be classified as waste? No one would bring out high radiation honey anyway, so if they could just test it again based on normal values, wouldn't that be like getting something for nothing? After Chu Si expressed this idea, she was surprised to find that Ji Xian and Fu Bowen didn't seem surprised at all. Ji Xian patted her head. Actually, many people have this question, because in the beekeeping industry, the rate of edible honey tested at honey testing centers is generally low, with only a few occasionally reaching normal levels. But what good does that do? We can't test it ourselves at home, so going there at least means we can get some edible honey or pollen back home, which is better than having it rot at home. Chu Si was speechless for a moment before stammering, "Can't we freeze it, and then test it bit by bit? It's more work, but..." Ji Xian interjected, "But there's still the problem of low and medium level mutation honey being contaminated by highly irradiated honey." Chu Si shut up. It was a real-life example of knowledge being power, and falling behind means being punished. Ji Xian couldn't bear to see her continue to deject herself, so he changed the subject and addressed Bowen, "We're moving today. We need to tear down the bamboo wall outside and bring it over. We also need to remove the bedroom ceiling, the solar panels, and everything else." Fu Bowen nodded, then suddenly realized moving? Wasn't this place just finished? Did someone try to trip them up? Chapter 229. Fu Bowen's thoughts suddenly ran wild, plunging into conspiracy theories without return. He looked like he was about to roll up his sleeves. Ji Xian sighed helplessly. What are you thinking? We're moving to the West District. That's all well and good, Fu Bowen breathed a sigh of relief. But then again, could someone else take over the boss? He couldn't help but chuckle. Moving to the West District? The smirk still lingered on his face. Was it too late for him to change into a look of surprise? He wondered if it hadn't just been a few days, but had years already passed. Brother Xian's family was changing so rapidly that he couldn't keep up. Was moving to the West District that easy? Even though the West District was the cheapest area in the safe zone, the prices were still beyond the reach of most people. There were so many people in the mercenary group, all of whom looked respectable, but few could afford to buy property in the safe zone. Of course, not everyone lacks the means. For example, those at Captain Lei's level, with families, could, with some effort, afford a small house. But many others see no need. While they're still mercenaries, they naturally have dormitories to live in. Once they're no longer mercenaries, they'd likely end up in a nursing home until they die. So does buying a house mean they're cheaper? But it's undeniable, who wouldn't want a place that's completely their own? They can customize it however they want, and no one will come to check on the hygiene. Fu Bowen smiled heartlessly, envious of Ji Xian and Chu Xi. He could only describe their class leap with 2 words: impressive. As for how they suddenly became so wealthy, he naturally wanted to know. But Fu Bowen was also very measured, never asking questions he shouldn't, and never looking at things he shouldn't. This was also why Ji Xian was willing to hire him. Bowen had a good sense of propriety. He had never entered their inner chambers without an invitation. For a family with secrets like theirs, such a person was very comfortable to get along with. Even though Fu Bowen hadn't asked this time, Ji Xian had given a reason he had prepared. After all, their sudden move to the safe zone didn't want anyone to associate them with the serious mercenaries. He coughed lightly and casually explained, "Thanks for telling us about the bamboo gathering site." Fu Bowen perked up instantly. From what Brother Xian had said, they should have gotten some special energy stones there too. However, what high-grade special energy stones would be needed to buy a house in the safe zone? Bowen's eyes were hazy, and he felt a little elated. He had originally planned to finish his job tonight, and then just go for a stroll at the nearby fern gathering site tomorrow. But now he had changed his mind. He had to go to the bamboo gathering site as well. Looking at Chu Xi, who was already busy working nearby, Fu Bowen smiled broadly and approached Ji Xian, trying to be friendly. "Brother Xian, are you guys going to the bamboo gathering site tomorrow? I'm off, so take me with you. I can help with the moving, right?" Hearing this, Chu Xi looked up. Moving wouldn't interfere with scavenging. But they now had 2 choices: rob the mutant squirrel's nest, or dig bamboo shoots. Ji Xian thought about it, and decided there was no rush for the mutant squirrels. He already knew the locations of their nests, so there was no need to rush right now. He could postpone the time a little, which would give the mutant squirrels more storage time. So he nodded and agreed with Fu Bowen to meet at the base gate at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Then he urged, "Okay, let's get down to business. Let's go out and build those bamboo walls first." The 2 of them then went out, each carrying a shovel, while Chu Xi focused on sorting out the household's miscellaneous items. She first entered the drying room, then entered the basement through an entrance. Chu Xi took out a small scale, and first took out half a pound of peanuts, which she would pay Fu Bowen for his work today. The remaining food would be packaged and taken away. The dried meats were separated. The mutant wild boar meat was the heaviest, as even after drying, it was still quite heavy. Chu Xi packed it into a large bag. The mutant mantis meat, some snake meat, and chicken were put into another bag. Of course, she still bundled the different meats separately to keep them separate. The grains were also individually wrapped in bags before being put into a large bag. Next came the small dried fish, some mutant mantis eggs, mutant insect eggs, and other miscellaneous items. Chu Xi placed the more resistant ones at the bottom, and the more fragile items, like pig blood and dried beef pupae, at the top. Then, there was some previously made bean powder, seasonings, nutrients, and some pickled bracken. Chu Xi looked at the large bags piled in the corner, feeling a strange mix of emotions. If it were modern times, she'd definitely be amazed by the abundance of food, but in these precarious times, Chu Xi felt that the greatest source of confidence was probably a full granary. But their family's conditions were clearly far from adequate. Right now, she really wanted to store enough food to last 3 years. Chu Xi smacked her lips. "Oh, by the way, Ji Xian said he'd give her a mantis egg tonight. I wonder if that's going to work out. She sighed silently. If they had to eat within 2 hours, Chu Xi would shamelessly bring up the matter briefly. If it took more than 2 hours, she would wait until the Cold War was over before bringing it up again. After gathering the food, Chu Xi went out to collect the bamboo tubes, bamboo winnowing baskets, and other items. There was nothing much to say about them. They could just be stacked on top of each other. However, the bamboo tools their family had left behind were quite large, and they couldn't fit together mini nesting dolls, so carrying them would definitely take up a lot of space. To make it easier to carry, Chu Xi even tied them up with ropes, so that the items inside wouldn't easily fall out. She stood inside and took a look. She had just packed so many things, but there was still a pile in the bedroom. Their beds, their quilts, pillows, and the like, Ji Xian's workbench, his toolbox, Chu Xi's bouncy pad, the dryer, the air filter, the heater. Chu Xi couldn't help but find a bit of humor in the midst of misery. As she packed the quilts, she mused inwardly. I always felt my house was so shabby, so drafty, but now it finally feels like a fortune, haha. Finally, everything that needed to be packed was almost done, and Chu Xi felt a light bulb go off. Wow, they were making pretty good progress. They already reached the stage of removing the ceiling. Fu Bowen smiled and greeted Chu Xi from inside. Chu Xi, that's not necessary. You're the ones being so playful, and you're the ones making me suffer so much. When Chu Xi walked out of the door, he saw a lot of people who had just returned from scavenging gathered around. They were gathered together, talking at once and pointing at their house from afar. Chu Xi frowned. Watching the excitement now was fine, but she had to be careful not to attract attention when moving the food out later. Thinking for a moment, she brought out the archery target from her home. While everyone was still a little stunned, Chu Xi walked back to the doorway and performed a series of fancy archery moves. She turned, bent down. Swoosh! 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 Chu Xi led the applause and said, "Thank you all for your support. Those of us with money can show us your support, and those without can show us your support." Before she could finish, the crowd dispersed with a whirlwind of activity. Chu Xi was a little stuck. For a moment, she had actually thought this deal was feasible, but it was clear that the people here didn't seem to have much of a receptive attitude. But then she thought, with the Wasteland's limited resources, even if someone wanted to see her show off her skills, they probably wouldn't be willing to give her more than a couple of points. Chu Xi instantly felt relieved. She hurriedly loaded the target into the car and went back to pack her other things. This scene stunned even the inexperienced Fu Bowen. He only reacted after everyone entered and silently gave Ji Xian a thumbs up. Ji Xian smiled and patted the solar panel nearby. "Hurry up and get to work. Don't waste time." Fu Bowen nodded quickly, then couldn't help but rub his goosebumps. Why was Brother Xian laughing like that? He couldn't stand it. Chapter 230. The three of them worked together for more than 2 hours before finally packing up the miscellaneous items in the house. Chu Xi wasn't involved in loading the truck because she wasn't very experienced. Once the truck was finally loaded, Chu Xi was surprised to find that no one looked down on her at all. She simply wasn't worthy. She wouldn't be able to achieve that level of loading skill even in 2 lifetimes. 2 stacks of bamboo winnowing baskets were placed upright at the front of the truck bed, and grain bags were stuffed on either side, allowing for more space and providing a non-slip effect. In the back, some heavier mechanical items were placed, covered with a quilt, followed by a layer of tables, chairs, and benches, smoothing the surface as much as possible. A quilt was then placed on top, and finally, the solar panel was placed on top. Another flatbed cart was added to the back of the truck, on which the dismantled bamboo walls and roof, along with 2 beds and Chu Xi's spring mattress, were placed. Chu Xi blinked, feeling a bit surreal after packing up so much stuff from home and finally taking it all on one cart. She had originally thought she'd have to make at least 2 trips, and she already made preparations to stay at the old house. In the end, Chu Xi's role was, at best, to help pull the string while others tied the knots. After everything was done, Ji Xian told Chu Xi to get on the cart in the back, and he started the car and drove away. Oh! Fu Bowen hadn't gotten on yet. Chu Xi was anxious, but when she looked back, she saw Ji Xian was being so rude. Fu Bowen hadn't forgotten to get on, but he had other things to do. He was now following their cart with 2 buckets of water. Chu Xi hurriedly jumped off the cart. She thought, let's each have 1 bucket, otherwise she always feel like she's being bullied. Compared to her, Fu Bowen was clearly more suited to holding the cart. After all, with his bulk, most people wouldn't be tempted to challenge him. So Chu Xi sighed. She couldn't just stand there on the cart and show off her skills the whole way, could she? Besides, carrying 2 buckets of water wasn't a big deal for Chu Si right now. Fu Bowen dodged twice, afraid of spilling the water, and let Chu Si take the bucket. Ji Xian glanced back. Since Chu Si had taken the initiative, he had no more to say. He simply said to Bowen, "You get in? Let Chu Si carry the water and walk slowly. We get over there early, so we can clean up over there first." After all, half a pound of peanuts had to be put to good use. Fu Bowen nodded and obediently climbed into the car. The car's speed increased noticeably, and soon, Chu Si could only see the back of the car. Thinking of the 2 carts piled high with stuff, she couldn't help but feel a little more worried. After all, in her opinion, the 2 people's packing skills were quite risky. But Chu Si's worries proved completely unfounded. The car and its contents finally arrived at their new home intact. For that, she could only praise them for being awesome. The road section on the shantytown side was quite bumpy, and Ji Xian knew how to control the speed when driving. However, Fu Bowen felt that he was about to be thrown off several times. Fortunately, he grabbed the rope in time to avoid a tragedy. Bowen couldn't help but internally grumble. Even if he did fall, Brother Xian would probably just scold him for his poor reaction time. Once the car entered the safe zone, the road was much smoother. At that point, since most of the workers in the safe zone hadn't finished their shift yet, there weren't many pedestrians. People here also strictly followed traffic rules, mostly staying close to the roadside. This made driving much easier for Ji Xian. After they arrived, they quickly unloaded the car and put away their belongings. Ji Xian then drove over to return the car, while Fu Bowen took care of removing several windows in the living room, including a door on the side near the wall. By the time Chu Si arrived, the 3 large windows in the living room had already been completely removed. Not long after Chu Si lowered the water level, Ji Xian returned with 2 windows the size of an A4 sheet of paper. Chu Si was delighted. The size was just what he wanted. Ji Xian handed the window to Chu Si, telling her to take it home, while he went over with water to mix the cement. The foundation had already been dug, and once Ji Xian had mixed the cement, he and Fu Bowen were building the wall very quickly. Chu Si, seeing there was nothing she could do, thought of nailing a bamboo ladder to the 2nd floor herself. But Ji Xian and Fu Bowen were the only ones unloading the truck, and she had no tools to do it. She tried to pass the bricks to them, but found they were completely useless. They had already brought a lot of bricks to their side, and were building the wall quickly. In less than 2 hours, the outer wall was complete, and the next step was to reduce the size of the window. Chu Si watched from below, completely unable to help, and yawned sleepily. Ji Xian put down his work and pushed her into the inner room. It was already packed to the brim, but he managed to squeeze in some space. He pulled a nutritional supplement from his backpack stacked by the door and handed it to Chu Si, saying, "We don't have electricity for cooking right now, and the solar panels won't be installed until later. Just eat some of the nutritional supplements today, and we'll be able to cook normally tomorrow." Chu Si nodded. She wasn't really hungry, but a few nutritional supplements would help her stomach. Ji Xian climbed up again and pulled Chu Si's bouncy mat off. He then pulled a blanket from his bag and covered her with it, making a nest for her. "After you finish eating, sleep here. We focus on building the wall today, so there's nothing else you need to do." Chu Si saw that the work outside was almost done, so she nodded. After taking a couple of sips of the nutrient solution, she curled up under the blanket and began to doze off. It was a little cramped, but the cement house was incredibly warm. Even without the heater on, she didn't feel too cold inside. Ji Xian left and closed the bedroom door. After he and Fu Bowen finished building the 2 windows, they built a ladder and ascended directly to the roof. To shorten the construction of the bamboo house, Ji Xian had bought some quick hardening cement for the rooftop. While it was a bit expensive, it saved time. Ordinary cement takes 7 or 8 days to fully harden, but this high-performance cement only takes about 3 hours. This way, they could put up the roof tonight. Ji Xian climbed onto the roof and mixed the cement directly from there, while Fu Bowen stacked the bricks into several large bamboo buckets below. He would later climb back up and use ropes to lift the bricks up 1 bucket at a time. Both men worked very efficiently, finishing the entire rooftop area in less than 20 minutes. 2 layers, inside and out, dried, and the bamboo wall could be inserted directly inside. Then, cement could be poured into the gaps, and everything would be fine. During the 3 hours of waiting for the cement to harden, the 2 men were busy too. They could cut the bamboo wall to size, and the remaining material could be used to make a bamboo door for the storage room. The 2 worked until 11 o'clock in the evening, finally completing the sunroom. The solar panels were installed, and Ji Xian reconnected the wiring. The job was finally done. Chapter 231. Listening to the sounds of the two people working outside, Chu Xi not only didn't find it noisy, but actually slept soundly. The concrete house truly provided a sense of security that a bamboo house could never provide. Midnight, Chu Xi was startled awake by a painful roar. Recognizing Ji Xian's voice, her previously hazy mind quickly cleared. She hurried to turn on the light, but having just moved into this place, she didn't know where to find it. Chu Xi hurriedly turned on the flashlight on her watch and saw Ji Xian, his face flushed red, writhing on the other side of the bouncy mat. He clutched his clothes tightly with both hands, his expression agonized. Chu Xi, startled, rushed over to help him up and soothe his back. With a gut feeling that something was wrong, she quickly scooped up her coat from the quilt, draped it over Ji Xian, and headed out. This was clearly not something they could handle on their own. They had to go to the hospital. This was the first time she'd seen Ji Xian in this state, and it was impossible not to panic. But precisely because of this, she had to remain calm, at least to get him to the doctor safely. Chu Xi's mind raced. Could it be that he'd been overworked today, causing his body to collapse again? It wasn't impossible. Chu Xi hated herself for her carelessness. After Ji Xian was able to walk, she subconsciously treated him as healthy, not giving him a chance to recover. Now she regretted it deeply. Suddenly, she remembered the small sip of royal jelly Ji Xian had swallowed at noon. Chu Xi was almost certain that it was that had caused his condition to deteriorate so suddenly. Chu Xi, nearly suffocating with anger, couldn't hold back and slapped Ji Xian on the back, her voice trembling. I told you to eat without thinking, and now you almost killed me. How could he be so stable normally, but even more unreliable than her when it mattered most? Ji Xian lost his balance and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Xi was truly terrified, tears streaming down his face. Oh no, he's going to be beaten to death. Chu Xi regretted it so much, hoping nothing would happen, even if it meant he had to stay home forever. After spitting out the blood, Ji Xian finally regained his breath. He stood up, took a deep breath, and said, I'm fine. Let's go home. I need some water. Chu Xi's lips curled up. She couldn't control herself anymore and hugged Ji Xian, crying uncontrollably. Don't worry about the points. Let's go to the hospital. You can't just drink water. Woohoo. Ji Xian, I'm really just thirsty. He patted Chu Xi's arm, which was tightening around his neck. Chu Xi immediately understood and released the restraint. Ji Xian coughed twice, finally able to pull the string holding the little red fruit from his neck. He looked up at Chu Xi, who finally remembered that the hospital couldn't fix Ji Xian's genetic breakdown. The only solution was the special energy stone. She immediately helped Ji Xian back. Royal jelly couldn't be eaten, but applying it to the body was apparently effective. After they returned home, Chu Xi looked for water for Ji Xian to rinse his mouth, and he found the bag of royal jelly. Chu Xi ripped open the bag and was about to scoop some out to apply to him. Ji Xian was startled and quickly grabbed the bag, insisting he wouldn't waste it. Ji Xian said he felt much better, and he really did. Better than he ever felt before. He pulled out the red fruit from his neck and checked it with his watch. The energy level had dropped to 0. Royal jelly's benefits were indeed potent and quite powerful, but without the red fruit to save his life, it was clearly not appropriate to consume it again. Ji Xian felt a bit of a pity. He had a strong feeling that once he consumed all the royal jelly, his body would be back to peak condition. Of course, there was no rush. He would need a special energy stone to protect him next time he consumed it, and that didn't seem possible in the near future. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but miss the small red date he had exchanged for Zhang W 2 days ago. But these things were all opportunities. Because of that small red date, they now had the chance to move into the safe zone. It was hard to say which was more appealing. If he had the choice again, he would probably make the same choice. After all, he wasn't going to die anytime soon, but the opportunity to buy a house was probably even more rare than the royal jelly. Ji Xian carefully put the items away and said to Chu Xi, I buy a small freezer tomorrow just to store this stuff. Luckily, winter is approaching, and the temperatures will be very low. Royal jelly can be stored at room temperature for a few days without any problems, but for long-term storage, freezing it is naturally the most reliable option. This thing is his lifeline right now, and he can't afford to be careless. Chu Xi nodded. Buying a freezer isn't a problem, but she is still a little shaken. Someone who was desperate just now is really fine now. She was a little skeptical. Could it be that, luckily Ji Xian was strong enough? If he were in his last moments, he wouldn't last most of the night. It was almost 3 o'clock when Chu Si drifted back to sleep. Ji Xian turned off the alarm for her. At 4 o'clock in the morning, he hadn't had the heart to wake Chu Si. After all, Chu Si had stayed up half a wink to take care of her, so he was naturally extremely sleepy. But he could wait, but Fu Bowen couldn't. He'd finally gotten a day off, and if he got stood up, he'd probably go into a state of withdrawal. Ji Xian figured they weren't going to do anything else today, just go dig some bamboo shoots, and with Bowen around, it shouldn't be a problem, so he steeled himself and called Chu Si. Ji Xian couldn't help but think, if only they had a car, so Chu Si could rest during the journey. It turned out they didn't have one, so Fu Bowen actually managed to get a tricycle. Of course, Fu Bowen was forced to take it, since he was traveling with 2 other people, Zheng Siqian and Tian Hao. These 2 had previously worked for Ji Xian, and when they heard they could join him on this mission, they immediately followed him. Chapter 232. Chu Si and her family now lived in the West District, quite far from the base entrance. With Ji Xian and her walking speed, it would take them about 20 minutes to walk there. So right after waking up that morning, before Chu Si had a chance to properly appreciate her new home, Ji Xian stuffed her with a nutrient solution and dragged her out the door. Chu Si was still a little dazed, but after a sip of the ice-cold nutrient solution, her mind felt chilled to a halt. She quickly looked back and saw that the new home had been renovated almost completely. The outer walls had been built, and the attic on the roof had also been completed. A small 2-story house. So happy. Chu Si was so happy she felt like she was about to burst with joy. The new home had 2 plots of land, approximately 4 square meters in size, and a rooftop attic had been added, bringing the total area to 14 plus 4 plus 4 plus 14, for a total of 36 square meters. Chu Si was a little confused. If you calculated it that way, their new home didn't seem that big. Why had she previously had the illusion of living in a remote place? Never mind, she shook her head. After all, this was much better than those cubicles and basements Zhang Dabu had shown them. Seeing Chu Si still looking back, a silly smile occasionally playing on her lips, Ji Xian suppressed his anger and turned her head back. Watch the road carefully. I recorded a video of the house, and will send it to you later. There are still some areas that haven't been fixed yet, and will need to be fixed later. Chu Si's eyes lit up, and she nodded hurriedly. She had a nutrient supplement in her mouth, and didn't have time to empty it. She frantically tapped her watch, signaling Ji Xian to hurry up. Why did she still have to wait for someone to rush her? Ji Xian, helpless, resigned himself to his fate, and sent over several sets of photos and a video. Most of the photos were taken last night, in the dim light. He took photos of each area he renovated. The video was taken this morning, taking advantage of Chu Si's early morning dressing to walk around the house. Although the light was still dim, it was daytime after all, and the image quality was noticeably clearer than it had been the night before. Thinking of the last time they renovated the shantytown house, Chu Si was still out scavenging. She was so anxious to check on the progress of the renovations that she kept herself busy, constantly asking for videos and photos. With the previous experience, Ji Xian was smarter this time. He prepared everything in advance, and used it the moment he left the house, making sure his efforts weren't wasted at all. Ji Xian sighed inwardly, as if Chu Si had never let him down in this regard. Chu Si downed the remaining nutrient in a few gulps, then began to review the photos and videos Ji Xian had sent her. The photos, taken that evening, were simple, featuring only newly built brick walls, with some remnants of construction debris in the corners. But Chu Si didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, she felt extremely happy and content. Chu Si looked at the photo, her eyes gradually narrowing, a smile forming on her lips that she couldn't suppress. This was their first truly personal home in the Wasteland. While Chu Si naturally had feelings for the house in the shantytown, it was completely different from this one. Ultimately, it was just a place they borrowed from their former family. She smacked her lips. If that were the case, demolishing someone else's house before leaving seemed a bit ungrateful. Chu Si hurriedly shook her head, throwing her last remaining shred of conscience into the ground and burying it safely. She hoped it would flourish even more next year, but she also hoped it wouldn't rot. Chu Si clasped her hands together. Now she could only hope that her original self had successfully crossed over into her new body, where they could live a life of luxury and indulgence. Ji Xian grabbed him, and Chu Si looked up to see he nearly bumped into a wall around the corner. He frowned. If he could even bump into a wall while walking, what would happen if he encountered an emergency in the wild? Turn off the video, and walk carefully. Chu Si nodded silently, carefully glancing at Ji Xian's face. She had a bad feeling. The listening and five senses training Ji Xian had mentioned last time might have to be put on the agenda. Chu Xi still struggled to explain, but what could she say? Explain that she'd been so focused because she was atonement with her original self? Forget it. That wouldn't necessarily be any better than extra training. The rest of the journey was silent. 5 or 6 minutes later, they finally spotted Fu Bowen and 2 familiar young men waiting at the base entrance. The 2 guys knew it was a bit unkind of them to join the team on short notice, but with a rare day off and a chance like this, they naturally had to thicken their skin and follow along. Besides, they weren't outsiders. They all been Captain Ji's men before, so they knew each other well. Captain Ji wouldn't mind. Of course, Ji Xian didn't mind. They were indeed familiar with each other. These 2 were the ones who had helped Chu Xi transport the mutant mantises with Fu Bowen. The taller one was Jing Sikin. The darker complexioned, shorter one was Tian Hao. While they didn't mind, they were just going to the bamboo collection site to dig up some bamboo shoots, not go hunting. Why would they have to form a group? Even more outrageous, they even rented a tricycle in advance. You know, now that 5 people were a team, the cost of renting a car couldn't be shouldered by just 1 or 2 people, so they had to come up with a reason. Jung Sikin coughed lightly. Could he say they heard Fu Bowen brag before? That following Chu Xi made it much easier to encounter mutant beasts, so they wanted to test her monster-pulling abilities this time? That obviously wouldn't work, otherwise, they'd probably be skinned alive by Team G. So, they could only say they were all here to collect bamboo shoots. After all, bamboo shoots are so large, and if they dug up some, carrying them back wouldn't be easy, it would be better to just drive. Tian Hao, listening nearby, felt embarrassed. Were they playing Team G for a fool? Everyone knew how difficult it was to collect mutant bamboo shoots, and yet, they were still using a car? How many did they even plan to collect? Thankfully, Team G was considerate, and didn't confront them directly, so the matter was left as it was. Several people sat in the car, with Fu Bowen driving in front. Soon, the car drove out of the shantytown. 4:30 was the time when most people were out scavenging, and a huge crowd formed in front. The scene was spectacular, even more outrageous than a whole village rushing to grab free eggs. The people in front were difficult to disentangle, so the car drove slowly at first. Once they slowly inched past the first wave of people, they accelerated and, with a whoosh, left the people behind them far behind. Chu Xi took a deep breath. This was the thrill of driving in the wilderness. Chu Xi stood at the front of the car, feeling the wind blowing through her hair, feeling the freedom and openness of her mind. Ji Xian pulled her down, took his hood from his backpack, and put it on her. Actually, Chu Xi's behavior was very dangerous in the wilderness. Simply showing her head outside would make her a target for many mutant birds. Even if they had little interest in her, they would be tempted to poke at her. Chapter 233. The feeling of free flight was instantly robbed by the merciless headgear. Chu Xi was stunned for a moment, a mixture of emotions. Even if her headgear was away filling royal jelly containers, Ji Xian's headgear would continue its duties. It seemed the headgear sister's fate was unavoidable. Chu Xi continued to sit in the truck bed in boredom. The other 2 wanted to laugh, but dared not, mainly because Chu Xi's headgear was so unsightly. Ji Xian didn't care. He was very happy if Chu Xi's safety factor could be improved a little. Everything else was just empty talk. He clicked on the map on his watch. They should be arriving in about 15 minutes. He had thought they would be the first to arrive, but just as they turned the corner, they saw another tricycle. Chu Xi's pupil shrank. Emperor of Europe. Oh my! She felt a strong sense of crisis. If something bad happened, with the Emperor of Europe suppressing them, they didn't know if they could earn enough money to pay for the fare today. Besides Chu Xi, the other 2 people in the car also knew Oh Huang. Tian Hao asked in surprise, "Did Jiang Yu join the serious mercenaries?" Chu Xi's heart trembled again. Serious mercenaries? What a coincidence! Oh Huang really was her antagonist. He already tried to trick her the first time they met, and now he even joined the enemy camp. Jun Sikin shook his head. No, he's probably just out on a mission like us, but rumors suggest he's definitely interested in joining a mercenary group. Because of his incredible luck, several smaller mercenary groups have actually offered him olive branches. But he's got high standards, so he's probably eyeing the top ones. Chu Xi pricked up his ears, listening to the gossip. A bit confused, he couldn't help but ask directly, is it difficult to join the mercenary group? Ji Xian was the most qualified person to answer this question, having interviewed new mercenaries before. It's not difficult. As long as you have a decent physique and meet all the physical requirements, you can become a junior mercenary. From there, it's a promotion system. The strong move up, and the weak moved down. Chu Xi nodded. This was expected, but... Then Ji Xian continued, but Jiang Yu clearly doesn't want a junior mercenary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time cultivating his lucky charm. At this point, he glanced at Chu Xi again. Some things are better when done too much. Not to mention that many high-ranking officials don't particularly believe in this. Compared to those so-called children of destiny, they prefer conspiracy theories. To them, every coincidence can be calculated. Otherwise, where would their efforts be? So, Jiang Yu's method of entry might even have a counterproductive effect. Chu Xi nodded, deeply agreeing. No, she secretly glared at Ji Xian. Just talk, can you stop staring at me? The implication was too obvious. The other two nodded in agreement. This was probably why the major powers hadn't taken action yet. After all, in this era, there was no need for a national advisor to rally the people. Sending someone like him in might actually be a nuisance. Of course, if this person were recruited by another mercenary group, everyone could still try to take advantage of the opportunity. But all in all, while Jiang Yu's approach had its flaws, since he was able to appear with the members of the serious mercenary group today, it seemed like he was likely on track to achieve his goal. Zheng Sikin and the others couldn't help but feel a little envious. At least they caught the eye of those important figures the moment they entered. As long as no major problems arose, their future would be smooth sailing. But as for them, those lowly, junior mercenaries, who knew how long they have to serve. Sigh, before they could finish their lament, the car stopped. Chu Xi looked ahead, and what met his eyes was a lush green that stretched into the clouds. The scene was breathtaking. A single bamboo was so large that 2 or 3 people could hug it. There weren't just a few, but a whole expanse of bamboo. The others got out of the car. Fu Bo unlocked it, activated the alarm, and everyone else headed into the mountains, carrying their tools. For the first time, Chu Xi had the illusion of entering a world of immortal cultivation. She even wondered if the spiritual energy in this world had revived, but humans hadn't yet mastered its use. Chu Xi's spirit was still floating in the sky when she was startled back by the sound of fighting ahead. Fu Bowen walked forward a bit, then turned back. The serious mercenaries are hunting a group of mutant bamboo rats. Should we avoid them? As he spoke, Bowen naturally looked at Ji Xian, but before Ji Xian could say anything, Zheng Sikin and Tian Hao both gasped. Ever since news of the discovery of a special energy stone at this bamboo forest gathering point leaked, it's become a must-see for hunting teams. While there are many mutant bamboo rats in this mountainous area, they all have their own family territories. Logically, the rats in this area should have been hunted down long ago. I didn't expect Jiang Yu and his team to find a whole nest of mutant bamboo rats to hunt upon their arrival. What the heck? This is excellent monster pulling skills. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but look at Chu Xi with anticipation. Chu Xi, don't look at me, I can't do it. She had already figured out that these two were just trying to use her to catch mutant bamboo rats today, but she really couldn't do it today. She was outclassed. Without a second thought, Ji Xian told Fu Bowen, go away. After all, the area was so large, there was no need to offend the serious mercenaries. Besides, Ji Xian had always remembered they were here to dig bamboo shoots, so which piece of land wouldn't be good? And so, Chu Xi's expectations were truly fulfilled. They dug there all morning, and not only did they fail to attract a single mutant bamboo rat, but they also couldn't detect a single edible bamboo shoot. This was a huge loss. Chu Xi finally realized how exhausting it was to dig for bamboo shoots. Occasionally, he'd find a bulge, indicating the shoot beneath was usually about half a meter underground. After finally digging the soil, he'd check his watch and see high radiation levels. But the bulges were rare, so the group had to rely on experience, using information like the direction of the bamboo's growth and the direction of its roots to determine its location. They had to dig in formation, going at least a meter underground. After finally finding one after much painstaking effort, they checked their watch and see ding. High radiation levels, not recommended for consumption. Ding again, checking again, ding. High radiation levels, not recommended for consumption. Ding again, checking again, ding. High radiation levels, not recommended for consumption. Really, it wasn't enough. After digging just 5 or 6 shoots, Chu Xi felt like he was going to collapse, not to mention that they already dug at least 10 this morning. This drained not only their energy, but also their physical strength. During lunch, Tian Hao looked at Fu Bowen in confusion, feeling that he had been deceived by this guy before. How could this be a koi? Oh right, he suddenly realized that when Fu Bowen said she was a black koi, it turned out that this was the meaning of black. Chapter 234. After lunch, the group sat down in the shade to rest. Ji noticed that the others looked a little listless, presumably after a morning of fruitless work, so he asked, "Does anyone else want to dig bamboo shoots this afternoon?" Chusi certainly wanted to. After all, a bamboo shoot was so large, if they could dig just one, their trip would be a bountiful harvest. But Chusi was also a little hesitant. After a whole morning's torture, even she felt the chances of collecting edible shoots were slim. Chusi looked up at the others, and saw them looking at her nervously. She instantly understood that these people had joined their group so eagerly because of her monster-pulling abilities. Since they had no hope of digging bamboo shoots in the first place, they naturally didn't want to waste their time on it. Fu Bowen and the other two looked away, apparently having dug their fill. Chusi waved her hand. "Forget it then," she said. At worst, she and Ji Xian could come back alone later. If they could dig, they'd profit. If they couldn't, forget it. Now she wasn't annoying anymore. Seeing Chusi shake her head, Fu Bowen, Zheng Sik-hin, and Tian Hao immediately followed suit. They finally had a day off. Even if they couldn't catch the mutant bamboo rat, they couldn't waste their time digging in the ground. Besides, they rented an electric tricycle, a significant investment. They had to recoup their money by the afternoon. Ji Xian nodded. He naturally seen through the boys' intentions, but since there were no mutant beasts to fight, they didn't want to team up to dig bamboo shoots. So, he simply declared the afternoon free for everyone to do their own thing. If they encountered any mutant beasts, they could just use their watches to call for help. Several people nodded repeatedly. At this point, it seemed that separating was undoubtedly the best option. There were actually quite a few things in the bamboo forest, but the chances of finding anything edible were quite low. If everyone searched separately, the chances of finding something would be greater. When they went it alone, everything they got was naturally theirs. With a bit of luck, they might even find a mutant bamboo worm, a rare high-protein food. Walking toward the river, they might even find bamboo fungus. Those mushrooms were delicious, but unfortunately, they weren't very filling. If they spent time searching specifically for that thing, they might as well just honestly examine the bamboo leaves. While they weren't very filling, they were more technically demanding. They were everywhere in the trees, and if they spent an afternoon examining them, they definitely yield something. However, one good thing about bamboo fungus is that it's reasonably priced. If you manage to dig some, you can take them to the base and sell them for some points. After the meeting, the group rested for a while before heading back into the forest. If they hadn't harvested anything this morning, their time would have been wasted. They were under immense pressure this afternoon, as otherwise, they wouldn't even earn enough points to rent a tricycle. After the three men left, Ji Xian picked up his hoe and pulled Chusi along. "Let's go! We dig bamboo shoots this afternoon." Chusi was delighted and quickly agreed. "Let's head towards the stream. I noticed there weren't many bamboo shoots there this morning, so there shouldn't be many people there. Maybe we can find some that have already bulged out of the ground, which would save us from digging." Ji Xian nodded. He didn't know much about digging bamboo shoots, so he simply followed Chusi's lead. After walking along the stream, the two of them actually found 3 newly emerged bamboo shoots. Unfortunately, they were still highly radioactive, so none of them were edible. They bravely dug 2 more from the ground, but they still couldn't eat them. Chusi couldn't help but feel discouraged. This wasn't a human job. These little devils were just like those scumbag men who only cared about making her pay. No, they were even worse than scumbags. When people fish, they at least know how to give a little something in return, but now, all they done is pay, and there's not a single positive response from the scumbag bamboo shoots. She felt discouraged and sat in the pit, unable to dig anymore. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh. This was just the beginning. Chusi hadn't taken the beatings of society often enough. Today, she just wanted to get a big payout, but when she didn't get what she expected, she couldn't accept it. Don't you see? With so many scavengers, there's always a time of year when they're unlucky. They can go out for days, and not find even a single edible leaf. Wouldn't that make them die of frustration? Thankfully, Chusi, after lying on the ground for a while, perked herself up. She stopped digging for bamboo shoots, and looked for something else. Chusi glanced around, and saw a patch of reeds in the wetland not far away. The reeds were incredibly tall, almost 7 or 8 meters tall, each one as thick as sugarcane. Chusi nimbly climbed out of the pit, pointed there, and said to Ji Xian, "I heard reed roots are edible, and have heat-clearing and diuretic properties. Let's go dig some." Ji Xian frowned. Yes, they can, but reeds are perennials, and their roots are so heavily laden with radioactive substances that they're unlikely to be edible. We could try the newly sprouted asparagus, though. That's edible, too. Chu Si nodded quickly. Asparagus would be fine, too. Judging by the sturdiness of the reeds, the asparagus they dug would probably be the size of modern bamboo shoots. The thought amused Chu Si. Didn't this mean they were achieving the same goal? It's just that the environment there was more complex. Unlike bamboo, the reeds had larger gaps between them, so they could generally detect any problems immediately. The reeds grew in clusters, and they could only see the outermost layer. They had no idea if there were any mutant snakes or the like inside. But thankfully, they had the mutant spider. They could send it out to investigate. Chu Si fondly stroked the little black egg in her hand. It was exactly what she wanted. She couldn't help but suggest to Ji Xian, let's buy another spider. It's really useful. Sometimes, I feel like one isn't enough detection range. Ji Xian calmly touched his watch. He couldn't afford it right now. He didn't have enough points. As for energy stones, they were essential consumables for Chu Si right now, and he wanted to keep some on hand for peace of mind. Seeing Chu Si's expectant eyes, he could only reluctantly promise, after a while. After a while, when I have more money, but it probably won't happen this year. Chu Si nodded, not getting the hint from Ji Xian, blissfully assuming it really would just be a while. She steered the spider quickly down into the reed marsh across from her. Walking a little further in, the screen was filled with reed stalks, nothing else visible. Chu Si carefully maneuvered the spider upwards, but after only a short while, she came face to face with the large head of a mutant pheasant. Chu Si cried out in shock, but luckily she reacted in time, tightly shutting her mouth. The next moment, she hurriedly maneuvered Spiderling to the ground to avoid being attacked by the mutant pheasants. While the chances of Spiderling being attacked were slim, given his chameleon-like abilities, the mutant pheasant's diet probably didn't include such creatures, but what if he was just being rude? Ji Xian silently gave her a thumbs up beside her. Chu Si smiled widely. This was the first time she had ever formally accepted Ji Xian's praise. Her hands reacted faster than her brain, snapping a photo. Then she began to admire the scene to herself. Ji Xian's face darkened. He blocked Chu Si's screen with his hand, looking at her with a dangerous look in his eyes. Did you forget Spiderling is still on scouting duty? Chu Si, Not wanting to forget, she quickly switched back to the watch screen and maneuvered Spiderling to another area, finding only 2 mutant pheasants there. Chu Si hesitated a little. Just 2 mutant pheasants. Do we still need to call for help? After all, it's not like they haven't killed them before, and they killed a group of them. Chapter 235. Ji Xian pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided to call Bo One and the other 2 over. The situation now was different from the peanut collecting spot. Last time, there were no outsiders there, so they could slowly but surely fight their way through using guerrilla warfare. But that wasn't going to work now. There were too many people here, and many were hoping to steal the monsters. If they made any noise, it would inevitably attract others. If they could spare them even one monster, they'd be lucky. It would be better to just call their team over and save them the trouble. The other 3 reacted quickly. Within moments of Ji Xian's message, they found their way to the location. There was nothing they could do. The situation here was simply too bad. The bamboo leaf collecting spot had become a hotspot lately. Forget about bamboo worms, they were barely even able to get bamboo leaves of the right height. The others were already exhausted from collecting bamboo leaves, and were hoping for a comeback at Chu Si's place. To their surprise, one actually happened. So, naturally, their response speed was extremely fast, fearing they would arrive too late and the chickens would follow someone else. Ji Xian looked around. Since everyone was already there was no need to wait any longer. Tackling 2 adult mutant pheasants would indeed require some strategy if it were just him and Chu Si, but with 3 other mercenaries, all equipped with wooden arsenals, there was no need for any strategy at all. If they couldn't even confront them head-on, then there was basically no point in continuing. After securing their position, the 5 of them charged in with their weapons. Ji Xian and Chu Si still primarily used bows and crossbows, but this time, they had upgraded their crossbows, using arrowheads made from the same material they obtained from their previous hunt for mutant pheasants. Their lethality was undoubtedly far greater. Even so, these mutant pheasants weren't so easy to kill. Crossbows and wooden cannonballs could penetrate their defenses, but they only managed to poke holes, not inflict fatal damage. Ji Xian and his team, thanks to the anesthetic in their arrows, could simply wait for the mutant pheasant to collapse once their defenses were breached. However, Fu Bowen and his team didn't have any special tranquilizer bullets, so their only option was to kill them. However, the mutant pheasant's brains were extremely agile, making a direct headshot with a wooden cannonball difficult. They had no choice but to disable their mobility first. It was precisely because of this that their hunting progress with wooden cannonballs wasn't as fast as Ji Xian and his 2 crossbowmen. Bang! Ji Xian turned and saw Tian Hao's wooden cannonball strike the mutant pheasant squarely on its leg bone. Ji Xian nodded in satisfaction. Shoot this spot with your cannon again. That break the mutant pheasant's leg. Tian Hao nodded excitedly, and then, with a bang, the cannon shot, missed the target. Tian Hao's expression froze, and he glanced at Ji Xian furtively. Oh no, his expression was already turning cold. Tian Hao's heart couldn't help but feel a little panicked, as if he accidentally run a red light in front of the examiner during his driving test. His license was clearly on the line, but he couldn't muster the nerve. He took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and finally landed the desired strike. The mutant pheasant's body lurched, losing its balance. Tian Hao's face lit up with joy. At that moment, with a whoosh, a shot flew from the side, piercing the pheasant's eye and penetrating its brain. The mutant pheasant dead. Tian Hao, His expression was a bit dazed, and he glanced back at Fu Bowen in disbelief. What a jerk! He finally had a chance to turn things around, to redeem himself in Instructor Ji's eyes, but he ended up doing someone else a disservice. Fu Bowen, smug and boastful, ran over to Ji Xian. Brother Xian, how's it going? My marksmanship hasn't deteriorated, has it? Ji Xian nodded. It was indeed good. His timing was spot on, his strikes decisive, and he definitely improved. Tian Hao, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Chu Ci looked at him, and unconsciously added a line to his lyrics. You don't understand my sorrows. They're things you haven't experienced. Unable to bear watching the young man continue to despair, she offered, should we start the corpse-finding phase? Sure enough, as soon as she said that, whatever mushroom cloud had seemed to be dissolving into a March spring scene. Tian Hao's brilliant white teeth were blindingly bright, and Chu Ci couldn't help but ask, how about you go? Tian Hao shook his head like a rattle, startling the others. Fortunately, that brat Tian Hao was sensible enough not to ruin the chickens they finally killed. The commotion had been quite a commotion, and Ji Xian didn't let them continue. He assigned the job to Chu Ci. Just kidding, he wouldn't even dare take over corpse-finding work at home, so he certainly couldn't let those nasty hands get in on the action. Chu Ci tested both mutant pheasants, and both showed high levels of radiation. As expected, she had anticipated this. Fortunately, the others didn't hold out much hope for the meat from the 2 mutant pheasants, so Fu Bowen hurriedly urged, Chu Ci, hurry up. Can you see if you can find the energy stone? Chu Ci, after all this, no one's willing to come out and perform a laparotomy? A bunch of grown men are just standing there watching. How can you be so ashamed? Chu Ci really wronged them all. Wasn't this meant to minimize interference? Without help, she had no choice but to do it herself. In the end, the 2 chickens produced 3 energy stones, which made everyone overjoyed. It was a huge win. While they were still basking in their joy, Chu Ci reached out and caught a piece of white flock. At its body temperature, it quickly melted into water. She was startled, it's snowing. Ji Xian looked up, and sure enough, a flurry of snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Chu Ci stared blankly upwards. Was winter coming? Ji Xian grabbed Chu Ci, who was still lost in thought, and immediately took shelter under the shade of a tree. When she recovered, she noticed everyone's faces were grim. Indeed, in the wasteland, no one liked rain and snow, as it contained a lot of highly radioactive substances. Getting caught in it wasn't just harmful to the human body. The nourishment of rain and snow would significantly reduce the chances of detecting edible plants among the mutated plants, so how could anyone possibly enjoy them? Even though the rain was crystal clear and the snowflakes were pure and beautiful, like the most lively spirits in the world. Chapter 236. Chu Ci stayed under the shade of a tree, watching the snowflakes fall outside. Fu Bowen and the others were busy processing the mutant pheasant's corpse. Besides the energy stone, valuable items like the pheasant's feathers, hard beak, and claws needed to be collected. Chu Ci's role in the team was like a mascot. After she finished cleaning the corpse, she naturally didn't need to do the rest of the work. She quietly tugged at Ji Xian's skirt and whispered, hurry, hurry. While they're finishing their kill, let's go gather some asparagus. Fu Bowen and the other 2 were teammates when hunting mutants, but when it came to gathering asparagus, they had clearly become competitors with her and Ji Xian. She noticed during the pheasant hunt just now that there were still plenty of asparagus. This was all our food. We couldn't let anyone else grab it all. Ji Xian glanced at the nervous little head resting on his shoulder, then at the 3 people nearby who were still struggling to peel the chicken skin. A smile curled up, And in a good mood, he reached out and adjusted Chu-Si's radiation-proof cloak. "Let's go!" With that, the two of them walked into the snow. Fu Bowen looked at the two men with a touch of envy. He wished he had a radiation-proof cloak too. They had noticed the numerous bamboo shoots sprouting from the reeds while hunting pheasants earlier. If it hadn't snowed, they would have joined the inspection long ago. After all, inspecting asparagus was better than plucking bamboo leaves. Alas, it snowed, and they had to regretfully forego such a beautiful patch of asparagus. After all, snow carries so much radiation that those without radiation protection gear would be best advised to avoid spending as much time outdoors as possible. Chu-Si glanced back cautiously. Fortunately, she and Ji Xian hadn't made much noise when they left, and hadn't yet alerted Fu Bowen, Zheng Sikin, or Tian Hao. Chu-Si hurriedly called out to Ji Xian, "Hurry up, or they be here to take it from us soon." Ji Xian smiled and nodded. "We have to hurry. It's such a large area after all." He looked at his watch. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and they had to return before 4:30. Even the two of them might not be able to finish the inspection. Chu-Si bent down and broke off a bamboo shoot. The bottom was covered in purple skin, and the top was covered in green fangs. One was as thick as a wrist. Chu-Si examined the cross-section, and found it was still very fleshy. She pinched it with her fingernails. It was very crisp and tender, and the broken end emanated a faint sweet fragrance. Very good. Chu-Si was very satisfied. It seemed she had indeed found a good substitute for bamboo shoots. Besides, asparagus is so easy to dig. No digging required, and no foraging experience is needed. Many shoots have already sprouted, some reaching Chu-Si's calf height. They're still in their tender stages, and they're incredibly fragrant. Seeing so much asparagus in the reed marsh, Chu-Si couldn't help but wonder, there's as much here as in the bamboo forest, so why doesn't it seem like so many people come here to collect it? Ji Xian explained to Chu-Si as he conducted his own tests, "That's perfectly normal. Remember, there were 2 mutant pheasants here before. Ordinary scavengers, without detectors, wouldn't dare venture into such a severely restricted area. As for the hunting teams, their targets were very clear. Most of them went straight for the bamboo rats, not bothering to explore these hidden corners. After all, the bamboo rat burrows on the mountain were enough to keep them busy." Chu-Si nodded in understanding. Indeed, if she were alone out scavenging, she certainly wouldn't approach a place like this, especially since it was near a water source, where there were likely many small mutant animals hiding. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but become more cautious. After all, they had only killed the 2 mutant pheasants. There were probably still snakes, insects, rats, and ants inside. Chu-Si pulled her hood down, trying to wrap herself more tightly. No, the hood she was wearing was Ji Xian's. Chu-Si turned around, thinking of the blood Ji Xian had vomited last night or this morning. She decided to return the hood to him. After all, he was still in good health, so he wouldn't take up any patient resources. When Chu-Si turned around and saw a Zongzi, she silently turned her head back. As expected, your brother Xian is still your brother Xian. This situation was no big deal to Ji Xian. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chu-Si was immediately delighted upon hearing the notification. After a day, her little koi finally decided to go home. After a day of stress, she had thought she'd be completely food-free for the day. Ji Xian turned around and gave Chu-Si a thumbs up. His testing speed was much faster than Chu-Si's, and he had already left her far behind. Yet, Ji Xian still hadn't detected a single edible mutant asparagus. It seemed Chu-Si would be the one to support the family from now on. He was, at best, just a thug. Ji Xian felt like laughing. He had never imagined his future destiny would be like this, but on reflection, it seemed pretty good. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Chu-Si was so happy, he threw the arm-length asparagus into his backpack and moved on to testing the next one. Ji Xian raised an eyebrow. It seemed he accurately located her. Chu-Si had been wasting time for a while, when she suddenly realized something was amiss. She stood up and looked under the shade of the tree. Fu Bowen and the other two were long gone. What was going on? How could she not know that the Wastelanders were so polite? Did they know they discovered this place first, and were avoiding suspicion? Impossible. Chu-Si dismissed this speculation herself. It seemed that when it came to food, the Wastelanders were never generous, they always fought for it. Chu-Si sauntered over to Ji Xian, and pointed at the shade where they had been. Ji Xian had anticipated the trio's departure. Since they couldn't come this way, they could only venture into the bamboo forest to scavenge for scraps. After all, their chances of scavenging were limited, so they naturally had to seize the present moment. Jixian checked the time. It was almost 3:30. There was no time for explanation. He simply broke off a stalk of asparagus and handed it to Chu Xi. Chu Xi instantly understood. Those people wouldn't pose any safety risks anyway, so what was she doing with the rest? They didn't have the luxury of worrying about anyone else right now. She immediately tested the asparagus. Ting! Low radiation mutation, edible. Chu Xi, cherished the present. Jixian looked at his hands, his expression momentarily bewildered. Unconvinced, he broke off another asparagus and handed it to Chu Xi. Although Chu Xi looked puzzled, he still obediently tested it. Ting! High radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption. Chu Xi tossed the asparagus aside and tested the next one. Jixian also calmed down, quickly drawing his sword and testing. Ting! High radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption. Ting! High radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption. Jixian, calm down. Chapter 237. Chu Xi also had a top-tier, high radiation mutation. She silently shifted her position, sensing that the magnetic field here might not be compatible with her, so she simply ran back to her previous area. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation, recommended for moderate consumption. Chu Xi's smile had barely crept onto her lips when Jixian straightened up. She immediately barked, "Everyone has their own area, stay out of here." Jixian was speechless. Did he really dislike him so much? Besides, he wasn't planning on moving, he just wanted to stand up and stretch his back after squatting for too long. Chu Xi didn't care, she felt their current distance was the perfect distance. Staring at Chu Xi's fierce gaze, Jixian felt helpless and obediently squatted down to continue monitoring. Ding! Low radiation mutation, edible. Jixian, Instantly, he felt a sense of pride, though he wasn't such a naive person. Chu Xi, low-level radiation mutation. Was she being slapped in the face by reality? Chu Xi swore sincerely that if this was reality teaching her a lesson, she hoped to swell up her face. Jixian tapped his watch, and Chu Xi immediately put all his thoughts aside and sped up his movements. Ding! High-level radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption. Ding! High-level radiation mutation, not recommended for consumption. Suddenly, Chu Xi paused. Why did some of the reed leaves in this patch seem to be wilting? He hadn't noticed before because the mutant reeds were so tall and dense, and the leaves close to the ground were already a bit yellow, so even a wilting would be hard to see. Rodent bite marks? Could it be a bamboo rat? Chu Xi, feeling somewhat elated, hurriedly called Jixian over. Jixian came over to examine the bite marks, which were relatively fresh, perhaps only a day old at most. He then used a shovel to dig beneath a wilted reed. Chu Xi exclaimed in surprise, "A dog hole?" No, it was a cave the size of a dog hole. Jixian surveyed the direction of the cave, stood up, and said to Chu Xi, "Go over there, and see if there are any exposed caves." He then headed in the opposite direction. Soon, Chu Xi discovered what looked like a cave entrance. It looked like a cave entrance, but outside it lay a pile of dirt, mixed with some fine grass leaves. Jixian came over to take a look. He scooped up some dirt, it looked fresh, as if it had been stolen. He nodded and said, "This is it." After a moment's thought, he said to Chu Xi, "Put the little spider in first, and see how many mutants there are. If there aren't many, we can handle them directly. If there are more, call Bowen and the others back." Chu Xi nodded, and immediately summoned the little mechanical spider. It slowly crawled along the entrance into the cave. After consulting the map, it crawled about 16 or 17 meters before spotting a mutant bamboo rat sleeping in the cave. Jixian, "One? We can handle it ourselves. Get the little mechanical spider out." Chu Xi nodded, and then the screen went black. The image flickered, and a large tongue twirled the screen, causing it to spin. Chu Xi, startled, immediately turned off the little mutant spider. Be careful not to knock its legs off with its chomping. Jixian, eat it. It was a little tricky, but not a big deal. He controlled his watch, which occasionally emitted a cooing sound. Meanwhile, Jixian pulled Chu Xi back a little, aiming his crossbow at the cave entrance. Chu Xi, what? Can it work? She only had that one scout, and she was precious. She couldn't let him escape. Jixian nodded calmly. Those are the calls of mutant bamboo rats courting. The one inside must be a bachelor who recently left the herd. It wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The two waited outside for only a short while before Chu Xi saw a mutant bamboo rat, the size of a small pig, creeping out. As it emerged, It cautiously glanced around. Then, with a whoosh, Ji Xian's crossbow arrow blinded it. A sharp squeaking sound echoed, and the two men bolted from their hiding place. The bamboo rat had been blinded in one eye, its eye socket still pierced by an arrow. Moments later, the mutant bamboo rat collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Chu Xi froze. Was that the end? Just one arrow? This was the first time she witnessed such efficient hunting. Ji Xian walked over and yanked the crossbow bolt from the mutant bamboo rat's eye socket, drawing a splash of blood. The bamboo rat's body twitched uncontrollably. Ji Xian gestured to Chu Xi to inspect it, while he quickly began digging along the tunnel. From the little mechanical spiders roaming, he already knew where the mutant bamboo rat storage chamber was. It was mostly filled with mutant reed rhizomes, but at a glance, he thought he spotted half a ginseng stem, so he had to dig it up and take a look. Chu Xi took a drop of bamboo rat blood and dripped it onto her watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Woohoo! Edible, but unfortunately, a little small, nothing compared to the size of those mutant pheasants. Chu Xi slashed open the mutant bamboo rat's stomach with a knife. It was her usual corpse-picking routine. Sadly, there wasn't a single energy stone inside, but Chu Xi pulled out 2 black eggs. One was clearly her little mechanical spider, and the other was probably someone else's detector. It was probably just like what they had just done, caught off guard and swallowed by the bamboo rat. Those people were probably unlucky, having been succumbed to the bamboo rat in the end. Chu Xi held the 2 black eggs, looking incredibly beautiful. What do you call this? Fate brings us together. She excitedly handed the items to Ji Xian to see. Don't let it end up like the watch, where you can't keep it. Ji Xian took it, looked at it, and nodded, saying, put it aside for now. I reset it for you when we get home. Chu Xi immediately tucked the 2 little black eggs into her arms, and began digging with Ji Xian. After about 15 minutes, they finally uncovered the creature's storage hole. Ji Xian hurriedly reached inside and began searching. Sure enough, there was a half-eaten ginseng root. He took a deep breath and handed it to Chu Xi. Chu Xi swallowed. Although the ginseng had been violently excavated and many of its roots had been broken off, its overall size was still intact, and it had a strong medicinal aroma. When she held it in her hand, she immediately recognized it as the famous ginseng. Although only half was left, it was still the size of half a radish. She wiped the sweat from her hands and smeared a little ginseng juice on her watch. Ding! Moderate radiation mutation. Moderate consumption recommended. Wow! The two of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then ecstasy. Big win. Chapter 238. After Chu Xi and Ji Xian finally finished digging the bamboo rat nest, they checked the time and saw it was almost 4:20. They packed up their things and prepared to meet up with Fu Bowen and the others. Chu Xi looked around and saw that there was still a large patch of reeds that hadn't been tested. It felt a bit of a shame to leave like that. After all, the asparagus yield here was quite good. They had only worked for a short time that afternoon, but she had already found 8 edible asparagus spears, and Ji Xian had also found 2. Overall, it was quite good. Chu Xi couldn't help but feel a little reluctant, so he said to Ji Xian, "Shall we come back here tomorrow?" Ji Xian looked at the damp ground after the melted snow and shook his head. The harvest won't be as good if we come back later. If the snow doesn't melt, we can still harvest here for 2 more days, but the snow has already seeped into the soil, and after being absorbed by the reed roots overnight, tomorrow's harvest will definitely be significantly reduced. Besides, there's no time to waste. Tomorrow we go and raid the mutant squirrels' nests. Chu Xi hugged his backpack tightly. It felt heavy and secure. He nodded twice. Never mind. It looked like I wouldn't be able to harvest mutant asparagus this year. As the saying goes, asparagus is what I want, and mutant squirrels are what I want too. I can't have both, so I take the one with the larger stock. Chu Xi tapped his watch, set the coordinates for this location, and marked it as asparagus collection point. She swiped the map up and down. There were several other marks on it, such as fishing base, frills planting point, and peanut collection point. Now there was a new one added. Chu Xi nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Her territory will expand more and more in the future. Alas, Chu Xi felt a little regretful. It was a shame she couldn't locate the mutant jellyfish nest last time. Otherwise, she would have had another powerful weapon. That was the most cost-effective trip she had ever taken since she started scavenging. Although it seemed dangerous, the price she paid was really not that high. Chu Xi pondered for a moment. If she had stocked up on energy stones and dry food and explored the high radiation area, The rewards would be good. However, the problem of getting lost was not easy to solve. She glanced up at Ji Xian, deciding to insinuate the point. Chu Ci, grinning, ran over to Ji Xian and asked directly, "Brother Xian, when you're mercenaries, you occasionally have to take on missions into high radiation areas, right? Like that time you rescued me, but aren't positioning devices that difficult to use in high radiation areas? How did you figure out the route out?" Ji Xian looked up at Chu Ci, feeling so guilty he couldn't even meet his gaze. After a moment's reflection, Ji Xian knew what Chu Ci was up to. He stopped and said sternly, "Chu Ci, don't even think about going into high radiation areas." Ji Xian couldn't help but think of. After Chu Ci's disappearance, he couldn't tolerate her naivete anymore. Rage surged in his heart, and Ji Xian's eyes seemed to spark. He felt the panic and helplessness he felt then. Ji Xian pulled her close to him, and said in a dangerously low voice, "I told you before not to try this. Didn't you listen?" Chu Ci was startled. She hadn't expected Ji Xian's reaction to be so strong. His grip on her arm hurt. Chu Ci looked down, and saw that the veins on her hand were bulging. She nodded hurriedly, not daring to hesitate. Ji Xian knew he had frightened Chu Ci. He took a deep breath, released her arm, and after making sure no one was around, he continued, "I know you have a special body type that allows you to survive longer than an average person in that environment, but you must never underestimate the high radiation zone. The dangers there are far greater than you can imagine right now. You were saved earlier because you were lucky. After finding the energy stone, you walked back a distance. Although the signal there was still poor and intermittent, we still managed to locate you. But in high radiation zones, the magnetic field is extremely chaotic in many places, with no signal coverage at all. Electronic devices and compasses are useless. You can only rely on basic knife markings and your own keen observation. Even experienced mercenaries wouldn't guarantee complete safety. Do you think you can handle it?" Chu Ci shook her head honestly. She said she couldn't, but she had a strong feeling that she would most likely have to go in again, even if she didn't commit suicide. But could this be discussed? Chu Ci looked up at Ji Xian, her rage clearly barely suppressed. "Never mind, now wasn't the time to argue. Let's save our lives first." Chu Ci lowered her head to her feet, her demeanor so submissive that Ji Xian could only see the top of her head. No matter how furious he was, it seemed he couldn't win it. He glanced down at his watch, then reached out and took Chu Ci's hand, interlocking their fingers as they walked towards the tricycles. Chu Ci, what's going on? Did she miss something? Why are they holding hands all of a sudden? Chu Ci felt like she was going to explode. Her CPU exploded, and her face quickly flushed. What was going on? Were they confirmed? God knows. She only been teasing before, knowing the possibility was slim. But isn't it true that everyone wants to flirt when they see something attractive? Who would have thought Ji Xian was truly blind? Chu Ci was moved to tears. God knows, hard work pays off. Ji Xian had made up his mind. Without his protection, he felt Chu Ci would likely kill herself in no time. So, it was better to tie the knot. Ji Xian squeezed Chu Ci's hand tightly, and Chu Ci blinked. Should I respond? Ji Xian led her hand, striding forward. Chu Ci wanted to tiptoe for a kiss, but she couldn't find the chance despite searching all the way. Then, from a distance, she saw Fu Bowen and the other two waiting by the car. Chu Ci sighed inwardly. What a shame. Forget it. Whose loss was it? Seeing the two interlocked hands, the three guarding the car exchanged glances. Fu Bowen approached with a sly look of surprise, asking, "What's going on? Brother Xian, are you declaring your sovereignty?" Ji Xian raised the hand holding Chu Ci's. "Call me sister-in-law from now on." Chu Ci's inner world was screaming like a groundhog. She desperately wanted to pat Ji Xian on the shoulder and say, "From now on, I pick up scraps and support you." The three men chuckled and addressed Chu Ci directly, "Sister-in-law." Chu Ci smacked her lips, feeling the taste wasn't right. She still preferred being called Big Brother. Ji Xian helped the man into the car. Fu Bowen, grinning, pulled out his backpack and pulled out a palm-length mutant bamboo worm. It was plump and white. He couldn't resist showing it off. Zheng Sikan and Tian Hao couldn't help but roll their eyes. It's not over yet, is it? It was only in there a short time ago. They couldn't help but feel a little jealous. They had spent the same afternoon wandering the bamboo forest, but all they had harvested was 1 or 2 mutant bamboo leaves, while Fu Bowen had managed to get an edible mutant bamboo worm. What a difference! Seeing the bulging backpacks in Chu Ci and Ji Xian's arms, Zheng Sikan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Xian, you and your wife found a lot of asparagus, didn't you? I think the bags are bulging." Ji Xian, not bad, we even got an edible mutant bamboo rat. Too bad, there's no energy stone left. The other three, Jealousy has made me look completely different. Ji Xian glanced at the sky. Seeing the snow was starting to stop, he hurriedly urged, Alright, let's go. The snow's almost stopping. Don't let it start again soon. Chapter 239. Several people nodded quickly. This was serious business. Before leaving, they broke off some bamboo leaves. Fu Bowen drove in front, while the others in the back wove several large hats out of the leaves and each wore one. While the radiation protection wasn't great, it was better than having snow fall directly on them. Zheng Sikin said, Boss, the 3 energy stones the mutant pheasant produced are 1D grade with 679 energy points, 1E grade with 432 energy points, and 1 F grade with 108 energy points. Boss, we can exchange them directly for points in the mercenary group. We can then directly transfer your and your sister-in-law's points to you. Is that okay with you? Chu Xi was about to shake his head when Ji Xian shook his hand. Ji Xian then nodded, okay. Of course, they wanted the energy stones, as they were more cost-effective. However, ordinary people would simply exchange them for points after obtaining them. They couldn't do the opposite. He didn't want to reveal any of Chu Xi's specialness. Seeing Ji Xian's agreement, Zheng Sikin continued, As for the other materials related to the mutant pheasant, we bring them to you all after we process them back at base. Chu Xi nodded. This was a good idea. It saved them the trouble of returning home. Last time, she boiled several basins of water to scald the chicken feathers. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, Fu Bowen suddenly remembered that the points for hunting the mutant bird had been transferred, but he hadn't transferred them to Chu Xi yet. Fu Bowen didn't have Chu Xi as a friend. He took off his watch and handed it to Ji Xian. Brother Xian, add me as your sister-in-law's friend. The points for the mutant bird have been transferred. I transfer them. Ji Xian nodded, controlled his watch to add the 2 of them as friends, and then handed the watch back to Fu Bowen. Chu Xi was a bit surprised. She assumed Fu Bowen would transfer the points directly to Ji Xian, given their close relationship and her family background. Little did she know, however, that was the rule of the Wasteland. Hunting trophies were always tied together, whoever owned them got them. Once the points were in your hands, you were free to transfer them to whomever you chose. Chu Xi thought this was a good idea. Everyone's human rights were now protected. Fu Bowen transferred the points, and Chu Xi saw a total of 218. She transferred 160 to Ji Xian, as she'd been renovating her house recently, and needed to use the points quite a bit. Hearing the transfer notification, Ji Xian glanced down and tightened his grip on Chu Xi's hand. Great. The family had the funds for a freezer. He had to keep the mutant royal jelly safe. If anything went wrong due to improper storage, he regretted to death. So, even though the freezer wasn't particularly cost-effective right now, he decided to prioritize it. Because it snowed today, the scavengers had generally left a while earlier. The roads were filled with scavengers wearing conical hats. Fortunately, it wasn't as crowded as it had been when they just left the base that morning. While the flow was heavy, it wasn't yet congested. The car rattled along the road, a bit slowly, but still much faster than walking. Chu Xi tilted his head and glanced ahead. Wasn't that the tricycle that Oh Huan was riding? After a moment's thought, Chu Xi quickly stood up and nudged Fu Bowen in the back. Drive faster. Catch up to the car ahead. We're close. Let's see if Oh Huan can ward off the disaster. Fu Bowen was a little confused. Why did they have to catch up to the car ahead? They weren't very familiar with the members of the serious mercenaries. Suddenly, everyone's wristwatch beeped. Chu Xi looked down, puzzled. Severe weather warning, orange hail alert? Chu Xi didn't need to urge him now. Fu Bowen automatically revved the electric car to full power. Chu Xi noticed that everyone in the car looked extremely unhappy. Chu Xi, what does orange alert mean? Ji Xian sighed. Hail the size of a fist. Chu Xi's breath caught in her throat, and she felt like she was choking. Is fist-sized hail considered hail? That's a lost meteor, rushing to destroy the world? She hugged her backpack tightly. If she really couldn't make it, she would just hold it against her head. With all the asparagus inside, at least the hail wouldn't hit her head. Seeing her nervousness, Ji Xian pointed to the mutant chicken skin piled in the corner of the truck bed. It's okay. If we run out of time, we spread that mutant chicken skin out. You sit in the middle, and you be fine. Fu Bowen, Zheng Sikin, and Tian Hao were incredibly grateful. They hunted 2 mutant pheasants today. They could truly save lives in a pinch. The 3 of them wanted to put it up for worship. This wasn't just chicken skin, it was their ultimate protection. They hurriedly used knives to painstakingly poke holes in the chicken skin at each corner. Since the tricycle was open-top, Fu Bowen's driver's seat had to be protected as well. The car slowed down, and Tian Hao and Zheng Sikin jumped out. They cut several arm-thick wooden sticks from the roadside and climbed aboard. They secured the sticks around the car with ropes and added 2 stakes to the driver's seat. Then they began tying the chicken skin. Soon, Chu Xi felt the weather had grown even colder. The icy wind, tinged with moisture, lashed his face, stinging it like a knife. The sky grew darker, and finally, the chicken skin roof was secured. Fu Bowen accelerated the car to maximum speed. On the way, the group picked up a few familiar friends. The truck bed was now completely full, including Chu Xi's friend Qin Wanwan. She huddled beside Chu Xi, her face pale, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed up at the sky. Bang! 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 Ah! Hail! Woohoo! Chu Xi stared blankly outside, her face pale, her hands clenched tightly. This was the first time Chu Xi had witnessed the true nature of hell on earth. It turned out that in the face of nature, humans truly were so insignificant, like a small boat on the new river, tossed by the wind and rain, threatened to capsize at any moment. Chapter 240. The hailstorm came suddenly, leaving many unprepared, especially the unarmed scavengers walking the streets. This sized hailstones were no joke. Chu Xi witnessed a 15 or 16-year-old girl, not far from the car, being knocked flat on her face by a hailstone. A large patch of red immediately covered her head. After she collapsed, Chu Xi could no longer see clearly. She struggled to get up, only to be struck by several more hailstones. Finally, she lay there quietly. Screams of pain echoed in her ears. Chu Xi tried to shrink her head and curl up as tightly as possible, her face pale with fear. Ji Xian immediately pulled her into his arms, then raised his hands to protect his head. Their car was actually fine. The hailstones pounded against her head, pressing the hide lower and lower. Occasionally, someone would use a stick to push the hailstones off the mutated chicken skin. At least no one in the entire car had a head injury. Of course, those sitting in the outermost circle inevitably suffered scrapes on their arms and legs, each grimacing in pain. But even so, they were far superior to those outside. Those who could run quickly took shelter in the nearby woods. However, this place was getting close to the base, and the larger trees had long been cleared to prevent mutant animals from taking up residence. The remaining unimportant trees and shrubs offered little protection, but they were better than nothing. Chu Xi, nestled in Ji Xian's arms, finally regained consciousness. She exhaled deeply and glanced up at the car's rudimentary armor. Well, it looked like it could hold up for a while longer. Chu Xi thought of Huang. She wanted to see what was going on there. She wondered if being closer to him would improve her luck. Chu Xi cautiously poked her head out a little, but Ji Xian quickly pushed it back down. It's already late, stay put. Wasn't she just shaking with fear? Chu Xi obediently retracted her head. Forget it, she'd better put aside her extra curiosity. If she moved, Ji Xian would have to be distracted to watch over her. If she was unlucky enough to get hit in the head by hail, she regretted to death. In the end, she gave up. Fu Bowen's tricycle actually overtook Huang's. Chu Xi saw that the other tricycle had 11 or 12 people crammed into it. She remembered that when they met them on the way here, they also had 5 people in their car. Clearly, they had brought quite a few extra people on board. The situation in their car was significantly worse. Most people were using sacks to prop up the hail, but hail is heavy, and using only their arms to support it quickly made it difficult to hold onto the sacks. As the hail piled up, some people lost their ability to defend themselves, and could only desperately hold onto their heads. 3 people in the car, however, were quite unusual. Each of them held a plump, mutant bamboo rat on their head, their hands tightly gripping its front and back legs, effectively shielding their heads from the hail. Well, doesn't that mean they managed to get at least 3 edible mutant bamboo rats this trip? Chu Xi was practically drooling with envy. He could only say, "Lucky King, you're worthy of being called Lucky King." One of the men holding the bamboo rats was Lucky King himself. The other 2's exposed parts inevitably received some hail scratches, and their expressions were filled with agony. But Lucky King's condition was clearly much better, appearing to have only a few scratches. When he saw the small car Chu Xi and the others were riding in, his eyes lit up. Chu Xi's heart skipped a beat. It was already difficult enough getting it, so I really didn't want any more melodramatic drama. Chu Xi watched as Huang's mouth opened wide, and he shouted towards their car, 3 times the price. "We like to rent that extra mutant chicken skin you have in your car." Yes, they had an extra mutant chicken skin in their car. Chu Xi looked up at Ji Xian. Without further ado or bargaining, he simply grabbed the skin from the corner and threw it over. Then Chu Xi watched as the people in the car over there quickly propped up the mutant chicken skin. The front railing of the truck bed was higher than the back, and they tied it directly to it, creating a natural slope. However, that way, the people sitting in the back would be unlucky, having to give up their space and accept the damage. The hailstorm crisis over there was resolved just like that. Chu Xi leaned into Ji Xian's arms and smacked her lips. This didn't seem to be what she had imagined. She had been hoping to gain some good luck by approaching Oh Huang, but instead, she had contributed a bit of his luck. The number of people on the road dwindled, and those who could escape dove to the sides. However, they couldn't speed up because there were still dozens of people lying in the road, many still dead. When the car finally returned to the base, the hail had finally stopped, and Chu Xi's heart finally settled down. She'd been terrified the hail would continue. She was no stranger to the world. Living in the north, Chu Xi had experienced hailstorms several times, even ones the size of walnuts. Most hailstorms lasted only 3 to 5 minutes, but here, it lasted over half an hour. When the car reached the shantytown, Chu Xi stared blankly at the world that had just been destroyed by the hail. Many roofs of the houses had been blown through, and some had even collapsed entirely. Chu Xi remembered that quite a few families had reinforced their houses some time ago, but the reinforcements seemed to have no effect against the hail. Chu Xi and his companions had set off quite late, and by then some scavengers had already returned. Some looked anxious, hurriedly running home, while others, like puppets, were completely numb. Blood streamed from their heads, but they didn't bother to deal with it. People in the cars began to get out one after another, and the car with the European Emperor caught up. Their group was led by a captain from the Serious Mercenary Group. He held the mutated chicken skin in his hand and, with a smile, handed it to Ji Xian. He said to him, "Thank you, brother. Let's add each other as friends, and I transfer the rental fee to you." Ji Xian opened his watch, and the two of them added each other as friends. After transferring the points, the man left. Chu Xi leaned over and whispered, "How many points?" Ji Xian tapped the screen. 60 points. He explained, in a critical situation like this, renting ordinary items in the wilderness usually costs 20 points. He said it's 3 times the rental fee, which is 60 points. Chu Xi smiled. 60 points wasn't a small amount. They could each earn 12 points, enough for 3 nutritional supplements. Ji Xian transferred the points directly to Fu Bowen, rubbed Chu Xi's head, and said, "Don't worry. These points will more than cover the damage to the tricycle. We won't be sharing the cost." Chu Xi was startled and looked forward. Sure enough, the front of the tricycle was dented and pitted. Her face fell. "Are you sure 60 points can settle this? I feel like the repair cost might be even higher." Ji Xian shook his head. "Why repair it? The car is still drivable. As long as they remove the hull and repair it, and it doesn't affect its usability, they can still rent it out. These 60 points are just for combat damage, not for repairs." Chu Xi had never heard such a statement before, but in a wasteland like this, it seemed quite reasonable. After the car entered the safe zone, the damage to the houses was noticeably less severe. They were mostly made of concrete, so the hail hadn't caused devastating damage to them. Most of the damage was minor, like broken windows. Chu Xi took a deep breath. She was incredibly grateful that they had moved here 2 days ago. Apart from anything else, the shantytown must be in chaos right now, with casualties, damaged and collapsed houses, and no doubt many people seeking to gain ill-gotten gains. In their previous situation, although they had added some new bamboo walls, the main structure of the master bedroom remained unchanged. It was the house they had lived in for over a decade, and it wasn't particularly sturdy. If it collapsed, their farming career would be completely exposed. The situation was definitely much better now. All the things they had just moved in were still locked in the master bedroom. The house was made of concrete, so it was very sturdy. Chu Xi was relieved that her family would only suffer minor damage at most.